Upon traversing the abyssal world of invasion, Jiang Yuan discovers his awakening as an ant hatcher. To his astonishment, he possesses two fully developed occupational talents. Super Devour. This ability allows him to absorb diverse creatures, acquiring their genetic traits, which are subsequently incorporated into the ant nest genetic repository. Infinite Swarm. By expending energy and resources, he can enable the ant nest to continually hatch ant species from the genetic library. However, before he could unleash an unstoppable force using these two talents, he found himself chastised by the biased relatives of his elder brother, who pressed him to relinquish the resources left by their patriarch. Jiang Yuan decisively chose to independently activate the family lineage. With his two supreme talents, he fused the genes of colossal beasts to create the Titan ant species, integrated dragon genes to forge the starry ant species, and amalgamated divine genes to birth the chaos ant species. With the strength of a single individual, he transformed into a Calamity. He is the Titan sovereign who suppresses the earth. He is the sovereign of a starry realm who traverses the cosmos. He is the chaos monarch who walks through the dimensional void. As a cascade of legendary auras enveloped Jiang Yuan, the members of the Jiang family were already racked with regret, lamenting their choices. Chapter 1. Fully Developed Talents, Disdained by the Family? I apologize, dear brother. I never anticipated that the creatures you summoned would be so feeble that I crushed them effortlessly. Sunlight streamed through the villa's windows, casting a warm glow on the marble floor. Jiang Yuan, who had inexplicably traversed into this realm, had just organized the memories swirling in his mind when an exceedingly uncomfortable voice began to echo in his ears. Instinctively lifting his gaze, he beheld his biological elder brother, whose feet were wreathed in flickering flames, crushing the hatching creatures he had summoned. According to the memories he had merged with, everyone in this world awakens their unique occupational traits upon reaching the age of 18. The individual into whom he had embodied had been marginalized within the Jiang family due to his excessively introverted nature, in stark contrast to his elder brother Jiang Che, who was not only eloquent, but also possessed an amiable disposition, enjoying the affection of their parents from a young age. Xiao Yuan, his mother, Chu Qilan, remarked, "Do not hold it against your brother. He could not have foreseen that the creatures you hatched would resemble ants, not only in appearance, but also in their diminutive strength." Before Jiang Yuan could react, his mother, seated on the sofa, cast a disapproving glance at the completely crushed ant carcass on the floor, her eyes betraying unmistakable disdain. His younger sister, Jiang Xiao, who had been curled up in a rocking chair playing a game, quickly withdrew the lollipop from her mouth upon hearing their mother's words. She chimed in, "Second brother, it seems your trait is merely to hatch the weakest ants, unlike elder brother's formidable fire element potential. Perhaps you should relinquish all the resources grandfather left you to elder brother. That way, he can rapidly advance, taking you into the wilderness to accrue merit points. Who knows, you might even benefit and gain admission to a prestigious occupational academy." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan realized all too well that his family deemed him unworthy, finding his awakening as an ant hatcher utterly lacking, thus orchestrating the charade. They intended for his elder brother to showcase a stronger trait, and through the persuasion of their parents, compel him to willingly surrender the resources left to him by the Jiang family's patriarch. However, their elder brother's plan had backfired. During the earlier elemental attack, he had inadvertently utilized a portion of soul-striking power, which sent the original host away through the hatching creature, leading to Jiang Yuan's traversal. What if I refuse? Jiang Yuan's gaze hardened, devoid of the original host's timidity. The resources coveted by his parents were those meticulously prepared by the Jiang patriarch over several years before his passing. They are respectively designated for Jiang Che, Jiang Yuan, and Jiang Xiao, to be utilized after the awakening of their occupational traits. As long as they do not voluntarily relinquish them, even Jiang Fu, the current patriarch of the Jiang family, cannot intervene or exert control. Second brother, with the awakening of your characteristic ability, even paired with the talent for infinite troop summoning, it is impossible for the creatures you hatch to reach the same level as elder brother. After all, a swarm of ants remains merely ants. Jiang Xiao rolled her eyes in exasperation, her tone laced with profound disdain and contempt, clearly harboring an intrinsic disdain for her second brother, Jiang Yuan. Xiao Yuan, I believe your younger sister is correct. Jiang Mu nodded in agreement. Given your traits and talents, achieving significant growth in a short span of time is not an easy feat. Conversely, Your elder brother can utilize the resources that rightfully belong to you to expedite his growth and accumulate merit points, thus gaining entry into a superior vocational academy. At this moment, Jiang Fu, who had been silently smoking, shook the ash from his cigarette and directed his gaze at Jiang Yuan. Let us proceed as your younger sister suggested. Temporarily allocate your resources to your elder brother, allowing him to grow swiftly, and subsequently, he can assist you in amassing merit points. Compared to Jiang Mu, his tone was markedly more authoritative. I apologize. The resources were bequeathed to me by grandfather. Even if my occupational traits are lacking, they can only be utilized for my own advancement. Jiang Yuan's gaze met Jiang Fu's directly. He was not like the original owner, whose heart had become distorted due to parental neglect and favoritism. He was not merely someone who sought to curry favor through effort, proving himself worthy of parental attention or deserving of love. After all, only those who lacked affection in childhood would grow up to be deficient in resolve. What? Have you now ceased to heed my words? Or do you believe that your awakened traits, with the enhancement of your talents, can invoke some miraculous transformation? Or perhaps, once their numbers reach a certain threshold, they can, like ants in nature, leverage their numerical advantage to overcome stronger beings. Jiang Fu's expression instantly turned frigid, and a peculiar fiery aura emanated from him, enveloping the area around Jiang Yuan with palpable pressure. The power of flames, a tier below that of fire elemental abilities, enabled him to transform into a giant of flames, wielding the powers of geothermal mastery. I now present you with two choices. First, relinquish all resources and attend an ordinary university. Once your elder brother has matured, we shall redirect resources towards you. Second, take the resources left to you by your grandfather and depart from the Jiang family. Should you fail to qualify for a secondary vocational school, you shall never return. I shall not acknowledge you as my descendant, Jiang Xiaotian. The surging anger within Jiang Fu compelled him to lay all pretenses aside. I choose the third option. From this day forth, I, Jiang Yuan, unilaterally expel you from the Jiang family. Without waiting for Jiang Fu to complete his sentence, Jiang Yuan spoke decisively and turned to leave the villa, leaving the Jiang family members with a resolute and retreating silhouette. Xiao Yuan, do not act impulsively. We are not asking you to forfeit all resources. We merely wish to allocate resources to your elder brother temporarily, facilitating his rapid growth. After all, your elder brother's elemental traits have a genuine opportunity to gain entry into the elite training camp at Jing University, becoming a high-ranking practitioner like your grandfather. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Mu hurriedly urged Jiang Yuan, "Let him go. I wish to see what he can achieve after departing from the Jiang family." Jiang Fu, watching Jiang Yuan's retreating figure, forcefully swept everything off the rosewood table before him. The sound of teacups and water kettles shattering upon the floor, mingled with Jiang Fu's furious roars, was soon entirely muffled beyond the gates of the villa. At last it is quiet. Exiting the Jiang family villa, Jiang Yuan felt an immense sense of liberation. He then hailed a taxi outside the villa district, heading straight for the bank where the resources of the elder Jiang were safeguarded. Long before he left the villa, he had accessed his personal panel to review his occupational traits and talents. Unlike the memories of the original owner, upon his arrival, an additional trait called Super Devour had appeared on his personal panel. Its rank surpassed SSS level, reaching the peak of max. Furthermore, it possessed a unique quality. By devouring different organisms, he could acquire their trait genes and integrate them into the gene pool for hatching ants. This would allow the ants hatched from the nest to evolve into entirely new ant species endowed with the characteristics of the consumed organisms, coupled with the original owner's max-level talent, infinite troop summoning. As long as the biological genes and energy resources were sufficient, he could continuously hatch advanced ant species that amalgamated traits from other organisms, overwhelming opponents in both quantity and quality, transforming into a cataclysmic force single-handedly. Chapter 2. Gene Fusion, Iron Arm Mantis. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Jiang Yuan, having hailed a taxi, swiftly arrived at the Shin City Bank, where he proceeded to conduct his business using his identification card. I wish to withdraw funds from my account, Jiang Yuan stated, directing his request towards the bank personnel attending to his transaction. The elder of the Jiang family had utilized his identification information to secure the original funds, allowing for direct withdrawals by the account holder upon their arrival at the bank with the identification card in hand. Certainly, sir. I will verify your information right away. The bank staff responded politely, their fingers dancing over the keyboard as they retrieved his account details. According to the terms of the deposit agreement, sir, you may withdraw no more than 10% of the total funds after reaching the age of 18. Additionally, we can offer you resources for career advancement in exchange for the original funds, they continued, referencing the contract displayed on the screen. To ensure that the original funds in the account would not be squandered, the elder had also established specific withdrawal limitations, stating that if the account holder failed to successfully apply to a vocational institution of medium rank or higher within a stipulated time frame after the first withdrawal, the remaining original funds would be passively allocated to 2 other accounts held at Shin City Bank. I would like to withdraw 1 million in funds, and I also require 100 units of energy crystals. Jiang Yuan averted his gaze, swiftly identifying the energy crystals necessary for hatching the ant species from the purchasing options displayed on the screen. However, the bank's purchasing privileges did not encompass information regarding the genes of mutated creatures. Upon awakening their abilities, practitioners merely needed to consume energy crystals to gradually elevate their vocational level, without requiring the corpses or materials of mutated beings. As for crafting armor and weapons, these could be procured from the specialized materials sales window at the Practitioners Guild. A few minutes later, Jiang Yuan exited the bank with 1 million in funds and over 100 energy crystals suitable for newly awakened practitioners. He hastened towards the Practitioners Guild. Ant hatchers differ from common practitioners. They do not require the absorption of energy crystals for cultivation, but rather need to invest energy crystals into the ant nest to continuously hatch ant-like creatures that match the nest's tier. However, Jiang Yuan's ant nest was of the white tier, the lowest level for hatcheries, offering little in terms of cultivation value. This was precisely why his parents expressed disdain for the vocational trait he had awakened, even though he possessed the unlimited spawning ability at maximum level, allowing him to infinitely hatch ant units by consuming resources. In simpler terms, even if he could spawn thousands of ants through this ability, he could not compensate for the disparity in quality with sheer numbers. The Jiang family had merely miscalculated, resulting in his unexpected transference to this world. Yet, the one flaw and shortcoming was inexplicably rectified by the emergence of a newfound talent, Super Devour. Good day, sir. What would you like to purchase? Upon entering the Practitioners Guild, Jiang Yuan swiftly approached the transaction hall, specifically the window dedicated to selling materials for mutated creatures. A young lady in a work uniform courteously presented a tablet before him, inquiring about his needs. I'd like to browse first, Jiang Yuan replied as he tapped a few times on the tablet, directly switching the display to the purchasing interface for first-tier mutated creatures. The screen showcased a dazzling array of materials obtained from the corpses of first-tier mutated beings, including claws, teeth, scales, and hides, as well as blood and flesh. Rock-armored mouse hide, a first-tier ordinary mutated creature, whose skin possesses rock-like properties, providing substantial defensive attributes, suitable for crafting first-tier armor or boots. Azure Spirit Snake Fang, a first-tier ordinary mutated creature, its teeth rivaling steel, useful for forging weapons. Iron Arm Mantis Blade Arm, a first-tier elite mutated creature, its blade arms are exceptionally sharp, ideal for crafting extremely keen weapons. Jiang Yuan's gaze flitted over these items before finally resting on a pair of metallic glinting blade arms from the Iron Arm Mantis. This creature had mutated from a mantis, growing over half a meter in length, its forelimbs transformed into razor-sharp metallic blades. These limbs could effortlessly sever stones in the wild, and even slice through the low-level armor worn by practitioners. The Iron Arm Mantis seems promising, Jiang Yuan mused, carefully examining the detailed information beneath the mantis blade arms before adding them to his shopping cart. By integrating the genetic attributes of these blade arms into the ant nest gene library, he could rapidly create an astonishingly large army of ant-like creatures that rivaled the Iron Arm Mantis. The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement through him. Dear customer, you have selected a pair of Iron Arm Mantis blade arms and 1 sheet of black iron snake hide. Your total comes to 200,000. After confirming his purchase, the young lady in the work uniform promptly dispatched someone to retrieve the Iron Arm Mantis blade arms and the black iron snake hide from the storeroom. Once Jiang Yuan verified that everything was in order, he completed the payment and exited the Practitioners Guild with the acquired materials. Subsequently, he utilized his personal holographic device to reserve a hotel room near the Practitioners Guild. Once in his hotel room, he unceremoniously deposited the Iron Arm Mantis blade arms and the black iron snake hide into the ant nest. It resembled an enormous, gaping maw, rhythmically contracting and expanding like a heartbeat, obscuring the view of the inner nest. After consuming the blade arms and snake hide, it eerily hovered in the void. Notification: non-ant species genetic sample 001 is being analyzed. Current progress: 001. You may invest energy crystals or resource materials to expedite the analysis. Notification: Non-ant species genetic sample 002 is being analyzed. Current progress 001. You may invest energy crystals or resource materials to expedite the analysis. Observing the notifications before him, Jiang Yuan pondered briefly before retrieving 2 energy crystals from his backpack on the bed and depositing them into the void of the ant nest. The central mass, which appeared ethereal and spiraled like a gaping abyss, swiftly consumed the 2 energy crystals. The previously sluggish progress bar surged upward as if propelled by a rocket, rapidly accelerating in its ascent. In a matter of mere breaths, the progress leapt from 1% to 10, with the speed of advancement continuing to increase. Notification: Non-ant species genetic sample 001 analysis complete. This being is a first-tier elite mutated creature, possessing the black iron blade arm trait. Would you like to add it to the ant gene library? Notification: Non-ant species genetic sample 002 analysis complete. This being is a first-tier elite mutated creature, possessing the iron armored scale trait. Would you like to add it to the ant gene library? Approximately half a minute passed. The genetic traits of the iron arm mantis and the black iron serpent have been thoroughly analyzed by the ant nest, transforming into 2 pale green orbs. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan directly incorporated them into the genetic repository of the ant nest, attempting to infuse these 2 genetic codes into the white orb representing the worker ants. Moments later, a spectral image of a newly created ant species, adorned with a pair of metallic scythe-like arms and encased in a scaly exoskeleton, materialized from the genetic repository of the ant nest. Notification: You have successfully created a brand new ant species by utilizing the genetic blueprint of the ant race, incorporating the iron arm mantis gene and the black iron serpent gene. This creature simultaneously possesses the characteristics of an ant, a mantis, and a black iron serpent. Notification: Please assign a name to this new species. Given that this ant creature embodies the genetic traits of the black iron serpent and the iron arm mantis, it shall henceforth be known as the iron mantis ant. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuan swiftly settled upon a most fitting name for this novel hybrid being. Chapter 3: Journey to the Wilds. Species: Iron mantis ant. Status: Mature form. Rank: First tier elite. Potential: Green, excellent. Traits: Powerful mandibles, white. Mantis scythe arms, deep green. Black iron scales, deep green. Description: This is a wholly new species of ant, possessing the scythe arms of the iron arm mantis and the defensive scales of the black iron serpent. With the successful naming of the iron mantis ant, a panel radiating with a green light swiftly materialized before Jiang Yuan's eyes. In comparison to the worker ants, which resembled blank slates, the iron mantis ant showcased significantly superior attributes across the board, particularly in the traits column. Although the worker ants nurtured by the ant nest were also first-tier mutated beings, their trait quality was exceedingly low. Even when combined, 3 such newly awakened individuals would not stand a chance against Jiang Yuan's original sibling, who was regarded as a prodigy in the eyes of his parents. At present, it was likely that a single iron mantis ant could easily subdue that so-called genius brother, pressing him down to the ground without effort. Notification: Hatching the iron mantis ant requires the consumption of 10 units of source energy. Jiang Yuan concentrated, his vision instantly shifting to the interior of the ant nest. Here, there was no so-called ant queen, only numerous incubation chambers resembling beehives. As he deposited a crystal of source energy, the first hexagonal incubation chamber erupted with a soft green glow, beginning the gestation of a first-tier elite iron mantis ant with green potential. 10 hours. It seemed that the time required for the ant nest to hatch ant species was intrinsically linked to the potential of the incubated being. Jiang Yuan's gaze fixed upon the hatching progress bar. Previously, the incubation of worker ants took merely an hour, yet with the iron mantis ant, the time had increased tenfold. Fortunately, akin to the analysis of genetic samples, the ant nest could also utilize source energy points to expedite the hatching process. Otherwise, merely nurturing these iron mantis ants would consume a considerable amount of his time, in comparison to the source energy crystals that could be purchased with money. What Jiang Yuan valued more was time. To successfully obtain resources for the second phase, he must enroll in a mid-tier or higher vocational academy within a month. Although his father had generously allotted ample time, allowing him to defer until next year, he could not afford to wait. A year's difference was more than sufficient for him to leverage those resources, enhancing his strength in tandem with his innate talent. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan began utilizing source energy crystals to accelerate the hatching speed of the iron mantis ants. Soon, the first iron mantis ant was successfully hatched from the ant nest. Being newly born, its size was merely over 30 centimeters, with its scythe arms measuring just over 10 centimeters in length. Nevertheless, even in this diminutive form, the iron mantis ant's scythe-like attacks were exceedingly formidable, capable of effortlessly severing metal. Moreover, its exoskeleton was adorned with an additional layer of black scales, akin to the size of mung beans, giving it a chilling touch, as if entirely cloaked in black iron armor. Hungry. So hungry. A wave of intense hunger radiated from the freshly hatched iron mantis. Ant Jiang Yuan was taken aback. The worker ants that had hatched from the original source resembled mere puppets, devoid of any communicative abilities. To his astonishment, the newly birthed ant species, having fused the genes of two elite mutated beasts, was able to communicate with him. Could it be that I can attempt to integrate flying genes into the ant species, enabling them to conduct reconnaissance and surveillance? The wilderness is fraught with peril. Aside from the ferocious mutated creatures, one must also be wary of other vocational practitioners. After all, even blood relatives might engage in treachery over resources, let alone those practitioners who live on the edge of survival daily. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan departed from the hotel once more, making his way to the vocational guild to purchase a pair of wings from elite mutated creatures. He then introduced them into the ant nest for absorption, successfully acquiring a third set of non-ant species genes. However, when he attempted to merge the flying genes with those of the black iron serpent or the iron arm mantis, he found that both attempts resulted in a regression of the ant species potential, diminishing from elite to ordinary levels. Reluctantly, Jiang Yuan resorted to using the ant genes as a base, integrating the flying genes of the ghost-eyed dragonfly to create a winged reconnaissance ant species. Aptly named the scout ant, true to its name, this new ant species was as fragile as an ordinary worker ant, possessing minimal offensive capability. Aside from its reconnaissance function, it served little purpose. However, paired with the versatile iron mantis ant, it was more than adequate for evading danger and hunting mutated creatures in the wilderness. With the number of ants I have hatched, coupled with the ant nest's damage transferability, as long as I do not encounter mutated beasts of the second tier or higher, there should be no issues. Damage transfer is a unique capability of the ant nest. It allows the damage inflicted upon him to be redirected to the nearest incubated being via the ant nest as a conduit. Thus, hatching 3 scout ants and 27 iron mantis ants effectively grants him 30 additional lives compared to other practitioners. Moreover, aside from the damage transfer, the combination of 3 scout ants and 27 iron mantis ants represents a scale that even a first-tier vocational team hunting mutated creatures for merit would struggle to achieve. Additionally, Jiang Yuan had reserved 37 source energy crystals for emergencies. Should he encounter any danger, he could swiftly hatch a batch of iron mantis ants using the source energy crystals. Afterward, Jiang Yuan once again exited the hotel, heading to the vocational guild to acquire some protective gear and weapons, then swiftly hailed a vehicle towards the city's exit. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family villa, Jiang's father and mother were already aware that Jiang Yuan had withdrawn the initial resources left by the elder Jiang from the bank in Shenzhen. Unfilial son. This ungrateful child. He would rather squander the resources bequeathed by the elder on his feudal profession than utilize them to aid Xiaoche in his pursuit of the elite training camp at Jingda. At this moment, Jiang's father felt an overwhelming surge of anger. It was utterly infuriating that he would choose to waste the elder's resources on nurturing those worthless ants, instead of channeling them towards his promising elder brother. If these resources were concentrated on the more capable elder brother, the Jiang family could undoubtedly produce another high-ranking practitioner above the 7th tier within a decade. Regrettably, I am still under 18, otherwise, I would certainly relinquish the resources left by grandfather and hand them all over to my elder brother to ensure his successful enrollment in the elite training camp at Jingda. While Jiang Xiao, engrossed in his game, hastily removed the lollipop from his mouth and chimed in with a sympathetic tone, Jiang's mother, although silent, clearly exhibited her dissatisfaction with Jiang Yuan's choices, as evidenced by her tightly furrowed brows. After all, everyone in the Jiang family viewed Jiang Che, who had awakened the fire element, as the family's hope for reclaiming its former glory, while Jiang Yuan was merely seen as a hopeless case, a waste of potential. The resources left by the elder were entirely squandered on him. Chapter 4. A clean and decisive first battle regarding the events unfolding at the Jiang family villa. Jiang Yuan remained blissfully unaware. He had already taken a taxi to the city gate of Shenzhen and was now making his way out of the urban area, stepping into the wilderness beyond the vast gateway beneath the electric grid. In stark contrast to the bustling city, the wilderness, mere walls away, resembled an entirely different realm. Lush vegetation surrounded him, and apart from the tire tracks left by passing vehicles, Jiang Yuan hardly found any other traces of humanity in this vast expanse. According to the memories he had integrated, this world had entered an era of awakening 30 years prior when a rift in the void appeared in the sky, heralding the awakening of the populace. At that time, not only humans, but also flora and fauna underwent mutations and evolutions, as practitioners emerged from humanity's awakening. they gradually established a system based on absorbing source energy crystals. The evolving professional hierarchy revealed that those who awakened elemental traits surpassed their peers in all aspects. And the potential of elemental practitioners was never to be underestimated. To date, the lowest potential of an elemental practitioner was significantly higher than that of a white-tier practitioner, capable of ascending to at least a 6th-tier professional. Of course, this was not absolute. Some individuals encountering unique fortunes could transcend these limits and ascend to higher tiers, especially in certain special areas where extraordinary entities capable of enhancing potential might be found, albeit with great difficulty. Number 1. Maintain vigilance over the surrounding situation. Numbers 2 and 3. Proceed ahead to scout for any mutated beasts or dangers, and report back to me immediately. After departing from the city entrance, Jiang Yuan released 3 scouting ants, leaving one concealed in the nearby foliage while dispatching the other 2 to forge ahead. The iron mantis, however, remained within the ant nest space. With a mere thought, he could summon the iron mantis from the nest into the real world via the dimensional passage. Moreover, due to the infinite spawning capability, the nest's capacity for incubating organisms was incomparable to those of ordinary white-tier incubation nests. Thus far, the ant creatures he had dispatched for exploration had yet to encounter the boundaries of this expansive space. Buzzing rapidly, the wings of the 3 scouting ants flapped as they swiftly commenced their mission under Jiang Yuan's command. Apart from the ant he had designated as number 1, the other 2 quickly took to the skies, soaring towards the dense thicket ahead. In contrast to the iron mantis or the worker ants of white potential, the scouting ants, infused with the abilities of the ghost-eyed dragonfly, had elongated bodies and an additional pair of wings, granting them agility and sound reminiscent of their dragonfly counterparts. Were it not for the presence of one scouting ant accompanying him, Jiang Yuan would hardly have sensed its existence. Suddenly, while navigating through the underbrush, Jiang Yuan received a wave of information from the ant nest, transmitted by the scouting ant. Ahead, a mutated creature had been sighted. Its size was comparable to that of an iron mantis, albeit covered in fur and possessing a single horn atop its head, occasionally flashing with arcs of electricity. A lightning horned rabbit? A first-tier elite mutant beast capable of harnessing electrical elemental abilities, unleashing paralyzing electric spheres, and executing lightning charges. Any ordinary first-tier practitioner would undoubtedly opt to flee upon encountering it, unless they possessed specialized equipment to neutralize electricity. Even second-tier practitioners would struggle to fully evade the paralysis induced by its electrical attacks. Jiang Yuan pondered briefly before summoning 3 iron mantises from the ant nest space. Almost instantaneously upon their emergence, the 3 iron mantises swiftly advanced towards the lightning-horned rabbit. ZZZZT. A fist-sized electric sphere materialized, hurtling towards the foremost iron mantis as the lightning-horned rabbit launched its electric charge, colliding with the second iron mantis. The first iron mantis deftly evaded the paralyzing sphere, while the second braced itself against the lightning-horned rabbit's charge with its blade-like arm, successfully blocking the impact. In that moment, the third iron mantis raised its arm, cleaving down towards the rabbit's head and swiftly bisecting it. With the arcs of electricity dissipating, the lightning-horned rabbit lay utterly defeated. Jiang Yuan stared in disbelief at the ferocity of the iron mantis's combat prowess, having effortlessly vanquished a first-tier elite lightning-horned rabbit in a single encounter. It was noteworthy that these 3 iron mantises were still in their nascent state, their forms and armaments not yet fully developed. Hungry, craving, without awaiting Jiang Yuan's permission, a wave of intense longing for the rabbit's carcass surged from the 3 iron mantises, yet they refrained from approaching the body to consume it without his consent. Recording successful. Number 9527. The ant incubator successfully vanquished a first-tier elite thunderhorn rabbit, earning a commendation value of 50 points. Currently, the accumulated commendation points stand at 50. Jiang Yuan emerged from his hiding place, hastening towards the carcass of the thunderhorn rabbit, aiming the school's commendation recorder at the remains to document the kill. This serves as a threshold for applying to various vocational academies. Only those practitioners who have endured the crucible of battle are deemed worthy to enter such institutions. Accordingly, upon awakening their vocational traits, students are provided with commendation recorders to venture into the wilderness and accrue commendation points. A score of 60 points qualifies one for admission into lower-tier vocational schools, while 100 points is requisite for middle-tier institutions. Moreover, in addition to the singular commendation point requirement, middle-tier academies impose an additional criterion: mastery of one's traits to a degree exceeding 3%. Jiang Yuan, however, felt no trepidation regarding this stipulation. The incubator's vocation is distinct. It does not necessitate an assessment of trait mastery, but rather the ability to simultaneously summon 3 incubated creatures. Next, he must absorb the genetic essence of the thunderhorn rabbit. By integrating this electrical genetic trait into the gene pool of his ant nest, he could endeavor to create a new breed of ant with the mastery of electrical characteristics. Jiang Yuan unsheathed his hunting knife and deftly severed the thunderhorn from the rabbit's head, casting it into the ethereal dimension of the ant nest. The remaining portions were offered as sustenance to the 3 iron mantises that had participated in the battle, accompanied by the crunching sounds of their feast. The carcass of the thunderhorn rabbit was swiftly consumed, leaving only traces of still fresh blood, a testament to the clandestine skirmish that had transpired moments earlier. Crack. Simultaneously, the surfaces of the 3 iron mantises exhibited a visible pallor, followed by the emergence of fissures akin to serpents shedding their skin. From within, 3 newly hatched iron mantises emerged, their scales not yet fully hardened. Chapter 5. The proper approach to infinite swarming. Is this shedding? Jiang Yuan gazed in astonishment at the layer of scales that had sloughed off the iron mantises. Ordinarily, ants do not undergo molting. However, due to the integration of the black iron serpent's genes, the iron mantises possess a growth stage necessitating such shedding. The newly molted iron mantises began to swell rapidly. 35 centimeters, 40 centimeters. Their scales hardened at an astonishing rate, transforming into a robust layer enveloping their exoskeletons. Their blade-like arms extended to nearly 20 centimeters, with both thickness and metallic luster noticeably enhanced. Furthermore, the trait panel of the iron mantises shifted from a light green to a more vibrant shade of green, signifying an increase in their inherent abilities. Should they encounter another thunderhorn rabbit, these 3 iron mantises would surely find it easier to contend with. Moreover, the iron mantis that had previously withstood the thunderhorn rabbit's charge, its blade arms singed by electricity, had fully recovered following this molt. Remarkably, the genetic traits of the black iron serpent conferred a regenerative effect, allowing these ant creatures to accelerate their growth through consumption. Jiang Yuan's heart raced with excitement. Newly hatched ant creatures do not immediately attain the panel strength of the gene pool. They must grow progressively to transition from juvenile to mature forms. It now seems that the talent for superconsumption can indeed be applied to individual ant creatures, enabling them to grow rapidly through feeding, bypassing the processes of digestion and absorption. Truly, it is the unparalleled max-level talent. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan summoned 11 of the remaining 24 iron mantises from the ant nest, instructing them to cooperate with the scout ants to expedite their growth through hunting and consuming mutated creatures in the jungle. Recording successful number 9527, the ant incubator successfully defeated a first-tier common green-skinned snake, earning a commendation value of 10 points. Current accumulated commendation points, 60. Recording successful number 9527, the ant incubator successfully vanquished a first-tier elite stone-skinned monkey, earning a commendation value of 50 points. Current accumulated commendation points, 110. Recording successful number 9527, the ant incubator successfully defeated a first-tier common marsh frog, earning a commendation value of 10 points. Current accumulated commendation points, 1260. As time elapsed, Jiang Yuan returned to the city for rest at night, while during the day he continuously hunted mutated creatures in the wilderness. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, he successfully elevated his commendation points to 4 digits. Simultaneously, all iron mantises within the ant nest, including the 3 scout ants outside, had transitioned into mature forms. Not only had their sizes reached 50 centimeters, but the metallic sheen of their blade arms and scales had intensified. This rapid progress was exhilarating. In just 3 days, all but the freshly hatched iron mantises within the ant nest had matured, resulting in nearly 30 first-tier elite iron mantises. With such a formidable lineup, he could even attempt to hunt second-tier elite mutated beasts to enrich the gene pool of the ant nest. He then utilized the ant nest to communicate with the scout ants that were probing ahead, directing them to venture deeper into the wilderness. With over 30 first-tier elite incubated creatures backing him, as long as he didn't encounter an exceedingly unfortunate situation with a cross-regional 3rd-tier mutated beast, he would face little to no issues. Soon, the scout ants delving into the wilderness discovered a 2nd-tier creature exceeding half a meter in size. Its skin was adorned with scales. First-tier mutated creatures are typically under half a meter, while 2nd-tier mutated creatures range from half a meter to 1 meter. This serves as the simplest means of differentiation. Furthermore, creatures that were relatively large prior to the awakening era have, after evolution and mutation, generally reached at least 4th-tier status. Additionally, the greater the potential of a mutated creature, the more potent its characteristic powers, which correspondingly amplify its combat capabilities. Elite-tier creatures can easily overwhelm their peers, while leader-tier beings possess the strength to transcend their ranks. Naturally, mutated creatures that can reach leader-tier status have been exceedingly rare since the onset of the awakening era. with the minimum requirement being 6th tier or above. This 2nd tier common azure-scaled rat could be an opportunity. Jiang Yuan's gaze pierced through the dense underbrush, fixating on the large rat. Its body covered in azure scales, foraging for wild fruits on a tree to satiate its hunger. He promptly summoned 5 special iron mantises from the ant nest and directed them swiftly towards the creature. Clang! The clash of the iron mantis's blade arm against the azure-scaled rat produced a sound reminiscent of metal colliding, yet the rat's scales were merely made of bluish stone. Thus, it could not entirely thwart the lethal blades of the iron mantises. Soon, the surface of its body was drenched in blood, having been mercilessly slashed by 5 iron mantises. And a significant wound had been torn open at its neck from several consecutive strikes. Then, with another slash from a different iron mantis, its head was completely severed from its body. Recording successful. Entry number 9527. Ant Hatcher has successfully slain a 2nd-tier ordinary azure-scaled rat, earning 100 merit points. Current merit points accumulated, 1360. Jiang Yuan approached and produced the merit collection device, directing it at the lifeless form of the azure-scaled rat to complete the scan and merit recording. He then commanded the iron mantises to use their blade arms to strip the azure scales from the corpse, intending to utilize super devouring within the ant nest to analyze the genetic traits of the azure-scaled rat. Notification: non-ant biological gene sample number 051 is currently being analyzed. With a progress rate of 0.01, you may invest energy crystals or resource materials to expedite the analysis. The remaining carcass was likewise entrusted to the summoned iron mantises. However, upon receiving his command, these mantises did not consume the remaining body of the azure-scaled rat. Instead, they lifted the corpse with their pincers and activated a dimensional passage, depositing it into the gaping entrance of the ant nest. Notification: your iron mantises have deposited the flesh of a 2nd-tier mutated creature. Please select the decomposition direction: convert to energy, nurture ant species, accelerate ant species hatching, or expedite specified gene analysis. So, this is the correct method for boundless troop reinforcement? Jiang Yuan gazed at the options that materialized on the notification panel, swallowing hard. Directly utilizing the carcass of a mutated beast to hasten the hatching of ant species, and then employing the newly hatched ant species to hunt wild mutated creatures, thus continuously generating more ant species. It seemed they were intent on ensuring his ability to amass troops. In this world, if there is one thing in abundance, it is undoubtedly mutated creatures, which can be considered one of the few renewable resources, and their regeneration rate is remarkably swift. Even though humans conduct large-scale cleanups of the wild areas near cities every year, these efforts never last long before a plethora of mutated beasts reoccupy these regions. Chapter 6. Jiang Yuan, you want to take me? The wild zones are simply my paradise. As long as I continuously hunt mutated creatures, I can infinitely hatch ant soldier types. Furthermore, I can simultaneously enrich the gene pool, increasing the variety of ant species and creating even more powerful new ant soldier types. Jiang Yuan's breathing quickened. Once he hatches 4th-tier ant soldier types, he can unlock the 2nd phase of his occupational characteristics, coupled with 2 max-level unique talents. The mere thought exhilarated him. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he decided to invest the azure-scaled rat's flesh into the accelerated gene analysis. Once he successfully analyzed the genes of a 2nd-tier creature and fused them into the ant species genes, he could create 2nd-tier ant creatures, consequently elevating his tier to 2nd tier. After all, as an ant hatcher, hatching 2nd-tier mutated creatures would automatically promote him to a 2nd-tier practitioner without the need to absorb energy crystals to enhance his mastery of characteristics. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan summoned half of the iron mantises, coordinating with the scout ants to commence hunting 2nd-tier creatures in the jungle. Except for gregarious 2nd-tier mutated creatures or relatively powerful 2nd-tier elite mutated beasts, any solitary 2nd-tier mutated creature was swiftly delivered to the ant nest by the summoned iron mantises to serve as raw materials for gene analysis. Notification: non-ant biological gene sample 051 analysis complete. This creature is a 2nd-tier ordinary mutated being, possessing the characteristic of azure stone scales. Would you like to add it to the ant species gene pool? After continuously depositing 2 2nd-tier mutated creatures and 5 1st-tier mutated creatures' corpses, the characteristic genes of the azure-scaled rat were finally fully analyzed by the ant nest, forming a larger white sphere than the 1st-tier biological genes, with the ethereal silhouette of the azure-scaled rat within. Jiang Yuan directed his thoughts to begin merging the genes of the azure-scaled rat with the blank state of the ant species genes. However, as the 2 gene orbs collided, a line of text suddenly appeared within the ant nest in the void dimension. Notification: the ant species gene blueprint is too low to accommodate 2nd-tier biological genes. Please devour more biological genes to enhance the ant species gene before attempting again. In the next moment, the ant species gene swiftly separated from the azure-scaled rat gene. And both the ant species gene and the nest began to tremble violently, as though on the verge of collapse. Damn, that was a close call. Jiang Yuan cursed inwardly. Fortunately, he was only attempting to merge second-tier genes and had not ventured to incorporate higher-tier genes from third- or fourth-tier mutated beasts. Otherwise, the ant nest would likely have crumbled under the strain. It seems I need to first invest sufficient first-tier biological genes to elevate the foundational gene of the ant species before attempting to merge second-tier genes. Jiang Yuan observed the ordinary biological genes that had been analyzed over the past few days within the ant nest gene pool, which did not meet his requirements, and endeavored to input them into the ant species gene. In the next moment, the original gene light sphere of the ant species visibly expanded at an accelerated rate, growing larger than before. The biological genes consumed by the ant species gene did not vanish entirely. They merely transformed into a gray state that could no longer be devoured, serving solely as materials for gene fusion. It appears that the method to enhance the ant species gene is to input the genes of other organisms, allowing its light sphere to grow to the size of the second-tier gene. Jiang Yuan speculated inwardly. He then manipulated the scout ants and the iron mantises outside through the ant nest, directing them towards areas near Shenzhen. He now required more first-tier biological genes. Based on the earlier growth of the light sphere from the ant species gene consuming first-tier ordinary biological genes, it seemed that the genes currently being analyzed from those first-tier creatures might still be insufficient to support the ant species gene reaching the strength of second-tier genes. Before long, Jiang Yuan returned to the previous area, leaving a few iron mantises to guard him while dispersing the rest to hunt mutated creatures in the jungle. Towering trees loomed overhead, casting shadows across the ground. Although they did not exhibit mutations like animals, their trunks and canopies grew remarkably robust and lush. Even the underbrush had expanded to several times its former size. As dusk approached, Jiang Yuan finally summoned back the iron mantises that had scattered to hunt. Out of 30 that had ventured out, 26 returned, indicating that this wild zone was indeed fraught with peril. The bodies of the mutated beasts were successively transported back, and Jiang Yuan promptly tallied the number of ant soldier casualties incurred during the hunt. Among them, 3 had encountered second-tier mutated beasts, while another had been cleared away by a human practitioner squad as a mutated creature. He retracted most of the iron mantises, leaving only 2 reconnaissance ants for defense. Skillfully evading other professional teams, Jiang Yuan swiftly returned to the hotel in the city, where he indulged in a soothing bath. Although he had disposed of the materials from the mutated creatures he had slain, such as scales, by sending them into the ant nest for genetic analysis, he retained the parts he had repetitively harvested to sell at the professional guild. Consequently, over the past few days, Jiang Yuan's account had seen an increase of nearly 500,000 in deposits. The size of the ant clan's genes had become comparable to that of second-tier mutated creatures. Based on his hunting efficiency today, he anticipated reaching the strength of a fused second-tier biological gene by tomorrow. After utilizing all the carcasses of the mutated creatures, he extracted over 30 first-tier genetic orbs to nourish the primordial genes of the ant clan. By tomorrow at the latest, the genetic orbs of the ant clan would grow to a size similar to that of second-tier mutated biological genes. After his bath, Jiang Yuan went downstairs to the hotel restaurant to satiate his hunger and thirst before returning to his room for a restful sleep until the following morning. Upon waking and freshening up, he retrieved the reconnaissance ants back into the ant nest and set off briskly towards the city gate. However, just as he approached the vicinity of the gate and was about to step outside, a somewhat familiar female voice resonated from behind him. Jiang Yuan halted, turning to see a long-haired girl, her hair tied up, clad in 5th-tier armor, sitting in an off-road vehicle and waving at him. Qin Nanshu. Jiang Yuan quickly recalled her identity. She was the class monitor of Class 3 in their senior year, not only exceptionally beautiful, but also hailing from a well-off family. Additionally, she had been chosen by Jiang Yuan's parents as a marriage prospect for his twin brother. Are you planning to hunt mutated creatures in the wild all by yourself? As he pondered, the vehicle carrying Qin Nanshu pulled up beside him with a sharp screech. Jiang Yuan nodded. According to his merged memories, he was not particularly familiar with Qin Nanshu. It was likely that her reason for calling out to him was merely due to their shared status as classmates. However, as soon as he spoke, Qin Nanshu pointed to an empty seat in the vehicle and said, "The wilderness is very dangerous, and we have space available. Why not join us? What? You want to take me with you?" Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that the stunning class monitor Qin would extend an invitation to accompany him. Chapter 7. Unappreciative. Thank you for your kindness, class monitor Qin. But I prefer to hunt in the wild alone, and I do not intend to venture into overly perilous areas. Jiang Yuan shook his head, declining her invitation. In his ant nest space, he had over 30 elite first-tier iron mantises, along with 3 flying reconnaissance ants. In terms of strength, he was equivalent to several seasoned first-tier professional teams. Moreover, he did not wish to reveal his trump cards. Thus, accompanying Qin Nanshu would inevitably restrict him, preventing him from summoning the iron mantises at will to collect the corpses of first-tier mutated beasts. Having said this, Jiang Yuan did not wait for Qin Nanshu's response and quickly strode away towards the forest, his silhouette soon fading from view. Nanshu, that guy is so ungrateful. You extended an invitation, and he outright rejected your kindness. A girl sitting next to Qin Nanshu in the vehicle exclaimed, visibly exasperated as she watched Jiang Yuan's retreating figure. A young man in the passenger seat nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's rather ungrateful of him. He thinks he can just venture into the wilderness to hunt mutated beasts on his own, as if this place were his backyard. Yet, Qin Nanshu merely shook her head slightly. Forget it. If he doesn't want to, that's his choice. I am concerned about him encountering danger in the wild. After all, we have been classmates for 3 years. She was aware of Jiang Yuan's situation. She had heard that his awakened professional potential was low. Yet he was unwilling to abandon the path of becoming a professional, which led to his dismissal from the Jiang family. Thus, she had felt a twinge of compassion. To her surprise, he had rejected her offers so decisively. Jiang Yuan deserves to be cast out by the Jiang family. With his disposition, even if his potential as a professional were high, he would still have no future, the short-haired girl huffed, clearly displeased by Jiang Yuan's refusal. All right, Xiaoya, don't be upset. Let's not let someone who doesn't want to take action affect our mood. We should continue to the area we explored yesterday and see if there are any new mutated creatures similar to the one with blade-like arms covered in scales. Each carcass is worth $1 million, and that's already beyond the earnings from a third-tier elite mutated creature, the young man in the passenger seat suggested. Yesterday, they had encountered a mutated creature with blade-like arms in the wild and had exerted tremendous effort to defeat it. To their astonishment, the professional guild had appraised it at a staggering $1 million. It's worth noting that hunting an elite third-tier mutated creature typically fetched only a few $100,000 from the guild. Indeed, we shouldn't let a completely unrelated individual affect our mood. The short-haired girl nodded emphatically. Subsequently, the 5th-tier professional assigned to protect Qin Nanshu resumed driving the vehicle, steering it away from the electrified area at the city gate. Navigating through the dense jungle, they traversed roads overrun with various plants and ravaged by tree roots. Delving deeper into the primordial wilderness, Number 2 and Number 3 proceed to scout for traces of mutated beasts nearby and coordinate with the iron mantises to pinpoint their locations. Deep in the jungle, Jiang Yuan, having confirmed that no one was nearby, opened the ant nest space and summoned all the reconnaissance ants and mature iron mantises. He left 1 reconnaissance ant and 3 iron mantises to safeguard his safety, dispersing the rest to search for signs of first-tier mutated beasts. Judging by the previous day's sweep, the mature iron mantises possessed commendable individual combat prowess. As long as they did not encounter second-tier creatures, there would be no issues. Furthermore, due to natural hatching overnight, his ant nest space had yielded 2 newly born iron mantises. With some nourishment from mutated beast carcasses, they would grow rapidly. Jiang Yuan found a secure location, allowing the reconnaissance ants to fly high for surveillance while he patiently awaited developments. After approximately 10 minutes had elapsed, the first iron mantis, having traversed the pheromone network established by the ant nest, conveyed information regarding captured prey. Subsequently, the entire colony of iron mantises surged forth like a torrent, transmitting signals of successful hunts in a steady stream. However, the dimensional pathways connecting to the nest could only be accessed in proximity to Jiang Yuan. Thus, those triumphant iron mantises could only transport their captured prey with their pincers, as if returning home, drawing nearer to his location. Prompt: analysis of non-ant biological gene sample 045 is complete. This organism is classified as a first-tier ordinary mutated being, possessing faint fire elemental traits. Should it be added to the ant gene repository? Prompt: analysis of non-ant biological gene sample 046 is complete. This organism is categorized as a first-tier elite mutated being, exhibiting enhanced exoskeletal aberration characteristics. Should it be added to the ant gene repository? Prompt: analysis of non-ant biological gene sample 051 is complete. This organism is classified as a first-tier ordinary mutated being, possessing increased neural response characteristics. Should it be added to the ant gene repository? As time elapsed, the 51 biological gene samples Jiang Yuan had acquired during his hunt yesterday were finally fully analyzed after extensive processing of numerous first-tier mutated corpses. The subsequent mutated corpses were placed in the rearranged 001 biological gene slots, specifically 052 and 053. Although 2 gene samples remained unprocessed and unrecorded, they were sourced from second-tier mutated organisms and were temporarily of no use. Consequently, Jiang Yuan continued to focus his analysis on first-tier biological gene samples. With the subsequent gene samples being analyzed and added to the ant nest gene repository, Jiang Yuan simultaneously integrated these gene-like clusters into the ant gene blueprint, augmenting its volume to nearly the size of second-tier biological genes. Prompt: the foundational genes of the ant nest army under your control have successfully surpassed the genetic tier limit, achieving second-tier genetic strength. Over half an hour later, within the ant nest gene repository, the ant biological gene blueprint finally surpassed the first-tier limit after consuming 2 first-tier ordinary biological gene clusters. Furthermore, due to the inclusion of several first-tier elite biological genes during the fusion process, a distinct hue of green emerged within the ant gene-like cluster. Thus, integrating genes with higher potential into the ant gene blueprint would indeed optimize and enhance the inherent quality of the ant genes. Jiang Yuan's heart raced with excitement. Should other incubators learn of this, they would surely succumb to envy. While it is true that the genetic quality of initial organisms in an incubator can be enhanced through the fusion of certain elements, all of those elements are exceedingly rare. Unlike his approach, which merely required the consumption of some mutated biological genes of the same tier as the nest to directly elevate the quality of the incubated organisms. Chapter 8. I am the catastrophe. This truly was an unexpected boon. Jiang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. It was no wonder he felt such exhilaration. The quality of incubated organisms, akin to mutated beasts, could achieve green status, ensuring that upon maturation, they would directly evolve into elite-level beings. In other words, if the original genes within the ant nest gene repository reached green quality, even without further gene fusion, he could directly incubate and guarantee that all ant species would attain the minimum elite standard. Next came the creation of second-tier incubated organisms. Once a second-tier template was formed, he could mass-produce second-tier ants and venture into regions populated by second-tier mutated beings for hunting. Jiang Yuan suppressed his inner excitement and refocused on the ant nest gene repository, ultimately deciding to fuse the genes of a first-tier elite biological specimen with those of a second-tier blue-scaled rat, selecting the optimal combination from within. First, he fused the genes of the iron arm mantis with those of the second-tier blue-scaled rat, using ant genes as the foundation, resulting in a first-tier elite template. Next, he combined the genes of the frenzied rabbit with the blue-scaled rat genes, yielding a second-tier ordinary template. Although its effects surpassed those of the iron arm mantis, it remained limited to ordinary biological status. It was not until Jiang Yuan attempted to fuse the genes of the thunderhorned rabbit with the second-tier ant genes, incorporating the blue-scaled rat genes, that he finally obtained a promising second-tier ant template. Prompt: you have successfully created a new ant species by using ant genes as the foundation and adding blue-scaled rat genes and thunderhorned rabbit genes. This organism possesses traits from ants, blue-scaled rats, and thunderhorned rabbits. Prompt: please name this new species. Species: unnamed ant blue-scaled rat thunderhorned rabbit. Status: mature form. Grade: second tier elite. Potential: green, excellent. Traits: mighty jaw thunder, light green, lightning strike, light green, paralytic light sphere, light green, blue-scaled armor thunder, light green. Description: this is a wholly new species of ant, endowed with the thunder horns of the thunderhorned rabbit and the scaled armor of the blue-scaled rat. Influenced by the genetic traits of the thunderhorned rabbit, its scaled armor has undergone a beneficial mutation. All 4 traits are uniformly green, although they are merely light green. It is undeniable that the quality of the ant species hatched from this template has already grazed the threshold of elite status. Once their numbers are sufficiently vast, even mutated beings of deep green potential, graded as second-tier elites, would find it impossible to withstand the onslaught of his ant army. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan named this new ant species the Thunderlight ant and placed it into the incubation chamber of the ant nest. The incubation period of 20 hours was double that of the iron mantis. Fortunately, he had unlocked the correct method for unlimited mass production, directly utilizing repeatedly hunted mutated organisms as resources and materials to expedite the incubation of the Thunderlight ant. Soon, after over 30 iron mantises relentlessly hunted and transported, the first Thunderlight ant was successfully hatched. Species: Thunderlight ant. Status: neonate. Grade: second tier ordinary. Potential: green, excellent. Traits: mighty jaw thunder, white, lightning strike, white, paralytic light sphere, white, blue-scaled armor thunder, white. Description: this is a brand new species of ant, featuring the thunder horns of the thunderhorned rabbit and the scaled armor of the blue-scaled rat. with the genetic traits of the thunderhorned rabbit inducing a beneficial mutation in the fused scaled armor. It is a blue ant measuring nearly 50 centimeters, adorned with horns reminiscent of the thunderlight rabbit, and its body surface is covered with a fine layer of blue scales. Additionally, influenced by the thunderhorn trait, the scaled armor's surface glimmers with faint traces of lightning. However, it remains merely a neonate. Thus, regardless of its physique or the abilities it possesses, it remains in a state of incompleteness and immaturity. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan began to instruct the Iron Mantis to feed the corpses of mutated creatures they had hunted to the newly hatched Thunder Ant. In no time, this diminutive creature underwent 2 successive growth phases and transformations, expanding rapidly from nearly 50 centimeters to an impressive 85 centimeters, a size attainable only by elite-tier creatures of the second stage. The maximum growth for standard-tier creatures is merely 80 centimeters. The antennae of the Thunder Ant crackled with electricity, emitting a sphere of paralysis that was nearly half the size of that released by a thunderhorn rabbit, surrounded by visible arcs of electricity. It soon coalesced into a concentrated form and accurately struck the trunk designated by Jiang Yuan, incapacitating a second-tier ordinary mutated creature that had been hiding among the branches. The creature remained paralyzed until the Iron Mantis, being of a lower tier, whisked it away with its blade-like appendage. Impressive. This ability is undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Jiang Yuan was exceedingly pleased. This was merely a single Thunder Ant. If he could amass 30 or more, akin to the Iron Mantis, even second-tier ordinary creatures would likely be left twitching and incapacitated. With this thought, Jiang Yuan continued to issue commands through the ant nest, instructing the scout ants and Iron Mantises to hunt more mutated creatures. He also dispatched the matured Thunder Ant to collaborate with the scout ants and Iron Mantises in the pursuit of second-tier ordinary mutated creatures. As time progressed, the number of Thunder Ants hatched from the ant nest grew at a remarkable pace. By the afternoon of the second day, the Thunder Ants had surpassed the Iron Mantises, becoming the most numerous species under Jiang Yuan's command. Next, he aimed to sweep through the second-tier biological zones to acquire more elite genetic material, subsequently cultivating elite-tier creatures with deep green attributes. Upon returning to his hotel in the city, Jiang Yuan rested for another night before departing the bustling human metropolis, entering the realm of mutated creatures. With a mere thought, he activated the ant nest to open a transdimensional passage, summoning all mature ant soldiers into the real world. Nearly 40 Thunder Ants, each measuring 85 centimeters and sporting horns, accompanied by over 30 Iron Mantises of 50 centimeters, appeared majestically behind Jiang Yuan. As they advanced, a small group of mutated creatures ahead was engulfed in a deluge of paralysis spheres. The 30-plus Iron Mantises quickly followed up with lethal strikes. Despite the fact that the group of mutated creatures had achieved second-tier status and had developed exceptional hardness by integrating stone attributes, they could inflict no harm upon Jiang Yuan's ant forces. Soon, they were entirely eradicated by the Iron Mantises, their remains transported to the ant nest for genetic analysis. Becoming part of the ant nest's genetic repository, standing behind the swarm, Jiang Yuan felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Although the number of ant soldiers he had hatched was still far from rivaling the scale of a natural disaster, at this moment, I am disaster itself. It seemed to have been thoroughly materialized. Chapter 9, Jiang Che. This has absolutely nothing to do with that waste. Recording successful, ID 9527 Ant Hatchery Master. Successfully killed a first-tier ordinary stone-skinned frog, earning 10 merit points. Current merit points accumulated, 3430. Recording successful, ID 9527 Ant Hatchery Master. Successfully killed a second-tier ordinary stone-skinned frog, earning 100 merit points. Current merit points accumulated, 3430. Once the last of the stone-skinned frog group was exterminated, Jiang Yuan stepped out from behind the swarm to record his merit points using the scanning device. 7 stone-skinned frogs, though not all of second-tier rank, still provided him with over 300 merit points. He did not overlook the corpses of these frogs, tossing them into the ant nest as genetic samples or raw materials for gene analysis. After all, the growth of ant species is inextricably linked to the fusion and consumption of genes. Regarding the ant species, Jiang Yuan decided to primarily utilize the Thunder Ants, with Iron Mantises and Scout Ants as support. Once he acquired more second-tier genes, he would attempt to fuse them into stronger templates to hatch deep green second-tier elite species. Before long, the corpses of the 7 stone-skinned frogs were disposed of by the Iron Mantises into the ant nest, accelerating the gene analysis speed of the second-tier samples. However, due to the scarcity of second-tier genetic material, Jiang Yuan refrained from further fusing a new ant species template. Instead, he directed the scout ants to disperse and search for other second-tier creatures, instructing the Thunder Ants and Iron Mantises to hunt them down. Unbeknownst to him, His rampant hunting left many professional teams participating in the current joint examination in a state of confusion. The teams trailing behind him found no trace of mutated creatures, save for some blood. What is happening? Why have we not encountered a single mutated creature along the way? A perplexed 18-year-old girl gazed at the eerily quiet jungle nearby. Not far away, Jiang Che, the eldest son of the Jiang family accompanying her, could not help but frown, a shadow of darkness concealed beneath his seemingly calm gaze. Young master, should we change our area? The direction we are heading appears to have been cleared by other professional teams, remarked one of the fourth-tier professionals assigned by Jiang's father, who had been inspecting the nearby traces and was now hastily approaching Jiang Che. The third-tier professional beside the girl nodded in agreement, stating, based on my deductions, the blood of those mutated beasts on the ground must have been left recently. If we continue following this path, we might struggle to achieve any gains. Then let us hasten our pace and circumvent that professional team, Jiang Che suggested, glancing at the two glowing red and green points in his hand, indicating the direction ahead. Due to the absorption of source energy crystals and the enhancement of fusion attributes, he had only recently exited the source energy training chamber. He had received location information from Qin Nanshu's close friend, knowing their approximate whereabouts. He intended to hunt mutated creatures while making his way in that direction, but unexpectedly, their route coincided with that of other professional teams. As for Qin Nanshu, according to Zhao Ye's reply, she and her team had not lingered near the city but had instead ventured deeper into the wilderness, attempting to hunt second-tier ordinary mutated creatures to accumulate their combat experience. Subsequently, the group of four continued driving deeper into the wilderness, following Jiang Che's indicated direction. However, even then, they encountered no mutated creatures during their journey. Only remnants of battle scars and scratches left by dragged corpses remain. Just how extensive is the hunting territory of this professional team? Despite our considerable detour, we have yet to escape their hunting grounds. Moreover, in all the locations where skirmishes have occurred, we have only observed traces of combat and blood, with no sign of the mutated creature's remains. Could it be that this is a hunting team composed entirely of incubators or summoners? Otherwise, how could they possibly cover such a vast area? Another area devoid of anything but blood and battle remnants. The young girl accompanying Jiang Che, upon glimpsing the situation through the car window, could not help but furrow her brows and exclaim. However, as soon as her words fell, her gaze shifted slightly, landing on Jiang Che, who had also paused. Cousin, I recall that your younger brother is an incubator, isn't he? Do you think he might be part of this team, comprised entirely of incubators and summoners? Impossible. There is absolutely no connection to that waste. Jiang Che promptly shook his head in denial. The current number of incubators and summoners is exceedingly scarce, making it virtually impossible to assemble a joint examination hunting team. Furthermore, the units his brother hatches possess both low quality and combat prowess, making it unlikely for other professionals to desire to team up with him. Perhaps there are newly awakened professionals who have hired an incubator or summoner, which could explain the presence of numerous first-tier mutated creatures alongside the disappearance of their corpses. Why quality incubators yield only feeble ant-like units? Any professional with a modicum of sense would not allow such a liability into their team. Additionally, it is inconceivable that mutated corpses would vanish alongside them. After all, to hunt over such an expansive area indicates that the incubators or summoners within this professional team possess commendable qualities, enabling them to disperse their summoned creatures across the wilderness to hunt and carry away abundant mutated corpses. Merely the fact that his inept brother does not meet this standard is evident. I concur with the young master. This must be the work of second or even third-tier incubators or summoners. They can simultaneously summon dozens of creatures for auxiliary combat, each equivalent to a professional of the same tier. Jiang Che's father, a fourth-tier professional, also strongly endorsed Jiang Che's assessment. As a professional nurtured by the Jiang family, he was accustomed to such matters. After all, if the Jiang family can cultivate professionals, other families can certainly train incubators or summoners. Moreover, with adequate compensation, professionals can be enlisted from the guild, even entire teams. Let us proceed. Otherwise, we will scarcely manage to hunt any mutated creatures. After inspecting the traces on the ground, Jiang Che urged the driver to accelerate. It was only when the four encountered mutated creatures that they ceased to circumvent, with two third-tier and fourth-tier professionals taking action. Jiang Che and the girl merely needed to scan the mutated corpses post-battle to acquire the corresponding hunting merits. However, none of them noticed that while they were dispatching the second-tier mutated creature, a winged ant, perched high above, observed them with its jet-black compound eyes. Simultaneously, the antennae on its head twitched rhythmically, silently transmitting the captured images and information to a specific location. Chapter 10. A new gameplay for resource collection. Another high-tier professional? 1 kilometer away, Jiang Yuan received information relayed from the ant nest by the second unit, his brow slightly furrowing. As the ant troops he dispatched encountered human professionals more frequently during their hunts for mutated creatures, casualties among the thunder ants and iron mantis began to rise. Whether summoned by summoners or hatched by incubators, these creatures are fundamentally mutated life forms, often mistaken for mutated creatures by other professionals in the wild. It appears we must avoid that area. Based on the reconnaissance data from the second unit, the opposing side can effortlessly slay second-tier elite mutated creatures, indicating their professional tier is at least third tier. Jiang Yuan quickly inferred this and, without hesitation, issued commands through the ant nest for the thunder ants and iron mantis in that region to withdraw. Otherwise, if they were to encounter this hunting team, he feared he would lose more mature ant units. In addition, for the ensuing period, Jiang Yuan shifted the hatching focus of the ant nest to incubating scout ants, enabling these aerial ant creatures to lock onto the locations of nearby professionals from the skies, thereby avoiding encounters with them. However, this also resulted in his dispatched ant units abandoning their hunting targets upon receiving warning signals from the scout ants, hastily retreating from the area. This significantly slowed the ant nest gene pool in collecting and analyzing second-tier mutated creature genetic samples. For the time being, this is the only course of action. Otherwise, should I confront those professionals head-on, the summoned ant units would likely continue to suffer casualties. At that point, compensating for the losses would become even more troublesome. Nevertheless, I do not return empty-handed. At the very least, by dispatching scout ants to monitor nearby hunting teams, I have unexpectedly unlocked a new gameplay for resource collection. Upon returning to the urban area, Jiang Yuan deliberately rented an off-road vehicle. While deploying scout ants to monitor others, he also located the corpses of mutated creatures they had slain. Although these individuals take away materials from the mutated corpses, the remaining flesh is excellent hatching material or catalyst for analyzing genetic samples. The hunting team, led by Qin Nanshu, provides him with the most mutated creature corpses. As Jiang Yuan drove away from the urban area, he frequently spotted their off-road vehicle heading toward areas populated by second-tier mutated creatures. The scout ants and iron mantis he dispatched almost always returned with a significant number of second-tier mutated corpses. Buzz. The void trembled lightly. Through the dimensional void of the ant nest, Jiang Yuan sensed a message transmitted from a scout ant in another direction. It had discovered a second-tier elite mutated creature, measuring 1 meter in size. This creature had mutated from a squirrel, its bushy tail constituting roughly half its length, yet its inherent abilities were formidable and terrifying. Whether it is the lightning ant or the iron mantis, none can withstand the ferocious bite of this creature. Furthermore, its speed is astonishing. Jiang Yuan deployed several lightning ants, simultaneously releasing paralyzing light spheres, yet none were able to bring it down. Instead, 3 of the lightning ants met their demise at its hands. Its teeth seemed exceptional, likely the manifestation of its mutated genetic traits. Jiang Yuan climbed onto a branch of a large tree, directing his gaze toward the mutated squirrel in the center of the battlefield. In stark contrast to its unusually fluffy tail, the 2 gleaming, metallic teeth protruding from the squirrel's mouth appeared remarkably distinctive. He had observed clearly just moments ago. As an iron mantis amidst the lightning ants swiftly raised its blade-like arm to parry the squirrel's attack, only for a resounding metallic clash to ensue, leaving a visibly clear dent on the iron mantis's arm. It is noteworthy that the iron mantis's arm can cleave through the skin and scales of even common second-tier mutated creatures. This indicated the terrifying quality of the mutated squirrel's genetic traits. The iron mantis squad surrounded it. The lightning ants, concentrating their paralyzing light spheres, initiated a carpet bombing assault, launching a comprehensive area attack. Jiang Yuan issued commands from beneath the ant nest. Given the squirrel's remarkable speed, he was compelled to employ a sweeping strike approach to blanket the area it occupied, thereby effectively sealing off all its escape routes. Squeak. Nearly 20 iron mantises charged recklessly toward the mutated squirrel, and despite its incredible speed, it failed to break free from the encirclement in time. As it ferociously severed the arms of 2 iron mantises, even claiming 1 life, the paralyzing light spheres coalesced, forming a massive net that descended upon the mutated squirrel, incapacitating all nearby iron mantises, leaving them sprawled helplessly on the ground. A golden opportunity. Observing the scene, Jiang Yuan swiftly commanded the lightning ant closest to the mutated squirrel to unleash its lightning strike ability. Using the horns sprouting from its head, it pierced through the mutated squirrel's body entirely. Successful acquisition. Ant number 9527, the Hatchery Master, successfully eliminated the second-tier elite gold-eating mouse, earning 500 merit points. His current merit points accumulated to 5120. Jiang Yuan descended from the tree, trunk to the ground, and quickly drove his off-road vehicle to the side of the mutated squirrel's corpse, with the successful acquisition notification echoing. His merit account surged past the 5,000 mark, reaching an impressive 5,120 points. Afterward, Jiang Yuan deposited the entire corpse of the mutated squirrel into the ant nest to analyze its genetic samples using its manifested genetic traits, while the remaining parts served as resources for gene analysis. However, even with this, a significant amount of time would still be required for complete analysis. Fortunately, he had hatched a considerable number of scout ants to monitor other hunting teams and dispatched some iron mantises to retrieve the discarded flesh of mutated creatures left behind by those teams. A thought struck him. Since the species hatched from the ant nest resembled mutated creatures, could they also be utilized as resources for consumption? Gazing at the ant corpses slain by the gold-eating mouse, a wild idea sparked in his mind. He promptly communicated with the ant nest to absorb all the extra ant corpses. As he anticipated, both the lightning ant and iron mantis corpses served as viable resources and materials for accelerating gene analysis. Notification: non-ant species genetic sample 015 analysis completed. This creature is a second-tier elite mutated being possessing enhanced mandibles. Would you like to add it to the ant gene library? With the deceased iron mantises and lightning ants completely consumed by the ant nest, the progress bar for the gold-eating mouse's genetic sample promptly reached 100%. Chapter 11. Second-tier elite template, gold-eating ant. Next, the task was to fuse genetic traits and endeavor to create a higher-quality offensive ant species. Jiang Yuan observed the genetic light cluster representing the gold-eating ant within the ant nest and began the fusion process with the original ant genes. Additionally, he attempted to incorporate genes from other organisms to minimize and neutralize discrepancies between the two genetic traits. Through continuous experimentation, Jiang Yuan had discerned certain rules regarding gene fusion templates. Specifically, the quantity of biological genes fused does not correlate directly to quality. Rather, offensive and defensive traits often inhibit one another during the majority of fusions. For instance, when fusing the blade arms of the iron mantis with the scale traits of the black iron snake within a single ant species template, there is a significant probability of diminishing the prominent effect of one of the traits. Furthermore, if the disparity in quality between other biological genes and ant genes is too great, fusion failures may occur, resulting in uncontrollable defects in the final ant species template, such as congenital deformities, an inability to manifest traits, or even the emergence of weak breeds that perish upon hatching. Notification: by using the ant genes as a base and incorporating the gold-eating mouse and swift rabbit genes, you have successfully created a new ant species that possesses traits from the ant, gold-eating mouse, and swift rabbit. Notification: please name this new species. After several attempts with various biological genes, it was upon adding the swift rabbit's gene that a second-tier top-tier ant species template was birthed, the gold-eating ant. Jiang Yuan named it. Species: gold-eating ant. Status: matured. Tier: second-tier elite. Potential: green, excellent. Traits: gold-eating powerful mandibles, deep green. Melting stomach, deep green. Melting exoskeleton, green. Speedy green. Description: this is a brand new ant species that possesses the anatomical structure of an ant, along with enhanced mandibles, stomach, and exoskeleton derived from the gold-eating mouse, while its legs are reinforced with traits from the swift rabbit. Jiang Yuan's gaze swept over the biological template. This ant species, which fused the characteristics of the gold-eating mouse and swift rabbit, also exhibited notable changes in its physical attributes. Most prominently, fine fur appeared on its thoracic and abdominal regions, and its legs became more robust. Moreover, the most significant alteration in the gold-eating ant was found in the large mandibles atop its head. Not only has it acquired a striking metallic sheen, but its length has also increased by at least threefold, nearly matching the size of a head. Indeed, quite impressive. Although the exoskeleton and speed characteristics are somewhat lacking, the attack power has flawlessly inherited the traits of the golden-eating mouse. Jiang Yuan is exceedingly pleased with this development. As he ventures deeper into the second-tier zone, the blade-like arms of the iron mantis may seem somewhat inadequate when confronted with certain defensive mutant creatures. However, with the addition of the golden-eating ant's mandibles, the ant-like creatures will find encounters with such mutants considerably easier. A resonant hum reverberates through the dimensional void. Jiang Yuan swiftly receives a transmission from the iron mantis he dispatched for corpse collection, relaying the information waves through the ant nest. The elite team of professionals operating in Zone 2 has relocated to other areas, and all the mutant corpses they eliminated have now congregated in one place. It appears that fortune smiles upon him, as a vast expanse of mutant corpses serves as a resource for hatching golden-eating ants. He is confident that it will not be long before he possesses a thriving colony of these ants. A flicker of joy dances across Jiang Yuan's brow. He promptly opens the door of his off-road vehicle and hurries towards the area marked by the Iron Mantis, where the mutant corpses are piled high. This unique method of information transmission is comprehensible only among ant-like creatures. Jiang Yuan can locate the general position of the ant troops and transmit information over long distances solely through the ant nest. According to his observations, the connection between the ant creatures and the nest can extend over 3 kilometers. Moreover, as the life tier of the ant species ascends, this distance continues to increase. For instance, the first-tier elite scout ant and the second-tier elite lightning ant, 2 distinct life tiers, can transmit information over a distance differing by at least 2 kilometers. In no time, guided by the scout ants, Jiang Yuan swiftly drives his vehicle to the site where the Iron Mantis has accumulated the corpses. A variety of mutant creatures, ranging from first-tier standard to second-tier elite, are present in substantial numbers. He had not anticipated that these minions would prove so effective. With minimal effort on his part, merely deploying a few scout ants to monitor and collecting the corpses they leave behind, he can secure a wealth of hatching materials. After parking the vehicle, Jiang Yuan strides directly toward the vicinity of the mutant corpses. All the mutant creatures share a common trait. The genetically manifested parts have been removed by the professionals. While there are indeed numerous locations within the city that recycle mutant corpses, the various materials capable of forging equipment and weapons are the primary choice for professional teams. After all, compared to hauling away entire mutant bodies, merely collecting the genetically manifested segments is considerably easier. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan opens the ant nest space and utilizes the majority of the mutant corpses for hatching the golden-eating ants. The 9 hatching slots continuously cultivate, and within a mere moment, the first golden-eating ant larva, adorned with a hint of golden exoskeleton, appears beside him. Remarkably, despite just hatching, it has already reached a length of 60 centimeters, clearly larger than the mature Iron Mantis. Species, golden-eating ant status, neonate. Tier, second elite. Potential, green, excellent. Traits, powerful mandibles, light green, melting stomach, light green, molten gold exoskeleton, pale green, rapid speed, pale green. Description, this is a novel species of ant, possessing the anatomical structure of an ant, along with enhanced mandibles, stomach, and exoskeleton characteristics inherited from the golden-eating mouse. Its legs have also acquired traits from the wind rabbit. Jiang Yuan examines the attributes of the golden-eating ant. Aside from the exoskeleton and speed traits, which are in a transitional phase of white interspersed with green, the other 2 traits have reached a shallow green level, indicating elite trait manifestation. He then feeds several mutant corpses to this golden-eating ant, enabling it to swiftly progress from larva to mature state. Not only does its size grow to 1 meter, but the manifested traits of its mandibles and stomach also elevate to deep green, achieving the utmost tier of size and combat prowess for a second-tier creature. Soon after, additional golden-eating ant larvae continue to hatch from the ant nest, voraciously consuming the mutant corpses around them. By the time he has cultivated 7 mature golden-eating ants, the mutant corpses he had set aside for accelerating their growth have been entirely depleted. Chapter 12 Jiang Yuan. The beads of the Jiang family's abacus are nearly bouncing off my face. Is this still not enough? Jiang Yuan gazes through the dimensional void at the newly hatched, eagerly awaiting golden-eating ant larvae in the ant nest space, and cannot help but let out a soft sigh. Although his method of corpse collection has inadvertently generated a plethora of invisible resources for him, the vast dispersion of mutant creatures across the area limits his gains. After all, these mutants are not clustered like swarming insects. They do not appear in dense packs. Conversely, aside from the social mutants, most possess their own territories and domains. This implies that within the same area, the number of mutant creatures is unlikely to be significant. Furthermore, even if they are present, the weaker ones tend to hide, making them difficult for professionals to detect. Those that are easily found have long since become prey for other mutant creatures. With a thought, Jiang Yuan continues to communicate with the scout ants, inquiring where the professional teams have ventured after leaving this area and whether they are effectively hunting mutant creatures. Additionally, he instructs the scout ants to seek out regions devoid of professional teams, driving over to deploy his golden-eating ants for hunting. It is only as dusk approaches that Jiang Yuan recalls the majority of his ant creatures and drives his vehicle back to the city. Other professional teams, like him, are gradually returning as well. Nanshu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to encounter you again. In the hotel parking lot, as Jiang Yuan maneuvers his vehicle inside, he unexpectedly comes across his elder brother Jiang Che and Qin Nanshu. This fellow is clad in armor crafted from 4th-tier materials, accompanied by the 4th-tier professional trained by Jiang's father. Apologies, Jiang classmate, we are not very familiar. Please call me by my name or refer to me as Qin classmate. Qin Nanshu halts, casting a slightly furrowed glance at Jiang Che. At that moment, the professional beside her steps forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her to prevent Jiang Che from approaching. Nan, Miss Qin, do you not understand my intentions? Moreover, our families, the Qins and the Jiangs, have long-standing ties. Grandfather Qin hopes we can spend more time together. Jiang Che coughs lightly to mask his embarrassment and continues speaking. I am myself, and my grandfather is my grandfather. If you believe my grandfather speaks wisely, then you should engage with him more. Qin Nanshu still did not bestow any amiable countenance upon Jiang Che. As the belle of the third school, the line of suitors vying for her affection could stretch around the entire schoolyard. However, she had no intention of choosing her partner at this juncture. Up until now, she had yet to encounter anyone who could truly stir her heart. Miss Qin, Jiang Che's countenance turned awkward, and he could only subtly signal Zhao Ye, who stood beside Qin Nanshu. The latter quickly grasped his intent, and, taking Qin Nanshu's hand, remarked, Nanshu, you are being rather cold, aren't you? I think Jiang is quite commendable. Not only is he handsome, but he also comes from a respectable family, and he has awakened elemental career traits. Yet, before she could finish her words, Qin Nanshu interrupted, if you find him commendable, then this opportunity is yours. I merely wish to return and enjoy a good night's sleep. With that, she disregarded Jiang Che's reaction and turned, making her way toward the elevator hall of the parking lot. Cousin, wait for me. The young man accompanying her, a fifth-tier practitioner, quickly followed suit, leaving Zhao Ye and Jiang Che behind. It was truly unexpected that the prospective bride of the young master of the Jiang family was merely a figment of certain individuals' presumptions. Jiang Yuan remained in the SUV, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Prior to this, he had assumed that the Qin family had long agreed to the union with the Jiang family due to the influence of the Jiang family's elder. To his surprise, the party in question, Qin Nanshu, had not only declined the proposal but seemed quite resistant to it. TSK. The Jiang family truly calculated their moves well. It felt as though the beads of their abacus were nearly bouncing off my face. They sought to bind the Jiang and Qin families together through marriage, and their prior coercion to extract resources left by the elder Jiang was likely to bolster their eldest brother's prospects for this union. However, to speak frankly, though the Jiang patriarch may not compare to the elder Jiang, he was still a fifth-tier practitioner. Nurturing his esteemed brother to enter the elite training camp at Jing University should not be an insurmountable task. Ultimately, it boiled down to a disdain for the perceived inferiority of his awakened career traits, prompting the desire to seize the resources left by the elder. This way, they could cultivate his brother without depleting the Jiang family's existing resources, enabling rapid growth while gaining the Qin family's support. The only casualty in this scheme was none other than him, a seemingly dispensable waste. I shall head up now. I will continue to create opportunities for Nanshu. But for the time being, do not exert too much pressure. According to Nanshu, her ideal partner is someone who can truly make her heart flutter. If you inadvertently provoke her aversion, your hopes may dwindle. Upon seeing Qin Nanshu's figure recede, Zhao Ye turned to Jiang Che to convey her message before hastily following after her. Jiang Yuan, still in the vehicle, watched with keen interest until Jiang Che and his companions took the elevator and departed the parking lot. Only then did he alight from the SUV and enter another elevator, making his way back to his room. From the moment he departed the Jiang family, everything associated with them became irrelevant to him. Thus he regarded even his biological brother as a stranger. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan took a shower in his room and had the hotel staff bring him a sumptuous dinner. After satisfying his hunger, he lay on the bed, allowing his consciousness to sink into the ant nest space, utilizing the genetic samples in the gene bank to experiment with various combinations. It was akin to permutations in mathematics. Only the correct combinations of genetic samples could yield a sufficiently powerful ant species template devoid of physical and genetic defects. What could the genes of a third-tier organism possibly resemble? Lacking a specific reference point, he was uncertain how far the ant genes were from the third tier. As he gradually enriched the gene bank with second-tier biological genes, Jiang Yuan incorporated all the deciphered genes into the ant species' genetic blueprint, striving to elevate its grade. After devouring this batch of second-tier genes, the state of the ant species' genetic blueprint had notably expanded. Moreover, whether it was merely his perception or not, Jiang Yuan sensed that after assimilating those second-tier genes, the shape of the ant species' genetic blueprint had undergone some alteration. It no longer resembled the roughly spherical light mass it once was. Instead, 3 areas protruded outward, while other sections retracted inward, with the curvature becoming increasingly gentle. However, without a comparison to third-tier biological genes, he could not ascertain how close the current ant species' genetic blueprint was to that level. Chapter 13. Trait Overlap, Second-Generation Thunderlight Ant. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Jiang Yuan casually ate a bit at the hotel restaurant before driving his SUV out of the city. Following the repeated combinations from the previous night, he finalized a genetic template for a ranged ant species. This template still incorporated the genes of the thunderhorn rabbit, but he additionally mixed in a second-tier mutated electric creature, enhancing the paralysis effect of the second-generation thunderlight ant. However, due to a lack of raw materials, Jiang Yuan did not accelerate its hatching, so it would still require several more hours before it could emerge from the ant nest. To his surprise, the Jiang family's prodigy had been trailing behind Qin Nanshu persistently, like a stubborn adhesive. Shortly after departing the urban area, Jiang Yuan released scouting ants to survey the surrounding environment. He soon discovered that Jiang Che was driving a vehicle that kept a distance behind Qin Nanshu. Yet, he paid little heed to this, merely dispatching a single scouting ant to monitor them from the air before heading in another direction. Although the information transmission range of the scouting ants was only about a kilometer, they could relay messages through other ant species. This meant that as long as the transmitting scouting ant and the ant nest were connected by another ant species, the information could be relayed back to the nest through that intermediary. Before long, Jiang Yuan arrived at an area devoid of many practitioner teams and sent all the thunderlight ants and iron mantis from the ant nest out to hunt in conjunction with the dispersed scouting ants. After about an hour, the ant swarm returned with enough remains of mutated creatures to hatch the second-generation thunderlight ant species. Thunderlight ant, second generation. Status, neonate. Rank, second tier elite. Potential, green, excellent. Traits, mighty jaw thunder, white, lightning strike, light green, paralytic light sphere, light green, azure scaled armor thunder, light green. Thunder accumulation, light green. Description, this is a novel species of ant, possessing the thunderous horns of the thunderhorn rabbit, the electrical accumulation of the purple lightning ferret, and the scaled armor characteristics of the azure scaled mouse. Influenced by the genetic traits of both the thunderhorn rabbit and the purple lightning ferret, its fused scaled armor has undergone a beneficial mutation. The newly hatched second-generation thunderlight ant boasts innate traits that directly reach a light green standard. This indicates that once it fully matures, the traits of the paralytic light sphere and lightning strike could ascend to a deep green level. Judging purely by trait potential, the second-generation thunderlight ant, with its fusion of electrical traits, surpasses even the first-generation gold-devouring ant, which possesses a deep green talent in strength. A faint smile graced Jiang Yuan's lips. The attributes of the lightning category are inherently formidable. Even the first-generation thunderlight ant, created simply by merging the genes of the first-tier elite thunderhorn rabbit, can topple second-tier mutated creatures solely with its paralytic light sphere. Now that the trait rank has been elevated, the offensive capabilities of the second-generation thunderlight ant may very well be beyond the endurance of even third-tier mutated beings. However, one must remain grounded. Even if the second-generation thunderlight ant could bring down third-tier creatures, the paralysis duration would undoubtedly be brief. Moreover, upon encountering fast-moving or heavily armored mutated beings, it would be exceedingly difficult for my newly hatched ants to eliminate them. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuan refrained from recklessly venturing into deeper areas. After all, these so-called territorial divisions are not as rigorously defined as one might think. Regions near urban areas that host first-tier mutated creatures may also harbor second or even third-tier beings. Most high-tier mutated creatures are far more vigilant to danger and thus tend to avoid areas with frequent human activity. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan continued to remotely command the ant swarm to hunt various mutated creatures, hastening the hatching and growth of the second-generation thunderlight ants. 3 days slipped by once more. The number of second-generation thunderlight ants successfully reached over 40, all having matured into formidable adults, becoming a powerful trump card in Jiang Yuan's arsenal, even against third-tier or even fourth-tier professionals, without substantial armor protection. The chances of being incapacitated by the paralytic light sphere amidst an assault from over 40 second-generation thunderlight ants are considerable. Yet, this is insufficient. Far from adequate. I must hatch more combat units. Having traversed from the land of flower cultivation, Jiang Yuan naturally inherited a profound fear of insufficient firepower. After all fears stem from a lack of firepower. Soon, several more days passed, and the deadline for the joint examination drew ever closer. The numbers of second-generation thunderlight ants and gold-devouring ants that Jiang Yuan had hatched surpassed 50, complemented by the iron-armed mantises, scouting ants, and first-generation thunderlight ants. He now commanded an army of war ants numbering no less than 200. Concurrently, the 3 protrusions of the second-tier ant gene blueprint became increasingly pronounced, as if the circular light orb were being constricted into a triangular shape. Meanwhile, in a jungle devoid of any urban traces, Qin Nanshu, having just completed a battle, received a nutrient solution from Xiaoya to replenish her stamina. Following this, she retrieved her scanning device, aimed it at the corpse of the mutated creature on the ground, and activated the scanning function. Successful recording. Number 0176, Mutated Ice Elemental Master, successfully eliminated second-tier ordinary Bone Cold Snake, earning 100 merit points. Current merit points accumulated, 1960. Nanshu, you're progressing remarkably fast, capable of independently taking down second-tier ordinary mutated creatures. Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes filled with envy. Although her professional traits were commendable, her potential merely reached an excellent green level, starkly contrasting with Qin Nanshu's rare blue tier. This disparity elucidates why both Nanshu and Xiaoya, despite being first tier, could slay a second-tier ordinary mutated creature. A vigilant fifth-tier professional skillfully wielded a hunting knife, severing the head from the bone-cold snake's carcass before tossing it into the back of the off-road vehicle. The quartet then continued onward. However, just as they advanced a few hundred meters, a blue flame abruptly shot forth from the right, landing on the front of the off-road vehicle. The next moment, the engine hood was blown off. Even though the fifth-tier professional quickly erected a source energy barrier, it only held for 2 or 3 breaths. Fortunately, the fifth-tier professional's reflexes were exceptionally swift, and before the source energy barrier shattered, he had already led the 3 others outside the explosion's radius. A low, hoarse growl echoed through the smoke billowing from the vehicle. The reconnaissance ant, soaring high above and monitoring Qin Nanshu, locked onto the source of the sound the instant it emerged, identifying a beast far larger than an ordinary tiger. Chapter 14, Lord-level mutated life. 2 kilometers away, Jiang Yuan, engaged in hunting mutated beasts, promptly received the imagery transmitted by the reconnaissance ant through other ant species. The silhouette depicted a colossal creature, somewhat resembling a tiger, yet distinct in its patterns, predominantly exhibiting a blend of gray and black fur. Moreover, the beast's length extended to at least 8 meters. According to the common adage that larger mutated creatures correlate with higher tiers, the mutated beast encountered by Qin Nanshu and her companions likely reached a 6th tier level. No, wait. It is not a 6th tier. The deep blue triangular patterns indicate that this is merely a 5th tier leader-level mutated beast. Jiang Yuan's gaze fixated on the faint deep blue glow outlining a triangular pattern on the creature's forehead, a special source mark exclusive to leader-level mutated beings. The source energy mark of leader-level mutated life forms is categorized into 4 levels of color intensity, with deep blue representing the most potent. Thus, Jiang Yuan could clearly ascertain the life tier of this tiger-like mutated being. Its elevated trait rank accounts for its larger size compared to other 5th-tier mutated creatures. Roar. The tiger-shaped beast issued another roar, and in the next instant, its figure materialized near Qin Nanshu and her companions, raising its paw to swipe at the 5th-tier professional. Young Master Zhou, take miss and flee. The 5th-tier practitioner invoked their characteristic ability, summoning a formidable stone wall from the depths of the earth to shield against the ferocious assault of the tiger-shaped behemoth. As a 5th-tier practitioner nurtured by the Qin family, he was acutely aware of the terror embodied by this beast, a 5th-tier leader-level mutated entity, no less. Moreover, it possessed a deep blue characteristic quality, surpassing him by 2 tiers. Qin Nanshu's cousin, Zhou Lingyan, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. He urgently seized both Qin Nanshu and Zhao Yiting, urging them to flee swiftly toward the city. However, scarcely had they made their escape when yet another tiger-shaped mutated creature stealthily pursued them from the very direction where the previous leader-level beast had emerged. Accompanying this tiger was a smaller variant, adorned with purple quadrilateral markings. Was this a lord-level mutated entity? Judging by its size and the level of its source markings, its life tier should not exceed the 2nd tier. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance ants that had arrived swiftly transmitted the situation and imagery back to Jiang Yuan. With just a glance, his attention was captivated by the diminutive figure, merely 2 meters tall, yet adorned with a deep purple quadrilateral source marking upon its forehead. If I could acquire its biological gene, wouldn't I be able to directly fuse a lord-level genetic template? Jiang Yuan's heart raced with anticipation. Lord-level characteristics. This was something he had scarcely dared to dream of. It was crucial to note that even a mere leader-level mutated creature could, at maturity, reach a minimum of the 4th tier. Even if their juvenile forms were potentially 2nd tier, they would certainly never be found near urban areas, much less the even rarer lord-level entities. Nonetheless, while the 5th tier leader-level mutated creature was momentarily detained by Qin Nanshu's protector, the remaining 4th tier elite mutated creature was still beyond his capacity to confront. The distinction between the 3rd and 4th tiers was a significant divide. Moreover, the ant species he had managed to hatch only reached a maximum of 2nd tier elite, falling short of even the 3rd tier, let alone the 4th. unless someone could separate this second-tier creature from the fourth-tier elite tiger. Much like the way the leader-level beast was being held at bay, he might seize the opportunity to leverage the numerical superiority of the ants to hunt down this juvenile lord. Just as Jiang Yuan hesitated on whether to make a daring move, Jiang Che, seated in an all-terrain vehicle within the nearby forest, awaited his guards to dispatch the mutated creature. Upon glancing at the information received via his communicator, a gleam of joy illuminated his face. Uncle Jean, Uncle Li, hurry into the vehicle. Nanshu and the others are in trouble. We must assist them. The news had come from Zhaoya, indicating they were besieged by a fourth-tier elite mutated creature alongside a second-tier lord-level beast. The fifth-tier practitioners in their squad were also incapacitated by another mutated entity. If he could arrive promptly, wouldn't he that capture Qin Nanshu's attention? He was skeptical that the young lady of the Qin family would continue to resist him, her savior, as she had previously. It seemed that fortune favored him. As with his entrance, he believed it would not be difficult to hold off the fourth-tier elite mutated tiger. Through the reconnaissance ants, Jiang Yuan was apprised of Jiang Che's movements, and he could not help but relax his furrowed brow. A fourth-tier practitioner possessed a potential on par with elite mutated creatures. Even if he could not vanquish the foe, he could certainly delay it for a considerable time, ample enough for him to plot against the lord-level mutated life. Simultaneously, Zhou Lingen and his companions were pursued by the fourth-tier elite mutated creature. Zhou Lingen, whose life tier had reached the third, was grievously wounded in a mere exchange with the approaching fourth-tier beast. The disparity in their life tiers rendered his characteristic talents, equally at the green level, insufficient to withstand the assault of the fourth-tier mutation. With a low growl, the 2-meter-tall tiger beast advanced menacingly towards Qin Nanshu and Zhaoya, its mouth gathering a swirl of purple flames. Fortunately, having honed her combat instincts through recent skirmishes, Qin Nanshu reacted swiftly, unleashing her ice attribute ability to conjure an ice spear from the ground that struck toward the creature's neck. This caused the purple flames it had been conjuring to veer off course, igniting a nearby tree with a resounding explosion, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The tree, capable of being embraced by 2 individuals, toppled as a result. It appeared that Qin Nanshu and her companions had merely been unfortunate enough to be selected as the honing stones for this second-tier juvenile lord. Yet, this was advantageous. The less combat experience this little creature possessed, the more favorable it was for him. From the nearby thicket, Jiang Yuan observed the skirmish between Qin Nanshu and the tiger beast, unable to suppress a slight smile. The ant units he had previously dispersed, aside from the reconnaissance ants, had all been recalled to the ant nest space. Now, he awaited the timely arrival of his elder brother to hold off the fourth-tier elite tiger, enabling him to summon the ant species and commence his hunting strategy. Chapter 15. The frightened Jiang family prodigy. A cacophony of roaring engines echoed from the distant forest, rapidly approaching Qin Nanshu's vicinity. Uncle Jean, Uncle Li, please. Jiang Che called out to the 2 guards in the all-terrain vehicle as he spotted Qin Nanshu battling the tiger beast. Instantly, Zhang Li and Li Wen sprang from the vehicle, charging toward the tiger beast, creating an opportunity for Jiang Che to approach and rescue Qin Nanshu. However, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. As Zhang Li and Li Wen hindered the second-tier tiger beast's assault, Jiang Che reached the vicinity of Qin Nanshu and Zhaoya. Suddenly, the severely wounded fourth-tier tiger beast lunged from behind the thicket, pouncing upon the third-tier Li Wen and incapacitating him with a single strike. The disparity in life tiers rendered him gravely injured and devoid of the ability to act. With a piercing roar, the fourth-tier tiger beast unleashed its fury. The previously detained second-tier tiger beast seized the moment to evade Zhang Li and charged straight toward Jiang Che and Qin Nanshu. Cousin, get in the vehicle quickly. The mutated beast is closing in. The girl in the all-terrain vehicle had already swung the vehicle around, her foot opening the passenger door from the driver's seat. Jiang Che and Qin Nanshu dared not delay, swiftly diving into the vehicle. Instead, Qin Nanshu summoned the power of source energy within her, directing it towards the approaching second-tier tiger beast, unleashing a shard of ice to impede its movement, thereby affording Jiang Che, Zhaoya, and herself a fleeting moment of respite. The roar of the engine resounded as the girl in the driver's seat pressed the accelerator, propelling the SUV forward with a surge, only to be met with a violent crash and an ensuing explosion. Through the rearview mirror of the vehicle, they beheld a blossoming violet flame erupting at their previous position. Number 1, let us pursue. Jiang Yuan commanded with a mental signal, instructing the reconnaissance ant to take flight in the direction of Jiang Che and the others' escape. The thunderous sounds reverberated from ahead. Approximately 3 minutes later, the second-tier tiger beast caught up to the SUV, launching a purple fireball that struck the rear wheel, flipping the vehicle over entirely. Nanshu, hold on. I'll fetch help immediately. Upon the SUV's overturning, it landed on its rear, rendering the back door deformed and inoperable. Meanwhile, Jiang Che, seated in the passenger seat, witnessed the approaching tiger beast with unwavering determination, swiftly urging his cousin to flee toward the city. Leaving Qin Nanshu and Zhao Ye to navigate the precarious situation atop the overturned vehicle towards the ajar front door. Is this truly the future of the Jiang family? The prodigy spoken of by Jiang father and mother? And this is the outcome. Jiang Yuan, suspended in the air, was momentarily taken aback by the scene. He had anticipated that his elder brother would seize the opportunity to shine in front of Qin Nanshu, yet he was astonished to find him fleeing in utter cowardice. Moreover, if his eyes did not deceive him, it appeared that the fellow was so frightened he had lost control of his bowels. With a growl, the second-tier tiger beast slowed its pace, flames flickering once more in its maw. It was over. Reeling from the impact of the SUV and still somewhat disoriented, Qin Nanshu instinctively shut her eyes. At such close proximity, even clad in fifth-tier armor, her safety was far from assured. However, at that moment, a series of heavy thuds echoed from outside the SUV, and the anticipated purple fireball did not descend upon her. Instead, an unexpected swarm of mutated insects had emerged, encircling the second-tier tiger beast. Despite the stark difference in size between the two, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming. The closest among them launched an immediate assault. The original target of the purple fire was abruptly interrupted by these swarming insects. Nevertheless, the second-tier tiger beast was ferocious, even with its body covered in a hard exoskeleton. It still inflicted numerous casualties among the insects with its claw strikes. First-generation lightning ants, deploy paralysis orbs. Second-generation lightning ants, prepare for follow-up strikes. Jiang Yuan observed the battlefield from above. Once the gold-eating ants had restrained the tiger beast's movements, he promptly commanded the lightning ants at the periphery to unleash paralysis orbs. This second-tier Lord-level mutated creature exhibited combat prowess, at least on par with a third-tier elite. And it was not of the common light green or pale green variety. Crackling with electricity, dozens of lightning orbs emerged from the nearby thicket, enveloping the second-tier tiger beast like a net. As the tiger beast, ensnared by the gold-eating ants, instinctively attempted to evade the lightning orbs upon their appearance. Its movements were thwarted by the ants' blockade, resulting in a direct hit from the initial wave of paralysis orbs. The blue arcs of electricity flickered as the beast momentarily succumbed to paralysis, but its robust physique soon regained its mobility. With an enraged roar, it bit off the head of one gold-eating ant. The swarm of gold-eating ants continued to surge forward, filling the gap left by their fallen comrade. At that juncture, the paralysis orbs conjured by the second-generation lightning ants shot forth from the thicket once more, crashing down upon the second-tier tiger beast. The creature glanced at the approaching lightning orbs, its bright yellow eyes now devoid of the initial urgency, replaced instead by disdain. These attacks, which could merely stun it momentarily without causing any damage, were dismissed as insignificant. The tiger beast chose to ignore them and redirected its fury toward the nearby gold-eating ants, striking them with its claws. However, as the second wave of lightning orbs descended, the previously dismissive tiger beast suddenly perceived a stark difference in this attack compared to the last. Upon being struck by the lightning orbs, it not only felt a heightened sense of paralysis, but also a searing pain. Seizing this opportunity, the gold-eating ants ferociously tore into the second-tier tiger beast, undeterred by the menacing purple flames emanating from its body. Second-generation lightning ants utilized lightning strike. The ruse had succeeded. Jiang Yuan immediately communicated with the ant forces, instructing the second-generation lightning ants to target the second-tier tiger beast engulfed in purple flames, releasing an attack akin to the paralysis orbs. In the next moment, dozens of second-generation lightning ants, grouped into fives, charged recklessly towards the purple flames. The blue lightning flickered amidst the violet fire, flickering and then dimming. The number of second-generation lightning ants Jiang Yuan had hatched dwindled significantly in the process. Ultimately, after suffering considerable losses, he successfully wore down the second-tier Lord-level tiger beast within the purple flames. Soon after, the destructive violet fire began to shrink rapidly until it vanished, revealing the second-tier tiger beast inside, its form mangled and bloodied, no longer resembling a tiger. Chapter 16, Dual Lord-level Traits. Finally, it has perished. From his vantage point above the battlefield, Jiang Yuan gazed down at the corpse of the second-tier tiger beast, the weight on his heart lifted at last. He then adjusted the collar of his shirt to shield his face before mentally communicating with the reconnaissance ant, guiding it closer to the tiger's carcass on the ground. At that moment, Qin Nanshu emerged from the front passenger door of the SUV and caught sight of Jiang Yuan descending from the sky. Clad in standard protective gear with a matching cap, he appeared tall and slender, yet unlike seasoned professionals, he exuded an air of youthfulness. As she shook her dazed head, Qin Nanshu intended to approach and express her gratitude for his timely rescue when the charred bodies of the insects, along with that of the tiger beast, were suddenly consumed by an invisible dimensional rift. This is a summoner. Witnessing this spectacle, she was left astounded. Qin Nanshu's beautiful eyes flickered with a glimmer of brilliance. This was a summoning space exclusively possessed by summoners, a realm where summoned creatures, or even the remains of those creatures, could be stored. As for that tiger beast, it was likely that it had been sacrificed to the beast world by the opposing party to replenish their losses of summoned beings. When a summoner performs a contract summoning, it is not without cost. They must offer items that would satisfy the beings of the other realm for a response to their call. However, with such a multitude of insects, one could only wonder about the potential capabilities of this man. She had encountered summoners before. Even exceptional purple-tier summoners could not summon so many creatures simultaneously. They needed to leave quickly. That 4th-tier tiger beast had already severely injured the 4th-tier practitioner from the Jiang family, and would likely be here shortly. While Jiang Yuan collected the corpse of the tiger beast, he also monitored the situation of the other 2 tiger beasts through the reconnaissance Ant left behind. The 5th-tier leader-class tiger beast was being held back by Qin Nanshu's guards and was temporarily unable to approach. In contrast, the 4th-tier tiger beast was evidently gaining the upper hand and was on the verge of killing the Jiang family's practitioner. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan collected the 2nd-tier tiger beast's remains and immediately communicated with the 1st reconnaissance Ant to guide him away from this area. The encirclement of the 2nd-tier leader-class tiger beast had nearly resulted in disaster. He could only imagine the peril posed by a higher life form, a 4th-tier elite tiger beast. Oh, he almost forgot about the 2 women. As the 1st reconnaissance Ant ascended higher, Jiang Yuan glanced down at the still recovering Qin Nanshu. He then summoned 2 more reconnaissance ants from the ant nest space, directing them towards the location of the 2 women. With their claws, they grasped onto the armor of the women and swiftly departed from the area. Before long, Jiang Yuan returned to the vicinity of the off-road vehicle. He retrieved a brand new set of standard armor from within the vehicle and thoroughly sprayed himself with a specialized odor-eliminating mist, ensuring no area was left untouched. Once this was completed, he drove the off-road vehicle, redirecting his path back towards the city. Under the current circumstances, remaining in the wilderness was no longer an option. Otherwise, he would likely face the pursuit of those 2 tiger beasts, the 4th-tier and 5th-tier. Roar. The off-road vehicle had scarcely traveled a short distance when an enraged roar erupted from the nearby jungle, startling the low-tier mutated creatures into a panicked flight. From the visuals relayed by the reconnaissance ant, the 4th-tier elite tiger beast had arrived at the location where he had summoned the ant legion to encircle the leader-class tiger beast. Flames glimmering with a green hue erupted from its mouth, accompanied by its furious roar, creating a massive crater exceeding 5 meters in depth in the ground below. However, this was not the main concern, as the roar of the 4th-tier tiger beast echoed into the distance. The 5th-tier leader-class tiger beast engaged with Qin Nanshu's guards unleashed a surge of deep blue flames. The 5th-tier practitioner, who had previously been able to hold their ground, was instantly engulfed by the blue fire emanating from the tiger beast, sending them flying dozens of meters away. Fortunately, the 5th-tier tiger beast did not target him. Surrounded by blue flames, it rushed towards the area from which the roar of the 4th-tier tiger beast had come. In mere moments, it traversed nearly 1,000 meters, lowering its head to sniff the spot where the corpse of the 2nd-tier tiger beast had last rested. It raised its head and searched the surroundings for a moment before ultimately locking onto a direction. It began pursuing the forest where Qin Nanshu and Zhao Ye had retreated. Such keen olfactory senses to track a scent, Jiang Yuan, observing the images transmitted back by the reconnaissance ant, felt a surge of astonishment at the remarkable tracking abilities of the 5th-tier leader-class tiger beast, which could even detect scents left behind in the air. Fortunately, he had been exceedingly cautious, having prepared multiple contingencies. When he collected the corpse of the 2nd-tier tiger beast through the Ant Nest's dimensional portal, he had avoided direct contact with any nearby entities. Moreover, apart from the reconnaissance ants, he had also recalled all other ant species into the ant nest space upon their departure, preventing the 5th-tier tiger beast from tracing them. As for the final step, it involved changing his clothes and armor near the off-road vehicle and employing the scent-masking spray. However, given the current situation, even without taking these additional precautions, the 5th-tier leader-class tiger beast would likely be unable to trace the scents and traces he had left behind. Whether they could survive now depended entirely on their own luck. Jiang Yuan finally relaxed, silently praying for Qin Nanshu and the 2 women, before directing his attention back to the analysis of the leader-class tiger beast's genes within the ant nest space. The countdown displayed a progress bar of 40 hours, yet it had only advanced by a mere 2 thousandths. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yuan decided to integrate the corpses of the deceased ant species into the gene sample analysis of the tiger beast. The previously sluggish progress bar surged forward at a remarkable pace with the addition of these ant corpses. In mere moments, it reached 99% completion. Notification: non-ant species gene sample 026 analysis complete. This creature is a second-tier leader-class mutated organism with flame and strength amplification traits. Would you like to add it to the ant species gene repository? Flame and strength amplification dual traits? And both at the leader-class level? Jiang Yuan gazed at the notification from the ant nest, instinctively swallowing hard. He had encountered dual-trait mutated organisms before. For instance, any ant species he had hatched that incorporated two biological genes displayed two or more distinct source traits. However, dual traits in mutated organisms were considerably rarer. More commonly, as life levels transitioned, other abilities related to their inherent traits gradually awakened or were mastered. For example, purple fire and flame explosion were merely derivative abilities of their core traits. The acquisition of a dual leader-class source trait gene sample was indeed a significant boon. Jiang Yuan promptly selected to confirm. In the next moment, a gene sample radiating a deep purple hue, simultaneously embodying two entirely different sequences, materialized within the gene repository of the ant nest. Chapter 17, Leader Class Species, Explosive Flame Ant. Next, he would merge the leader class traits to create his own leader class species, thereby qualitatively enhancing his disaster army. Jiang Yuan allocated a portion of his consciousness to attempt the fusion of other biological genes into the original ant gene and the purple leader class gene within the ant nest. First, he tried the ordinary white genes. Aside from a few exceptions, the majority could not withstand the characteristics of the leader class genes, resulting in the fusion yielding ant species samples of only second-tier elite or leader class quality. While these were not inferior to the gold-eating ants or the second-generation Thunderlight ants, they failed to reach their full potential. The effects of Lord-level genetic traits are evident. Among the few nearly perfect fusion genes, the highest-ranking soldier samples have merely attained a light purple standard, falling short of the upper limits of the second-tier tiger beast by two minor tiers, purple and deep purple. I hope that the elite-level biological genes will yield some surprises. Otherwise, I will have to resort to hatching the light purple-level ant soldiers. Jiang Yuan's gaze shifted away from the trio of light purple soldier samples and continued to attempt to infuse the ant race's primitive genes with the Lord-level genetic mass. Adding green elite-level genes. The first biological sample exhibited a dominant trait of light purple. The second was deep blue, the third light purple, and the fourth purple. Overall, the characteristics displayed by the ant soldier samples, enhanced with elite-level biological genes as harmonizers, were significantly stronger than those of the previous ordinary-level genes. Moreover, the second-tier elite genes differed from the first-tier elite genes, suggesting that the disparity in life levels also impacts the fusion of soldier genes. It seems that the elite mutated creatures that have ascended to the second-tier possess distinctions in genetic levels compared to those that have not. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. This is akin to human professionals. Even with identical dominant traits, the differences in life levels can affect the mastery of those traits. For instance, the green excellent level trait can reach a growth limit of up to the fourth tier. However, before a professional fully matures, substantial gaps exist between the first and second tiers, as well as between the third and fourth tiers. The same applies to mutated creatures. A purple level trait merely indicates its potential to evolve into an eighth tier, Lord-level mutated life form. Simultaneously, when compatible with lower life levels, it possesses capabilities that surpass those of lesser traits. Alas, this mutated large cat's life level has only reached the second tier. Otherwise, its dual property Lord-level traits would manifest even greater abilities. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan understood that if it weren't for this tiger beast's life planet being confined to a second-tier standard, even losing nearly half of the ant soldiers would guarantee the acquisition of its trait genes. Tip: you have used the ant race's genes as a foundation and incorporated the genes of the explosive flame cat and the thunderhorn rabbit, successfully creating a new ant species that possesses the traits of ants, the explosive flame cat, and the thunderhorn rabbit. Species: unnamed ant explosive flame cat, thunderhorn rabbit. Status: mature body. Rank: second tier, Lord. Potential: purple, exceptional. Traits: powerful mandibles, thunderfire, deep green. Explosive purple flame, deep purple. Strength amplification, deep purple. Paralysis light sphere, light blue. Lightning strike, blue. Description: this is a completely new ant species, endowed with the power of the explosive flame cat and the dual traits of purple fire, while also possessing the lightning attributes of the thunderhorn rabbit. Influenced by the genetic traits of the explosive flame cat, its trait quality has seen favorable growth. Tip: please name this new species. Jiang Yuan gazed at the ant soldier samples in the ant nest repository, which had integrated the thunderhorn rabbit genes, resulting in a deep purple aura that stood out prominently among the samples. Even the first-tier traits of the thunderhorn rabbit had successfully elevated to blue lord level, marking a qualitative leap. Let us call it the explosive flame ant. Jiang Yuan named this newly born ant species after the explosive flame cat, as its genetic traits were predominantly derived from it. Subsequently, he placed this genetic sample into the ant nest's incubation chamber, utilizing the remaining ant soldier corpses from gene analysis to expedite the hatching process of the explosive flame ant. In just a few breaths, a 1-meter-tall ant, sporting a thunderhorn even more robust than that of the second-generation Thunderlight ant, materialized in the ant nest soldier space. Faint light purple source patterns intermittently appeared and vanished on its head and the exoskeleton adorned with the thunderhorn. Like other ant soldier species, the initial form of the explosive flame ant was considerably weaker in both size and trait capabilities compared to its mature form, necessitating energy consumption or resource devouring for rapid growth. With a thought, Jiang Yuan fed the newly hatched explosive flame and a dozen ant soldier corpses. Gradually, it became evident that the explosive flame ant size began to swell rapidly. 1 meters, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, finally ceasing its consumption at 5 meters. Jiang Yuan examined its panel, and it had completely transformed to match the samples displayed in the gene repository. A second-tier lord-level life form, its size rivaled that of a third-tier elite-level creature. Coupled with the dual abilities of lord-level traits, it was likely that even ordinary third-tier elite mutated creatures would find themselves at a disadvantage against the explosive flame ant. This was particularly true in one-on-one confrontations. Should he summon nearly 200 explosive flame ants as he had during the hunt for the explosive flame cat, even fourth-tier elite creatures would find themselves challenged. In nearly a month's time, transitioning from the capability to hatch merely first-tier ordinary worker ants to birthing explosive flame ants that could rival third-tier elite creatures was a remarkable growth rate. Jiang Yuan mused that even the so-called genius professionals striving to enter the prestigious elite training camp at Jing University would likely struggle to match his pace. A smirk graced Jiang Yuan's lips. His growth surpassed that of his fraternal brother by a considerable margin. Furthermore, he achieved this independently, unlike the genius from the Jiang family, whose father arranged for a fourth-tier professional to escort him for strength enhancement, only to be frightened into submission when faced with the fourth-tier tiger beast, which ultimately led to the professional's demise. Next, he awaited the joint examination and enrollment plans conducted by various professional academies. Once successfully admitted to a mid-tier institution, he would gain access to the second-stage resources left behind by his father in the bank. At that point, he would command an army of catastrophe composed of hundreds of explosive flame ants, and as long as he did not encounter gregarious fourth-tier elite mutated creatures, he would have no reason to fear. Chapter 18. Qi Nanshu. I'm sorry, but I have already found someone who captivates my heart. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions suddenly erupted from the jungle to the right front of the off-road vehicle, accompanied by bursts of green and blue flames rapidly ascending from that direction, spreading throughout the surrounding forest. Could it be that the two mutated large cats had caught up with Qi Nanshu and her companions? Jiang Yuan slammed on the brakes and, through the ant nest, contacted the reconnaissance ants that had escorted Qi Nanshu and her companions. At that moment, the two enraged tiger beasts had tracked down Qi Nanshu and her companions using the residual scent in the air. However, they were airborne. The two tiger beasts found themselves temporarily at a disadvantage, resorting to conjuring fireballs imbued with explosive properties to launch long-range assaults from the ground. Alas, the aerial maneuverability of the reconnaissance ants was exceptionally high, even with Qi Nanshu and the two women in tow. Those reconnaissance ants could precisely track the trajectory of the fireballs, thanks to the innate abilities of the ghost-eyed dragonfly, and deftly evade them in advance. Consequently, the relentless attacks from the two tiger beasts resulted in nothing but empty strikes, culminating in a cacophony of explosions as the fireballs detonated upon the forest floor and trees, igniting a sprawling inferno of blue and green flames. How audacious! A mere fifth-tier mutated creature dares to intrude upon our human territory. A thunderous voice echoed from the front, followed by a figure clad in the uniform of the city guard, emerging from the underbrush, a sixth-tier elemental stone master, Qian Lingtian, a brigadier general of the Shenshin Guard. Renowned for his mastery in manipulating stone into animate constructs, he was also reputed to possess formidable personal abilities, having allegedly slain seventh-tier mutated beasts. His potential was deemed at least exceptional. Roar! The fifth-tier tiger beast felt the oppressive aura emanating from Qian Lingtian and, after exhaling a blue fireball, decisively changed its course to flee deeper into the jungle. Observing this, Qian Lingtian raised his right hand, causing the ground to tremble as massive stones rose, transforming into a 10-meter-tall humanoid stone golem that pursued the fleeing tiger beast. Nanshu, dear niece, are you unscathed? As the stone golem surged forward, Qian Lingtian finally lifted his gaze towards Qin Nanshu, his expression softening from its earlier intensity. Thank you, Uncle Qian, I am unharmed, Qin Nanshu replied, shaking her head. At this moment, Jiang Yuan communicated with the reconnaissance ants, instructing them to head towards Qian Lingtian's location before gently setting the two women back on the ground. With the presence of this pinnacle 6th-tier brigadier general, the crisis facing the illustrious Qin schoolflower was effectively averted. Soon, the two reconnaissance ants flitted their wings and flew off in the direction the tiger beast had fled, disappearing amidst the nearby thicket. What are those insects? Qian Lingtian inquired, shifting his focus back to the now recovering Qin Nanshu. They are summoned creatures of a summoner. When we were attacked by the tiger beasts, the opponent summoned hundreds of these insects, which managed to slay that 2nd-tier Lord-level tiger beast. They were also the first to transport us from the depths of the jungle back towards the city, Qin Nanshu succinctly explained. The distress signal had been sent by her using a communication wristband during their encounter with the tiger beast. However, the distance was considerable, and despite having acquaintances in the city guard, it was challenging to arrive promptly. I see, that individual has indeed rendered me a significant favor. Otherwise, if anything had happened to you, dear niece, I would have had no face to meet your father, Qian Lingtian acknowledged with a nod. Just then, the humanoid stone golem he had summoned returned, lumbering back with a nearly 5-meter-long 4th-tier tiger beast, dragging it like a defeated dog. As for the 5th-tier beast, it had successfully escaped from the grasp of the stone golem at the cost of the 4th-tier's life. The information relayed from the golem indicated that the tiger beast's speed was astounding, far beyond what the golem could pursue, which explained why it did not continue the chase, allowing the 5th-tier mutated creature to flee. Qian Lingtian sighed inwardly, altering the form of the stone golem from a tiger beast into an 8-legged spider, carrying Qin Nanshu and the two women towards the city. The humanoid stone golem continued to trail behind, dragging the 4th-tier tiger beast's carcass at a measured pace. Unbeknownst to him, the 5th-tier tiger beast had proven to be exceedingly cunning, evading even a 6th-tier professional. It was not until this moment that Jiang Yuan summoned back the reconnaissance ants, directing them to return to his location based on the nest's coordinates. After he had set Qin Nanshu and the two women down, he had immediately instructed the ants to follow the humanoid stone golem. However, the 4th-tier tiger beast had suddenly reversed its course, desperately entangling itself with the golem. Despite the obvious disparity in combat power, this diversion provided the 5th-tier Lord-level tiger beast with ample time to escape. By the time the humanoid stone golem dealt with the 4th-tier beast, the 5th-tier creature had long since vanished. With a hum, the air quivered as the two reconnaissance ants returned, prompting Jiang Yuan to activate the dimensional portal, retrieving them back into the ant nest space. He then drove his off-road vehicle in the direction of the city. Hey, isn't that my good brother? Has he changed his pants and come out again? Minutes later, upon returning to the city entrance, Jiang Yuan slowly followed the vehicles entering the city, passing through the checkpoint when he spotted a very familiar figure. At that moment, Jiang Che had changed into a clean outfit and was earnestly standing before Qin Nanshu. Nanshu, it is wonderful that you are safe. I just contacted my father to arrange for someone to rescue you, and I didn't expect to run into you here. As the car window cracked open, Jiang Yuan heard his good brother's voice drift in from outside the off-road vehicle. Rescue us, Jiang Young Master? Are you certain you returned to fetch reinforcements, rather than leaving Nanshu behind to distract that mutated creature? Before Qin Nanshu could respond, Zhou Lingen, who had received emergency treatment and was now seated in a wheelchair, interjected bluntly. During his critical state awaiting rescue, Qin Nanshu had attempted to contact him, and after confirming his safety, she briefly recounted their ordeal. Cousin, I swear I did not abandon Nanshu. Our communication devices malfunctioned, and we could only contact for help once we returned to the city. Jiang Che hastily defended himself. What a remarkable coincidence. That both you and your cousin's communication devices failed at the same time, Zhou Lingen retorted with a tone laced with mockery. At this moment, the usually aloof Qin Nanshu also displayed a hint of disdain. She had not considered this angle until now. Reflecting on it, it seemed her grandfather had held a high regard for this talented scion of the Jiang family, who had even taken the time to change his clothes before returning, appearing anything but anxious to rescue them. Unconsciously, the image of the mysterious summoner who had descended with hundreds of summoned insects surfaced in Qin Nanshu's mind. Even in the face of a Lord-level tiger beast comparable to a 3rd-tier elite, he showed no signs of retreat, instead employing a 2nd-tier insect swarm strategy, utilizing the distinct traits of the insects to outwit and ultimately vanquish the beast. Nanshu, you must believe me. Everything I say is true, and my feelings for you are as clear as day. Jiang Che urgently attempted to divert the conversation. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Nanshu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Apologies, but I have already found the one who stirs my heart. Chapter 19. The City Exit Prohibition. Could it possibly be me? A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Yuan's mind as he overheard this, but he swiftly dismissed it. It was undoubtedly impossible. Even if I had saved her, it would be improbable for her to feel any affection for me without any clear understanding of the situation. At that time, he had deliberately obscured his face with his clothing to avoid complications. Moreover, he had been facing away from Qin Nanshu. Even if he had turned to glance at her, the angle would have made it impossible for her to discern his features. Thus, the individual who captured the heart of the esteemed class leader Qin must surely not be him. Perhaps this was merely an excuse for her to distance herself from him. Her devoted older brother. After all, a refusal without reason is less direct than claiming one's heart belongs elsewhere. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan closed the car window and successfully entered the city along with the convoy. However, shortly after his departure, Zhaoya, who stood behind Qin Nanshu, looked at her in surprise and remarked, "Nanshu, the person you mentioned, it couldn't be the summoner who saved us, could it?" "Indeed," Qin Nanshu replied without hesitation. "He is both courageous and strategic. He managed to slay that second-tier Lord-level tiger beast solely with a horde of second-tier summoned insects. Do you not find him remarkable?" Jiang Che, who had yet to leave, suddenly bore an exceptionally grim expression. The hero who rescued the damsel and captured Qin Nanshu's heart had employed such a method. Unwilling to accept it, why was it that he too had acted as a hero but could not evoke the same feelings in Qin Nanshu? Jiang Yuan remained blissfully unaware of this. He had already parked his SUV in the hotel's underground garage and returned to his room. Reclining comfortably in a bathtub filled with hot water, his mind shifted to the ant nest space, where he monitored the hatching and growth of the explosive flame ants. Jiang Yuan's strategy involved simultaneously hatching the explosive flame ant soldiers while utilizing the corpses of the ant species to enhance their growth. After all, compared to the mature explosive flame ants, the initial hatchlings were significantly weaker. Having lost nearly one-third of the ant species, he had managed to produce 13 explosive flame ants, a reduction of almost 3/4. However, the combat prowess of the explosive flame ants was incomparable to those earlier ant species. Even the second-generation Thunderlight ants could barely withstand their onslaught. In contrast to the explosive flame cats, the explosive flame ants inherited the characteristics of ants. Though their exoskeletons were not particularly robust, they surpassed those of feline creatures like the explosive flame cats. Moreover, the enhancement of strength also provided a degree of fortification to the explosive flame ants' exoskeletons. The next step was to wholeheartedly cultivate the explosive flame ants, classified as second-tier Lord-level species. Once they matured, even fourth-tier elite-level mutated creatures would be no match for them. A smile crept upon Jiang Yuan's lips. The attributes of the explosive flame ants, aside from their original dual lord characteristics, exceeded his expectations. Initially, Jiang Yuan had thought that as long as he could perfectly fuse this gene to create a lord-level ant species, he would be satisfied. To his surprise, he found that even the original genes and the genetic traits of the thunderhorned rabbits had seen some enhancement and growth. Splashing. After finishing his bath, Jiang Yuan emerged from the tub, donned a loose-fitting set of pajamas, and summoned the hotel staff to bring him a sumptuous dinner. He refrained from using the scanning device to catalog the remains of the explosive flame cat. While the second-tier mutated life form might yield significant merit points upon successful cataloging, it was merely a visually appealing specimen with little practical use. Instead, it could attract unnecessary trouble. After all, ordinary and elite-level mutated creatures could easily be cataloged by hiring professional colleagues willing to pay. However, the Lord-level explosive flame cat possessed combat capabilities comparable to those of third-tier elite-level beings, and it was far from the ordinary experience of mutated creatures. With the first-stage resources left by the old master, he could not afford to hire professionals capable of vanquishing such mutated beings. Soon, morning arrived the following day. After a light breakfast at the hotel, Jiang Yuan drove his SUV toward the city gate. However, upon reaching the vicinity, he discovered that the city gates were firmly shut. A considerable number of adventurer teams were blocked ahead, and many individuals and vehicles were already turning back toward the city. "Brother, what is happening ahead? Why are they blocking the road?" Just as Jiang Yuan was puzzled by this situation, a person in a nearby SUV rolled down the passenger window and inquired of a few adventurers returning along the roadside. "The Lord's Mansion has issued a prohibition order, temporarily banning all adventurers below the 4th tier from leaving the city. Apparently, several mid-tier mutated creatures are slaughtering our human adventurers outside the city. To prevent casualties among us lower-tier adventurers, The Lord's Mansion has proclaimed this prohibition and dispatched the city guards to eradicate them. Mid-tier mutated creatures? And several of them? At this, an image of the escaped 5th-tier tiger beast involuntarily surfaced in Jiang Yuan's mind. 1 2nd-tier lord level, 1 4th-tier elite level, and 1 5th-tier leader level. All of the same mutated species. Clearly, this was not the entirety of the mutated beings. It seemed there would be no way to exit the city for the time being. He had originally planned to take advantage of the remaining days to venture into other areas outside the city to bolster his numbers of explosive flame ants. A lord-level species. If he could hatch and nurture even a single mature specimen, it would be akin to possessing an additional trump card comparable to a 3rd-tier elite-level mutation. Now, he had no choice but to extinguish that thought and remain within the city's safe zone, waiting for the city guards to finish their eradication of the mid-tier mutated creatures. Like human adventurers, mutated beings are also classified into 9 life tiers. The 1st to 3rd tiers are lower tier, the 4th to 6th tiers are mid-tier, and the 7th to 9th tiers are upper tier. This classification exists because each time one crosses 3 life tiers, whether for human adventurers or mutated beings, they inevitably awaken an ability related to their inherent traits. Of course, this is not absolute. Some adventurers and mutated beings may also awaken abilities at other stages, but unlike tier crossing, it is not guaranteed. Hence, it is not included in the tier classification. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan redirected his vehicle and returned to his hotel room, intending to relax while awaiting the commencement of the joint examination enrollment in a few days. As long as he could gain admission to the Intermediate Adventurer Academy, he would have access to the 2nd stage resources left by the old master, allowing him to cultivate a substantial number of explosive flame ants. Meanwhile, within the Jiang family villa, Jiang Yuan's father and mother bore expressions of considerable distress. The 4th-tier guardian they had arranged for Jiang Che had perished in the wilderness outside the city. The Jiang family, already precariously balanced due to the loss of old Master Jiang, found themselves in an even more tumultuous situation. To compound matters, their son returned with even more disheartening news. The precious jewel of the Qin family seemed to have already captured someone's heart. While this might not secure the Qin family's approval, it undoubtedly posed a significant obstacle to their plans. Chapter 20. The joint examination enrollment commences. There was now but a singular path ahead, gaining admission into the elite training camp of Beijing University. Only through this avenue could the Jiang family hope to forge an alliance with the Qin family. At this moment, Jiang father appeared to have aged considerably. A Tier 4 professional might have seemed insignificant to the former Jiang clan, yet with the passing of old Master Jiang, the family had fractured into 3 factions. Although he was the eldest, his 2 younger brothers did not acknowledge his authority, each seizing a third of the late patriarch's assets to nurture and expand their own power, attempting to gain control over the entire Jiang family through such means. However, father, I still have a considerable distance to cover before I can enter the elite training camp at Beijing University, Jiang Che murmured hesitantly. Gaining admission to Beijing University and achieving Tier 3 status within 6 months was essential. Only then could he be eligible for the preparatory class of the elite training camp. To truly become a part of the elite training camp, he would need to successfully transcend the barriers between the lower and middle tiers within the following year, elevating his life level to Tier 4. I will spare no effort in providing you with the necessary resources to ensure you become a Tier 3 professional in the shortest time possible, Jiang father declared. Thanks to the resources left behind by old Master Jiang, coupled with the source energy crystals provided by Jiang father, Jiang Che had already brushed against the threshold of Tier 2 within these past 20 days. With a modicum of additional effort, he could easily ascend to Tier 2 status. Then, after another 6 months of striving for Tier 3, he could join the preparatory class of the elite training camp. I will surely succeed. With Jiang father's affirmation, a spark of determination ignited in Jiang Che's eyes. His potential traits were far from negligible, reaching the rare blue level. With sufficient resources to bolster his efforts, he was entirely capable of raising his life level to that of a Tier 3 professional within the first half year of enrollment. At that point, he would be able to acquire the potential-enhancing elixirs offered by the elite training camp, elevating his potential to the esteemed purple level. With aspirations of reaching Tier 7 or even Tier 8, by then, even if Qin Nanshu were reluctant, the other members of the Qin family would undoubtedly consent to this union. After all, among the younger generation of the Qin family, the best potential traits barely reached the light blue tier, which paled in comparison to his deep blue fire-type profession. Time swiftly passed, and several days slipped by. Jiang Yuan had remained at the hotel, seldom venturing outside. The city's lockdown remained in effect until the day before the commencement of the joint examination enrollment. According to reports from teams of professionals above Tier 4, a mutated beast, a 5th-tier tiger, had unexpectedly broken through to Tier 6 during battle. simultaneously awakening a characteristic-related ability. After injuring a 6th-tier member of the city guard, it had managed to escape from the encirclement once more. Jiang Yuan extinguished any thoughts of hunting mutated creatures outside the city before the joint examination enrollment began, opting instead to stay in the hotel and clear his mind. It was not until the day of the enrollment that he hailed a taxi to the enrollment venue in Shenzhen. In this world, professionals diverged from the ordinary college entrance examinations. Each awakened professional needed to venture outside the city to earn foundational merit points for their applications to professional academies. After all, some individuals were not suited for the battlefield. The joint examination enrollment aimed to filter out such candidates from the pool of potential students. Subsequently, individuals would select different academies based on their qualifications. Among the 5 foremost academies, the admission requirements were particularly stringent, demanding merit points exceeding 300. Alongside mastery of 1's characteristics at no less than 90%, with a potential tier not falling below the green standard of excellence. In essence, even if 1's potential traits reached light green, they would still lack the qualifications to apply to the 5 elite institutions. Jiang Yuan, however, remained unfazed. Firstly, his mastery of the ant nest potential, even after consuming numerous biological genes, including those of Tier 2 explosive flame cats, barely grazed the pale green level, leaving him with a considerable gap to light green. Secondly, his ant nest could continually integrate and hatch higher quality ant species as long as he possessed ample resources and biological genes. Thus, the distinction between attending the 5 elite academies and a regular professional academy seemed negligible to him. The taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the enrollment convention. Jiang Yuan stepped out, greeted by a throng of students and parents gathered for the joint examination enrollment. Fortunately, we left early enough to secure a sufficient number of merits. Otherwise, this year we might have faced failure, one parent remarked. Indeed, who could have anticipated that in the final days we would encounter indiscriminate attacks from mutated creatures against us professionals? Another parent chimed in. You wouldn't believe it. My classmate was that unfortunate soul who, after finally boosting his source energy, was ready to venture out to hunt mutated creatures, but was stopped at the door. This year, he won't even have a chance at the most ordinary professional academy. A voice chimed in from the crowd. Jiang Yuan scanned the area, intending to retreat to a quieter corner. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he encountered several members of the Jiang family accompanying Jiang Che for the enrollment. Xiao Yuan, why haven't you returned home? Do you know how worried mother is about you? Jiang mother remarked, her eyes slightly reddened. Apologies, madam. Though I share the Jiang surname, I am not of your family, Jiang Yuan replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang mother. He ignored the furious veins bulging on Jiang father's forehead, swiftly turning to circumvent the Jiang family members. Indeed, Jiang mother was quite concerned for him. Throughout the past month, she had frequently messaged him, urging him to lower his pride. If he merely agreed to relinquish the resources left by grandfather, he could return to the Jiang family. To such concern, Jiang Yuan wished to express that he preferred to keep his distance. He was not the original's naive self. Xiao Yuan, don't pay him any mind. I'm eager to see how he fares once he leaves our Jiang family. What kind of academy will he manage to enroll in? Jiang mother's voice trailed behind him, soon interrupted by Jiang father's restrained tone. Following this was Jiang Xiao, who attempted to soothe Jiang father. Father, please don't be angry. Once elder brother is successfully admitted to Beijing University, second brother will surely recognize his mistakes. Beijing University? Jiang Yuan scoffed inwardly. Within his own ant nest space, he had successfully hatched and nurtured more than a dozen ant soldiers comparable to elite level 3-tier warriors. Not to mention his elder brother being admitted to Jing University. Even if he were to successfully enter the elite training camp, for him, it would merely be a fleeting thought. By summoning a few more explosive flame ants, he could easily crush his brother into submission. Moreover, by the time his elder brother entered the elite training camp, the ant soldiers within his nest would have undoubtedly evolved to an even higher level. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan departed from the vicinity where the Jiang family members were gathered, seeking a quieter corner. There, he focused his thoughts on the ant soldiers he had arranged for practice within the nest, while he awaited the commencement of the joint examination and admissions process. Chapter 21. Father Jiang, this ungrateful wretch. An utter waste of resources. As the joint examination officially began, the merit points of all candidates were announced. Any candidate scoring above 60 points could present their personal identity card to select a college in the general admission area. Should a candidate aspire to gain admission to a more prestigious institution, they were required to proceed to that institution's admission area to take an examination. Time swiftly passed, and as the clock struck 8, the large screen in the admissions square lit up with the names of candidates, accompanied by the voice of the announcer. Jiang Yuan, at that moment, directed his gaze towards the screen and soon found his name among the list. Candidate, Jiang Yuan. ID number 9527. Specialty, Ant Hatcher. Potential trait, white. Talent, infinite troop max, joint examination merit, 12460. Note, eligibility for admission to a medium-tier college met. Merit ranking, 5th, with 4 candidates ahead of him from the Zhao, Wang, Zhang, and Lu families of Xinjiang. Among them, the Zhao family was similar to the Jiang family, except that the elder Zhao, despite his poor health, had not fallen as the elder Jiang had. Jiang Yuan promptly withdrew his gaze and strode out from the corner towards the medium-tier college admission area. His aim was to enter a medium-tier college to acquire the second-stage resources left by his grandfather. As for the higher-tier colleges, for him, as an hatcher, there was little distinction. The disparity in teaching quality might benefit individuals with different specialties, but as a hatcher, he primarily relied on the soldiers hatched from biological nests to engage in combat. Even if he were to enter a higher-tier college, he would find no use for their energy cultivation chambers and would face even higher graduation requirements. In contrast, the majority of graduation conditions at medium-tier colleges merely required the completion of credits or achieving a 4th-tier life level, which would facilitate his acquisition of the 3rd stage. The final stage is resource materials. After all, the condition for obtaining resources at this stage was graduation from a medium vocational college. With sufficient biological genes, he could elevate the original genes of the ant soldiers to the 4th-tier life level in the shortest time possible. Jiang Yuan mused silently to himself. Before long, he arrived at the medium-tier college admission area, where numerous colleges displayed banners, and most admission offices had long queues of individuals awaiting their assessments. Zhonghai College. This is it. Jiang Yuan's eyes scanned the various admission areas before quickly selecting Zhonghai College, primarily because this college had the shortest queue, allowing him to undergo the assessment without wasting much time. Thus, he confidently made his way toward Zhonghai College. However, fortuitously, the admission office for Jing University, where Jiang Che was participating, was directly opposite the prestigious college area of Zhonghai College. Consequently, as Jiang Yuan approached Zhonghai College, he was spotted by Jiang Xiao, who was accompanying Jiang's father and mother while waiting for Jiang Che to take his assessment. Soon, Jiang's father and mother glanced towards Zhonghai College. Candidate, Lu Piapiao. ID number, 6236. Specialty, telekinesis. Life level, 1st tier, 26, score D. Potential trait, light green, score E. Talent, telekinesis amplification, score C. Joint examination merit, 110, score ordinary E. Trait control, 30, score E. Assessment result, admission requirements met. The girl on stage swiftly completed her assessment, and the device displaying the results indicated her trait control value was just enough to meet the minimum passing line. As Jiang Yuan approached the assessment platform after her, he held his identity card and lightly tapped it against the reading area. His identity information promptly appeared on the screen. 12,460 points. How many mutated creatures has my second brother slain to accumulate such merit points? Could it be that he squandered all the resources left by grandfather on hiring professionals to hunt those mutated beings? Jiang Xiao curiously peered at the display screen, then muttered in a somewhat perplexed tone beside Jiang's father and mother. This ungrateful wretch. How dare he act so recklessly? This is simply a gross waste. Does he not realize that although merit points are the admission requirements for the vocational college, no matter how many he accumulates, they hold no value for entering higher institutions? Upon hearing this, Jiang's father's expression changed dramatically. The bones in his hands cracked ominously, and even the veins on his temples bulged visibly. Jiang's mother also bore an expression of profound disappointment. Jiang Yuan had actually wasted the resources left by the elder on hiring professionals to hunt mutated creatures for merit points. It was an utter waste. If only he had invested those resources in Xiao Che, he might have advanced to the 2nd tier even sooner. Perhaps. My second brother intends to protest in this manner, but according to father's previous assertions, as long as he gains admission to a medium-tier college, he can return to our Jiang family. Jiang Xiao cast a glance at Jiang Yuan, who was summoning ant soldiers on the assessment platform. A glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Not a chance. Even if I, Jiang Xiaodian, were to perish, he shall not return to the Jiang family. Jiang's father's fury intensified, especially as Jiang Yuan summoned 3 initial soldiers, each merely 20 to 30 centimeters in height, on the testing platform. This seemed to entirely validate Jiang Zhao's earlier claims. After expending a substantial amount of energy crystals and resources, he had managed to cultivate only a few worthless soldiers, while his merit points soared to over 12,000. Candidate, Jiang Yuan. ID number, 9527. Specialty, Ant Hatcher. Life level, 1st tier, 35, score D. Potential trait, white, score F. Talent, infinite troop max, score SSS. Joint examination merit, 12460, score S. Trait control, summon soldiers 3, score E. Assessment result, admission requirements met. Fortunately, it was not his own initiative that revealed his innate talent. The testing device was incapable of detecting such gifts, and the evaluation of one's life level was based on the summoned ant nest soldiers. Otherwise, with dual max-level talents, coupled with second-tier Lord-level soldiers, the assessment platform would have yielded different results. Jiang Yuan cast a glance at the results displayed on the screen before retracting the 3 primitive ant soldiers back into the ant nest space. These were the ant soldiers that the original body had hatched using energy crystals before his transmigration. Now, they were perfectly suited to confront the entrance examination of the academy. The other ant soldiers were too conspicuous. He had no desire to attract the attention of other prestigious academies, which would not only waste his time, but could also delay his acquisition of resources. After all, joining a higher academy would entail meeting graduation requirements that were far more complex than merely achieving the 4th tier. Jiang Yuan, don't think that just because you passed the entrance assessment of a middle-tier academy, I will allow you to return to the Jiang family. You, who would rather squander resources hiring professionals to hunt mutated creatures and accumulate merit points without purpose, are utterly unworthy of being a member of the Jiang family. Jiang Yuan had just stepped down from the testing platform and was preparing to leave when he was intercepted by his furious father, Jiang. The barrage of words left him momentarily bewildered. It then dawned on him that this old man had mistakenly believed that after gaining admission to a middle-tier academy, he would choose to return to the Jiang family. Did he truly think that the Jiang family was a treasure everyone desired? Chapter 22. The Jiang family's final cut to the future. What? Are you all still waking up? I recall announcing last time I left that you were all expelled from the family tree. Jiang Yuan exchanged glances with his father, his eyes reflecting a sense of incredulity, devoid of any reverence. He then disregarded the reactions of the Jiang family members and turned in another direction, departing towards the examination grounds. Having secured his admission to Zhonghai Academy, he could now withdraw the second phase of resources from the Shunqing Bank to continue hatching more explosive flame ants. Debating with the Jiang family was merely a waste of time. Unfilial son, this ungrateful wretch. I will expel him from the Jiang family. He shall never again enter our family tree. Jiang's father seethed, his chest heaving with rage. Were it not for the public nature of the occasion, surrounded by members of numerous noble families, he would have surely dealt with Jiang Yuan appropriately. Father, please don't take it to heart. If second brother fails, we still have eldest brother. With eldest brother's potential and talent, gaining admission to Jing University is practically assured. Jiang Shao consoled him from beside. Just then, the testing platform at Jing University was ready for Jiang Che. As the energy device began to operate, the information displayed on the large screen swiftly changed. Candidate, Jiang Che. ID, 6437. Characteristic, Fire Elemental Master. Life level, second tier, 35, rating S. Characteristic potential, Deep Blue, rating C. Talent, Fire Element Resistance, rating S. Joint Examination Merit, 4670, rating S. Characteristic Control, 21, rating S. Assessment result, admission requirements met. Once enraged, Jiang's father found himself electrified with excitement upon seeing the red stamp of admission from Jing University, a pinnacle academy of the Daxia. 4 S-rank attributes. This indicated he was already half a step into the elite training camp. With just a bit more ability, he could successfully join. My heavens. Life level, talent, and characteristic control all rated S. Is this what they call a genius? Indeed, I only managed to reach a D at my peak. Compared to such a genius, I am indeed worthless. What a terrifying rate of cultivation. My life level is merely first tier at 35. This gap is utterly absurd. Those nearby Jing University were all in a frenzy, well aware of the terrifying potential of Deep Blue classification. Merely using a potential potion could elevate 1's characteristic potential to purple grade, allowing for the possibility of becoming a 7th tier commander or even an 8th tier leader. It is worth noting that the strongest being in Shunsheng was merely a half-step commander of the 7th tier. At this moment, the members of the Jiang family felt as though they were not standing on solid ground, but rather on soft cotton. It appeared that the Jiang family had invested considerable resources into ensuring this individual's admission to Jing University. Hearing the astonished murmurs and discussions behind him, Jiang Yuan's heart felt as clear as a mirror, instantly discerning the clandestine maneuvers of the Jiang family. Nevertheless, despite this, it seemed his elder brother had also failed to keep pace with him, the so-called waste, let alone explosive flame ants. Even summoning a few first-generation lightning ants would be more than enough to put this brother to shame. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yuan made his way outside the examination grounds. Numerous taxis were parked nearby, and he casually chose one to take him to Shunqing Bank as per his request. However, this time, Jiang Yuan was different from the first phase. He left no funds behind. opting instead to convert everything directly into energy crystals. A total of 500 crystals. Even though each energy crystal was only the size of a fingertip, together they amounted to a significant sum. Fortunately, the ant nest possessed a dedicated resource storage space, allowing for the direct transfer of energy crystals through dimensional channels into the ant nest. The downside was that they could not be retrieved. Jiang Yuan paid this no mind, as his primary purpose in exchanging for these energy crystals was to augment the numbers of his ant soldiers through his infinite spawning talent. Soon, he exited the bank and returned to the hotel where he had previously stayed. With the massive quantity of energy crystals being consumed within the ant nest, the number of explosive flame ants began to surge dramatically. A full 40 hours of incubation time, along with 3 energy crystals, were required for the explosive flame ants to fully metamorphose into mature forms. The over 500 energy crystals he purchased at Shunxing Bank facilitated the breeding of 76 explosive flame ants. Combined with the previous few, the number of explosive flame ants in Jiang Yuan's ant nest space was nearing 100, comparable to third-tier elite explosive flame ants. They simultaneously mastered both the paralyzing light orb and explosive purple flame. It was likely that even fourth-tier mutated creatures, known for their gregarious nature, would find it difficult to withstand them. Jiang Yuan contemplated this in his heart. After all, explosive flame ants were all Lord level, and although their life levels were not high, their mastery of characteristic abilities was not comparable to ordinary fourth-tier mutated creatures, unless faced with a leader-level opponent. The mere difference in life levels could not compensate for the overwhelming advantages brought forth by their numbers and characteristic grades. After all, it is said that many ants can bring down an elephant, but only in situations where the disparity is vast. Ding dong. In the quiet hotel room, the communicator resting on the table emitted a notification sound. Jiang Yuan approached it and picked it up, discovering it was a message from the Household Registration Department. Esteemed Mr. Jiang Yuan, greetings. The head of your household has officially separated your household registration. Kindly present your identification to the Registration Management Department within 48 hours to complete the necessary procedures for the transfer of your household registration. Coincidentally, I also intend to relocate my registration to Zhonghai University in time for enrollment. Jiang Yuan quickly perused the information, feeling no emotional upheaval. After all, he was not the original self and held no fondness for the Jiang family, harboring no aspirations whatsoever. In fact, he believed that severing ties completely would be for the best. Otherwise, they would be akin to a toad, occasionally leaping forth to inflict minor harm while causing considerable revulsion. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan swiftly gathered his belongings from the hotel before heading to the registration department. Presenting his identity card, he transferred his household registration information directly onto it. In this world, vocational colleges, much like higher educational institutions, can accept the household registration information of practitioners, and the transfer process is remarkably straightforward. As long as one presents the admission qualification proof at the registration office located in the college's jurisdiction, the relevant residency issues can be resolved. Naturally, cases like Jiang Yuan's, involving the transfer of household registration, are rare, as not everyone wishes to relocate their registration to the city housing the vocational college. Old Jiang, is this little fellow truly a member of the Jiang family? His brother possesses such exceptional talent, yet the younger sibling, apart from having decent aptitude, pales in comparison in other aspects. After completing the household registration, Jiang Yuan exited the department, only to hear a middle-aged man, who had come to handle his own affairs, remark to the official overseeing the matter. Indeed, the middle-aged man named Old Jiang nodded. However, this chap is rather arrogant, having unilaterally declared the expulsion of all Jiang family members from the family tree, which incensed Old Jiang to the point of seeking my assistance. Little does he know, this would become one of the most regrettable decisions of his life in the days to come. Chapter 23. Journey to Lin City. Travelers heading to Lin City, please check in at ticket gate number 3 and await the train at platform number 2. After departing from the registration department, Jiang Yuan purchased a ticket online and made his way directly to the high-speed rail station, waiting for the train to Lin City. According to the standards of this world, upon successfully obtaining admission to the vocational college, one has 7 days for preparation before reporting to the college on the 8th day. Thus, Jiang Yuan opted to arrive early to facilitate the transfer of his household registration to Lin City, where Zhonghai College is located. Congratulations to our class monitor for gaining admission to Shilin Academy, becoming the only genius in our class to be accepted into one of the 5 top-tier institutions. I genuinely envy you. Unlike me, who couldn't even gain admission to a mediocre college. What a dismal fate. No way, really? You do have the talent for the alteration system, and your potential is light green. Though it ranks at the bottom of the excellent tier, it should suffice to gain admission to at least a moderate institution. I heard even Jiang Yuan managed to enter a medium-level college. Who would have thought you would fare worse than him? You don't understand. Although Jiang Yuan's specialty is Ant Incubator, placing him at the bottom of the white potential tier, his awakened talent is max-level Infinite Swarm, allowing him to endlessly hatch ant species by consuming energy and resources. Moreover, being a Jiang family member, meeting the admission requirements for a medium-tier college would be a mere trifle. Jiang Yuan settled into a window seat, and soon his communicator buzzed with numerous messages from the class group chat, filled with congratulations for Qin Nanshu's admission to Shilling Academy, self-deprecating remarks about poor exam performance, and astonishment at Jiang Yuan's acceptance into a medium-tier college. In response, Jiang Yuan felt no surprise. Had he not traversed time and space to acquire an additional talent, the original self might have genuinely struggled to gain admission. Given the Jiang family's tendencies, once the original self relinquished the first phase of resources, aspirations for entering a medium-tier institution would be utterly futile. After all, according to the stipulations set forth by the Patriarch, the second phase of resources requires admission to a college of medium rank or higher to qualify for bank withdrawals. Should the original self fail the entrance examination, the resources would be redistributed equally to his elder brother Jiang Che and younger sister Jiang Xiao. A few hundred energy crystals would suffice for them to train for an additional year and a half. I heard Jiang Yuan's elder brother was accepted into the prestigious Jing University, also among the 5 top-tier institutions, achieving not only impressive hunting scores, but also 3 S-rank evaluations. Goodness, does that mean he is even more formidable than our class monitor from Qin University? Our class monitor only secured 1 S-rank evaluation. The disparity is staggering. Do not misunderstand. I am not comparing our class monitor to Jiang Yuan, but rather to Jiang Yuan and his brother. Indeed, the contrast is significant. One has entered the esteemed Jing University, achieving a life tier of the 2nd rank with hopes of joining Jing University's elite training camp, while the other can only hope for a medium-tier college. However, who can truly predict such things as innate talent? Even brothers born of the same womb may not share the same genius. The class group chat buzzed incessantly with messages. After glancing at them for a while, Jiang Yuan, feeling a sense of ennui, set the group chat to do not disturb. The summer insects cannot discuss ice. Moreover, his situation is unique and not suitable for explanation. Jiang Yuan remained indifferent to the chatter. After all, he could easily reveal his full capabilities during the joint examination admissions, making it possible to gain entry not only to Jing University, but also to any of the other 5 top-tier institutions, should he so desire. Afterward, Jiang Yuan closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the train to arrive at Lin City Station. Once it did, he gathered his belongings and followed the flow of people out of the station. He hailed a taxi outside the high-speed rail station to the hotel he had previously booked. The journey from Shun City to Lin City took several hours, and it was now precisely 2 in the morning. After resting until around 8 o'clock, he ventured outside for a light meal, taking his identity card and enrollment materials to the registration department in Lin City to handle his household registration transfer. However, as he had no accommodation, his household registration was temporarily registered at Zhonghai College, awaiting subsequent relocation once he secured a place to stay. With 7 days remaining before reporting to the college, he contemplated heading to the wilderness to hunt some mutated creatures, further increasing the numbers of the explosive flame ants. Having resolved the household registration issue, Jiang Yuan stepped out of the registration department and stood on the street for a moment, pondering. He then made his way to the nearest car rental shop, where he spent 3,000 yuan to rent an SUV before driving towards the city exit. Similar to Shin City, the existing residential areas of Lin City primarily consist of buildings reconstructed after the cataclysm. Many parts of the old city have been isolated by electric fences, overrun by dense vegetation, with only glimpses of the remnants of the city visible through the foliage. Jiang Yuan maneuvered the SUV through these ruins, weaving in and out of the remnants of the past. Even after nearly 3 decades have passed, the asphalt roads from before the catastrophe remain traversable by off-road vehicles. After traveling for more than 40 minutes, with few fellow travelers in sight, Jiang Yuan released reconnaissance ants from the ant nest to soar into the sky, surveying the surroundings with vigilance. Simultaneously, a portion of the ants flew further along the direction of the vehicle, seeking traces of mutated creatures in more distant areas. Truly, the city, home to a medium-sized institution, boasts hunting squads with a significantly higher overall strength than those in Shin City. Jiang Yuan continuously monitored the imagery relayed by the reconnaissance ants through the ant nest. The majority of professionals encountered along the way exhibited a life level reaching the 2nd tier. This resulted in his dispatched reconnaissance ants needing to scatter far and wide to discover a relatively promising area. This region was located far from urban development, completely shrouded in vegetation, with no remnants of pre-catastrophe roads connecting it, making it exceedingly difficult for even off-road vehicles to approach. It was only after summoning the reconnaissance ants and flying directly from above that he arrived near a towering tree nearly 100 meters high. Buzz. The void trembled slightly as the dimensional passage linking to the ant nest opened, and a multitude of ant soldiers appeared on the ground near the great tree. Following Jiang Yuan's instructions, they coordinated with the aerial reconnaissance ants, dispersing to hunt the mutated creatures. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 paralyzing light spheres were unleashed, and a mutated creature, nearly 1 meter in size and classified as a second-tier elite, was swiftly overthrown by the second-generation lightning ants. 2 gold-devouring ants quickly approached the vanquished lizard-like mutant, transporting it away before it could regain its mobility, dragging it closer to the tree where Jiang Yuan stood. Similar scenes unfolded continuously in nearby areas. Requiring no intervention from Jiang Yuan, the dispersed ant soldiers autonomously accomplished reconnaissance objectives, ambushing and capturing prey, bringing them back to his side and depositing them into the resource space of the ant nest. The variety of mutated creatures here differed greatly from those in Shin City, and it seemed that before long, he would elevate the original genes of the ant soldiers to the 3rd tier of life. Observing the corpses brought back by the ant soldiers, Jiang Yuan activated the Super Devour ability, initiating genetic analysis within the ant nest and accelerating the process using the remains of these mutated organisms. Soon, he acquired numerous distinct genetic samples from second-tier creatures. Chapter 24. Original genes advancing to the 3rd tier. Alert! Analysis of non-ant biological genetic sample 012 is complete. This creature is classified as a second-tier ordinary mutant, possessing the toxin characteristic of paralyzing nerves. Would you like to add it to the ant genetic repository? Alert! Analysis of non-ant biological genetic sample 022 is complete. This creature is classified as a second-tier elite mutant, possessing regenerative acceleration traits. Would you like to add it to the ant genetic repository? Alert! Analysis of non-ant biological genetic sample 023 is complete. This creature is classified as a second-tier ordinary mutant, possessing strength amplification traits. Would you like to add it to the ant genetic repository? With a flicker of thought, Jiang Yuan decided to incorporate the analyzed genetic material into the ant nest genetic repository. He then fused these newly added biological genes into the original blueprint of the ant species. As time flowed steadily, the 3 protruding points on the genetic light cluster of the ant species became increasingly pronounced. Observing from a specific angle, it appeared to be transforming into a triangular shape. However, the original genes of the ants did not transition from a 3-dimensional spherical configuration to a 2-dimensional triangular form. Rather, an invisible force seemed to continuously draw out the 3 points, causing significant deformation of the genetic light sphere. Alert! The original genes of the ant soldiers under your control have successfully broken through the limitations of genetic tiers, achieving a 3rd-tier genetic strength. Alert! After devouring a substantial number of elite mutant biological genes, the original genes of the ant soldiers under your control have successfully elevated their characteristic quality to a light green hue. Time swiftly passed to the evening. Jiang Yuan summoned the ant soldiers to depart from the excellent hunting grounds and drove the concealed off-road vehicle back to his hotel room in the city. As he persistently integrated second-tier biological genes into the original gene pool of the ant species, it finally led to a transformative evolution. Concurrently, the ant nest conveyed 2 successful advancement messages to him. Jiang Yuan gazed wide-eyed at the genetic repository within the ant nest, now transformed into a 3rd-tier genetic light cluster. He observed that the previously protruding 3 arc-shaped points had fully morphed into sharp triangular angles, and the previously mixed white and green hues had solidified into a cohesive green ribbon, signifying that the quality of this genetic light cluster had officially reached the elite level. Though it was merely the first stage of elite level, from this point onward, the ant soldiers he would hatch would invariably be 3rd-tier elite mutated beings. Species: ant. Status: mature. Grade: 3rd-tier elite. Potential: green, excellent. Traits: powerful mandibles, light green, enhanced exoskeleton, white. Description: this is a primitive species hatched by the ant nest, whose mandibles and exoskeleton have become significantly stronger due to the influence of characteristic genes. At last, success was achieved. A smile graced Jiang Yuan's face. 3rd-tier elite ant soldiers could, even without the fusion of any biological genes, overpower 4th-tier mutated creatures if their numbers were sufficiently large. The next step would be to attempt to utilize the 3rd-tier original genes to create entirely new templates for the ant species, thereby augmenting his arsenal. With a flicker of thought, Jiang Yuan began experimenting with the biological genes present in the ant genetic repository, engaging in repeated fusions and trials. Aside from a few ordinary genes that could enhance certain effects of the ant's original genes, the overwhelming majority were ineffective diminishing the potential grade of the resultant ant soldiers. The most effective, of course, was the Lord-level characteristic gene of the explosive flame cat. Even when following previous configurations for fusion, the potential and characteristic quality tiers of the resulting third-tier ant soldiers were merely reduced by a small tier, yet their overall strength significantly increased. Species: Explosive Flame Ant, 2nd generation. Status: Mature. Grade: 3rd tier, Lord. Potential: Purple, Outstanding. Traits: Powerful Mandibles of Thunder Fire, Green. Explosive Purple Flame, Purple. Strength Amplification, Purple. Paralyzing Light Sphere, Light Blue. Lightning Strike, Light Blue. Description: This is a brand new ant species, possessing the explosive flame cat's power and dual characteristics of purple fire, while also inheriting the lightning traits of the thunder-horned rabbit, further enhanced by the genetic characteristics of the explosive flame cat, resulting in a beneficial growth of its characteristic quality. Subsequently, attempts to fuse continued. The explosive flame cat gene characteristic of the gold-eating ant. Species: Gold-eating ant, 2nd generation. Status: Mature body. Rank: Tier 3 leader. Potential: Blue, rare. Traits: Voracious mandibles, blue. Molten stomach, dark green. Melting exoskeleton, light blue. Swift, dark green. Explosive purple flame, dark green. Power amplification, deep blue. Description: This represents a novel species within the ant family, possessing the anatomical structure of an ant, yet enhanced by the characteristics of the gold-eating mouse, which fortify its mandibles, stomach, and exoskeleton. Additionally, its limbs have been augmented with the traits of the wind rabbit. Certain characteristics and abilities have undergone beneficial amplification and mutation influenced by the explosive flame cat genes, albeit with a relative weakening of the latter's traits. Although the 2nd-generation gold-eating ant exhibits a significant decline in the explosive flame cat's genetic characteristics, other genetic traits and abilities have risen to varying degrees. Notably, the gold-eating ant's mandibles have transformed into a rare blue tier, marking an advancement of an entire major stage. However, the reconnaissance ant has not fared as well. During Jiang Yuan's hunt for mutated creatures, he found that the number of flying species was scarce, primarily consisting of those ill-suited for flight. Otherwise, they might have been acquired by his ant army. Thus, no matter how he attempted to merge traits, the reconnaissance ant's genetic characteristics remained stagnant. The leap in life tier instead resulted in a larger physique, adversely affecting the gene traits of the ghost-eyed dragonfly. Its flying capability plummeted from deep green to light green, indicating a clear reverse growth. It appears imperative to acquire additional flying creature genes. Otherwise, even the most skilled artisan cannot work without materials. I wish to enhance the reconnaissance ant, yet lack the biological genes for fusion. Moreover, there are also underwater biological genes to consider. Otherwise, should I encounter combat in aquatic environments, my ant army would face severe limitations, unable to harness their full potential. Jiang Yuan recognized the gravity of the situation. While he could strive to avoid such unfavorable circumstances, he could not neglect the need for aerial and aquatic troops. Should he encounter mutated creatures capable of manipulating water elements or possessing remarkable flight speed, both the gold-eating ant and explosive flame ant would face inherent constraints. Contemplating this, Jiang Yuan resolved to seize the time remaining before the commencement of classes at the Central Sea Academy to strategically gather flying and water-related genetic traits in the wilderness, thereby thoroughly addressing the shortcomings of his ant army. Chapter 25, Tier 4 Leader-Level Ancestral Life. The next morning arrived swiftly. After a night's rest, Jiang Yuan consumed a light meal and set off in an all-terrain vehicle, departing the city. Following the plan devised the previous evening, he summoned the reconnaissance ants to commence targeted searches. Over 20 reconnaissance ants were released, quickly returning with information about mutated creatures. Though none were related to flying or aquatic environments, they were merely the most ordinary Tier 2 mutated beings. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Jiang Yuan muttered, recognizing that it could at least help replenish the consumption of his hatching troops. He then used his thoughts to communicate with the nearby ant army, instructing them to retrieve the corpse of the Tier 2 mutated creature. Compared to the areas accessible by the all-terrain vehicle, regions traversable only on foot significantly increased the probability of discovering mutated beings. Thus, he directed the reconnaissance ants to specifically explore these areas. Indeed, they soon uncovered numerous traces of mutated creatures, including the flying variants he sought. However, since only the reconnaissance ants he had hatched were capable of flight, the success rate of hunting higher-tier flying mutated creatures was not particularly high. Even if successful, the traits possessed by these creatures were not formidable, failing to compare to their terrestrial counterparts. It seemed a strategy shift was necessary. He would start with the offspring of flying mutated creatures. While this would diminish some trait quality, he he had previously compensated with genes from other species. Jiang Yuan reflected on the reasons for his failures and quickly conceived an excellent plan. If the probability of successfully hunting mutated creatures with exceptional flying traits was low, he would target those that had yet to fully mature. As long as their traits were decent, he could utilize gene fusion to optimize these traits, achieving a notable enhancement. Although this approach might be cumbersome and not guaranteed to succeed, it was certainly superior to the present situation. Resolute, Jiang Yuan communicated through the ant nest, instructing the scattered reconnaissance ants to focus on locating nests of flying mutated creatures to obtain the gene samples of their larval forms, thus creating a stronger flying unit. Subsequently, he would hunt the mature forms, simplifying the process considerably. Soon, the dispersed reconnaissance ants relayed information regarding the nests of flying mutated creatures. As soon as Jiang Yuan received the news, he approached based on the proximity, using the ant nest's positioning to guide him. He then summoned terrestrial ant troops to drive out the mature mutated creatures within the nests, allowing him to hunt the weaker larval or juvenile, flying mutated beings. Notice, non-ant biological gene sample 009 analysis complete. This creature is a Tier 2 elite mutant with airflow manipulation traits. Should it be added to the ant gene repository? Notice, non-ant biological gene sample 010 analysis complete. This creature is a Tier 2 ordinary mutant with air compression traits. Should it be added to the ant gene repository? Notice, non-ant biological gene sample 011 analysis complete. This creature is a Tier 3 ordinary mutant with rapid burst traits. Should it be added to the ant gene repository? As time passed, the flying biological genes within the ant nest were gradually analyzed, ranging from Tier 1 ordinary to Tier 3 elite. Throughout this process, Jiang Yuan endeavored to utilize these gene samples to continuously create new flying units. However, the ultimate results were far from satisfactory. The strongest of the new flying sample units was merely a Tier 3 elite, with an ordinary green quality. Although it surpassed the merged ghost-eyed dragonfly, it was not significantly stronger. The flying units of my disaster lord must reach at least the leader tier to befit my status. After exhausting all flying biological genes, Jiang Yuan ultimately deleted all samples, retaining none. As he had stated, with the current hatching tier of the ant nest, it was essential to create at least a blue tier leader level unit. After all, mutated creatures, akin to human professionals, could only reach Tier 2 life levels with white ordinary traits. Only green elite traits could evolve into Tier 3 and Tier 4. Hence, reaching the thresholds of Tier 3 and Tier 4 life levels was imperative. Elite-level mutated creatures have become commonplace among the first and second tiers, requiring the potential of leader-level traits to excel among them. Regrettably, specimens like the explosive flame cat are elusive and difficult to procure. If only I could acquire another flying variant, it would seamlessly compensate for the inadequacies in the quality of my aerial troops, Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, continuing to transport the two mutated ant soldiers back to his base for genetic analysis. Nevertheless, even in this endeavor, his rate of advancement and growth potential far surpassed that of his peers. Subsequently, he sought refuge in the branches of a grand tree, reclining as he awaited the return of the ant soldiers with the mutated bodies. He merely needed to periodically activate the dimensional portal to deposit the corpses into the ant nest for genetic analysis and acceleration. With more than 5 days remaining before the commencement of classes at Zhonghai Academy, he was confident that in such a span, he could cultivate a flying ant species that would meet his expectations. Time passed, and after 2 days, Jiang Yuan returned to the city each evening, enjoying restful nights at a hotel before resuming his quest for mutated biological genes the following day. Finally, on the afternoon of the 4th day, he successfully fused genes from 2 third-tier life forms, achieving a deep green quality, to create a template for a light blue flying species. Species: unknown ant windwing wasp. Status: mature. Tier: 3rd leader. Potential: blue, rare. Traits: powerful mandibles, light green. Exoskeleton enhancement, white. Airflow manipulation, light blue. High-speed flight, light blue. Description: this is a novel species of ant, possessing the airflow manipulation of the windwing wasp and the high-speed flight of the silverwing eagle, with the mutual influence of their genetic traits fostering positive growth in their characteristics. However, before he could name this brand new species, a surge of information and imagery pierced through the ant nest and directly into his consciousness. In the dense jungle, several individuals were fleeing for their lives, pursued by a swarm of densely packed insects. No, not insects, but rather a multitude of tiger wasps, each the size of a finger, numbering at least in the hundreds. What was more alarming was that among this swarm, Jiang Yuan spotted a deep blue ancestral mutation mark. Could this be a 4th-tier leader-level ancestral mutated creature? Jiang Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. Having ventured into the wilderness for nearly a month, this was his first encounter with an ancestral mutated creature. and the sheer number of tiger wasps was staggering. Chapter 26. One Man. Annihilation. My luck truly knows no bounds. Encountering an ancestral mutated creature. And at the 4th tier no less. Jiang Yuan swallowed hard. Since the cataclysm, life forms other than humans have begun to evolve and mutate. Most of these beings undergo a gradual increase in size during this process, with only a select few maintaining their original dimensions or exhibiting even milder changes. Such creatures are classified as ancestral mutants. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuan promptly resolved to hunt this swarm of tiger wasps to obtain their genetic material. Although ancestral mutated creatures do not significantly differ from common giant beast variants aside from their size, this particular swarm of tiger wasps could be utilized to cultivate an entirely new reconnaissance species. After all, the smaller the size, the harder they are to detect. He then summoned a scouting ant, directing it swiftly toward the tiger wasp swarm, in pursuit of the fleeing human professionals. Damn it, our luck is abysmal. We run into ancestral mutated creatures, and in a communal hive no less. A few kilometers away, 3 human professionals were sprinting for their lives. Initially a 5-member team. They had inadvertently disturbed a nearby swarm of tiger wasps while hunting a 3rd-tier elite mutated creature. At first, they paid it no mind until the 2-meter-tall, thick-skinned 3rd-tier mutant beast was stung to death by the suddenly emerging tiger wasps. Only then did they realize the gravity of their situation and promptly change course to flee. To their dismay, the swarm not only pursued them but also succeeded in stinging 2 of their companions to death. Sister, are we going to die this time? The youngest among them asked, fear and trepidation evident in his eyes. The short-haired woman in front immediately turned to him and replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? We will survive." The deafening buzz of hundreds of tiger wasp wings sent chills down their spines. Suddenly, the 4th-tier tiger wasp accelerated and charged toward the back of the leading professional. Clang! Crash! The sound of a metallic collision rang out. The professional at the front felt an immense force strike his back, propelling him forward and accompanied by a distinct sound of shattering. Damn it! My 4th-tier armor has been breached. He had seen the tiger wasp's attacks before. One of the 2 professionals who had perished was clad in 4th-tier armor like his own. Yet under the onslaught of the tiger wasp swarm, it had only held for a brief moment before succumbing to a multitude of cracks, ultimately engulfed by the swarm. What astonishingly hard bodies. They can even shatter 4th-tier armor. It appears these little creatures possess remarkable defensive capabilities. Through the scouting ant, Jiang Yuan observed the actions of the tiger wasp swarm, noting the 4th-tier wasp's sudden acceleration as it collided with the professional's armor. It is noteworthy that as long as the attacks do not exceed the armor's tier limit, inflicting damage is exceedingly difficult, let alone causing cracks. However, the more formidable they appeared, the more satisfied Jiang Yuan felt. With their finger-sized bodies, swift flight, and exoskeletons capable of breaching armor of the same tier, if he could leverage the genes of these tiger wasps to create a new reconnaissance species, both their agility and defense would reach commendable levels. Based on the trio's pace, it wouldn't be long before they arrived in this vicinity. With that in mind, he decided to position the explosive flame ants in a nearby underbrush, waiting for the tiger wasps to come to him. After calculating the approximate distance and direction, Jiang Yuan instructed the scouting ant to set him down and activated a dimensional portal to summon the leader-tier soldiers from the ant nest, dispersing them into the surrounding thickets. Given the flying speed of those tiger wasps, ensnaring them all would be a feasible endeavor. It is only natural to adopt an ambush approach, allowing them to be caught completely off guard. Crack! Swiftly, the 3 individuals, pursued by a swarm of hornets, reached the area meticulously prepared by Jiang Yuan, continuing to flee hastily ahead. At this moment, the trio's armor and equipment were riddled with countless cracks from the relentless attacks of the hornets. Hurry! There are 4th-tier mutated creatures in that direction. Jiang Yuan, perched upon a branch, surveyed the direction from which the trio was escaping, calculating the opportune moment for the explosive flame ants to strike. Meanwhile, the short-haired woman among the 3 urgently called out a warning to him. However, she could only alert them to flee quickly through her voice, unable to offer any further assistance. After all, she too was akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, struggling to keep herself safe. The incessant buzzing of the hornet swarm drew nearer from behind, compelling the short-haired woman to keep running. Yet, in her heart, she silently pondered the fate of that man. He was likely doomed. After all, the speed of the hornet swarm was astonishing. Had he turned around and fled the moment he spotted them, he might have had a chance at survival. As it stood now, he would undoubtedly meet the same grim fate as their companions, succumbing to the overwhelming assault of the hornets. Boom, boom, boom. However, after running a considerable distance, the expected cries did not reach her ears. Instead, a series of explosions reverberated through the air. Instinctively glancing back, She witnessed a scene that would be etched in her memory forever. The sky, once filled with the dense swarm of hornets, was now enveloped by a vast expanse of purple fireballs. Any hornet that came into contact with these fireballs was instantly engulfed by terrifying explosions, and nearby hornets were likewise consumed by the purple flames. Crackle! The explosions and the purple fire relentlessly scorched the bodies of the hornets. In the blink of an eye, they plummeted from the sky like dumplings falling into a pot. As the bodies of the hornets fell motionless, the purple flames receded, vanishing entirely and leaving behind only charred remnants on the ground, along with the nearly carbonized corpses of the hornets. Looking at that previously encountered practitioner, he remained in the same stance, the only discernible change being that his gaze was now fixed upon the charred corpses of the hornets. Dead, they're all dead. All the mutated hornets have been incinerated. Gulping audibly, the two practitioners beside the short-haired woman swallowed hard, their voices laced with shock and disbelief. A fourth-tier elite hornet swarm had been effortlessly annihilated by a single practitioner they fortuitously encountered. Chapter 27. Significant Gains. The purple fire attack of the third-tier explosive flame ants was indeed considerably more potent than that of the second tier. Even the fourth-tier elite hornet had been swiftly dispatched by the onslaught of fireballs. Jiang Yuan surveyed the blackened ground, a satisfied expression gracing his face, before activating the dimensional portal to consume all the scattered hornet corpses into his resource space. The explosive flame ants, hidden within the underbrush, silently vanished, being recalled back into the army space of his ant nest. Thus, from the perspective of the fleeing trio, it appeared as though Jiang Yuan merely approached the hornet corpses, and the void seemed to split open, devouring all the bodies within. Furthermore, a 1-meter-sized mutated creature descended from the nearby heights, carrying this practitioner away into the distance. By the time they grasped the situation, Jiang Yuan had transformed into a vanishing speck. Is he a summoner? Or perhaps an incubator? Given his age, he should be around our level, right? The short-haired woman gulped. The ability to control mutated creatures and wield a form of purple fire capable of incinerating fourth-tier elite beings suggested that he was likely a summoner or incubator of considerable rank. Could he be from another academy? I don't recall our academy having such formidable summoners or incubators, remarked the man beside her. They were all fourth-year practitioners from Zhonghai Academy, having reached the late third tier, just one step away from breaking into the fourth tier. They had come to the wilderness during the summer to hunt mutated creatures and gather materials to exchange for energy crystals necessary for their cultivation, only to encounter a retrogressive swarm of hornets. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Had these hornets been of normal size, they would never have ventured close to that area, thus avoiding the ensuing calamity. We should hurry back. Our fourth-tier armor is nearly completely wrecked. Encountering a fourth-tier mutated creature would be disastrous. Even a third tier would pose a grave threat, the short-haired woman stated, glancing at her companion's nearly obliterated armor. Thankfully, they had been prudent enough to invest a significant amount of resources into procuring fourth-tier armor, superior to their own life tier. Otherwise, they might have already met their end. Subsequently, the trio, unwilling to linger any longer, swiftly used their positioning devices to ascertain the direction of the urban area and hastily departed from the forest. Notification: Non-ant species genetic sample 017 analysis complete. This organism is classified as a second-tier elite mutated being, possessing toxin and exoskeleton enhancement traits. Would you like to add it to the ant genetic library? Notification: Non-ant species genetic sample 018 analysis complete. This organism is classified as a third-tier leader mutated being, possessing toxin and exoskeleton enhancement traits. Would you like to add it to the ant genetic library? Notification: Non-ant species genetic sample 019 analysis complete. This organism is classified as a fourth-tier leader mutated being, possessing toxin and exoskeleton enhancement traits. Would you like to add it to the ant genetic library? Excellent, excellent. Though they are all hornets, the quality of life tiers and genetic traits spans from elite second tier to leader fourth tier. Jiang Yuan placed the hornet corpses into the genetic analysis chamber, utilizing the other hornet remains to expedite the time required for genetic sample analysis. Ultimately, he obtained 6 distinct genetic samples, ranging from second-tier elite to fourth-tier elite, and from second-tier leader to fourth-tier leader. 2 types of trait qualities, 3 levels of life tiers. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan began to utilize these genetic samples to fuse a brand new flying ant species. Since they were all mutated organisms, differing only in life tiers and trait qualities, he directly chose the third-tier blue leader genetic sample to integrate into the original genetic blueprint of the ant species. Before long, a minuscule entity, no larger than half a fingertip, was virtually conjured from the ant nest's genetic library, manifesting as a new microspecies. Before Jiang Yuan's eyes appeared an extraordinary sight. Species: unknown ancestor ant, tiger hornet. Status, mature. Rank, Tier 3 leader. Potential, blue, rare. Traits, mighty mandibles, light green. Toxic stinger, deep blue. Exoskeleton reinforcement, deep blue. Description. This is a novel ant species, possessing genetic characteristics of both ants and the flight and venom capabilities of the tiger hornet, influenced by the traits of the hornet. The exoskeletal attributes of this unit have undergone beneficial enhancement. Since this species amalgamates the genetic traits of the tiger hornet, it shall be aptly named the bullet ant, as its attack method resembles that of a bullet, endowed with formidable penetrating power. With a mere thought, Jiang Yuan assigned this diminutive species a fitting name. As for the previous Tier 3 flying species, he also combined its genetic traits and designated it the silver feather windwing ant. Its nearly invisible insect wings, reminiscent of silver feathers, along with the dynamic vision akin to that of the silver feather eagle, have considerably augmented the speed, attack, and long-range capabilities of this ant species. Unexpectedly, the ancestral tiger hornet swarm, despite their seemingly modest size, harbored energy that was no less formidable than other mutated creatures of the same tier. Hundreds of hornets directly enabled him to hatch over 30 Tier 3 explosive flame ants, in addition to 50 bullet ants and 20 silver feather windwing ants. This efficiency surpassed the resources left to him by the old Master Jiang for enhancing the ant colony. How many more tiger hornets remain in their nest? If there are a few hundred, I could potentially capture the entire hive. This would provide essential resources for analyzing genetic samples, as well as for hatching and cultivating ant species for future consumption. Jiang Yuan gazed toward the direction where he had previously discovered the hornet swarm, a wild thought igniting in his mind. Social creatures like the tiger hornet typically inhabit nests containing at least several hundred individuals. If the hive were larger, it could very well harbor thousands or even tens of thousands of hornets. However, with nightfall approaching, the wilderness becomes perilous, and he must return to his off-road vehicle. He resolved to venture back there tomorrow. Nonetheless, Jiang Yuan was not idle. As he changed direction toward the vehicle, he released a dozen bullet ants to explore the area where the hornet swarm had appeared, tasking them with locating the exact position of the hive. The dispersed bullet ants would relay their findings back to him. Buzzing, the dozen bullet ants divided their tasks. Some surged toward the hornet swarm's location, while others trailed behind Jiang Yuan, maintaining a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers, leaving one behind as a relay point for information. Chapter 28. Qin Nanshu. Even if he is merely an ordinary person, I am willing to walk through life with him. As night fell, Jiang Yuan returned to his hotel room, indulging in a soothing bath. Just as he prepared to relish his dinner, the hive transmitted information and images from the bullet ants into his mind. Beneath the silvery moonlight, Jiang Yuan beheld a colossal oval hive nestled within a dense thicket. By comparing its size with nearby foliage and tree trunks, he estimated that this hive measured nearly 1 meter in diameter, containing no fewer than several thousand tiger hornets. Although these hornets were not as large as other mutated creatures, which could reach half a meter or more, they were still slightly larger than their pre-catastrophe counterparts. Thus, the hive's population could not be judged by pre-catastrophe standards. If I can take this hive, I will be free from the burden of resource depletion for my ant colony for the foreseeable future. I can focus on collecting Tier 3 biological genes to elevate the original gene blueprint of the ant colony to the Tier 4 life level. A surge of excitement coursed through Jiang Yuan's heart. Tier 4 species. This level signifies a standard sufficient for graduation from the Zhonghai Academy. Moreover, considering the hatching efficiency of the tiger hornets, the several thousand hornets would likely yield resources far exceeding those left by the old Master Jiang. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Jiang Yuan commanded the other bullet ants stationed outside the city to relay a directive for concealment and standby to the bullet ant near the hive, before picking up his chopsticks to commence his dinner. Meanwhile, the Jiang family villa was bustling with activity, as numerous families allied with the Jiangs gathered to celebrate Jiang Che's successful admission to the prestigious Jing University. Even old Master Qin attended with Qin Nanshu to offer his congratulations. The Jiang family now had a promising heir, given Xiao Che's talent. It would not be long before he joined the elite training camp at Jing University. Old Master Qin gazed at Jiang Che with satisfaction, for he owed a debt of gratitude to the Jiang family, having received life-saving assistance from them. Since that time, he had been particularly attentive to the Jiang family. Even after the unexpected demise of the old Master Jiang, old Master Qin did not alter his favorable disposition toward the Jiang family. Of course, while he was benevolent toward the Jiangs, he did not unilaterally agree to a marriage between the Qin and Jiang families, respecting Qin Nanshu's own wishes. Old Master Qin, once I successfully join the elite training camp, I will come to the Qin family to propose to Nanshu. Jiang Che seized this opportunity to express his feelings toward Qin Nanshu once more. The latter's expression darkened instantly. However, with old Master Qin present, She did not fully reveal her disdain, though her eyes betrayed a hint of rejection and aversion. Very well, as long as you can enter the elite training camp. I will advocate for Nanshu and grant you a chance to pursue her. Old Master Qin nodded in agreement. Although he had no intention of using his granddaughter to repay a debt of gratitude, if Jiang Che could enter the elite training camp at Jing University, he would indeed be a true young talent worthy of his granddaughter. Should he successfully utilize a potential enhancement potion to reach the purple exceptional tier, he might aspire to attain tier 7 general status, or even tier 8 commander, achieving a life level comparable to his own. This would be a tremendous boon for both the Qin family and Qin Nanshu, as an 8th tier commander, even in the abyssal battlefield, would be considered a formidable force. Grandfather, I will decide my own matrimonial affairs. Moreover, I am confident in entering the elite training camp at Shilin University to obtain the potential enhancement potion to elevate my potential quality. As the night deepened, Qin Nanshu and the elder of the Qin family had just departed from the Jiang family's villa when she resolutely articulated her innermost thoughts. You reckless girl, do you truly intend to marry him without a second thought simply because he saved your life? What if he is merely an incubator? The elder sighed. He had already gleaned Qin Nanshu's sentiments from Zhou Lingyan prior to today. The ability to summon a multitude of mutated creatures is not exclusive to summoners. There exist some unique incubators as well. These individuals can hatch and cultivate numerous mutated soldiers in a remarkably brief period. However, their potential is constrained by the biological nests, and their enhancement does not rival that of other professions. It necessitates extraordinarily rare elements to achieve the metamorphosis of the biological nests, rather than relying on personal evolution to elevate the quality of the biological soldiers within. Consequently, in the eyes of high-ranking professionals, incubators, apart from those with innate potential surpassing the purple grade, are largely disregarded. In contrast, summoners can, like their counterparts, passively enhance the tier and limits of the summoned mutated beings by improving the development of their summoning characteristics and the intensity of their source energy. Thus, their growth potential significantly exceeds that of incubators. Regardless of whether he is a summoner or an incubator, I have made my choice. As long as I am powerful enough, even if he is merely an ordinary person, I am willing to share my life with him. A resolute glimmer shone in Qin Nanshu's eyes. According to the literature she had perused, feelings of affection are inescapable, akin to the electrifying sensation that quickens one's heartbeat. Therefore, Qin Nanshu firmly believed that he was her destined counterpart. Even if he were just an incubator, incapable of providing her any assistance, she would still follow her heart. At worst, she would strive to become exceptional herself, attaining the 7th or even 8th rank that her grandfather yearned for. Since you feel so strongly, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. However, I have one stipulation. Once that lad from the Jiang family successfully enters the elite training camp, you shall grant him the opportunity to pursue you. After that, the matter shall no longer concern me. The elder did not speak definitively. Having traversed more paths than Qin Nanshu could imagine, he understood that making a firm statement at this juncture would be counterproductive. Moreover, the identity of that individual remained uncertain. He could be a lowly incubator or a summoner with potential that rivals other professionals. Should he belong to the latter category, there might be a chance for him to enter the elite training camp, where he could receive potential enhancing potions and ascend to the rank of a 7th tier commander or even an 8th tier leader, with a probability surpassing that of the Jiang lad. Unbeknownst to this, Jiang Yuan, after satiating his hunger, strolled around the vicinity of the hotel before retreating to his room for rest. Although the purple fire of the explosive flame ants possesses a natural advantage against the hornets, the number of hornets within their nest far exceeds that of the explosive flame ants. To entirely dismantle the nest, he would need to devise a meticulous plan. Chapter 29, Clearing the Hornet's Nest. Time swiftly passed, leading to the following morning. Jiang Yuan, as before, grabbed a quick bite at the hotel before driving his off-road vehicle towards the outskirts of the city. Thanks to the bullet ants dispatched the previous day, which indicated the direction and location of the nest, he merely followed the nearly overgrown roads through the jungle to arrive near the hornet's nest area. This off-road vehicle appeared to be left behind by the 3 individuals from yesterday. Jiang Yuan applied the brakes, halting near a military green off-road vehicle. Its glass shattered and the metal and reinforced steel bearing evident signs of impact. At first glance, it resembled a vehicle that had been subjected to a severe barrage from a machine gun at close range. Where have the bodies gone? Jiang Yuan's gaze fell upon the vicinity of the off-road vehicle. The bullet ants he had dispatched had also detected this vehicle and the 2 corpses lying nearby. From the images relayed by the bullet ants, one corpse appeared to have been obliterated by the hornets while attempting to reach the vehicle, while the other had fallen in the opposite direction, likely having been attacked by the hornets just as they were preparing to board or after entering the vehicle. Now, the 2 bodies had vanished, leaving only a few dismembered limbs stained with blood in the area. These two individuals met a tragic end. The mixed hornet swarm, at the 4th tier leader level, is certainly not something that 3rd tier armor can withstand. Had those 3 individuals clad in 4th tier armor not fortuitously encountered him, their corpses would likely have met the same fate as those 2, dragged away by other mutated creatures. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan inspected the off-road vehicle. The trunk had been utterly destroyed, and all the collected materials had vanished, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Seeing that there was nothing of value left, Jiang Yuan decided not to linger any longer. He instructed a few remaining iron mantis ants in his ant nest to gather brush to conceal the vehicle before continuing towards the hornet's nest. The 3rd-tier silver-winged wind ants are significantly larger than the 1st-tier reconnaissance ants. Even if he were to sit astride one, it would not impede its flight. Soon, Jiang Yuan arrived at the vicinity of the hornet's nest. The bullet ant assigned to scout the area swiftly emerged from its hiding place upon sensing Jiang Yuan's presence. The nest hung from a towering tree that soared over 100 meters high, at least 30 to 40 meters above the ground. If he were to summon explosive flame ants to assault it with purple fire, he could not reach it directly. After breeding the explosive flame ants, Jiang Yuan had tested the flight distance and height of the purple fire, discovering that its effective range lies between 20 to 50 meters. This means the purple fireball can reach an effective range of 20 to 50 meters. Beyond that, it cannot inflict any meaningful damage. In an effort to lure some hornets out, Jiang Yuan summoned a silver-winged wind ant to approach the nest and see if it could draw out the hornet swarm. Almost simultaneously as the silver-winged wind ant unleashed a wind blade attack towards the nest, several hornets patrolling outside swiftly divided, with one returning to the nest. When it re-emerged, numerous hornets had poured out, rapidly encircling the silver-winged wind ant. The wind blade attack was blocked by the hard exoskeletons of the hornets outside the nest. However, due to the silver-winged wind ant's life level reaching the 3rd tier and its characteristic quality having improved to blue, nearly half of the hornets fell to the wind blade attack. Only 2 elite level 3-tier hornets had their exoskeletons partially severed, their bodies not split into 2 halves like the 2nd or 3rd-tier hornets. A constant buzzing resonated from the direction of the hive. Jiang, from a distance, directed the silver-winged fire ant to lure the hornet swarm towards the designated area he had previously prepared. Once the altitude and distance fell within the attack range of the explosive fire ants, he swiftly unleashed a barrage of attacks, constructed from purple fireballs, raining down upon the hornet swarm. The first hornet to make contact with the fireball erupted in an explosion, with purple flames splattering in all directions. Any hornets touched by the purple flames would, in a matter of moments, be completely engulfed and enveloped. Crackling, hornets plummeted from the sky, and the air filled with an aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. By the time the purple flames extinguished, all that remained on the ground were charred remains and carcasses of the hornets. Their exoskeletons, akin to metal, had been scorched into a kaleidoscope of colors by the purple fire. Jiang, mounted upon the silver-winged fire ant, opened a dimensional portal connected to the ant nest, collecting all the hornet corpses below. A total of 156 was rather meager. It seemed prudent to dispatch several more silver-winged fire ants to attract a greater number of hornets. After tallying his gains, Jiang relocated to another site, employing the same tactic once more, sending the silver-winged fire ants to provoke the hive and entice the hornet swarm to the area he had prepared. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. As the silver-winged fire ants made their continuous trips to and from the hive, the vicinity became enveloped in a vast expanse of blackened earth. Unbeknownst to him, the number of hornet corpses within the ant nest had quietly swelled to over 3,000. However, even this was not enough, for the hornets inside the hive seemed endless. Every time the silver-winged fire ants provoked, hundreds of hornet pupae emerged. After laboring for most of the day, Jiang's silver-winged fire ants had only managed to draw out a little over 200 hornets. That should suffice. Once again, he harvested this wave of hornets and rode the silver-winged fire ant directly to the vicinity of the hive, summoning a dozen silver-winged fire ants to launch a frenzied assault on the tree branch housing the hive. In the blink of an eye, several invisible wind blades struck the trunk, and with a thunderous crash, the entire tree collapsed to the ground, buzzing. At that very moment, the remaining hornets in the hive rushed out in a frenzy, swiftly approaching Jiang. Whoosh, whoosh. The explosive fire ants, well prepared, unleashed their attacks on the emerging hornets. Whether they were 2nd or 3rd tier, the sound of crashing echoed amidst the explosions of purple fireballs. Under such intense assault, the surging hornet swarm began to falter, and eventually, there was a long pause before a single hornet crawled out from the hive's entrance, leaving it utterly vacant. Chapter 30. Full Throttle Assault on Tier 4. 7,756. Along with the few hundred obtained the previous day, This hornet hive contained over 10,000 hornets. Jiang quickly counted his harvest. Besides the hive, he had amassed nearly 10,000 hornet corpses. Based on prior hatching ratios, even if he hatched all the 3-tier explosive fire ants, he could still increase his forces by at least 1,000. Of course, Jiang had no intention of hatching them in such a manner. Quality steel must be used on the cutting edge. With so many hornet corpses, he could fully focus on collecting the genetic traits of 3-tier mutated organisms, elevating the original genes of the ant species to a 4th-tier level. Subsequently, he could utilize the genes of 4th-tier mutated organisms to fuse and create 4th-tier ant species, allowing his strength to undergo another qualitative leap. Crack. Whoosh. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from the hive. Before Jiang could ascertain the situation, the surrounding bullet ants swiftly charged towards the hive. However, even then, they could not entirely prevent the few hornets from emerging. Jiang only caught sight of 2 golden streaks piercing through the bullet ant's blockade, directly colliding with his chest. A sharp pain and numbness surged through him, as a fingertip-sized blood hole pierced through his chest and armor. Fortunately, at that moment, the ant nest's damage transfer activated, visibly healing the blood hole on his chest into fresh skin. However, the nearest silver-winged fire ant bore 2 identical holes in the same spot, green blood dripping continuously. Damn, that was close. Jiang felt a wave of apprehension. Indeed, he had underestimated the situation, failing to anticipate that there were still hornets within the hive that had not been fully lured out. Had it not been for the ant nest granting him the damage transfer ability, he might have already become a corpse. With a thought, Jiang summoned his ant troops to dismantle the hive into countless fragments, ensuring that no hornets remained inside. Ultimately, in the central area of the hive, Jiang discovered the hornet queen. She was larger than the ordinary hornets, with a noticeably elongated abdomen and remarkably small wings, having essentially lost her ability to fly. However, the faint purple source patterns on her exoskeleton indicated her quality had also reached the Lord level. No wonder she could breed the leader-level hornets. It turned out there was a Lord-level queen hidden within the hive. Jiang's eyes glimmered as he summoned 3-tier explosive fire ants, relentlessly bombarding the queen with explosive fireballs, creating a massive crater in the ground before finally slaying her. She became the second Lord-level genetic sample in the ant nest gene repository. Yet, this queen's characteristic genes differed from those of other hornets. Her primary effect was to breed hornets, fully inheriting the characteristic quality of the purple Lord-level hornets. Unfortunately for this queen, despite birthing over 10,000 hornets, not a single 4th-tier Lord-level hornet emerged. Otherwise, Jiang's plan to clear the hive would have likely failed. After all, the disparity in life levels between 4th-tier and 3rd-tier Lord-level organisms was not easily bridged. The recent experience of the explosive fire ants killing the queen illustrated that even a stationary Lord-level hornet required enduring dozens of explosive fireballs to be defeated, in order to eradicate it completely. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan departed from the vicinity of the beehive, accompanied by the ant warrior species. Through the reconnaissance of the bullet ants he had dispatched, it became apparent that this area, due to the presence of the hornet swarm, had scarcely any 3rd or 4th-tier mutated creatures. To expedite the enhancement of the ant species' original genes, he needed to procure a substantial number of 3rd-tier mutated creature corpses in a short span of time. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuan mounted the silver-winged wind ant and soared towards the less populated regions. With the advent of the Great Catastrophe, human activity had been largely confined to the vicinity of urban areas. Particularly for ordinary practitioners, traversing the wilderness was reliant upon off-road vehicles. Thus, regions inaccessible by such vehicles naturally became prime habitats for a plethora of mutated creatures. However, shortly after Jiang Yuan's departure, the trio who had narrowly escaped the pursuit of the hornet swarm the previous day returned in an off-road vehicle. This time, they had summoned a mentor from the academy. 2 of their peers had lost their lives in that area yesterday, necessitating an investigation by the academy's instructor. Additionally, there was a need to eliminate the hornet swarm, a type of dangerous ancestral mutated creature. What happened? Where's that hornet nest? I distinctly recall it being there yesterday. How could it have vanished today, even the trees? Upon disembarking from the off-road vehicle, the short-haired woman from the trio gazed in bewilderment towards the former location of the hive. The other 2 men could not suppress their astonishment either. I sense a strong surge of fire element energy. Someone has been here recently. The academy mentor remarked after closing her eyes and taking a moment to attune herself. This is a very unique power, exhibiting a level of destructive capability far surpassing the fire elemental characteristics I command. The individual capable of wielding such formidable mutated creatures likely possesses a life tier that, while not necessarily far above mine, must be at least at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Yes, it's him. Soon after, the quartet advanced further. Arriving at the vicinity of the beehive, they beheld the battlefield scorched by the explosive fireballs unleashed by the explosive flame ants summoned by Jiang Yuan. The ground was charred, along with the trees and vegetation, all reduced to a mass of charcoal. Numerous craters dotted the terrain, as if remnants of an explosion lingered. At almost the same moment, the short-haired woman and the two accompanying men envisioned a singular figure in their minds, one who single-handedly annihilated hundreds of hornets. They were astonished that he possessed such strength, capable of completely purging the entire hornet nest. The tall man in the trio swallowed hard, his voice trembling involuntarily. Initially, he believed that the man who dispatched the hundreds of hornets alone was already terrifyingly powerful. Yet, he had not anticipated that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Looks like you've had some luck. The person who saved you yesterday must be a 5th-tier practitioner, the Academy mentor deduced from their reactions. She inferred that the individual who eradicated the hornet nest was indeed the same one who had rescued the short-haired woman and her companions. However, she did not dwell on it further, as there were numerous high-tier practitioners who ventured into the wilderness in search of rare treasures, merely fortuitously crossing paths with these three. Chapter 31. Achieving graduation standards before school has started. Over the next few days, Jiang Yuan ventured out early and returned late, hunting 3rd and 4th-tier mutated creatures in the perilous regions outside the city. Although the numbers of the ant species did not increase during this process, their overall quality remained largely unchanged. After all, the 2nd-tier Lord level and 3rd-tier Lord level explosive flame ants operated in groups of 3 to 5. Unless they encountered a 5th-tier leader-level mutated creature, even a small pack of 4th-tier elite-level beasts would struggle to inflict damage upon them. Notification: Non-ant species genetic sample 009 analysis complete. This creature is a 3rd-tier ordinary mutated organism with corrosive toxin characteristics. Would you like to add it to the ant species gene library? Notification: Non-ant species genetic sample 010 analysis complete. This creature is a 3rd-tier elite mutated organism with enhanced physical characteristics. Would you like to add it to the ant species gene library? Notification: Non-ant species genetic sample 011 analysis complete. This creature is a 4th-tier ordinary elite organism with bone metallization characteristics. Would you like to add it to the ant species gene library? Within mere minutes after the ant swarm transported the corpses of the mutated creatures back, Jiang Yuan would utilize the hornet carcasses to analyze the genetic samples contained within, incorporating them into the ant nest's gene library and subsequently infusing them into the original genes of the ant species, continually augmenting their strength. This process was exceedingly protracted. Yet as the original genes devoured the genetic material of more 3rd-tier creatures, it resembled a two-sided triangle that began to protrude a small dot at the midpoint of one of its edges, gradually becoming more pronounced. As this bulge became increasingly evident, the opposite curved surface seemed to be pulled, beginning to flatten out. However, the original genes of the ant swarm had yet to complete their life-tier transition, leaving Jiang Yuan uncertain about the eventual form this genetic mass would take. Regrettably, once the foundational genes of the ant species reached the 3rd tier, incorporating 1st and 2nd-tier biological genes no longer contributed to the growth of their survival tier. Otherwise, scavenging for corpses in the jungles near the urban areas would yield significantly greater rewards. Regardless of the city, the life tiers and numbers of practitioners formed a pyramid shape, with fewer individuals at higher life tiers. After all, to become a high-tier practitioner, one must not only possess inherent traits and potential, but also expend a substantial amount of energy crystals for training. Furthermore, not everyone possesses the courage to confront mutated creatures, resulting in a scarcity of high-tier practitioners compared to those with high-quality potential. School begins the day after tomorrow. I wonder if I can elevate the ant species' original gene foundation to the 4th tier before classes commence. On the morning of the 5th day, Jiang Yuan drove his off-road vehicle once more into the desolate wilderness. As he continued to scour the jungle, the number of mutated creatures in the areas closer to the city dwindled. Fortunately, the farther he ventured from the city, the more expansive the wilderness became. Jiang Yuan chose to traverse across a significant portion of the city, exiting through a different city gate, and embarked on a hunt in an area he had never previously explored. Along the way, regardless of whether they were 2nd-tier or 1st-tier mutated creatures, all were captured by the ant army he summoned, serving as nourishment for the cultivation and hatching of his warrior species. Moreover, there were the scattered bullet ants and the remains of certain mutated creatures that had been discovered. For a fleeting moment, as he analyzed the genetic structure of 3rd-tier organisms, the biological resources consumed surprisingly reached a transient equilibrium. Alas, the corpses of mutated creatures in the wild were often devoured by other beings. Otherwise, if he were to circle the entirety of the city, he could have amassed quite a collection of carcass remnants. After all, the vast majority of professionals merely collected materials from the corpses of mutated beings, often discarding the less valuable flesh without a second thought. Of course, even the most mundane flesh from high-tier mutated creatures could rival the organs of low-tier mutated beings post-manifestation of their traits. Consequently, the probability of gathering corpses by the reconnaissance and bullet ants dispatched by Jiang Yuan in the 3rd and 4th tier regions was significantly diminished. Much like in the previous area, Jiang Yuan drove his off-road vehicle along the abandoned asphalt road until he reached a point where the vehicle could advance no further. It was then that he summoned the silver-winged wind ants, concealing his vehicle, and flew towards the desolate expanse. Over 20 bullet ants followed him dutifully, akin to loyal guardians. Upon detecting any flying mutated creatures nearby, these bullet ants would promptly accelerate towards the target, using their bodies as weapons to pierce through their adversaries. As for the ground-dwelling mutated beings, Jiang Yuan would unleash the explosive flame ants to unleash purple flames or thunder orbs in their assault. After clearing 2 uninhabited zones, he had successfully harvested 400 3rd-tier mutated creatures and 50 4th-tier mutated creatures. Jiang Yuan meticulously counted his spoils from the day, which appeared to be an impressive quantity. However, within this count, there were numerous duplicate corpses of mutated beings. Thus, the biological genes that could genuinely enhance the original genetic blueprint of the ant species comprised less than 1/10 of the total hunting yield. Nevertheless, as this batch of mutated creature genes was integrated into the original genetic blueprint of the ant species, the bulging arcs of the genetic light mass began to smooth out, leading Jiang Yuan to speculate that once these arcs became entirely flat, the original genetic blueprint of the ant species might ascend from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier. Indeed, after continuing his sweep of another area in the afternoon, the original genetic blueprint of the ant species underwent a complete metamorphosis into the shape he had envisioned. The triangular plane bulged into a point, successfully transforming the entire genetic blueprint of the ant species into a 3-dimensional triangular shape, resembling a regular tetrahedron composed of 3 equilateral triangles. The previously curved regions had completely transformed into flat triangles, constructing a 3-dimensional quadrilateral. Furthermore, the color of the tetrahedron shifted to a pale green at this moment. Immediately thereafter, 2 prompt-like messages were transmitted directly into Jiang Yuan's mind from the ant nest. Prompt: the original gene of the ant species under your control has successfully broken through the genetic tier limit, achieving 4th tier genetic strength. Prompt: the original gene of the ant species under your control has successfully elevated its trait quality to light green after consuming a substantial amount of elite-level mutated creature genes. Success. Jiang Yuan's expression radiated sheer elation. In less than a month and a half, he had ascended from an inconspicuous 1st-tier incubator to the 4th tier, fulfilling the graduation requirements of a medium-tier vocational school. He had reached the graduation standard even before classes commenced. Surely, from the day of the cataclysm until now, he must be the first to achieve such a feat. A smile involuntarily graced the corners of Jiang Yuan's mouth. Chapter 32. The Ant Nest Unlocks New Ability, Gene Fusion. The next step was to analyze 4th-tier genes, create 4th-tier ant species, and enhance the overall combat capabilities of the ant swarm. Jiang Yuan's spirits soared as he activated the gene analysis space of the ant nest, depositing a vast array of biological corpses to extract all 4th-tier biological genes. High-quality genes would be merged into the original genes of the ant species to create superior ant units, while lower-quality genes could serve as nourishment to enhance the original genetic blueprint of the ant species. However, due to his prior hunts predominantly targeting 3rd-tier life forms, the quality of the 4th-tier mutated creature genes was not particularly high. Aside from a few that reached the blue leader level, the majority were of the green elite level. Thus, when Jiang Yuan attempted to fuse several templates of the ant species, the results were rather unsatisfactory. The highest potential remained with the explosive flame ants, which, however, had descended from purple to a light purple standard. Fortunately, the life tier had risen from the 3rd to the 4th, leading to an overall increase in individual combat strength. As for the bullet ants, bolstered by the 4th-tier hornet genes, their trait quality remained unchanged. Coupled with the leap in life tier, their overall prowess surpassed that of the explosive flame ants. Nevertheless, the purple quality remained steadfastly purple, even if the bullet ants were elevated to the 4th tier. The quality of the explosive flame ants had diminished slightly, rendering them incapable of contending, at least in one-on-one confrontations. The 4th-tier bullet ants could not rival the 4th-tier explosive flame ants. Jiang Yuan had previously orchestrated a battle between the newly cultivated 3rd-tier bullet ants and 4th-tier explosive flame ants within the ant nest space. Starting with 1, he gradually increased the number to 3 bullet ants before the explosive flame ants began to find themselves somewhat overwhelmed. Yet, it was merely a matter of being overwhelmed. The bullet ants still could not inflict any fatal damage upon the explosive flame ants. Likewise, The explosive flame ants could not utilize their purple fire to target and attack any one of the 3 bullet ants under their coordinated assault. The ultimate outcome was a stalemate, with neither side emerging victorious. Species: Explosive Flame Ant, 3rd generation. Status: Neonate. Tier: 3rd tier leader. Potential: Purple, exceptional. Traits: Powerful Jaws Thunderfire, white. Explosive Purple Flame, deep blue. Strength Augmentation, deep blue. Paralysis Light Sphere, green. Lightning Impact, green. Description: This is a novel ant species, endowed with the powers of the explosive flame cat and the dual characteristics of purple fire. Additionally, it possesses the lightning affinity traits of the thunderhorn rabbit, and has benefited from the genetic traits of the explosive flame cat, leading to a favorable enhancement of its trait quality. With a mere thought, a 3rd-generation explosive flame ant larvae swiftly emerged from the incubation space. As the transitional phase between the 3rd and 4th tiers unfolded, there exists a vast chasm. The larval stages of the 3rd generation of exploding flame ants, akin to those of the 2nd generation, reside at the 3rd tier of life. They must undergo growth before they can formally ascend to the 4th tier. In a brief span, Jiang Yuan, by directly utilizing the corpses of mutated creatures for substantial feeding, soon witnessed this particular exploding flame ant complete its first metamorphosis, successfully advancing to the 4th tier lord level. However, before he could continue feeding it to mature, 3 pieces of information swiftly integrated into his mind from the ant nest. Notification: As your ant species has ascended to the 4th tier standard, the ant nest synchronously upgrades to the 4th tier. Congratulations, you have unlocked the 2nd ability of the ant nest, Gene Fusion. Gene Fusion. This ability allows for the amalgamation of non-ant biological genes. Aside from adhering to the triadic principle for genes of the same species, other biological genes, which share a foundational similarity with ant biology, require substantial consumption to successfully advance. Notification: Genes fused using this function will not leave samples in the gene repository. Please use this feature judiciously. The triadic principle? So, I can now repeatedly analyze the genes of the same species and combine 3 of equivalent quality into 1 of superior quality? After perusing the information transmitted from the ant nest, Jiang Yuan quickly grasped the general utility of this gene fusion. Aside from being able to consume other biological genes like the original ant genes, he could also utilize the gene repository of the ant nest to execute a triadic fusion of genes from the same species. In essence, 3 lower-tier genes could be fused into 1 higher-tier gene, and subsequently, 3 higher-tier genes could merge into an even more elevated one. With the capability of gene fusion, I can hunt the same species, continually amalgamating their genes to forge even more potent genetic traits. Over the course of the following day, Jiang Yuan devoted nearly all his energy to fusing the biological genes of the hornet. Although the absence of trait manifestation would diminish the efficacy of hatching corpses, the benefits derived from gene fusion proved overwhelmingly advantageous. Consequently, he successfully crafted a gene sample of purple quality from the mutated 4th-tier hornets. Fortunately, in prior analyses of gene samples and the incubation of ant species, he had commenced with lower-tier corpses. Otherwise, even with the ant nest awakening this 2nd ability, he would not have been able to successfully fuse lord-level traits without an ample supply of hornet biological genes. A look of relief graced Jiang Yuan's face. The number of 4th-tier hornets was already scant. Had he wasted some earlier, he would have been compelled to use more lower-tier specimens for fusion. The enhancement of biological trait quality similarly adhered to 4 progressive tiers: faint, light, standard, and deep, with each tier gradually shifting towards a darker hue. Therefore, to elevate the traits of the green tier to a deep blue, even if both were classified as deep-tier greens, it would require the consumption of 21 gene orbs to accomplish this transition, not to mention the requirements for traits surpassing purple. Thus, to elevate a purple trait to the pinnacle deep purple, the quantity of deep green genes consumed would likely exceed 2,000. Let alone the fact that he had already expended a considerable number of hornets. Even without consuming any, he could not amass sufficient 4th-tier hornets to meet this demand. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan commenced utilizing the fused 4th-tier purple hornet genes to cultivate his own 4th-tier troops. Following the standard of 54th-tier exploding flame ants, 24th-tier silver-winged wind ants, and 54th-tier lord-level bullet ants, he directly elevated his army of ant species to over 350. As for additional cultivation, Jiang Yuan chose to refrain. To him, 4th-tier troops, no matter how powerful, were merely transitional. After all, he had ascended from a 1st-tier incubator to the 4th-tier level in scarcely 2 months. It was imperative to retain some mutated corpses to furnish ample momentum for future development and enhancement. Chapter 33. The Entrance Class Placement Assessment begins. Regrettably, while numerous mutated rabbit species abound, The evolutionary pathway of the thunderhorn rabbit seems exceedingly rare. Otherwise, enhancing its gene quality from green to blue might have correspondingly elevated the overall capability quality of the exploding flame ants. On the final day before enrollment, Jiang Yuan rode back to the SUV aboard a 4th-tier silver-winged wind ant, driving towards the urban area. After a day of hunting and gathering, his gene repository, nearly depleted, had finally regained some vitality. Yet, even so, he had only managed to elevate the thunderhorn rabbit's genes from 1st tier to 4th tier, with the gene quality merely transmuting into a faint blue halo. A considerable gap remained before it could completely revert to a light blue state. Of course, gene fusion also possesses limitations. Unlike the foundational ant genes, it can only amalgamate genes of lower quality. This implies that the 1st-tier elite thunderhorn rabbit genes can only fuse with 1st-tier biological genes and those of green quality or lower. Otherwise, Jiang Yuan could simply amalgamate other 4th-tier blue biological genes into the thunderhorn rabbit's genetic structure to effortlessly produce a blue-level 4th-tier thunderhorn rabbit gene sample. Nevertheless, even with these constraints, the ability of gene fusion has opened a new realm of possibilities for him. In future encounters with socialized mutated creatures akin to hornets, he effectively gains an additional opportunity to acquire higher-tier biological genes. As the SUV rolled into the hotel parking lot, the sky outside had plunged into near-complete darkness. Jiang Yuan locked the vehicle and returned to his hotel room. His attire and armor appeared remarkably pristine, devoid of the traces and disarray typical of other adventurers who traverse jungles or battle mutated creatures. Zhonghai Academy notification. Tomorrow marks the enrollment date. Students attending Zhonghai Academy are requested to arrive by 8 o'clock in the morning to participate in the new student placement assessment. After a brief shower, Jiang Yuan settled at the dining table in his room, savoring the sumptuous dinner delivered by the hotel staff, when his communicator buzzed with an enrollment reminder from Zhonghai Academy. A placement assessment, you say? Jiang Yuan dismissed the notification, not allowing it to trouble his mind. Given his current strength, not only could he participate in the placement assessment, but he could also graduate directly from Zhonghai Academy. Moreover, his primary intention was to acquire the graduation certificate along with the resources left behind by old Master Jiang. Although that portion of resources may not be of immense benefit to him now, he certainly would not relinquish it without a fight, allowing the Jiang family to benefit after 5 years. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, notwithstanding that the quantity of energy crystals obtainable from those resources is quite limited. They would nonetheless enhance his ant species army. Isn't this a far better use of time than squandering it on Jiang Che and Jiang Xiao? After finishing his dinner, Jiang Yuan wiped his mouth with a napkin. Only then did he pick up his communicator and set an alarm for 7 in the morning. Lying in bed, he continued to amalgamate the biological genes he had acquired today into a higher level and superior quality form, intended for feeding the original genes of the ant tribe. He was rather unyielding in this endeavor. After all, the original genes of the ant tribe, upon consuming biological genes, would leave behind a copy, effectively exploiting a loophole. In Jiang Yuan's words, saving one biological gene sample with a single exploit would save 2 or 3 with 2 or 3 exploits. This was far less laborious than hunting in the wild. It merely consumed some of his time. Thus, time gradually slipped away, and soon it was the following morning. After toiling nearly half the night, Jiang Yuan awoke to the sound of his alarm. He checked out of the hotel and drove his SUV towards Zhonghai Academy. Upon arriving in Lin City, he had rented this SUV near Zhonghai Academy, and thus he planned to return it after his enrollment. Around 7:40, Jiang Yuan emerged from a parking lot outside Zhonghai Academy, joining the throng of students making their way into the institution. Along the way, numerous banners and directional signs guided the new students towards the assembly ground. The crowd was indeed vast. Observing the sea of people, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but marvel internally. Although Zhonghai Academy was considered one of the lesser vocational colleges, it still attracted a considerable number of candidates. The reason was simple. The enrollment quotas at each academy were limited. Consequently, those who succeeded in tests at other academies but fell short in overall rankings would be filtered out. Compared to lower-tier vocational colleges, Zhonghai Academy, despite being the bottom of the mid-tier schools, became a fallback option for this group. In Zone F, Group 4, Jiang Yuan quickly located his designated assembly spot in accordance with the information he received yesterday. At that moment, there were already numerous individuals present. Apart from a few girls, the vast majority were keeping to themselves. Jiang Yuan did the same, finding an unoccupied spot to stand and immersing his consciousness in the ant nest space. Observing the newly bred soldier types as they engaged in combat drills, while waiting for the class division assessment to commence. To his surprise, it was once again his cohort responsible for the division test this year. What luck! Under the shade of the trees at the edge of the playground, Nearly 100 upperclassmen were gathered in small groups. If Jiang Yuan were here, he would certainly recognize two among them. Those were the two practitioners he had unexpectedly saved while hunting hornets. Lu Wan, your brother's luck is extraordinary. He didn't get selected last year, and it seems he has been spared again this year, remarked a tall male with a rather helpless expression. This was a tradition of the academy, wherein the student council randomly selected 100 individuals to assist in the class division assessments for incoming freshmen. As a result, since their sophomore year, they had been selected for 2 consecutive years. Indeed, the meager credits we receive are hardly worth as much as hunting a couple of third-tier mutated creatures out in the wild. The short-haired girl named Lu Wan nodded. However, at that moment, her expression of exasperation and resignation was abruptly interrupted, her eyes widening uncontrollably. What's wrong? The tall male looked at her, puzzled, having just been engaged in their shared lament about their ill fortune. The next moment, he appeared as if he had seen a ghost. Han Shan, look at that person over there. Doesn't he resemble the one who single-handedly dispatched hundreds of hornets during our encounter in the wild? Lu Wan's voice trembled, filled with profound confusion and disbelief. What? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Han Shan's eyes nearly bulged out, his voice laced with incredulity. According to Teacher Zhang's assessment, that person is at least a 5th-tier practitioner. Are you certain he could be in the freshman area? A 5th-tier practitioner, by any measure, could not possibly be associated with a newly enrolled freshman. Yet it truly was him. Lu Wan swallowed nervously, pointing towards Jiang Yuan in Zone F, her voice brimming with conviction. Han Shan instinctively followed her gesture, gazing towards Group 4 of Zone F. Then, he was utterly stunned. That strikingly handsome face, exuding a commanding aura and a cool demeanor, was indeed that of the man. But how could he possibly be in the freshman assembly area? Was he not only a 5th-tier practitioner, but also a newcomer? Han Shan felt completely dazed. That was 5th tier. The advancement in life levels for practitioners slowed considerably as one progressed. He had taken 3 years since enrollment to reach the 3rd tier. Yet this man had achieved the 5th tier before even entering Zhonghai Academy. It must be true, otherwise he wouldn't be present in the freshman zone. They could only speculate about how he had trained to elevate his life level to such heights prior to enrollment. Lu Wan, too, swallowed hard. They were indeed upperclassmen. But in terms of life level and strength, he could easily overpower both of them. Perhaps he was one of those prodigies who could enter elite training camps at the top academies? I'm just curious as to why he would choose our academy. Han Shan remarked thoughtfully. Among the 5 prestigious vocational academies, those who could enter elite training camps were the creme de la creme. It was said that one must reach the 3rd tier within 6 months of enrollment to qualify for the elite training camp and to officially join. One must at least be a 4th-tier practitioner. This illustrated just how terrifying the training speed and talent were for those who entered elite training camps at the top 5 vocational academies. What remains unclear is whether he chose our academy due to some special provisions, Lu Wan speculated quietly. Indeed, Han Shan nodded in agreement. For those with extraordinarily frightening talents, even the 5 top academies would offer extremely enticing conditions, let alone Zhonghai University. The mystery lay in what exactly Zhonghai Academy had offered to attract such a genius. The cost must certainly be exorbitant. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Lu Wan's communicator received a message. Instinctively, she picked it up to take a look, and found it was a message from her younger brother. Sister, I heard that this year, Zhonghai Academy has spent an enormous fortune to acquire a genius from a prestigious institution. I know. Just now, Han Shan and I saw him, and we both recognized that person. Lu Wan's fingers danced rapidly across the communicator as she replied to her brother, we know him, but I don't recall him at all. Her younger brother, Luin, furrowed his brows in confusion, pondering for a long time without recalling where he had heard Lu Wentao's name before. No impression? Have you forgotten about the incident a few days ago when we encountered that group of tiger-headed wasps? Lu Wan replied through the communicator. The moment Luin saw this message, his eyes widened in shock, almost dropping the communicator in disbelief. Sister, you're not joking with me, are you? That person is a 5th-tier professional. How could he be the genius that the academy paid a fortune to recruit? Teacher Zhang said it himself. That person's life level is likely to reach the 5th tier. Luin had no doubts about this. After all, to eliminate a swarm of tiger-headed wasps along with their entire nest, one must possess a level far beyond the 4th tier, otherwise it would be utterly impossible. Although the gap between human professionals and mutated creatures isn't vast, that is only under conditions of equal numbers. Within the tiger-headed wasp nest, there were 4th-tier mutations, and even a small portion of them could not be eradicated by a 4th-tier professional. I'm not joking with you. If you don't believe me, check for yourself and see if your sister has mistaken the person. Lu Wan snapped a photo, aiming her communicator towards Jiang Yuan's direction, zooming in to capture an image. On the other end of the communicator, Luin's throat involuntarily tightened the moment he saw the photo. The handsome young man in the image, although not wearing his armor, had a demeanor and aura that made it unmistakable. He was indeed the same person. No way, sister. He is actually a freshman? That means he is even younger than us. Luan felt dazed. The idol he had admired, the great Zihua, turned out to be a freshman still not officially enrolled. 2 years his junior. What can we do? After all, he is a genius. Otherwise, how could the academy have spent such a fortune to recruit him? Luan rolled her eyes in exasperation. However, she felt no resentment towards the treatment this great figure received. In fact, she was quite grateful that the academy had brought him in. Otherwise, she and her brother would likely have met their demise by now. She couldn't help but wonder who would be lucky enough to be assigned to the same group as the great Zihua. Imagining the new students overpowering their evaluators was thrilling. I need to hurry over to witness this. This is the glorious moment of my idol Zihua entering Zhonghai Academy. Luan's tone shifted abruptly as he sent another message through the communicator. Just then, the time reached 7:55, and the academy began assigning Luan, Han Shan, and others to their respective testing areas and groups. Wait, why was I assigned to Zone F? And why the 4th group? What qualifications do I have to evaluate a 5th-tier powerhouse? Han Shan nearly threw his communicator in frustration. Although he had intended to personally thank Jiang Yuan for saving him that day, he anticipated being assigned to the evaluation platform. I was also assigned to Zone F, 4th group. Luan opened her mouth, her expression equally complicated. While the class assessment was merely a scoring system, it also required practical combat to determine the final results. However, facing a 5th-tier powerhouse in battle meant that with just a slight move from him, both she and Han Shan would likely be left on their knees in submission. Brother, maybe you should not come after all. The lucky person you were talking about is your sister. Luan hesitated for a moment before ultimately sending a message to her younger brother Luan, infused with the last remnants of stubbornness and struggle. Chapter 35. What the heck? The senior evaluator concedes right away. Zone F, evaluation platform 4? Jiang Yuan's communicator also received the notification for the test start, and his gaze swiftly found the marked evaluation platform F4 nearby. Although it was termed an evaluation platform, in reality, it was merely an enclosed area delineated by a warning line. Other freshmen were similarly approaching the F4 evaluation platform. It couldn't be this coincidental, could it? The ones responsible for F4 evaluation couldn't possibly be those two, could they? Dressed in Zhonghai Academy uniforms, with the words evaluation pinned on their arms. Han Shan and Luan had not yet arrived near F4 when Jiang Yuan recognized them immediately. Even though they had changed into different outfits and no longer appeared as disheveled as that day, he still recognized them at a glance. Hello everyone, I am Luan, a student member responsible for the class evaluation, and this is my partner Han Shan. When we call your names, please enter the evaluation area to engage in sparring with us. However, please note that attacks must not cross the warning line, otherwise, your final evaluation score will be deducted for violating the rules. Luan and Han Shan stepped directly into the warning line of F4. They surveyed the crowd before speaking. As if they had an unspoken agreement, both deliberately bypassed Jiang Yuan, not daring to cast their gaze in his direction. Zhang Tao. Han Shan moved towards the evaluation area, closer to the center, while Luan held the list and pen, beginning to call out the first person's name. Here I come. A petite girl jumped up and down behind several boys, then squeezed through the crowd, darting across the warning line to reach Han Shan. Use your strongest attack on me, and we will assess your overall performance to provide your final score, Han Shan instructed the girl. Okay, senior, I'm going to attack now. The petite girl said in a somewhat sweet voice, raising her hands in front of her, fingers spread wide. A faint glow began to coalesce in her palms. Soon, a fist-sized white orb of light formed in her hands, emanating a chilling aura. Cold sphere breath, the petite girl exclaimed. In the next moment, the formed orb shot towards Han Shan with great speed. Buzz. The air trembled lightly. Without any visible movement from Han Shan, a semi-transparent barrier appeared before him, directly blocking the icy orb. The sound of cracking echoed, visible to the naked eye. White ice crystals began to spread rapidly upon the collision of the light cluster and the barrier, eventually encasing an area of nearly 1 square meter. The piercing chill emanating from the girl's unleashed attack dissipated completely, halting its expansion. Indeed, Han Shan offered an appreciative assessment. He then moved swiftly, enveloping his palm with source energy, and launched an attack towards the girl. The girl who had just conjured the icy sphere now appeared somewhat flustered. The cold air surrounding her seemed to spiral chaotically due to her panic, quickly forming a patch of ice crystals on the ground. However, this had no effect on Han Shan. With mere sidesteps, he successfully navigated through the disorganized cold barrier, encircling the girl. Gently tapping her forehead, she promptly collapsed onto the ground. The disparity in strength was striking. Despite the girl's apparent prowess, she had been effortlessly knocked out by the senior's assessment. I surmised that I was likely doomed as well. Given my abilities and life level, I probably wouldn't perform as well as this girl. And I hoped I wouldn't be assigned to a particularly inept class. I wondered how many points this girl would receive, hoping it wouldn't be too low, as I feared I might not garner a high score myself. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but engage in animated discussions. After completing the confrontation with the girl, Han Shan quickly approached Lu Wan, engaging in a hushed exchange. Eventually, Lu Wan picked up her pen and recorded the outcome on the list. Zhang Tao's assessment has concluded. Based on your performance in the practical combat, we have collectively decided to award you a B rating. However, the final result is subject to the Academy's review. The classes at Zhonghai Academy are categorized from low to high as F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. Earning a B rating indicates that the girl's characteristics and practical performance are commendable. Next up was Lu Xian. The classification assessment continued. After Lu Wan called out the second name, he quickly entered the designated area and began a practical exercise with Han Shan. However, the combat proficiency of this young man was inferior to that of the previous girl. Despite possessing decent innate abilities, he ultimately received only a B rating. Had the Academy slightly downgraded his score, he would have fallen to a C. Subsequently, over a dozen more participants took their turns. Some achieved impressive A ratings, while others received the lowest F rating. Jiang Yuan, feeling somewhat bored as he waited, kept an eye on the ant troops engaged in combat training within the ant nest space. Compared to the ongoing classification assessment outside, it felt like mere amateurs pecking at one another. Even though Han Shan's life level was significantly higher than that of the new students, he still couldn't compare to the ant troops Jiang Yuan had nurtured. He was confident that even dispatching a single ant troop of the same realm as Han Shan would easily subdue him. Next, Jiang Yuan. After Lu Wan recorded the previous student's score, she called out Jiang Yuan's name, instantly returning his focus from the ant troop training. Jiang Yuan raised his hand and stepped forward from the crowd. The once relaxed expressions on Lu Wan and Han Shan transformed into nervousness upon seeing Jiang Yuan's gesture, particularly for Han Shan, who was responsible for the practical exercises with new students, unlike Lu Wan, who merely observed and ensured that the new students' attacks did not cross the warning line and endanger those nearby. With each step closer Jiang Yuan took, Han Shan felt an inexplicable pressure weighing down on him, almost suffocating. Soon, Jiang Yuan stood in the center of the field, facing Han Shan, prepared to open a dimensional portal to summon a fourth-tier troop for this classification exam. Overwhelmed, Han Shan abruptly raised both hands high, declaring before the bewildered gazes of the nearby new students, I concede. To concede against a freshman before the practical exercise even commenced? What madness was this? Chapter 36. Principal, are the students in your class insane? What on earth? How could the senior responsible for the assessment concede before the new student even began the practical exercise? Could this individual be a genius? Stronger than the assessing senior? That seems unlikely. Such talents should be specially recruited, not subjected to the same classification assessment as us. Indeed, this feels like a blatant case of favoritism. In Area F4, even in the surrounding assessment zones, many were unable to contain their discussions. Han Shan, seemingly oblivious, quickly approached Lu Wan, murmuring a few words, and finalized Jiang Yuan's score. The assessment for student Jiang Yuan has concluded. Based on our discussion, we have decided to award you an S rating. However, the final result is subject to the Academy's review. At once, the entire F area erupted in a frenzy. An S rating? Who exactly is this individual? To achieve such a high score without even being tested? Surely, there must be some sort of conspiracy at play. Could this person truly be stronger than the assessing senior? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to enter the arena, do nothing, and prompt the senior to concede while still receiving an S rating. Nonsense. I just checked the Academy's announcement. Senior Han Shan is a perfected third-tier professional. A new student who hasn't even enrolled, yet couldn't possibly surpass the senior's strength. A conspiracy. Undoubtedly a conspiracy. Members of the student council in the adjacent area, intrigued, paused their assessments and approached Lu Wan and Han Shan. What is going on here? How could he concede before even starting? Is this individual perhaps an insider? As they approached, they overheard numerous conversations among the new students, gaining insight into the situation. Lu Wan and Han Shan had allowed a new student to enter the arena and concede before engaging in practical exercises, while awarding him an S rating. This was simply outrageous. What favoritism? You mustn't speak carelessly. This esteemed individual earned his S rating through sheer ability. And had it not been for our cap of S, I might have considered granting him an even higher score. A glimmer of admiration sparkled in Han Shan's eyes. Anyone capable of single-handedly challenging an entire hornet swarm deserving of an S rating would indicate that true favoritism would be in play if he didn't receive it. How could we have found such a genius at our academy? The disbelief was evident in the onlookers. The individual beside him nodded in agreement, stating, "Although the specifics remain unclear, we must caution you that this matter will undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-ups at the school. The new students who received an S rating will certainly draw scrutiny from the academy's administration. Moreover, Han Shan has yet to engage in any practical exercises. Yet he raised his hand to concede defeat and awarded an exceptionally high S rating. This will surely incite discontent among many. If this escalates, it may be manageable if there are no underlying issues. However, should any discrepancies arise, both Han Shan and Lu Wan will undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Rest assured, there will be no issues. After all, the prowess of this individual has even garnered the approval of Teacher Zhang," Lu Wan interjected. The two who had spoken earlier fell silent, retreating to their designated areas. Meanwhile, in the faculty office of Zhonghai Academy, Zhang Yutong had just set down her cup after drinking water, placing it beside the communicator on her desk when it began to ring. She casually picked it up and pressed the answer button, only to hear the voice of the principal. "Teacher Zhang, what is the situation with your students Lu Wan and Han Shan? They brazenly walked out during the evaluation's practical exercise and, before it even commenced, declared their surrender. Furthermore, they awarded an S rating to a new student named Jiang Yuan. Principal, are you certain there hasn't been a misunderstanding? They could not possibly be so audacious." Zhang Yutong replied, her head spinning at the implications. If this were substantiated, her two students would likely face stern warnings or even expulsion. Misunderstanding? The new student S score has already been uploaded to the class division database, awaiting our final review. Additionally, our academy's email has received a plethora of complaint emails, all alleging that our class division assessments are rigged. The principal scoffed coldly. Clearly, if this matter isn't handled properly, Zhonghai Academy may soon be labeled as fraudulent. Principal, please remain calm. I will reach out to them to ascertain the specifics. Based on my understanding of them, they should not engage in such misconduct." Zhang Yutong quickly assured the principal. After the call ended, she hastily sent a communication request to Lu Wan. After a brief pause, the call connected. "Teacher Zhang, I am currently occupied with assessing the new students. May I inquire about the purpose of your call?" Lu Wan responded, holding a roster in one hand and the communicator in the other. "Lu Wan, what is the situation with that new student Jiang Yuan? I just received a call from the principal, stating that you and Han Shan surrendered during the new student assessment and even awarded the opponent an S rating." Zhang Yutong inquired directly. "About that, we had no choice. That new student is exceedingly powerful. Together, Han Shan and I are no match for him. So we opted to concede," Lu Wan explained. "Lu Wan, this is not a matter for jest. Both you and Han Shan are at the third tier, nearly reaching the fourth. How could you possibly not be his match?" Zhang Yutong's voice escalated, her tone turning stern. "Teacher, but didn't you say that his strength might have already reached the late fifth tier?" Lu Wan replied innocently. "When did I ever say that?" Zhang Yutong instinctively responded. "Remember that day when Han Shan and I came to you about dealing with the ancestral hornet's nest in the wild? Wait, you're not referring to that mysterious individual who mastered fire abilities and single-handedly took down an entire ancestral hornet's nest, are you?" Zhang Yutong interrupted, her breath quickening as she focused intently on the conversation. "Indeed, Teacher Zhang. That is why Han Shan surrendered immediately. We truly dared not engage with such a formidable figure. Moreover, he has saved us once," Lu Wan confirmed emphatically. Zhang Yutong was left stunned. A practitioner capable of harnessing flames, who could single-handedly vanquish thousands of ancestral hornets, had made his way to Zhonghai Academy, and he was merely an incoming freshman. This was utterly absurd. Chapter 37. Energy Strength, 5th Tier Perfection. Is it truly him? Zhang Yutong's voice trembled. Based on the residual flames, she could ascertain that the individual's energy level had indeed reached the 5th tier. Yet, her students claimed they encountered him during the new student assessment, and he was participating as a new student. "Yes, Teacher Zhang, we are certain we did not mistake him. The academy invested significant resources to recruit a genius. This must be him." Lu Wan's voice resonated through the communicator. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yutong furrowed her brow. She was aware that Zhonghai Academy had expended considerable effort to secure a genius from other top institutions, intending to compete for the next elite training camp. However, wasn't he stated that he would be directly admitted to Class S? Why would he participate in the assessment? Was he merely seeking to showcase his prowess? In that moment, Zhang Yutong contemplated many possibilities. After all, even the most talented genius was merely an 18-year-old youth, and it was natural for him to desire recognition. In that case, I shall inform the principal of the situation and request a notice to prevent any unnecessary trouble for the academy. After a moment of reflection, she bid farewell to Lu Wan and ended the call. With a few taps on the screen, she reconnected with the principal. Principal, I have spoken with Lu Wan and Han Shan regarding the specifics of this matter. It is not their fault. The new student who participated in the assessment is a particularly talented recruit, and the disparity in their strengths is too significant. Even if they exerted their full effort, they would still be unable to compel him to reveal his true capabilities. What on earth? The principal on the other end of the communicator was momentarily taken aback, instinctively pulling the device away from his ear. He glanced at the contact displayed on the screen, Teacher Jiang. The voice was unmistakable, and the words were clear. Yet their meaning eluded him. Teacher Jiang, could you clarify what you just said? What do you mean by their full effort would not be enough to compel him to reveal his true power? And how does this relate to the genius we specially recruited? The principal's expression was one of utter disbelief. Jiang Yuan, Principal, please cease this attempt to frighten me. Are you not aware that the individual who has secured an S-rank assessment is the very genius our academy has expended considerable resources to reclaim from a prestigious institution? Just a moment, please. The principal hastily interjected, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he retrieved the relevant documents, scrutinizing them repeatedly. New student, Jiang Yuan. Place of residence, Shenzhen. Classification assessment result, S. Preliminary. Detailed information, trait, Ant Hatchery. Life level, first stage, 35, rating D. Trait potential, white, rating F. Talent, infinite summoning max, rating SSS. Joint examination merit, 12460, rating S. Trait mastery, summoning troop type, 3, rating E. New student, Lu Wentao. Place of residence, Anqing. Classification assessment result, S. Final. Detailed information, trait, abyss summoner. Life level, third stage, 5, rating SS. Trait potential, purple, rating SS. Talent, cost exemption, rating SS. Joint examination merit, 9718, rating S. Trait mastery, third stage summoning troop type 30, rating SSS. Aside from the identical classification assessment results, there were no other similarities between the two sets of documents. It was abundantly clear that someone was impersonating the genius recruited by the academy, deliberately causing disruption during the classification assessment. Teacher Jiang, are you certain that the person Lu Wan mentioned is indeed the genius our academy has specially recruited? After comparing the documents, the principal gently reminded Jiang Yuan over the communicator. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yuan had witnessed Jiang Yuan's prowess. Having overwhelmingly cleared the battlefield of mutated hornets, capturing energy fluctuations comparable to a fifth-stage perfection. Therefore, she did not perceive his subtle warning, but rather sensed an implication to conceal the matter and prevent it from coming to light. I understand, Principal. This individual is not a specially recruited new student of our academy. In fact, we have not made any special recruitments this year. Gulp. The principal, who had just taken a sip from his teacup, instantly coughed it out upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words. No, when did I imply that? The principal was utterly flabbergasted. Jiang Yuan, astonished, responded, were you not implying that? To nurture him quietly, and then surprise the other academies? Am I trying to keep a low profile? The principal, now exasperated, expressed his serious doubts about the intelligence of Jiang Yuan's students, suspecting that it was a reflection of her own wits that led to such a blunder. What do you mean my intelligence? Please clarify, Principal. Are you saying that Lu Wan and the others rated him too highly or too lowly? Jiang Yuan was becoming increasingly perplexed. Too low? Then why not give him an SS rating? The principal felt a surge of indignation. Were it not for the fact that she was the granddaughter of his mentor, he would have stormed into the office to teach her a lesson. I also believe the rating is somewhat low. Given his fifth-stage perfection and energy intensity, awarding him an SSS would not be excessive. However, it cannot be helped. The highest rating our academy's classification assessment can offer is merely S, Jiang Yuan stated with firm agreement. Jiang Yuan. The principal could no longer contain his irritation. Just as he began to raise his voice, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Fifth-stage perfection and energy intensity? Were they not discussing a new student? How did this tie into a fifth-stage professional? Yes, Principal, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, startled by his outburst, beginning to grasp that something was indeed awry. Before she could ponder further, the principal's voice, laced with confusion and curiosity, came through the communicator once more. You just mentioned that this new student's energy intensity has reached fifth-stage perfection? Are you certain you're not jesting with me? Jiang Yuan, taken aback, struggled to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, she nodded emphatically. If Lu Wan and Han Shan did not mistake the person, it should indeed be accurate. What do you mean by they did not mistake the person? The principal inquired further. Jiang Yuan clarified, a few days ago, during my mission to exterminate the mutated hornets outside the city, I sensed a wave of fire-type energy that exhibited fifth-stage perfection near the hornet's nest. According to Lu Wan and Han Shan, this new student was the mysterious professional who rescued them during their encounter with the Hornets and eradicated the nest. Chapter 38, the second S rank. Gulp. The atmosphere in the principal's office was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. He never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable document could belong to a fifth-stage professional. As for the possibility of mistaken identity, while Jiang Yuan was often unreliable, her life level had indeed reached fifth stage, making it improbable for her to misjudge energy intensity. The only potential for error lay with the two students, Lu Wan and Han Shan, who might have genuinely confused their savior. However, one could not disregard the possibility that this new student, Jiang Yuan, was merely playing the part of a humble individual, for within the array of ordinary information lay a talent rated at SSS. Teacher Zhang, have Lu Wan and Han Shan designate one of them to escort this student, Jiang Yuan, to the S District's practical testing facility. Wu Baichuan pondered for a moment before addressing the communicator, speaking to Jiang Yuan. It was certainly not feasible to annul the assessment entirely, given that this person might indeed be concealing their true strength. Understood, Principal. I will relay this to Lu Wan and the others immediately. Jiang Yuan did not overthink it. After all, it was only natural for the principal to wish to meet a genius that the academy had gone to great lengths to procure from a top-tier institution. Subsequently, Wu Baichuan ended the call, and Jiang Yuan crafted a message to convey his instructions. Upon receiving this message, Lu Wan, situated at the evaluation site, promptly approached Han Shan, handing over the list and details of the assessment before heading directly toward Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, our principal wishes to see you. Lu Wan's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice soft and imbued with a mix of respect and admiration. Jiang Yuan, however, felt no surprise, setting aside the debt of gratitude he owed her. The sheer power he had demonstrated by effortlessly dispatching hundreds of mutated hornets, including fourth-stage ones, commanded such respect. As for the principal of Zhonghai Academy desiring to meet him, Jiang Yuan had long been prepared for such an encounter. The senior responsible for the testing had already conceded, and coupled with the S rating he had achieved, it would indeed be strange for the academy not to take notice. Please lead the way, senior. Jiang Yuan's thoughts emerged from the depths of the ant nest, and he nodded slightly at the blushing Lu Wan. The latter immediately felt her heart race, akin to a fawn darting within her chest, and swiftly turned away to conceal her unease. It was peculiar. Wasn't the class division assessment still ongoing? Why had this senior left, especially in the company of that S-rank-rated newcomer? Surely, they must have been summoned for an inquiry. I had overheard from a distance that they were headed towards the principal's office. As I said, truth cannot be concealed, and falsehoods cannot be validated. It seems the administration has become aware of this matter, prompting them to undergo investigation. One who refrains from misdeeds shall not face dire consequences. Daring to brazenly exploit loopholes during the assessment, I surmise that the two seniors overseeing the evaluation will also face significant repercussions. Observing Lu Wan and Jiang Yuan depart, many began to murmur amongst themselves. Members from other student council regions exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads in dismay, believing Lu Wan was in grave trouble. Navigating through the thronging assessment area, Jiang Yuan soon arrived at the vicinity of an imposing structure. Above the entrance, towering over 5 meters high, hung a substantial wooden plaque inscribed with the words Practical Test Building in a style reminiscent of iron brush strokes. Entering through the grand doors, he found the interior adorned with marble flooring and robust stone walls, save for the ceiling, which was an expanse of aluminum paneling. After traversing the 6 designated zones labeled Fekba, Lu Wan pushed open the door to Zone S, leading Jiang Yuan inside. The enclosed space, soaring over 6 meters in height, featured walls, floors, and ceilings crafted from a unique alloy. Seated in the lounge area was an elderly man, his hair slightly graying, dressed in loose, casual attire. Engrossed in a paperback book. Principal, you must be Jiang Yuan, he remarked as Lu Wan approached. Wu Baichuan, seated in the lounge, shifted his gaze to Jiang Yuan, who, based on his physical presence, emitted little in the way of source energy fluctuations. However, this was to be expected. According to the records, this young man was an incubator. The true essence of life levels cannot merely be discerned through the intensity of source energy. Principal Wu, may I inquire as to why you sought my presence? Jiang Yuan maintained a respectful demeanor, his tone neither overly submissive nor disdainful, unlike Lu Wan, who instinctively exhibited caution before someone of higher status. It is rather simple. I am merely curious about the individual who has achieved our Academy's second S-rank rating, Wu Baichuan expressed, a hint of approval gleaming in his eyes. Jiang Yuan's demeanor exceeded his expectations. Disregarding everything else, this composed attitude set him apart from the typical newcomers. Moreover, he perceived a glimmer of absolute confidence in Jiang Yuan's gaze. The second S rank? Luan murmured instinctively. She recalled vividly that prior to this, although Zhonghai Academy had established an S class, the highest rating had only ever reached S level. An S rank had never been awarded before. Indeed, Wu Baichuan affirmed with a nod. The other S-rank newcomer was someone I had to plead for. However, I am curious, Luan. What prompted you and Han Shan to bestow such a rating upon Jiang Yuan? His gaze shifted to Luan, who promptly replied, it is due to his prowess. A few days ago, we encountered a swarm of ancestral mutated hornets in the wilderness outside the city. Aside from the second and third tier hornets, there was also a fourth tier leader. We were desperately fleeing, on the verge of being overwhelmed by the swarm, when we fortuitously encountered Jiang Yuan. He unleashed a violet flame, effortlessly incinerating hundreds of hornets. Upon returning to the academy, we sought out Teacher Zhang to eradicate the nest entirely. However, when we arrived the next day, we found it reduced to ashes. Teacher Zhang sensed residual source energy fluctuations and stated that the energy intensity of the one who destroyed the nest must have reached at least the 5th tier pinnacle. Throughout this exchange, Principal Wu's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yuan. Once Lu Wan concluded her narrative, he inquired, Jiang Yuan, would you be willing to demonstrate your true abilities here? Certainly, Jiang Yuan responded, having no intention to conceal anything from Wu Baichuan. After all, his purpose in attending Zhonghai Academy was to swiftly obtain a diploma from a vocational institution, enabling him to withdraw the resources left by the old Jiang from the bank in Shenxing, leaving not a single cent for the Jiang family. Chapter 39. S is merely the rating's upper limit, not his own. Wu Baichuan rose from his seat and strode briskly towards the combat area, with Jiang Yuan trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, Lu Wan's eyes brimmed with curiosity as she fixated on Jiang Yuan's silhouette. As the two entered the combat arena, Wu Baichuan stood quietly, awaiting Jiang Yuan's move, while Jiang Yuan, standing across from him, summoned 24th tier explosive fire ants and 34th tier bullet ants by communicating with the ant nest and opening a dimensional portal. In an instant, the expansive combat zone became inundated with these suddenly materialized ant species. Particularly, the explosive fire ants, having matured to the 4th tier, had grown to nearly 6 or 7 meters in length, each resembling a formidable 5th tier leader beast. In contrast, the 30 bullet ants, being no larger than a fingertip, were easily overlooked. Gulp. Outside the reinforced glass of the lounge, Lu Wan swallowed hard upon witnessing the overwhelming influx of ant species nearly saturating the entire combat field. 5th tier. These summoned creatures are all 5th tier. At that moment, her scalp prickled with shock. No wonder he could single-handedly obliterate a nest teeming with thousands of hornets. Such power was undoubtedly on par with a formidable mercenary battalion. What a remarkable young man. 54th tier leader class, incubated species. No wonder you were able to eradicate an entire 4th tier ancestral mutant hornet nest by yourself. Wu Baichuan felt a surge of emotion within him, utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yuan could elevate his incubated species from 1st tier to 4th tier, all glowing with purple source patterns, and in such terrifying numbers. Let alone a 4th tier ancestral hornet nest, even one of the same 5th tier would be utterly incapable of withstanding such a formidable force. At this point, he no longer doubted the veracity of Zhang Yutong's earlier assertions. Even Zhang Yutong expressed sentiments that were somewhat too conservative, failing to encapsulate the entirety of this little fellow's potential. As for the assessment results from the class division evaluation, they were not only disappointingly low, but rather excessively so. Setting aside other considerations, even a single 4th tier Lord level unit would suffice to secure a rating exceeding S level. Meanwhile, in the rest area, Lu Wan stared wide-eyed in bewilderment, meticulously counting the ant units summoned by Jiang Yuan throughout the arena. After several rounds of counting, she could only account for 20, failing to spot the 50 that the principal had mentioned. Just then, Jiang Yuan began to command the ant units to launch their initial assault on Wu Baichuan. 20 explosive flame ants simultaneously coalesced into purple fireballs, each nearly a meter in diameter, hurtling towards Wu Baichuan's position with great speed. Boom, boom. In quick succession, a cacophony of explosions filled the air. However, Wu Baichuan, as a 7th tier commander level practitioner, possessed an extraordinarily high source energy intensity. Even without unleashing his unique abilities, he was able to completely thwart the explosive fireballs with a barrier of condensed source energy. A vast expanse of purple flames enveloped the energy shield, persistently burning and eroding its strength. Buzzing sounds resonated as the bullet ants scattered, propelled by their supersonic flight, resembling bullets fired from a gun. The sound of their impacts against the energy barrier was akin to a series of crackling explosions, coupled with the searing purple flames. It wasn't long before the translucent barrier displayed a multitude of intricate fissures, with the relentless barrage of the purple fire and the bullet ants The cracks became increasingly pronounced and widened, ultimately covering the entirety of the source energy barrier. Crack. At last, under the forceful impact of a bullet ant, the energy barrier shattered like glass, disintegrating into countless fragments that fell to the ground. The purple flames consumed these shards, even scorching the alloy floor beneath, leaving noticeable indentations. Indeed, the assault from 20 fire attribute units had reached an intensity that brushed against the 6th tier threshold. Moreover, the continuous onslaught from 34th tier minor units had even managed to penetrate the barrier of source energy I had conjured. Wu Baichuan's voice brimmed with admiration. The 4th tier hatching units, when united, could tear through the source energy barrier he had summoned. Had he only possessed the 6th tier, he would have likely found himself in dire straits, possibly sustaining significant injuries amidst such a relentless attack. Furthermore, if he wasn't mistaken, the units on the battlefield were likely not the entirety of this little fellow's arsenal. Infinite troop generation could rely on energy and resources to achieve limitless hatching, commanding an army of boundless numbers. Merely contemplating this sent shivers down his spine. Outside the arena, Lu Wan felt as if struck by lightning, instinctively trembling. The principal was a 7th tier powerhouse. Even merely manifesting a source energy barrier was not something an ordinary 6th tier practitioner could shatter. Yet, this man had managed to break the principal's barrier with nothing but a swarm of 4th tier units. Thus, was this merely the tip of the iceberg? Lu Wan opened her mouth, feeling her throat dry, her murmurs sounding hoarse as if she hadn't had a drink in ages. Principal, this should suffice, right? Jiang Yuan's calm gaze turned towards Wu Baichuan. Then, with a slight mental shift, he completely pacified the frenzied explosive flame ants and bullet ants. Given the prowess he displayed, it was not just securing an S-level rating for the class division evaluation, he could even apply for graduation outright. That will do. The 4th tier units, comparable to 5th tier units, indicated that your class division assessment posed no issues whatsoever. In fact, that score seems somewhat low. Wu Baichuan nodded, then waved his right hand. A surge of source energy emanating from him to extinguish the still burning purple flames on the ground. However, even so, the specially alloyed ground bore numerous newly formed pits and charred marks from the scorching. Yet, at that moment, he could hardly focus on such details. His gaze had not strayed from the figure protected by the explosive flame ants since the barrier's shattering. A genius. This was the epitome of true genius. Compared to this individual, the so-called genius he had painstakingly promised various benefits to acquire was utterly insignificant. No, perhaps this person could no longer merely be described as a genius. In less than 2 months since awakening his occupational traits, he was undeniably a prodigy among prodigies. To even label him as a monster would not be an exaggeration. Others who achieved an S rating did so because they could only muster that much power. Yet this individual attained the S rating because it was the upper limit of the assessment, not a reflection of his true potential. Chapter 40. The Prodigy Misguided by the Jiang Family. Jiang Yuan, welcome to Zhonghai Academy. Wu Baichuan hurriedly approached Jiang Yuan, a warm and friendly smile adorning his face. Even the tone of his speech had transformed into one of utmost humility. With such a prodigious talent, given enough time, he would likely ascend to the ranks of 5th tier, 6th tier, or even commander-level practitioners. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that this individual was also a hatching master endowed with the talent for infinite troop generation. He could endlessly hatch units equivalent to the rank of his biological nest, single-handedly forming a super army. As for the white potential displayed in Jiang Yuan's profile, Wu Baichuan speculated that it might merely be a form of covert disguise, not reflective of Jiang Yuan's true characteristic potential. After all, the lower the characteristic potential, the lower the quality of the awakened talent. Thus, the converse held true as well. The higher the quality of talent, the greater the characteristic potential. Although there were exceptions, the majority of practitioners exhibited a direct proportional relationship between their characteristic potential and the quality of their talent, with instances of inverse relationships being exceedingly rare. Principal, I wish to apply for graduation directly. Jiang Yuan activated the dimensional portal, retracting all the ant units from the battlefield back into the ant nest space. Then, he addressed Wu Baichuan. What? Wu Baichuan's voice involuntarily rose. Jiang Yuan, you just completed the class division evaluation. Isn't this speed a bit too swift? Principal, as far as I know, there is no rule in the academy stating that newly admitted students cannot submit a graduation application, correct? Jiang Yuan produced a communicator. Soon. On the official website of Zhonghai Academy, the conditions and requirements for submitting a graduation application were clearly outlined. It stated that once a student's professional rank reaches the 4th tier, they are eligible to apply for graduation and obtain the corresponding diploma. Jiang Yuan, may I be so bold as to inquire about your urgent desire to graduate? Wu Baichuan asked. Our academy has a series of benefits tailored for prodigies like you. including exclusive high-end dormitories and a monthly subsidy of 100,000 for meals, in addition to 30 source energy crystals each month. Wu Baichuan's heart raced. After encountering a genius surpassing all others, he was dismayed to find that this student wished to graduate so soon. Who on earth decided that one could graduate simply by reaching the 4th tier? This cannot stand. The graduation conditions must be made more stringent, otherwise, we might lose another extraordinary talent like this one. In truth, Jiang Yuan had no qualms about revealing his reasons. It's nothing much. My grandfather left behind some cultivation resources that I can only withdraw from the bank once I obtain a diploma from a reputable institution. After all, sincerity is the most potent weapon, especially since the principal had already shown goodwill by offering him high-end accommodations, meal support, and cultivation subsidies. Jiang Yuan, how about this? You continue your studies at our academy, and I will grant you a one-time award of 1,000 source energy crystals in the name of the academy for your exceptional admission. Additionally, I can increase your monthly cultivation subsidy from 30 to 300 crystals, Wu Baichuan declared, gritting his teeth and deciding to take a risk. The 5 elite academies had formed an elite training camp with the purpose of competing for the National Genius Training Camp, which concentrated resources to cultivate immensely talented individuals. The top 5 institutions had been overly selective, making it exceedingly difficult for students from lesser colleges, particularly those below the average tier, to qualify for the Genius Training Camp. Now that a prodigy had finally emerged, Wu Baichuan was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Goodness, is this the treatment reserved for geniuses? Luan gasped, covering her mouth to stifle a scream. A one-time grant of 1,000 source energy crystals was beyond her wildest dreams. Moreover, the subsequent monthly support of 300 crystals exceeded what she could earn in a year through hard work and credit accumulation. Well, since the principal has made such an offer, it would be rather ungracious of me to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. Setting aside everything else, the mere 1,000 source energy crystals surpassed the remaining resources left by his grandfather in the bank, coupled with the monthly subsidy of 300 crystals. Even if he remained at the academy without venturing elsewhere, he could cultivate a substantial number of 4th-tier monarch-level ant warriors within a year. Of course, if he wished to grow stronger, he would need to venture into the wild to obtain more mutated biological genes to elevate the original genes of his ant warriors to a higher life level. Luan, please escort Jiang Yuan to Villa number 01 for class assessment. I will have Teacher Zhang arrange for others to join, Wu Baichuan said, exhaling heavily. He waved to Lu Wan outside the glass, summoning her to take Jiang Yuan to the special student villa area. The originally constructed Villa number 01, intended merely as a symbol, was now unexpectedly put to immediate use. All right, Principal, Lu Wan replied, swallowing hard, her voice slightly unsteady, before turning to lead Jiang Yuan away from the combat training ground. At that moment, Wu Baichuan picked up his communicator and began to investigate information related to Jiang Yuan. About half an hour later, numerous documents regarding Jiang Yuan were sent to his private account. Jiang Yuan of the Jiang family in Shuncheng had 2 brothers and a sister. Due to his exceptionally poor potential, he was shunned by the family and forced to relinquish the cultivation resources left by their late grandfather. Ultimately, he left the Jiang family and was expelled from the household register by his father a month later, relocating to Linqing to affiliate with the academy. Jiang Yuan's profile was quite simple, appearing rather unremarkable. However, in the past month, he had frequently ventured into the wilderness and had twice accessed the resources stored in the bank by their grandfather. The Jiang family truly was blind to their own talent, neglecting a max-level seedling in favor of one with only tier potential. Had they been willing to invest time in Jiang Yuan's development, they could never have let such a talent slip away. But perhaps it was their oversight that allowed Zhonghai Academy to stumble upon such a prodigy. From his conversation with Jiang Yuan, Wu Baichuan had already discerned that the latter had concealed his true strength during the entrance exams, aiming to join a mid-tier institution and graduate as swiftly as possible to access the resources left in the bank by the grandfather. Wu Baichuan shuddered to think what heights Jiang Yuan could have reached had he not been hindered by the Jiang family from the outset, receiving abundant resources for cultivating warriors. Would he have reached the 5th tier? Or perhaps even attained the 6th tier, becoming a brigadier general? Chapter 41 SSS. The academy has even altered the rules for him. Jiang Yuan, here is my contact number. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yuan followed Lu Wan to the villa arranged by the principal. With ease, he opened the door with a magnetic card. Before departing, Lu Wan handed him a slip of paper with her number scribbled on it, then hurriedly left. The place was quite splendid, equipped with a media room, exercise equipment, and a training room, although it didn't seem particularly useful to him. Jiang Yuan input Lu Wan's number into his communicator and wandered around the villa. The The first floor featured a grand living room with ceilings rising over 6 meters, leading into a combined dining area and kitchen, along with a reception room and study connected to a backyard garden. The resting quarters were located on the second floor, appearing quite spacious. Descending the staircase led to a basement area, which housed a swimming pool and media room, as well as a workout room filled with fitness equipment. Moreover, further down in the basement, there was a 6-car garage. Jiang Yuan glanced around and noted the garage contained a city commuting SUV, a 2-door sports car, and a modified armored off-road vehicle. The keys for these vehicles were conveniently located at the basement garage entrance. This was quite advantageous, saving him rental costs for excursions into the wild. Jiang Yuan felt quite pleased with the arrangement. Turning around, she made her way back to the first floor, planning to visit the academy's supermarket to procure some daily necessities. During their earlier conversation, Luan had briefly outlined the layout of the entire academy, including the distribution of the supermarket and the food street. Consequently, after Jiang Yuan exited the villa, he soon traversed through the student dormitory buildings and arrived at the lifestyle supermarket located in the food street, where he began selecting the items he required for daily life. Meanwhile, Luan had returned to the evaluation venue. Although the principal had mentioned arranging for someone else to replace her and Han Shan in assessing and scoring the remaining freshmen, Luan had sent her a message inquiring why she was not present at the evaluation site just as she was preparing to head back to the dormitory. "Sister, where's the great Zihua?" Luan waved his hands high upon spotting Lu Wan from a distance. However, as she approached, his gaze turned somewhat perplexed, casting a disappointed glance behind her. "Naturally, she has gone to the villa arranged by the principal. Do you really think my influence is so considerable that I could invite him to the evaluation site just for a brief encounter with you?" Lu Wan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Even the principal had expended significant effort to persuade this esteemed individual to stay, let alone someone like her, who had yet to reach the 4th tier after 3 years of enrollment. Having been fortunate enough to have been saved by him once was already akin to striking gold. "No way. My sister, such a stunning beauty, and he wouldn't even give you face?" "Oh dear." Luan feigned exaggeration. However, before he could finish his words, Luan swiftly pinched the soft flesh at his side, eliciting a grimace of pain from him. "I see you're truly asking for it. Jiang Yuan and I are not from the same world," Luan remarked, increasing the pressure of her grip. Luan winced, quickly begging for mercy, realizing he had gone too far. Amidst the commotion they were causing, the freshmen at the evaluation site noticed Lu Wan's return. "Isn't that the senior who was called away by the principal, colluding with that freshman named Jiang Yuan to engage in underhanded dealings?" It certainly appeared to be her, and it seemed she had faced disciplinary action from the school, as others were now filling in for her in assessing the new students. Isn't that obvious? If she openly manipulated scores, who else would the academy discipline if not her? Yet, the senior who had surrendered seemed to have some solid backing, as he continued evaluating new students as if nothing had happened, despite her being dealt with. Perhaps he was merely an accomplice, which is why the academy only acted against her and did not remove him from his position. Not far away, Lu Wan and Lu An overheard the freshmen's discussions. "They are being utterly unreasonable, spouting nonsense without a clue. This is outright slander," Lu An exclaimed, feeling indignant. However, just as he was about to confront those freshmen, Lu An pulled him back. "Don't act impulsively. Let the academy handle this. Once Jiang Yuan's final evaluation is approved from above, no one will believe we were engaged in any underhanded dealings." Jiang Yuan had garnered the principal's acknowledgement, and she believed the online class division results would soon reflect the academy's approval. At that point, whether it was rumors about Jiang Yuan securing a spot through favoritism or their supposed collusion with Han Shan would all crumble under scrutiny. "Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at the academy's official website. That guy named Jiang Yuan is featured on the homepage. What? Caught for using the senior's connections? It shouldn't be that serious, should it? How could he end up on the homepage of the academy's website? Incredible. This is truly gratifying. After all, he cheated with the evaluation seniors to gain entry into a better class, which is profoundly unfair to us freshmen. What a joke. It isn't about him being caught for using connections. Rather, he has become the first individual at Zhonghai Academy to achieve an SSS rating in class division." What? Everyone was astonished. Even the student council members responsible for evaluating the freshmen at the venue appeared utterly bewildered. SSS. When did Zhonghai Academy's class division evaluation introduce such a rating? Don't look at me. I have no idea what this is about. Previously, the highest rating we had was only S. The two student council members responsible for the F3 freshman section exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting confusion. However, when they opened the Zhonghai Academy website on their communicators, they soon realized that this rating was far from absurd. Achieving the 4th tier of life level on the first day of enrollment was nothing short of outrageous. They had been enrolled for over 3 years and had only just reached the 3rd tier, with a long way to go before attaining the 4th SSS. The Academy even altered the rules for him. As someone in the know, Lu Wan was equally taken aback. Particularly noteworthy was the additional clause appended to the announcement, indicating the latest graduation application regulations at Zhonghai Academy. Students must not only elevate their life tier to the 4th level, but also fulfill the Academy's assessment credits. Clearly, this was a rule specifically instituted for this man, aimed at ensuring he could not easily obtain his graduation certificate and leave Zhonghai Academy. Chapter 42. A special enrollee almost cries in the bathroom. 4th tier? Sister, didn't teacher Zhang say that the residual energy near the ancestral tiger-headed bee's nest had reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier? Why does the Academy announcement state that the Great Zihua is only at the 4th tier? Luan looked at Lu Wan with confusion. Jiang Yuan is indeed at the 4th tier, but his actual combat strength is formidable, enabling him to engage in battles beyond his tier. Lu Wan recalled vividly the scene she had witnessed in the practical training grounds. She could still remember it clearly. The energy barrier conjured by the principal had been effortlessly shattered by the hatchlings summoned by Jiang Yuan. Although this was partly due to the principal not exerting his full strength, it nonetheless indicated Jiang Yuan's terrifying capabilities. After all, even a 7th-tier general-level powerhouse would not be able to conjure an energy barrier that was significantly weaker than the defensive measures employed by a 6th-tier practitioner. In other words, since the hatchlings summoned by Jiang Yuan could break through the energy barrier created by the principal, they could similarly shatter defenses equivalent to a 7th-tier armor. Although the armor's defensive strength is slightly inferior to that of the defensive measures possessed by practitioners, it still surpassed what teacher Zhang had previously described as the pinnacle of the 5th tier. After all, a practitioner with limited potential at the 5th tier would be incapable of breaching the defenses of a 7th-tier armored suit. Wow. So, does that mean the Great Zihua has exceptionally high potential? How could one possibly attain the 5th tier of complete source energy intensity? In an instant, Luan comprehended everything. The potential of one's characteristics, apart from innate talent, stands as the singular factor capable of influencing the combat prowess among beings of the same life level. This concept bears a resemblance to mutated organisms. The quality of their traits not only dictates their growth ceiling, but also determines the strength they possess. It could even be posited that the characteristic potential of human practitioners and the trait quality of mutated beings are merely two different terminologies for the same phenomenon. However, a distinction exists. Human practitioners do not exhibit characteristic manifestation. Thus, in the absence of sensing source energy intensity, one cannot ascertain the life level of a human practitioner. 4th tier, how outrageous. On the very first day of school, there exists someone who has already reached the 4th tier. I am utterly astonished. Previously, I was engaging in discussions on the campus forum about this individual possibly leveraging connections with senior students, only to discover that he genuinely possesses such remarkable abilities. Is this the so-called favoritism? How audacious to even jest about such a powerhouse. Do you not believe that with a mere flick of his finger, he could crush you? By the way, I recall that our group also has an individual rated S-class. Could it be that this esteemed person has likewise achieved a 4th tier life level? What a coincidence. Outside the assessment venue, Lu Wentao, specially recruited by Zhonghai Academy, felt an overwhelming desire to perish. He merely stepped out for a restroom break, and upon his return, he overheard someone outside the stall marveling at an individual who had attained an SSS rating, even gracing the homepage of the campus website. Lu Wentao promptly logged in and was met with an eye-catching headline, celebrating the birth of Zhonghai's first SSS-level genius. This individual had reached the 4th tier of life and was residing in the prestigious Villa number 01, even surpassing his status as a special recruit. Were it not for his resolute mindset, he might have already succumbed to tears in the restroom. So what if it's a 4th tier? As long as I acquire the resources provided by the Academy, in no more than half a month, no, at most a week, I too shall successfully ascend to the 4th tier. Moreover, I will command an entire legion of abyssal mutated beings of the 4th tier. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lu Wentao's eyes. He then turned and departed the assessment venue, heading towards the villa number 08 promised by the principal. However, he deliberately took a longer route, passing by the entrance of Jiang Yuan's villa number 01. At that moment, Jiang Yuan was at the food street, carrying his newly purchased necessities to the renowned fried rice eatery recommended by Lu Wan, packing up some curry fried rice. Regarding the announcement on the campus website, he had already learned of it from the upperclassmen while shopping at the supermarket. Originally rated as S-class, the classification had inexplicably risen to SSS, and the graduation application criteria of the Academy had also been augmented with new regulations. Nevertheless, this posed little concern for him. Receiving a monthly stipend of 300 source energy crystals, inclusive of winter and summer breaks, was far more advantageous than graduating directly from the Academy with a Zhonghai Academy diploma and withdrawing the resources left by old Master Jiang from the bank. A monthly allowance of 300 translates to 3,600 annually. Such a genius-like treatment is truly delightful. A smile curled at the corners of Jiang Yuan's lips. With such an exquisite arrangement, as long as the principal does not expel him, he resolved to remain at Zhonghai for eternity. The Jiang family can go to hell. He then briskly made his way back to Villa number 01, clutching his takeout of fried rice. Meanwhile, at Kyoto University, similar class assessments were fervently underway. Unlike Zhonghai Academy, which languished at the bottom among average institutions, Kyoto University was a veritable gathering of prodigies. Even though the Jiang family had invested considerable resources into Jiang Che, he merely secured an A-class rating in this classification assessment, still a considerable distance from the S-class. Little Che, focus on your cultivation. We will find a way regarding the source energy crystals. You need not worry about anything else, Jiang's father and mother reassured Jiang Che. In their view, an A-class rating was already commendable. With a bit more effort, he could successfully enter the reserve of Kyoto University's elite training camp. Afterward, by completing the leap in life level and meeting the criteria for formalization, the Jiang family would once again produce a commanding presence, continuing the illustrious legacy of old Master Jiang. As for the other two families, Jiang's father had also taken note, apart from the second family's girl, who possessed a deep blue potential akin to Jiang Che's. The third family's child posed no threat whatsoever. Even if the second family's girl had deep blue potential, she still lacked significant advantages. After all, Jiang Che had successfully gained admission to Kyoto University, while she was merely in her third year of high school this year. By the time she participated in the intercollegiate examination for practitioners and entered one of the top 5 prestigious institutions, his son would likely have already secured his qualification for the elite training camp reserve at Kyoto University. It is said that a single misstep can lead to a cascade of errors. Sometimes, being a step ahead can result in entirely different outcomes. Regardless of how unwilling the second and third families may be, the Jiang family will ultimately remain under my command, Jiang Shaodian. Moreover, the patriarch of the Qin family has agreed that once Jiang Che successfully obtains qualification for the elite training camp, the Jiang family will be granted an opportunity to pursue the Qin family girl. At that point, the alliance between the Qin and Jiang families will swiftly lead to the resurgence of the Jiang family, potentially surpassing the heights of glory experienced during old Master Jiang's lifetime. The rise of the Jiang family is unstoppable. Upon concluding the communication, Jiang's father felt elated, as though he could already envision the Jiang family rising anew under his leadership, entering the ranks of commanding families. Chapter 43, The Hammer Team. The number of units has reached 400, which should suffice for now. The remaining corpses of the hornet-headed wasps and source energy crystals will be kept for future use once the primitive genes are enhanced to the 5th tier. As afternoon descended, Jiang Yuan also received the promised 1,300 source energy crystals from Wu Baichuan, instantly elevating the number of ant units to 400. Although this included some lower-tier units, such as iron mantises and lightning ants, it was more than adequate for his current needs. Instead, he opted to reserve the remaining resources entirely, ensuring that once the ant genes were upgraded to the 5th tier, he could facilitate their rapid growth. However, due to Zhonghai Academy lacking an SSS class, he was placed in the S class. Starting tomorrow, he would commence participation in the basic training for new students. Jiang Yuan briefly familiarized himself with the aspects related to the new student basic training on the campus forum before directly applying to the principal for an exemption from participation. In contrast to the source energy cultivation programs tailored for other practitioners, which focused on characteristic development and combat training, for him, it was of little significance. Venturing into the wilderness to hunt those mutated creatures would yield a far swifter enhancement. This little fellow was indeed restless. However, given his characteristics and talents, remaining in the academy, adhering to a regimented training regimen, seemed rather beneath him. Wu Baichuan gazed at the leave application sent by Jiang Yuan, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. With Jiang Yuan's capabilities, he harbored no concerns. After all, for other students of Zhonghai, reaching the mid-level 4th tier of life was sufficient for graduation from the academy. Moreover, this young man's hatched creatures possessed remarkably high quality and characteristics, with their demonstrated combat prowess nearly reaching the pinnacle of the 5th tier, or perhaps even the early 6th tier. However, the wilderness was not as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. He needed to find some companions for him to mitigate the risks of encountering danger. After pondering for a moment, Wu Baichuan picked up his communicator and dialed one of his students. As for entering the genius training camp, he planned to wait until next month when an old friend returned from the abyss to leverage his influence for a spot in the upper suburbs elite training camp, using that as a springboard to aim for the next genius training camp. Although Zhonghai's rigorous training could indeed nurture Jiang Yuan's prodigious talent, it could not possibly compare to the elite training camp in the upper suburbs. He hoped that Jiang Yuan would venture far beyond. If necessary, he would offer the coveted abyssal treasure that young man had long coveted as a bargaining chip. Meanwhile, in the wilds beyond Lincheng, a group of resting bounty hunters included a brawny man shouldering a massive sword. He retrieved a communicator from within his armor and pressed the answer button. The others gathered around the campfire, skewering pieces of mutated creature meat on sticks and roasting them over the crackling flames. "Boss, is that my sister calling to check in again?" After a moment, the burly man hung up the communicator. A lean young man nearby, turning the skewers, inquired with curiosity as he approached with a piece of the roasted meat. It was the principal. He asked when we would return to the city. "There's a remarkable newcomer at the academy whom he wants us to take along when we head out." The burly man took the roasted meat, tore off a chunk with a grunt, and replied, "It can't be that special recruit from this year, can it? I've heard that kid is a summoner. Already at the 3rd tier of life." The only female member of the team, hearing their conversation, walked over from the campfire. Her armor accentuated her well-proportioned figure. "Indeed, that's quite a talent. Entering school at the 3rd tier surpasses our achievements by a significant margin." The lean young man wiped grease from the corner of his mouth. The bespectacled man sitting by the fire nodded in agreement. "We were considered outstanding graduates back then, yet compared to such a genius, we still fall short." "Then let us prepare to head back. According to the principal, this kid should be leaving the academy in a day or two." The burly man swallowed the last bite of meat before addressing the rest of the team, which included the previously mentioned lean youth, the curvaceous woman, and a rather short boy. Time passed, and about half an hour later, this survival team extinguished the campfire and climbed into their off-road vehicles, heading back toward the city. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan had also received the principal's approval. "However, I have to travel with others?" Jiang Yuan looked at the message on his communicator detailing the assembly time and location, his brow furrowing slightly. With his current strength, encountering a 6th-tier mutated creature would pose little problem. Even against a 7th-tier creature, he felt confident in his ability to retreat unscathed. Yet, upon reflection, he began to grasp the principal's intentions. The primary purpose of traveling with other professionals was evidently to ensure his safety. After all, he was merely a newcomer. Despite possessing combat capabilities comparable to the peak of the 5th tier or the early 6th tier, his knowledge and experience in the wilderness certainly paled in comparison to seasoned professionals. If he must travel with others, so be it. Though this might diminish efficiency, it presented an opportunity to learn valuable survival skills from the other professionals. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, but chose not to dwell further on it. Immersing his awareness back into the ant nest space to observe and adjust the ant colony's combat training. And so, time swiftly passed to 2 days later. The Tianhammer team returned to Lincheng, having processed the materials from their recent hunt. The comfort of the city was unparalleled, with a plethora of food options and far superior sleeping conditions compared to the wilderness. The diminutive boy, merely 1.2 meters tall, emerged from the hotel room, brimming with energy as he bounced around the vicinity of the burly man and the others. "Let us go. According to the time we agreed upon last night, that little fellow should be waiting for us at the city gate." The burly man glanced at the time and led the 5 members of the team swiftly toward the hotel's underground parking lot. At that moment, Jiang Yuan was indeed as he had said, having arrived early at the northern city exit, where he had placed several essential supplies into the off-road vehicle provided by the academy. From what he gathered, the Tianhammer team was an elite squad among the mid-tier ranks, typically spending a considerable amount of time in the wilderness before returning, and they ventured into highly dangerous areas populated by mid-tier mutated creatures. Chapter 44. Mistaken for a silver gunwax head. Jiang Yuan. The 2 off-road vehicles of the Tianhammer team soon approached the city gate. The team leader, Wang Lei, immediately fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yuan's vehicle parked by the roadside. There was no other reason. It was the only off-road vehicle idling there, waiting for someone. "Greetings, seniors." Jiang Yuan offered a polite greeting when the principal approved his outing application. He had not only instructed him to accompany the Tianhammer team, but also mentioned that all members of the team were outstanding students from Zhonghai Academy. In other words, these seniors were entirely trustworthy, and he should follow them closely to gain experience. "I'll go with Jiang Yuan, Jr. I can't trust you bunch of smelly men to be alone with him," Wei Hong remarked as she exited the passenger seat of the vehicle behind and directly entered Jiang Yuan's off-road vehicle. "Come on, we won't bully the junior. If you want to get close to him, just say so. We won't look down on you." The young boy leaned out from the rear window, casting an exasperated glance at Wei Hong, rolling his eyes in disdain. "Junior, let me enlighten you. Do not be deceived by your senioress guise. Her temperament is quite fiery. So much so that even our leader holds her in a measure of trepidation." A lean youth in the passenger seat of the second SUV chimed in, nodding in agreement. Outrageous. You are blatantly slandering me. Do you dare to believe I shan't tear your mouths apart? The dignified expression on Wei Hong's face vanished in an instant as she unleashed a furious roar directed at the young boy and the lean youth. The atmosphere within the Hammer team transformed into one of unexpected camaraderie. Even Jiang Yuan felt a strange sense of closeness to his team, as if they had bridged the gap in mere moments. Enough. Silence yourselves and spare the junior from your antics. After all, you are seniors, not children who refuse to grow up, interjected Wang Lei, the team captain. At his command, the group fell silent. The SUV continued along the dilapidated asphalt road outside the city, venturing deeper into the primordial forest. However, they were oblivious to the small insects hovering several dozen meters above, trailing closely behind their vehicle. These were the bullet ants Jiang Yuan had released prior to the Hammer team's arrival, intended for reconnaissance and alertness. After all, the perils beyond the city limits were not mitigated merely by remaining near the city gates. Absolute safety was an illusion. There had been instances of mutated creatures assaulting the gates, resulting in significant casualties and losses. Furthermore, his own body was comparably frail against the ant species or other mutated beings. Thus, he required the summoning of certain ant species to act as conduits for damage diversion, ensuring his own safety. As for high-tier armor, after a brief deliberation, Jiang Yuan chose to forego it. A piece of 4th-tier armor was sufficient to incubate and nurture at least 10 4th-tier Lord-level soldiers. Within a team like the Hammer team, capable of traversing 4th and 5th-tier zones, the difference between donning or not donning 4th-tier armor was minimal. After all, from his earlier observations, both the senior accompanying him and the two seniors who had bickered with her were clad in uniformly 6th-tier armor. The leader, referred to as the boss by the others, was adorned in an entire set of exceptionally valuable 7th-tier armor. Boss, why have we stopped here? There seemed to be only 4th-tier mutated creatures nearby. Wang Lei, who had been leading the way, finally halted amidst a dense thicket with a creak. This is indeed the place. The junior has only just joined us, and we must start with weaker mutated creatures. We cannot expect him, a mere 3rd tier, to battle 5th-tier mutants. Wang Lei surveyed the surroundings before his gaze fixed on a mutated creature over 4 meters in size lurking within the foliage. Though the principal had not explicitly stated it, he understood the underlying intention: to enhance this talented junior's field survival skills and combat experience against mutated beings, while also ensuring their protection to avert any irreparable circumstances. Moreover, it was unspoken between them that from the moment the principal approached him with this request, Wang Lei recognized the principal's ambition to cultivate a prodigy capable of representing Zhonghai. How could I have forgotten? The junior has just embarked on this journey and needs practical experience to bolster his combat skills. Even if his innate potential bestows him with a strength surpassing that of an ordinary 4th-tier practitioner, it may not be fully realized, the young boy exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Meanwhile, the occupants of the 2 trailing vehicles had disembarked and approached Wang Lei and Jiang Yuan, who had opened the car doors. Are you really taking this as a joke? Jiang Yuan, who had followed Wei Hong, overheard their conversation and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his dissent, recognizing that the senior's intentions stemmed from concern for him rather than malice. If he were to assert his capability to slay 5th-tier mutated creatures at that moment, it might very well paint him as an arrogant fool eager to prove himself without sense. Of course, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The essence was that he indeed needed to hunt some 4th-tier mutated creatures to enrich the genetic library of his ant colony, elevating the life tier of the mutated ant species. Junior, this 4th-tier mutated creature is yours to handle. Don't feel pressured. With our protection, even if you falter, it will pose no threat. Our captain is a 6th-tier practitioner. Even 5th-tier mutants cannot stir trouble in his presence, Wei Hong reassured Jiang Yuan, who was fixated on the 4th-tier mutated creature 100 meters away, his expression devoid of emotion, leading her to believe he was intimidated. She gently patted his shoulder, her voice softening. The young boy bounced over, thumping his chest. Fear not, Junior. Though I may be small, my strength is formidable. Even without the boss's intervention, I can easily handle a mere 4th-tier mutated creature. Wang Lei, with a serious countenance, also cast an encouraging glance toward Jiang Yuan. This mutated creature is renowned for its defense, with relatively weak offensive capabilities, making it an ideal target for practice. Although you are merely a 3rd-tier summoner, you can command from a distance without fear of harm. Due to the lack of further information from Wu Baichuan about Jiang Yuan, the team was still under the impression that he was merely a 3rd-tier summoner, specially recruited by Zhonghai Academy this year, with purple-tier potential. Chapter 45, Alert? Not necessary. That was merely my biological soldiers in action. In no time, Jiang Yuan, under the protection of Wang Lei and the others, approached the fourth-tier mutated creature until he was merely a few dozen meters away. The bullet ants, previously hovering nearby, swiftly darted toward the creature at his command. In an instant, a glimmer of metallic sheen flashed, and the creature's head was pierced through, leaving a hole the size of a finger, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Alert! The once relaxed expressions of the group shifted to severe vigilance as the fourth-tier mutated creature fell. They quickly encircled Jiang Yuan for protection. Wang Lei summoned a surge of earthy yellow energy, forming a protective shield that enveloped them all. Meanwhile, Wei Hong conjured 2 orbs of flame in her hands, as if poised to unleash them at any moment. The other 3 individuals surrounding Jiang Yuan at this moment were also concentrating their source energy, poised and ready to act at any moment. Yet, as seconds trickled by, the corpse of the fourth-tier mutated creature lay quietly on the ground, as if the entity that had vanquished it had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace or indication of its whereabouts. Just as they were grappling with their bewilderment, a voice, somewhat cool and detached, sounded from behind them. "Everyone, please do not be alarmed. The creature that killed the fourth-tier mutated being is a biological unit I summoned." Huh. The 5 instinctively turned to face Jiang Yuan, who was being shielded by them in the center, their expressions a mixture of confusion and astonishment. Wang Lei, being the quickest to react, looked at Jiang Yuan in disbelief. "Are you saying that the fourth-tier mutated creature was dispatched by the biological unit you summoned?" It was not that he was unwilling to believe. Rather, his preconceived notion was that Jiang Yuan's life level was only at tier 3. Even if his potential characteristics had reached purple, allowing him to battle above his tier, it shouldn't have been so effortless. Indeed, Senior, Jiang Yuan nodded, his countenance radiating sincerity, devoid of any other emotion. To encapsulate his demeanor in a single phrase, he was neither arrogant nor anxious. This composure elicited a sense of inadequacy among Wang Lei and the others. Simultaneously, under Jiang Yuan's deliberate guidance, the bullet ant that had felled the fourth-tier mutated creature drifted back from the distant thicket, landing delicately on the tip of Jiang Yuan's outstretched finger, shielded by his source energy barrier. Due to its design to defend against internal assaults, the source energy barrier constructed by Wang Lei did not impede the internal source energy or the life forms attempting to exit its protective range. Is it really this diminutive creature? All eyes converged upon the bullet ant perched on Jiang Yuan's finger. It was roughly the size of a fingertip, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a minuscule purple source pattern on its carapace. Could this be a reversion-level biological unit? This tiny creature was able to effortlessly slay a fourth-tier mutated being. A peculiar sparkle flickered in Wei Hong's beautiful eyes. As mutated creatures continued to evolve and ascend in life levels, their physical forms grew increasingly formidable. Even the non-characteristic manifested parts of their bodies would not significantly lag behind the characteristic manifested limbs of second and third-tier mutated beings. Impressive. While I knew your summoned creatures possessed substantial quality, I never anticipated that they could even annihilate a fourth-tier mutated being so swiftly. The young boy raised his small hand and patted Jiang Yuan's shoulder, clearly indicating that Jiang Yuan's display had considerably altered his perception of him. The ability to instantly slay a fourth-tier mutated creature implied that the summoned biological unit had the potential to inflict damage on fifth-tier beings. Coupled with Jiang Yuan's identity as a summoner, confronting a fifth-tier leader-level mutated creature, even one of slightly lower quality, should not pose a significant challenge. Bravo. Truly. You are the most formidable genius our Zhonghai Academy has seen in recent years. To have slain a fourth-tier mutated creature so soon after enrollment is remarkable. Wang Lei could not suppress his hearty laughter, his robust hand clapping down on Jiang Yuan's shoulder, causing him a twinge of pain through the protective armor. The slender youth and the bespectacled man nearby also approached, taking turns to pat Jiang Yuan on the shoulder, as if this was their collective way of acknowledging his prowess. Come, Junior. Today, I shall teach you how to properly handle the corpses of mutated creatures so as not to overlook any valuable biological materials. With the combat alert now lifted, the young boy eagerly led Jiang Yuan towards the corpse of the fourth-tier mutated creature. Unlike lower-tier mutated beings, those exceeding the fourth tier possessed not only characteristic manifested body parts, but also a substance known as the blood pearl within their hearts, a conglomerate formed from the high concentration of source energy within their bodies once they reached tier 4. Thus, this substance was referred to as biological crystals, which greatly differed from naturally occurring source energy crystals. The most notable distinction was the intensity of source energy. Natural source energy crystals predominantly contained minimal source energy, with only a few comparable to biological crystals. For any mutated creature above tier 4, a tetrahedral biological crystal would coalesce within its heart. Its effects were akin to those of source energy crystals. with the source energy contained within being at least 10 times more potent than the standard source energy crystals we typically utilize. As the young boy deftly processed the corpse, excising the characteristic manifested scales and the heart crystal, he spoke to Jiang Yuan, who stood not far away. These materials were originally meant to be explained by specialized cultural teachers during cultural classes after entering the academy. However, since you just enrolled and opted to venture into the wild to hunt mutated creatures and enhance your abilities, Wang Lei arranged for me to impart this knowledge to you. As for the remaining flesh and bones, if the mutated creature possesses higher potential quality, we can select a portion to take with us, leaving the rest behind. However, since you can summon biological units, there is no waste on your part. Unlike us, who possess ordinary characteristics and must engage directly in combat, we can only carry away the more valuable parts of the mutated creatures. At this, the young boy could not help but express a hint of regret. Jiang Yuan understood his implication and promptly opened a dimensional portal, directly storing the remaining corpse of the fourth-tier mutated creature within the resource space of his ant nest. Thanks to his max-level talent for infinite biological summoning, not only was his biological unit space boundless, but even his resource space resembled a gluttonous maw, capable of accommodating vast quantities of source energy crystals and mutated creature corpses. Thus far, after placing numerous mutated creature corpses into the resource space, he had yet to encounter any limitations. Chapter 46. The astonishing quantity of biological units. Jiang Yuan, since your summoned creatures possess the capability to swiftly eliminate fourth-tier beings, let us bypass this stage and venture directly into the territory inhabited by fifth-tier mutated creatures, thereby enhancing and honing your combat experience. After a brief discussion with Wei Hong and the others, Wang Lei decided to take Jiang Yuan deeper into the wilderness. If they merely dealt with fourth-tier mutated beings, it would not significantly contribute to augmenting the combat experience of their junior. After all, such small biological units could easily dispatch fourth-tier mutated beings, rendering them ineffective in terms of combat experience enhancement. All was left to the senior's guidance. However, before departing from this place, I must release some biological soldiers to hunt the fourth-tier mutated creatures in this vicinity. Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. With the ant soldiers he had cultivated, entering the fifth-tier region posed no difficulty whatsoever. What he required now were the genes of fourth-tier creatures. No matter how many fifth-tier mutated beings he hunted, they could only be stored in the resource space, preserved for the original genes of the ant tribe. Only after advancing to the fifth tier could he proceed with fusion and cultivation. Of course, he could develop along two lines simultaneously, taking his fourth-tier soldiers into the fifth-tier region to hunt mutated creatures of the fifth life level, while leaving some third-tier soldiers behind in the fourth-tier area for communication and information transfer between the two. It sufficed to release a few flying soldiers as information relay stations at intervals of 2 to 3 kilometers apart. Junior, do you require hunting fourth-tier mutated creatures? Wei Hong asked, her gaze directed at Jiang Yuan with a hint of confusion. Jiang Yuan, without any concealment, nodded. The subsequent advancement of my biological soldiers necessitates the remains of some fourth-tier mutated creatures. He refrained from elaborating further, for everyone harbors their own secrets. Upon hearing this, Wei Hong and Wang Lei, among others, chose not to press further. They even proactively offered to remain nearby, to hunt fourth-tier mutated creatures to assist Jiang Yuan's biological soldiers in their advancement. However, Jiang Yuan declined their offer outright. The elite fourth-tier mutated creatures could only be matched against third-tier Lord-level soldiers, of which there were plenty in the ant nest. Rather than wasting time here, it would be more efficient to proceed on both fronts simultaneously, thus saving him more time. Since the junior has suggested it, let us proceed as you say. Once you release the biological soldiers, we will head to the area frequented by fifth-tier mutated creatures, Wang Lei proposed, finalizing their target area. Simultaneously, Jiang Yuan communicated with the ant nest space through his thoughts, releasing all biological soldiers below the fourth tier, over 100 of them, with sizes exceeding 4 meters and adorned with purple patterns, spread out across a vast area. The sheer density of their numbers sent shivers down the spines of Wang Lei and the others. My goodness, are all these biological soldiers the juniors? How could there be so many? Surely, there must be over 100. Their sizes appeared to rival those of fourth-tier mutated creatures. Purple quality, indeed. The quality of these third-tier biological soldiers had astonishingly reached Lord level. Furthermore, there were at least 40 to 50 ancestral-level biological soldiers among them. Such a terrifying number. How on earth did the juniors summon them? The 5 were utterly astonished. Even Wang Lei, whose life level had reached the 6th tier, felt a surge of crisis within his heart. It was as if these mere third-tier biological soldiers, through sheer numbers, could pose a threat to him. Additionally, his mind was somewhat bewildered. While summoners could indeed sign contracts with summoned beings through a so-called summoning altar, the numbers had never been this alarming. Could it be that the summoners we encountered before were simply those with exceedingly low potential? Or perhaps the Junior's awakened talent is extraordinary? It is certainly possible. Higher potential might allow for a greater upper limit on the number of summoned biological soldiers. And the Junior's awakened talent could also correlate with the quantity of biological soldiers summoned. Such terror, with the strength displayed by the Junior, he could single-handedly contend with a mid-tier professional team. Indeed, I cannot even fathom what level of power he would attain if the upper limit of the biological soldiers he summons were to be raised to 4th tier. Not to mention the possibility of slaying 5th-tier beings alone. He could likely match them in combat, and with his numerical advantage. I reckon even 6th-tier beings would fall to his soldiers. Realizing this, they collectively gasped in astonishment. At this moment, they began to comprehend why the principal had approved Jiang Yuan's request to leave the academy and arranged for him to join their special operations team. Should such a talent be allowed to flourish, even if he merely reached the 6th tier, he might possess the combat prowess of a formidable 7th tier, commanding level professional. If he were to grow to the upper limits of his potential, becoming a 7th tier commanding level or even an 8th tier supreme commander, the status of the entire Zhonghai Academy would undoubtedly rise significantly. All right, Senior Wang, we can now set off, Jiang Yuan stated as he returned to the off-road vehicle after releasing the biological soldiers, addressing Wang Lei and the others, whose faces still bore the remnants of shock. Junior, your awakened auxiliary talent must be related to the number of biological soldiers, right? Wei Hong inquired, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Indeed, it is correlated with quantity. Jiang Yuan affirmed with a nod. Infinite soldier summoning, after all, is intimately connected to the number of soldiers. Although the upper limit for incubator soldiers is not tied to the potential characteristics of the summoner as it is for summoners, both incubation and cultivation have no shortcuts. They can only rely on biological slots for self-breeding and then gradually nurture them from juvenile forms to maturity through slow feeding. This could be seen as a way to indirectly enhance the quantity and upper limit of incubated soldiers within the same time frame. Then let us hasten towards the 5th tier region. Aiming to arrive before nightfall, the others remarked, their expressions reflecting their understanding of the situation. As for Jiang Yuan leaving all the biological soldiers in the 4th tier region, none of them harbored any doubts, for those 53rd tier bullet ants had been trailing behind the off-road vehicle. Only when they were approximately 4,000 meters away from the previous relay station did 3 of them lag behind to conceal themselves, ensuring that Jiang Yuan could always remain informed about the situation of the ant tribe's soldiers in the 4th tier region. Chapter 47. 5th tier mutated creatures, triangular horned rhinoceros. The 3 off-road vehicles meandered through the wilderness, finally arriving at the area frequented by 5th tier mutated creatures just before darkness fell. Wang Lei and the young boy split into 2 groups to clear out nearby mutated creatures, while Wei Hong and Jiang Yuan set about preparing the tents for their night's rest. Their efforts along the way yielded significant rewards. Aside from the mutated creature Jiang Yuan had initially dispatched, the Hammer Squad had also hunted several 4th tier mutated beings obstructing their path. The biological materials and crystals were collected by them, while the corpses were stored in Jiang Yuan's resource space. Moreover, scattered throughout the 4th tier region, the ant troops successfully hunted a dozen 4th tier mutated creatures during this period, which were then transported by the larger silver-winged wind ants. Consequently, while Wang Lei and his companions ventured out to deal with the nearby mutated beings, Jiang Yuan efficiently received the corpses of the mutated creatures that the ant swarm had hunted that day. This left Wei Hong, who remained at the camp and was helping Jiang Yuan set up tents, utterly astonished. These biological troops not only detached themselves from Jiang Yuan to hunt the mutated creatures autonomously, but also delivered the corpses with remarkable accuracy. This was simply exhilarating. Without lifting a finger, the bodies of the mutated beings arrived at their doorstep, and the quantity appeared to be quite substantial, 14 in total, surpassing what their entire team had managed to hunt. Wei Hong couldn't help but swallow hard. It was important to note that these were the creatures hunted by their entire squad, albeit casually while on the move. Yet, the corpses of these 4th tier mutated beings were solely the result of this junior's biological troops' efforts. The efficiency was simply terrifying. What on earth? Why are there so many mutated creature corpses here? Wang Lei and the others returned just in time to see the corpses delivered by the silver-winged wind ants and asked, bewildered, "It's the Junior S biological troops that just brought them over from the 4th tier region," Wei Hong explained succinctly. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei and his companions instinctively turned their gazes towards Jiang Yuan, who was currently opening a dimensional portal. Like Wei Hong before him, they were equally astonished by the sheer number of corpses, especially the young boy, whose expression revealed a hint of envy. The Junior has it easy. He doesn't have to do anything on the way except drive along with the team and wait for the biological troops to deliver the mutated creature corpses. Meanwhile, we have to painstakingly search for traces of the mutated beings and engage in battles to reap any rewards. If heaven granted me a chance to choose a specialized profession, I would undoubtedly pick the same summoner vocation as Jiang Yuan without hesitation. Aside from being slightly weaker in individual strength, everything else is simply invincible. Alright, little six. Stop wallowing in envy and jealousy. Specialization and talent are matters of personal fortune. We can't envy what isn't ours. Wei Hong gently tapped the young boy's head and continued setting up the nearly completed camping tent. To avoid encounters with mutated creatures, the Hammer team brought along a biological barrier shield generator, capable of isolating the area from any source energy fluctuations and sense. Moreover, this shielding device could detect mutated creatures within a kilometer radius, ensuring they would not be attacked during their rest at night. As for returning to the city, regions where 4th tier and above mutated beings frequently appeared often required more than half a day or even a full day's journey. Thus, even driving an off-road vehicle, it was challenging to return to the city before nightfall. The group then lit a bonfire outside the tent and grilled some meat from the mutated creatures. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan communicated mentally with the nearby bullet ants, instructing them to spread out and keep watch over the camp's surroundings. At the current pace, it would likely take at least a month to elevate the original genes of the ant troops to the 5th tier. Jiang Yuan casually analyzed the 4th tier mutated creature genes harvested today and integrated them into the ant tribe's original genes. The tetrahedron representing the ant tribe's genes showed only a slight indication of contraction at its uppermost vertex. Compared to the 5th tier mutated creature gene samples that Wang Lei had retrieved while clearing the area, this change was nearly negligible. The 5th tier mutated creature gene sample took the form of an irregular pentagon, suggesting that the gene samples of 6th tier creatures would likely resemble a hexagonal shape. Although the analyzed 5th tier gene samples had achieved a relatively balanced state regarding the size of their surfaces, the shape and dimensions still exhibited striking differences, particularly with the top and bottom surfaces retaining their triangular forms while the other 3 had transformed into squares. The triangular prism of the 5th tier mutated creature sample was, in strict terms, a 5-sided figure with nearly similar dimensions. After Jiang Yuan circled around the gene sample of the 5th tier creature in the ant nest gene repository, he muttered quietly to himself. Suddenly, the bonfire outside crackled with a loud pop. Shadows of a lean young man were cast on the tent by the flickering light of the fire. Aside from the occasional roar of beasts, nothing unusual occurred. At least, under the effect of the shielding device, the camp did not attract any attention from the mutated creatures. Subsequently, the Hammer team quickly consumed some grilled meat before setting off again in their off-road vehicles along the patchy roads covered in plant roots. However, upon reaching the 5th tier region, they did not proceed far before encountering a mutated rhinoceros beast measuring 6 meters in length. Compared to the rhinos before the cataclysm, this mutated rhinoceros was significantly larger. Adorned with a bony crown resembling a shield atop its head, flanked by 2 exceptionally sharp horns, along with another on its nose. From a distance, it appeared akin to a triceratops emerging from the annals of ancient time. Triangular bone rhino, a defensive 5th tier mutated being. Jiang Yuan, would you like to give it a try? As the off-road vehicle driven by Jiang Yuan halted alongside the 2 in front, the voice of Captain Wang Lei crackled through the intercom resting on the central console. No problem, Senior Wang Lei. I'll handle this triangular bone rhino. Jiang Yuan replied affirmatively after picking up the intercom and pressing the button. He then exited the vehicle and, utilizing his mental powers, opened the dimensional portal to summon 3 4th tier Lord-level bullet ants, each roughly the size of the previously summoned 3rd tier bullet ants. Chapter 48, Jiang Yuan. You are not 3rd tier. Buzzing. The 3 4th tier Lord-level bullet ants swiftly approached the triangular bone rhino, which was 100 meters away. The instant they emerged from the dimensional portal, the latter, sensing danger, instinctively activated its special abilities, summoning a thick layer of bony armor on its skin, adorned with a mysterious blue pattern that seemed to pulse with life, lending this biological armor a defensive capability akin to that of an aircraft carrier. 3 diminutive bullet ants, each no larger than a fingertip, approached within a mere 20 to 30 meters of the formidable triangular rhinoceros. In an instant, these tiny creatures began to flap their wings with remarkable speed, their forms accelerating as if they were 3 bullets hurtling towards the heavily armored triangular rhinoceros. Upon activating their unique abilities, a shimmering layer of violet source patterns enveloped their exoskeletons, enhancing their structural integrity through the power of source energy. Though they appeared to be at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, the intensity of their source energy was undeniable, reaching levels comparable to the early 6th tier. Wang Lei, the highest-ranking life form present, sensed the powerful source energy emanating from the three bullet ants and could not help but swallow hard, realizing that their strength was nearly on par with his own. Before he could ponder further, the three bullet ants collided with the triangular rhinoceros. Bang, bang, bang. A series of faint sounds echoed as the ants struck, puncturing the rhinoceros's seemingly invincible armor, which was said to be as formidable as the deck of an aircraft carrier from before the cataclysm. Miraculously, three tiny blood holes appeared upon impact. A mournful bellow followed, and the massive form of the triangular rhinoceros, akin to a small mountain, plummeted heavily to the ground. Crimson blood oozed from the shattered armor, quickly staining the nearby earth a vivid red. Seconds, mere seconds, exclaimed Wei Hong and her companions, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the unfolding scene, their throats dry and minds blank. They had never anticipated that this junior, whom they had considered merely a charge or a ward, possessed such terrifying power. Despite their minuscule size, resembling organisms that could be crushed underfoot, the bullet ants had effortlessly dispatched a creature as massive as a small mountain. Within the entire Thunderhammer team, excluding their captain, whose life level had reached the 6th tier, no one could have achieved such a feat with such ease. Is this truly a 3rd-tier biological weapon? Could it be that even 5th-tier mutant creatures can be so easily eliminated? Questioned the lean young man, his voice tinged with confusion and astonishment. Yet, at that moment, no one could provide him with an answer. After all, when Jiang Yuan had summoned these 3 4th-tier bullet ants, they had all made the presumptive mistake of assuming these creatures were akin to the 3rd-tier bullet ants summoned the previous day. Yet, it became apparent that while their sizes were similar, their combat prowess had significantly increased. They had effortlessly annihilated the 5th-tier triangular rhinoceros, which boasted full defensive capabilities. It was clear that these ants were not merely 3rd tier. Even if Jiang Yuan's biological weapon had reached the quality of a lord-level creature, it should not have been capable of a one-hit kill across 2 tiers. Moreover, Wang Lei had distinctly felt the source energy of these biological weapons surge to levels comparable to the early 6th tier. Calmly, the captain spoke, though internally he was just as tumultuous as the others. The life level exceeding the 3rd tier seemed modest at first glance, especially considering his own life level had reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier, only a step away from becoming a 7th-tier commander. Yet Jiang Yuan was merely a newcomer, having awakened his special abilities less than 2 months prior. Even if he were only a 4th-tier creature, he was far beyond what Wang Lei could hope to contend with. Wang Lei vividly recalled that upon his own admission to the academy, he had only reached the early 2nd tier, despite his potential being classified as blue. He was only 1 tier apart from this junior. This is impossible. Exceeding the 3rd tier? Jiang Yuan is a freshman this year, is he not? Wei Hong gasped, feeling as though she were caught in a dream. Just yesterday, the principal had instructed them to mentor this junior, who had dispatched a 4th-tier mutant creature with ease. Today, the discussion had shifted to another target, a 5th-tier mutant creature, fully utilizing its special abilities. Jiang Yuan was indeed a freshman, but that did not preclude the possibility of his life level ascending to the 4th tier, did it? The bespectacled young man adjusted his glasses, beginning to comprehend the principal's insistence on having them accompany this newly admitted student. The biological weapons summoned, capable of dispatching the defensively renowned triangular rhinoceros, indicated that this junior possessed combat capabilities that would not hinder their Thunderhammer team. He began to believe that Jiang Yuan alone, armed with these formidable biological weapons, could traverse the wilderness with ease. The principal's decision to have them accompany him was likely to mitigate any potential risks. It was only natural that a student with such prowess upon entering the academy would be protected at all costs. It appeared that Jiang Yuan's true strength had surpassed that of all but their captain. The young boy regarded Jiang Yuan as he approached. Having dispatched the triangular rhinoceros and now preparing to collect its remains, he felt a pang of embarrassment. Until now, he had viewed Jiang Yuan as a junior of lesser strength, one who required his protection. In an instant, however, their roles seemed to have inverted. Jiang Yuan, you're not a 3rd tier? As the group remained momentarily stunned, Jiang Yuan returned from the nearby thicket after processing the rhinoceros's remains. Wei Hong looked at him, unable to suppress her curiosity, her throat dry as she posed the question. The others instinctively turned their gazes towards his face, eager to hear a definitive answer regarding his life level, which they suspected had surpassed the 3rd tier. Chapter 49, A True Prodigy, with Unforeseen Ascendance. Senior, when did I ever claim to be of the 3rd tier? Jiang Yuan responded, puzzled, as he regarded Wei Hong. He had assumed that the principal had informed Wang Lei and the others about his situation when they had led him into the territory of 4th-tier mutant creatures. To his astonishment, the entire Thunderhammer team believed he was merely a 3rd-tier entity. Are you truly a 4th-tier practitioner? The young boy gulped. It was nothing short of astounding for a freshman to achieve the 4th tier upon entering school, Such a feat could only be described as that of a prodigy. A veritable genius. At least, from what he knew, even among the most distinguished freshmen at the 5 top academies, only a select few possessed such rapid cultivation speeds. Moreover, those individuals invariably ascended to become at least 8th-tier commanders, towering superiors. I too was fortunate enough to elevate my life level to the 4th tier just before the class division test. Jiang Yuan scratched his head. He did not place excessive importance on his life level. After all, the profession of Ant Hatchery Master inherently involved advancing in tier alongside the biological troops that could be hatched from the ant nest. In simpler terms, as long as he continued to consume genetic samples from other mutated organisms, his own tier could perpetually rise, reaching 7th, 8th, or even 9th tier monarch level strength. Such prowess represented the pinnacle of humanity, capable of contending with the monarch class aberrations among mutated creatures. It was precisely because of their existence that humanity managed to carve out a niche for survival in the post-catastrophe world. Truly, it was disheartening to compare oneself with others. Jiang Yuan, a mere freshman, had already attained the 4th tier while we, having graduated years ago, still languished at the 5th tier. The lean youth feigned exaggerated lamentation. Standing beside him, Wei Hong couldn't help but roll her eyes. Spare us the theatrics. In our squad, aside from the captain, your energy intensity is the highest. Nearing the 6th tier. Exactly. Jiang Yuan is indeed a prodigy. We cannot hope to compare, but your attempts at false modesty are rather excessive, the young boy remarked. Hands on his hips, adopting a tone that belied his years as he chided the lean youth. Count me in too, the bespectacled boy chimed in from the side. Oh no, I was merely jesting. Don't conspire against me. The lean youth raised his hands in surrender. Soon, the 4 erupted into a playful ruckus. The atmosphere decidedly harmonious, until Wang Lei intervened, prompting them to compose themselves. Let us proceed. Since Jiang Yuan possesses a complete 5th tier, comparable to the early 6th tier in combat power, we shall split into 2 teams to commence hunting mutated creatures. I want to team up with Jiang Yuan. Before Wang Lei could finish, Wei Hong eagerly raised her hand to express her desire to join Jiang Yuan. Observing this, the young boy promptly leaped up. I also wish to team with Jiang Yuan. You mustn't compete with me. After a brief contemplation, Wang Lei nodded in agreement. Very well. Then Wei Hong and Xiao Li shall team with Jiang Yuan, while the lean monkey and the bespectacled boy accompany me. Should you encounter any trouble, just send a distress signal, and we will rush to your aid. As for the corpses of the mutated creatures, it will fall upon Jiang Yuan to arrange for the collection with his biological troops, as we cannot simply draw them into the alternate space like you can. This is hardly a concern, Jiang Yuan replied with a nod. He then opened the ant nest space, summoning several 4th tier bullet ants and 4th tier silverwing wind ants. Both types served as aerial units. The bullet ants were tasked with tracking and locating, while the silverwing wind ants, given their size, would transport the corpses of the mutated creatures hunted by Wang Lei and his team. The 6 then set off in their respective directions as per the earlier arrangements. Crack, crack. After traversing a fair distance through the jungle, Jiang Yuan found the pace cumbersome. Thus, with a mere thought, he summoned 3 massive 4th tier explosive flame ants, each nearly 7 meters in length. Wei Hong and the young boy were left momentarily speechless at the sight of these colossal creatures. Jiang Yuan, how many types of troops do you possess? Moreover, their size is astonishing, nearly rivaling the top-tier 5th tier mutated creatures. The smallest 5th tier mutated creatures measured around 5 meters, with the largest reaching 7. Not too many, Jiang Yuan replied, striding toward the explosive flame ants. The latter dutifully bowed their bodies, as if welcoming their sovereign, allowing him to ascend onto their backs. Soon, the black-gold exoskeleton of the explosive flame ants began to morph visibly, rapidly giving rise to a black-gold protrusion resembling a throne. Seniors, you should join me. It will make our journey much more comfortable. Seated upon the throne, Jiang Yuan found the ergonomically designed seat of the ant to be surprisingly accommodating. Oh, all right. Wei Hong and the young boy finally snapped back to reality, scrambling to mount the 2 explosive flame ants, positioning themselves near the head of the thorax. Crack, crack. The 3 explosive flame ants swiftly began their movement, their sharp limbs alternating rapidly against the ground, crashing through the trees and foliage that obstructed their path. Simultaneously, Jiang Yuan opened a dimensional portal, releasing the remaining 4th tier bullet ants and silverwing wind ants to disperse and seek out and hunt mutated creatures. Given the size of the explosive flame ants, their movement speed paled in comparison to that of the bullet ants and silverwing wind ants, prompting Jiang Yuan to adopt a hunting strategy primarily reliant on the aerial units. As for Wei Hong and the young boy, Jiang Yuan issued commands to the explosive flame ants they were riding, directing them to assist in combat. Thus, when the duo encountered mutated creatures, Their mounts would promptly unleash explosive fireballs to obliterate the threats or emit paralysis orbs to incapacitate the creatures, allowing the two to easily transport them away. So, we are being carried along by our junior, are we? Throughout the day, the young boy and Wei Hong managed to slay nearly 10 mutated creatures. Initially, they believed that teaming up with Jiang Yuan would merely mean benefiting from the support of his biological troops during their hunts. To their astonishment, the creatures summoned by Jiang Yuan effectively handled both the offensive and supportive roles, leaving them with the sole tasks of delivering the final blows, collecting materials, and extracting biological crystals from within the mutated organisms. The entire experience was nothing short of effortless. Chapter 50. The Hammer Squad. The Joy of Clinging to Greatness. Tomorrow, we shall venture into other regions. The mutated creatures there have been nearly depleted by my dispersed aerial units. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, only half an hour remained until the rendezvous time with Wang Lei. Jiang Yuan had also collected all the mutated creature corpses delivered by the silverwing wind ants into the ant nest space, integrating the biological genes into the analysis chamber. Retaining the primordial genes of the ant clan's various soldier types, they will undergo devouring and fusion after advancing to the 5th tier. With a mere thought, the explosive flame ants under Jiang Yuan's command began to approach Wang Lei and his companions. Thanks to the ant nest's ability to collect and relay information, he no longer needed to rely on the positioning device in Wei Hong's hand to effortlessly pinpoint Wang Lei's direction and location. How did your hunting go today, Slim Monkey? As the clock struck 6:30, Jiang Yuan and his companions finally encountered Wang Lei's trio amidst the dense jungle. The young boy riding on the back of an explosive flame ant proudly patted the massive creature beneath him before turning to the lean youth beside Wang Lei. A hint of smugness in his inquiry. Not bad. We took down a total of 12 5th-tier mutated creatures. The lean youth's gaze remained fixated on the explosive flame ant. Even as he answered the boy's question, the explosive flame ant, having fused various biological genes, bore little resemblance to a typical ant. Its limbs and exoskeleton resembled a fully armored suit, exuding an indescribable aesthetic beauty, coupled with the shimmering purple source patterns. It appeared as though the entire creature was forged from a unique black-golden metal, a veritable steel behemoth. Only 12? Your efficiency is rather lacking. Wei Hong and I managed to hunt down 9 ourselves. The young boy patted the bulging backpack behind him, which was filled with numerous biological materials. Among them, the most striking was a twisted horn, harvested from the head of a top-tier 5th-tier mutated creature, measuring a staggering 7 meters in size. It took both him and Wei Hong, along with the assistance of the 2 explosive flame ants deploying paralysis orbs and explosive fireballs, to finally bring it down. Just the 2 of you? Surely, Jiang Yuan's contributions cannot be overlooked. I refuse to believe you could hunt 9 mutated creatures on your own. The lean youth finally shifted his gaze from the explosive flame ant to the young boy still perched atop it, somewhat reluctant to dismount. What's it to you? It's only natural that Jiang Yuan, our team member, would assist us, the young boy retorted, stroking the metallic exoskeleton of the explosive flame ant beneath him without a hint of embarrassment. Besides, I didn't even count how many mutated creatures Jiang Yuan hunted today. You truly are impressive. Even with Jiang Yuan's help, our team, including the captain, only managed to hunt 3 more mutated creatures than the 2 of you. Nearby, the bespectacled man, who was setting up a tent with Wei Hong, turned to address them. Jiang Yuan helped you as well? The young boy asked, puzzled. Indeed. The bespectacled man nodded. While we were hunting the mutated creatures, the biological soldiers summoned by Jiang Yuan assisted us in our attacks. Once we processed the biological materials and excavated the biological crystals, they would carry away the remaining carcasses. Initially, Wang Lei's group had not bothered with the corpses of the mutated creatures killed by the bullet ants. It was only later that they discovered the enormous flying biological soldiers would only carry away the bodies after they had been processed. Realizing that Jiang Yuan must have given these soldiers specific instructions not to steal the mutated creatures they discovered as spoils. Jiang Yuan, your biological soldiers exhibit remarkable mobility and practicality in the jungle. If gathered en masse, they could potentially take down even mid to late 6th-tier mutated creatures. Wang Lei, ignoring the bickering among the young boy and others, approached Jiang Yuan and offered a sincere, high praise. Mid to late 6th tier? That equates to a battle spanning 2 tiers. This statement implied not merely a contest, but the potential for outright annihilation. Of course, Wang Lei's evaluation stemmed from the sheer terror of the numbers Jiang Yuan commanded. However, he remained unaware that this was not the full extent of Jiang Yuan's capabilities, particularly as the bullet ants and silver-winged wind ants were not particularly adept at combat and could not compare to the explosive offensive power of the explosive flame ants. Otherwise, his assessment might have reached even loftier heights. At the very least, He would no longer believe that his own 6th-tier peak prowess could contend with the Ant Legion under Jiang Yuan's command. Moreover, Jiang Yuan had stockpiled a considerable amount of resources. Should he encounter challenges that the current number of soldiers could not resolve, he could swiftly cultivate more Ant Clan soldiers utilizing his talent for infinite soldier production. Is it true? Jiang Yuan's biological soldiers are that formidable? The previously bickering young boy and his companions turned their attention to Jiang Yuan upon hearing Wang Lei's words. Though both 5th and 6th tiers belonged to the mid-range ranks and the disparity was not as pronounced as that between 3rd and 4th tiers, the difference in strength remained starkly pronounced. Only those with exceptionally high potential traits could bridge such gaps. However, the fact that their captain claimed that Jiang Yuan, a mere freshman, possessed the ability to battle across 2 tiers was astonishing. After all, the ancestral-level biological soldiers Jiang Yuan summoned all unleash source energy comparable to early 6th-tier strength. Furthermore, the new gigantic flying soldiers that emerged today are not significantly weaker in their attacks. If they could all be concentrated, eliminating mid to late 6th-tier mutated creatures should pose no great challenge, Wang Lei remarked, surveying the trio with utmost seriousness. By the heavens, this freshman is simply astounding. I initially thought that battling across 1 tier was already the limit, yet he has surpassed that and advanced to 2 tiers. Then, if we round it off, doesn't that mean our Thunderhammer squad indirectly possesses the strength of 2 6th-tier practitioners? Don't forget that every biological soldier summoned today by the freshman possesses combat prowess akin to that of a peak 5th tier. That's stronger than several 5th-tier practitioner teams combined. We must cling tightly to Jiang Yuan's coattails. Indeed, having a freshman like him leading the charge feels absolutely exhilarating. The lean youth, the young boy, and the bespectacled man, their faces devoid of any pretense, exuberantly exclaimed their desire to cling to Jiang Yuan's coattails, which elicited a series of eye rolls from Wei Hong, who stood not far away. Chapter 51. Source Energy Crystal Veins. On the following night, every member of the Thunderhammer squad slept particularly soundly. Upon realizing Jiang Yuan's true combat prowess was nearing that of their captain, Wang Lei, the responsibility for night watch and vigilance fell squarely upon the biological soldiers he summoned. After all, Jiang Yuan's summoned bullet ants could easily dispatch even 5th-tier mutated creatures, a feat matched only by their captain, Wang Lei. In the ensuing time, Wang Lei and his companions continued to operate in groups, with Jiang Yuan's Ant Clan soldiers providing assistance within the 5th-tier zone, engaging in large-scale hunts and raids. Even the most gregarious of mutated creatures, when not in overwhelming numbers, are seldom able to evade their pursuers. Correspondingly, the frequency with which the Thunderhammer squad traverses the urban area has noticeably increased compared to before. After all, the capacity of their backpacks to carry materials from these mutated beings is finite, necessitating regular returns to the city for processing. This time, their bounty has indeed been exceptional. Within a mere span of 20 days, they have amassed more materials than they did in the preceding 6 months. Upon completing the processing of the 4th batch of biological materials, the Thunderhammer squad proceeded to resupply their essentials, before resuming their journey beyond the city limits in an off-road vehicle. This success is largely attributed to the junior member, whose summoned biological troops significantly enhanced combat efficiency, surpassed only by the squad leader. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, pondering the immense value of 5th-tier biological materials, each fetching a price exceeding $1 million. Even without accounting for the portion acquired by Jiang Yuan, every member has garnered over $100 million in revenue. When converted to tier source energy crystals, they could procure nearly 100. Furthermore, with the biological crystals extracted from the hearts of mutated creatures, a subsequent expedition would enable him to remain comfortably within the city, attempting to breach the 6th tier of life. Indeed, the junior members' biological troops are not only numerous, but also possess formidable individual combat prowess. Were it not for his life tier being only at 4, one might easily suspect he was a 5th-tier professional like the rest of them. As the two conversed in the vehicle, the daylight gradually faded. Ahead, Wang Lei and the young boy brought the off-road vehicle to a halt, conducting a simple camouflage before entering an adjacent derelict building. Jiang Yuan stood before a window in the abandoned edifice, gazing out at a civilization's remnants now overtaken by vegetation. Judging by the scale of these structures, it seemed this area once comprised a small town, with a total population not exceeding 10,000. Dense vines cloaked the walls of every building, allowing only glimpses of tattered signs on street-side facades through the foliage. Moreover, the streets were littered with rusted remnants of vehicles and faded traces of sidewalks. In a few days, the original genetic blueprint of the ant species would rise from the 4th to the 5th tier. Jiang Yuan's deep gaze scanned the starry sky, his consciousness immersed in the ant nest's gene pool, observing the genetic light cluster nearing completion, transforming into a triangular prism. In comparison to the previously analyzed 5th-tier biological genes, the ant species' original genes were deficient only in the area of the upper and lower triangular sections. A subtle vibration resonated through the air, a sensation only Jiang Yuan could perceive through the ant nest, laden with hidden information. Upon opening his eyes, a dozen 3rd-tier silverwing ants, guided by 2 4th-tier silverwing ants, began transporting the corpses of mutated creatures captured in the 4th-tier zone outside the dilapidated building. With a mere thought, he opened the dimensional passage connecting to the ant nest space, incorporating each of the corpses brought back by the silverwing ants into the resource space. In addition to the various mutated creatures previously hunted, Jiang Yuan acquired 7 entirely distinct biological gene samples this time, integrating them into the ant species' original genes. The pyramid-shaped gene-like cluster, now varying in size, began to edge closer to a perfect triangular prism after assimilating these biological genes. Subsequently, the ant species swiftly departed, retracing their steps to continue searching for mutated beings in that area. As per their established protocol, Wei Hong, the young boy, and Jiang Yuan formed one group, while the slender monkey and the bespectacled man accompanied Wang Lei toward the 6th-tier zone. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following morning. After finishing breakfast, Captain Wang Lei commenced the day's hunting arrangements. As before, Wei Hong and the young boy teamed up with Jiang Yuan, while the lean youth and the bespectacled man followed Wang Lei. The 6 of them rapidly left the abandoned building, advancing in 2 entirely different directions. By the end of the day, Wei Hong and the young boy had demonstrated their usual steadiness, each hunting 3 mutated creatures. Naturally, their accomplishments paled in comparison to Jiang Yuan's, who, aside from Wang Lei's and the 4th-tier ant species gains, had secured nearly 25th-tier mutated creature corpses in the vicinity alone. However, many of these 5th-tier mutated beings were already accounted for in the gene analysis chamber, serving primarily as materials for gene fusion and the incubation and cultivation of troops. 3 days later, one afternoon, while seated on his throne awaiting updates on the ant species hunts, Jiang Yuan received a communication from Wang Lei. They had discovered a small source energy crystal vein near the 6th-tier zone. Following their preliminary excavation and confirmation, it was established that this was a tier source energy crystal vein capable of yielding a substantial quantity of tier source energy crystals. Upon reading the information on the communicator, Jiang Yuan's thoughts sparked as he visualized the scene through the bullets ants accompanying Wang Lei, revealing a freshly excavated pit brimming with numerous finger-sized, translucent crystals. Some lay scattered in the dirt, while others were embedded in the rocks, a dense cluster of them. Their quantity appeared remarkably significant, glimmering under the sunlight like diamonds and crystals, reflecting brilliant hues. We're going to strike it rich. We're going to be wealthy, junior member. The captain and the others have discovered a source energy crystal mine. If we fully exploit it, each of us could easily receive several hundred million. Wei Hong and the young boy were instantly filled with excitement. Previously, a special operations team had stumbled upon a small source energy crystal mine in the wild. And although its yield was not particularly high, its total value still exceeded 700 million. With the aid of those source energy crystals, the 3-tier special operations team experienced a significant elevation in their life tiers. Though their life tiers are considerably higher than that of the special operations team, the assistance of these source energy crystals would nonetheless allow them to draw significantly closer to the 6th tier. Chapter 52. The Raiders, Black Shark Squad. Soon, Jiang Yuan followed Wei Hong and the young boy toward the area where Wang Lei and the others were located, leaving behind some 4th-tier ant species to hunt 5th-tier mutated creatures in the vicinity, preparing for the subsequent advancement of the ant species to the 6th tier. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Lei and his companions were diligently excavating the source energy crystals buried beneath the ground. Their discovery of this location was, indeed, a stroke of fortune. In the beginning, there existed a 5th-tier mutated creature accompanied by several diminutive companions of the 2nd and 3rd tiers, foraging in search of sustenance in the vicinity. Driven by the familial instinct to remain united, they naturally did not relinquish the lives of these juvenile, mutated beings. As they prepared to roast one of the juvenile creatures for lunch, they discovered, to their astonishment, that it harbored undigested energy crystals within its abdomen. Upon careful deliberation, the trio realized that numerous soil depressions dotted the ground nearby, prompting them to tentatively excavate. To their surprise, they unearthed several energy crystals, each the size of a finger. Although merely of the lowest tier, these crystals could still serve to enhance their cultivation, bolstering both their energy potency and life tier. After all, the distinction between the tiers of energy crystals lies fundamentally in the quantity of energy they contain. Previously, I had been concerned that the biological materials and crystals harvested would be insufficient to transcend the boundaries of my life tier. However, With the acquisition of these energy crystals, I would soon be able to ascend to the ranks of 6th-tier strength, akin to that of my captain, during my next venture into the wild. Excitement illuminated the face of the bespectacled individual. Although, according to the regulations of the Hammer Squad, both the Discoverer and the Slayer would receive a 10% greater share than the others, it was indisputable that they had stumbled upon an entire vein of energy crystals. The least valuable of the energy crystal veins they had discovered was estimated to exceed 700 million in worth. Indeed, having often witnessed other squads uncover energy crystal veins in the wild, it was finally their turn to bask in fortune. The smile on the lean youth's face bloomed like a flower. Yet, his hands remained tirelessly sifting through the excavated crystals from the pit. Unbeknownst to the trio, a small figure, unassuming yet agile, leapt from the distant thicket and perched upon a nearby branch. With human-like eyes, it fixated intently on the energy crystals unearthed by Wang Lei and his companions. The creature, resembling a squirrel, swiftly altered its course and darted back towards the 6th-tier region, vanishing into the distance in mere bounds. Further afield in that direction, a small team of professionals lingered beside the carcass of a nearly 10-meter giant beast, roasting chunks of meat over a campfire. Suddenly, a man resting atop the beast's corpse snapped his eyes open, casting a glance at a nearby large tree. Shortly thereafter, a squirrel-like creature descended rapidly, its form twisting and expanding into that of an extraordinarily alluring woman. Adorned with fox-like ears atop her head and a cinched waist that accentuated a graceful figure, she approached the trio with a voice imbued with irresistible charm. An energy crystal vein? Indeed, their luck seems fortuitous, albeit somewhat regrettable, she remarked. Her tone laced with excitement as the man responsible for roasting meat seemed to mirror her exuberance, causing the flames to flicker wildly. "Encountering us," exclaimed the scarred man, urging caution. "Mind the meat, do not char it. You know I detest burnt offerings." The man perched upon the beast's corpse fixed his gaze upon the meat-roasting individual, instantly stabilizing the erratic energy emanating from his companions. "Boss, shall we proceed with this?" inquired a brawny man, whose forearm muscles surpassed the thighs of the fox-eared woman, casting a hopeful glance toward the man atop the carcass. "Certainly. These are energy crystals. Even the smallest vein holds a minimum value of 700 million, he affirmed, acknowledging the significance of their find. I've been itching for action. Today, I can finally engage with other professional teams," the robust man grinned, effortlessly lifting a massive axe taller than himself, brandishing it with vigor. The five then commenced sharing the roasted meat, which, while golden on the outside, was rich with myoglobin, oozing with flavor at the slightest bite. The fox-eared woman transformed once more, her form shifting into a colossal avian creature with a wingspan exceeding 15 meters, ferrying the four towards the energy crystal vein. The scarred man diligently wiped his daggers, while the brawny man hoisted the axe onto his shoulder. Before long, they arrived near Wang Lei and his companions, who were engrossed in their excavation of the energy crystals. The bespectacled man abruptly noticed that the sun had vanished from the sky, as though obscured by some entity. Instinctively glancing upward, the energy crystal he had just retrieved slipped from his grasp and tumbled to the ground. "What is it, Glasses?" inquired the lean youth, perplexed by the sudden drop of the crystal that rolled to his feet. Six-tier flying mutated creatures." Wang Lei responded, swiftly lifting his gaze. Among all the 6th-tier mutated beings, his greatest aversion was to those of the flying variety. Their aerial advantage rendered his attacks nearly ineffective. Yet, as he glanced upwards at the approaching massive bird, he discerned 3 human figures upon its back, one wielding an axe taller than himself, while the others donned 7th and 8th-tier armor. Each bore a black, shark-like insignia emblazoned on their chests. "Not good. It's the Black Shark Squad." Wang Lei's expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he seized the lean youth and the bespectacled man, swiftly retreating in the opposite direction of the avian creature. The Marauders. The Black Shark Squad were a band of brigands that roamed the wilderness, hunting mutated creatures while simultaneously preying upon other professionals. Rumor had it that merely half a month prior, this band had executed a significant raid in Tiansong City, earning a bounty from several nearby human settlements. To their misfortune, they had now fled to the vicinity of Lin City. Chapter 53, 7th-tier Power. "Scar, leave those 3 to you," commanded the man seated on the bird's back, casting a condescending glance at Wang Lei, who was attempting to escape with his companions. "Understood," replied the towering man, striding purposefully towards the edge of the bird, then leaping down towards the ground. A man with a scar etched across his face followed closely behind, leaping down as if he were 2 cannonballs crashing heavily to the ground. Boom. Soon, the dense foliage bore witness to 2 conspicuous craters, and the nearby vegetation appeared to have been violently ravaged by some colossal force. Even trees as thick as a man's torso could not impede their advance. Particularly, the burly figure wielding a massive axe swung the hefty weapon with ferocity, cleaving through the obstructive trees with ease. An invisible shockwave, akin to a concealed blade, severed the trees within 100 meters at a height of half a man, leaving impossibly smooth cuts in its wake. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan, moving towards Wang Lei and his companions, abruptly rose from his throne atop the explosive flame ant. Wei Hong and the young boy cast puzzled glances at him. Still unaware of the unfolding events, their senior was in trouble. Moments ago, while excavating underground energy crystals, they had suddenly been ambushed by a squad of professional hunters. This information had just been relayed to him through the ant nest by the bullet ants, accompanied by a vision of a monstrous creature with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters and the image of 3 figures lurking behind it. Damn it! How could fortune be so cruel? Just when they were spotted by another team of professionals, the young boy and Wei Hong were filled with anxiety. Any professional squad that could approach the 6th tier zone would likely possess strength comparable to the Hammer Squad. Moreover, they were currently in a state of detachment, directly affecting their operational capacity. Run back towards the city. At that moment, a message from the bespectacled man appeared in the Hammer Squad's chat group. The content was a simple directive to flee towards the city. Concurrently, the background of the voice message was filled with the cacophony of wind and the sound of snapping branches. Clearly, the bespectacled man was in a frantic dash through the jungle. What on earth is happening? I heard from Jiang Yuan that you encountered another squad of professionals. Wei Hong quickly queried through the communicator, pressing for details. It's the Black Shark Squad. We've run into the Black Shark Squad. They have a 7th tier commander among them. The bespectacled man's voice crackled through again, accompanied by the shriek of air and a deafening explosion that rendered the communicator's sound somewhat hoarse. Gasp! Wei Hong and the young boy simultaneously inhaled sharply, their faces swiftly contorting into expressions of terror. The Black Shark Squad was notorious for preying on other professionals, and their leader was a 7th tier powerhouse, a force to be reckoned with. Jiang Yuan, you must return to the city immediately. Xiao Lu and I will go to support the captain. Wei Hong exchanged a determined glance with the young boy before turning to Jiang Yuan and leaping down from the back of the explosive flame ant, hastening towards the direction indicated by their locator where Wang Lei was situated. Beep beep. Just then, the locator emitted 2 soft beeps. The screen that had previously displayed Wang Lei's location suddenly went dark. Almost simultaneously, a message from Wang Lei popped up in the chat group. Little Junior, take Wei Hong and Xiao Lu back to the city. I know you have the ability to do so. Do not attempt to rescue me. The voice message was filled with noise, yet Jiang Yuan discerned the underlying meaning. Do not come to your death. Wang Lei, you scoundrel. Turn on the locator. Have you forgotten our oath? We agreed that the Hammer Squad would stand together through thick and thin. How dare you make decisions unilaterally and cut off the locator? Wei Hong's voice resonated from the front, her urgency palpable. Without the locator, she and the young boy lost their sense of direction, unable to proceed towards Wang Lei. The jungle environment was exceedingly complex, and with Wang Lei and his companions constantly on the move, they were akin to headless flies, unable to locate them. Jiang Yuan, please summon 2 flying units to transport me and Wei Hong. The young boy suddenly had a realization and hurriedly returned towards Jiang Yuan. Upon hearing this, Wei Hong's previously dulled eyes brightened with newfound hope. This was indeed an excellent idea. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan, under the anxious and impatient gazes of Wei Hong and the young boy, opened a dimensional passageway to connect with the ant nest space. He summoned a 4th tier Silverwing Wind Ant. To their astonishment, he leaped onto the back of the Silverwing Wind Ant and soared towards the direction where Wang Lei and his companions were located. Leaving behind a single remark, I'll go fetch the seniors. Jiang Yuan, Wei Hong and the young boy called out in unison. However, the Silverwing Wind Ant flew with astonishing speed, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. No matter how hard they tried to pursue, they could not catch up with Jiang Yuan's figure. Captain, the little junior is riding a flying unit and heading your way. Not long after, the exhausted young boy, panting heavily, sent a voice message that was fragmented. What? Did I not tell you not to come? Little junior, hurry back. The battle here is beyond your current capabilities. Wang Lei's message took a while to reach the group, his tone fraught with urgency. At that moment, Jiang Yuan, perched atop the Silverwing Wind Ant, was submerged in the ant nest space, continuously directing the nearby ant troops to impede the pursuit of the 2 6th tier professionals. Simultaneously, he began to exhaust previously accumulated resources, fervently hatching and nurturing 4th tier explosive flame ants and bullet ants. Although Jiang Yuan had not been with the Hammer Squad for long, every member treated him with kindness. He was not like Jiang Che, who would flee at the first sign of danger. Furthermore, he had every hope of confronting 6th tier and 7th tier professionals head-on. Before long, Jiang Yuan had consumed a significant amount of resources, elevating the numbers of his 4th-tier explosive flame ants, silverwing wind ants, and bullet ants to over 300. He soon found himself not far from Wang Lei and his companions, spotting the 2 6th-tier professionals pursuing them. Chapter 54. Remember my name. The Calamity Sovereign, Jiang Yuan. Come again. I want to see how many summoned creatures you have to withstand the pressure attack I unleash. The towering figure, brimming with excitement, wielded the massive axe with a flourish, creating a gust of wind around him, in a radius of 5 meters centered around him. All the trees were shattered by an invisible blade of wind. A few bullet ants and silverwing wind ants were engaged in a fierce struggle within this vortex. Utilizing their own bodies and the powers of wind, they commanded to resist the onslaught. However, despite their valiant efforts, the vast disparity in their levels of existence gradually revealed their disadvantages. The wings adorned with silver feathers, and their bodies were torn into countless fragments by the pressure waves generated by the burly man wielding a battle axe. Fortunately, beneath the silver feathers lay the hard exoskeleton of the ant species, which prevented their bodies from being completely obliterated, allowing them to remain airborne. Meanwhile, several bullet ants left behind by Jiang Yuan were deftly coordinating to harass a man with a scar across his face. Although he, like Wang Lei, was merely a complete 6th-tier practitioner, his combat awareness and the awakened talents he possessed were considerably superior to Wang Lei's. The green-tinged flames he unleashed, imbued with burning and toxic effects, effectively countered Jiang Yuan's cultivated 4th-tier bullet ants. Wang Lei, on the other hand, wielding earth attributes, had decent defensive capabilities but lacked the offensive power necessary to inflict any significant damage on the scarred man. Just then, Jiang Yuan's silverwing wind ant soared above the trio, its wings unfurling to reveal a distortion in the fabric of space, as if a dimensional portal had opened. Dozens of bullet ants and explosive flame ants suddenly materialized around them, enveloping the scarred man and Wang Lei's group entirely. Damn, how could you summon so many creatures? The scarred man, who had previously appeared unfazed, suddenly wore an expression of dread upon witnessing the multitude of ant soldiers. Had there only been a few buzzing insects, he could have relied on his unique traits and poisonous talents to maintain an advantage. Flee! A surge of panic surged within him. However, as he attempted to turn and escape, the nearby explosive flame ants swiftly unleashed their first wave of attack. ZZZZT, a barrage of glowing orbs, interspersed with blue arcs of electricity, descended upon him like a colossal electric net. Even as he exerted all his strength to unleash his intense flames, it affected the lightning spheres little more than extinguishing a handful of ants obstructing his path. He was soon overwhelmed by the blue arcs, which, despite only being barely at the 5th-tier pinnacle, rendered the scarred man unable to fully resist their paralyzing effects. In an instant, he found himself convulsing on the ground, stripped of all mobility. The bullet ants seized this opportunity, transforming into streaks of light as they surged toward the scarred man, their impacts resonating with a clanging sound as they battered against his 7th-tier armor, leaving dents and even cracks in its surface. However, the true concern lay in the unprotected head, which was pierced by multiple gaping wounds the size of a finger, courtesy of the bullet ants. Get away! Simultaneously, the burly man with the battle axe felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. After unleashing a wind blade attack that resembled a tornado, he immediately pivoted to flee. Yet, Jiang Yuan, with a mere thought, commanded the throngs of bullet ants to pursue him rapidly, while the dozens of explosive flame ants on the ground followed suit, in perfect unison. Boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted from several hundred meters away, followed by a column of purple flames that engulfed a large swath of forest. Shortly thereafter, the ant soldiers returned, dragging with them a completely charred corpse. The only remnant of the confrontation was a battle axe, seemingly unscathed by the violet flames. Is he really dead? Wang Lei and his companions instinctively swallowed hard as they glanced at the scarred man, whose head had been pierced by the bullet ants, and then at the charred body of the axe-wielding man. A buzzing sensation filled their minds. Perhaps before engaging these two foes, Wang Lei would not have considered them particularly formidable. Yet, after the battle, he was acutely aware that, despite being fellow 6th-tier practitioners, the members of the Black Shark team exhibited a combat prowess significantly superior to his own, bolstered by their innate talents. And yet, these two, who could be deemed exceptional among 6th-tier practitioners, had been ruthlessly dispatched by his junior in less than 2 minutes. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. Senior, you must leave this place at once. The other two have realized their comrades are dead. Jiang Yuan's gaze pierced through the dense foliage towards the direction of the energy crystal vein. Moments ago, he had observed through the bullet ants left in that direction that 2 members of the Black Shark team were approaching. A woman with beast-like ears twisted her body and transformed into a massive avian creature, carrying a grim-faced man skyward. Junior, are you not leaving with us? 3 silverwing wind ants landed, grasping Wang Lei and his companions with their limbs, swiftly retreating in the opposite direction. Yet Wang Lei suddenly noticed that Jiang Yuan was not accompanying them. Instead, he stood resolutely atop the back of the colossal flying creature, as if prepared to face any challenge that came. Jiang Yuan offered no reply, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the direction of the energy crystal vein. The silhouette of the avian creature grew larger and closer in Wang Lei's view. Are you the summoner who killed my team member? The grim man, seated cross-legged atop the avian, fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yuan. Earlier, while excavating the energy crystal vein, he had received a fragmented message from the axe-wielding man. Beware of summoning, followed by a cacophony of explosions and a chilling silence, indicating a loss of signal. The fact that even the scarred man and the axe-wielder had been unable to relay their warnings attested to the presence of a formidable summoner hidden within the team they had ambushed. State your name. My Black Shark team does not slay nameless individuals. The dark figure slowly rose from the back of the avian, the intensity of energy within him escalating. Jiang Yuan met his gaze without fear. He raised his right hand, opening a dimensional portal to summon more ant soldiers, and with deliberate clarity, he declared, "Remember my name. The Harbinger of Calamity, Jiang Yuan." In the next instant, hundreds of bullet ants and silverwing wind ants, nearly 6 meters in size, filled the sky above, creating a formidable swarm. Chapter 55, The Annihilation of the Black Shark Squad. The Cataclysm Monarch? What a formidable title. The expression of the brooding man turned serious. He had not anticipated that within this professional squad, whose highest rank barely reached the 6th tier, there lurked such a master. With a mere wave of his hand, he summoned hundreds of biological troops, each possessing astonishing qualities that reached the Lord level. By deducing from the information at hand, it was not difficult to infer that the summoner before him had not even attained the 5th tier in terms of life level. Yet, this individual had managed to sever the communication of his 2 6th tier subordinates before they could even relay half a message. Jiang Yuan, undeterred by superfluous words, swiftly raised his right hand and gestured towards the brooding man and the massive bird beneath him. In the next instant, the silverwing gale ants surrounding them rapidly coalesced into invisible wind blades that surged forth to strike both man and beast. What audacity! The brooding man snorted. His source energy began to surge, forming a translucent barrier that enveloped him. Simultaneously, the feathers of the great bird beneath him took on a metallic hue, bolstering its defenses. In the following moment, countless wind blades collided with the feathers of the great bird and the source energy barrier, producing sounds akin to metal clashing. What a perfect opportunity! A faint smile graced Jiang Yuan's lips. Hidden behind the silverwing gale ants, the bullet ants, which had been poised for action, transformed into streaks of light, charging towards the beastly avian form. To confront a 7th tier professional head-on, one must first sever their escape route. Otherwise, the explosive flame ants, as the main force concealed within the ant nest, would be rendered ineffective. After all, even at the 4th tier, the attack range of the flame ants was quite limited. Should these two foes ascend to greater heights, his combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of bullet ants, akin to a dense barrage of bullets, soon collided with the great bird. Initially, its feathers could withstand the impact, but as the encounters continued, each collision tore through the once proud metallic plumage. In no time, the flesh beneath the feathers was left mangled, and numerous bullet ants penetrated its flesh, causing the beastly avian to emit a pained wail. Countless invisible wind blades gathered around it. Like the silverwing gale ants, the beastly avian, transformed from the beast-eared girl, was also a mutated creature possessing wind attribute characteristics. Therefore, in addition to metallicizing its feathers, it instinctively conjured numerous wind blades to envelop the space around it whenever it was assaulted by the bullet ants. Clang, clang, clang. The multitude of wind blades sliced through the minuscule bodies of the bullet ants, which had exoskeletons harder than top-tier alloys, even stronger than aircraft-grade steel. Yet, under the onslaught of the great bird's attacks, visible gaps began to appear, with some bullet ants being cleaved apart at their heads or abdomens. In an instant, several bullet ants plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the ground and foliage, creating numerous craters. Focusing on its injured areas, particularly the head and chest, Jiang Yuan's gaze zeroed in on the bloodied patches where feathers had fallen away, directing the bullet ants to concentrate their efforts on the assault. Soon, the beastly avian was grievously wounded, unable to maintain flight, and began to plummet rapidly toward the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Its massive form crashed heavily onto the branches of trees standing tens of meters tall, causing a cacophony as it tumbled to the ground. boom. The resounding impact echoed, as the brooding man, standing atop the great bird's back, struggled to regain his balance after the loss of momentum. Damn it! Rage surged in his eyes, and a swirling mist of black-green energy enveloped him, spreading outward. From the moment he realized something was amiss to the instant his subordinate's avian form plummeted from the sky, the entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Consequently, he found himself unable to intervene, especially as he needed to defend against the wind blade attacks unleashed by the gigantic biological troops. The massive bird's body contorted, soon settling onto the ground, its chest and arms riddled with finger-sized wounds. Swish, swish, swish. Spheres radiating a green luminescence shot forth from the black-green mist, hurtling toward the descending ant troops. Upon contact, the silver-winged gale ants, regardless of their silver feathers or black exoskeletons, began to corrode at a visibly alarming rate. The bullet ants, too, found their bodies disintegrating into ash-like particles beneath the assault of the green toxin. Observing this, Jiang Yuan hastily opened a dimensional portal, summoning the prepped explosive flame ants from the ant nest. ZZZ. Once more, the paralyzing orbs rained down upon the brooding man. The dense blue spheres illuminated the area once they penetrated the black-green mist, and amidst the eruptions of blue arcs, Jiang Yuan glimpsed the brooding man convulsing under the effects of the paralyzing spheres. Yet, he did not dare to grow complacent and promptly issued a second wave of attack commands to the explosive flame ants. Massive purple fireballs, nearly a meter in diameter, swiftly coalesced into an extensive net, cascading over the black-green mist. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted as the highly corrosive black-green mist was blasted apart, creating gaping holes. Concurrently, the purple flames, akin to relentless parasites, engulfed the area, scorching the ground, vegetation, and the two members of the Black Shark squad within. Horrifying screams echoed from within the purple flames. The severely injured beast-eared girl collapsed to the ground, her body stretched out with one hand reaching towards the brooding man. Meanwhile, the location where the brooding man had stood, previously engulfed in roaring purple flames, was now diminished, leaving behind an even thicker black-green mist that swirled and surged. Ultimately, as if a detonation had occurred, it shot outward in all directions. Suspended in midair, Jiang Yuan found himself enveloped by several toxic mist spheres, almost instantaneously upon contact. His low-grade armor and clothing were entirely eroded, and his skin and flesh began to decompose at an alarming rate. Fortunately, the damage transfer from the ant nest has begun to take effect, and nearby ant troops have unexpectedly turned to ash without any warning. Meanwhile, the corrupted flesh on Jiang Yuan's body has visibly begun to regenerate at an astonishing pace. Boom, 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 boom. The explosive flame ants have once again coalesced their fiery projectiles, engulfing the area where the gloomy man resided in a second wave of annihilating attacks. Finally, after this barrage of explosions ceased, the last member of the Black Shark squad, the most formidable 7th-tier commander-level practitioner, succumbed beneath the tide of ants summoned by Jiang Yuan. Chapter 56. Jiang Yuan. The charred remains on the ground are what you refer to as the 7th-tier commander. Crack. Jiang Yuan's figure descended to the ground, inching closer to the area still ablaze with purple flames. The ground was littered with the corpses of the ant soldiers. Some had been corroded by toxic mists, leaving behind decayed remnants, while others had been incinerated, their flesh consumed by the purple flames, leaving behind only their hardened exoskeletons. However, amidst these ant remains, 2 charred human corpses were also present. One of them belonged to the beast-eared woman who had transformed into a great bird. At this moment, she remained in a position of prostration, her hand outstretched, her body blackened as if turned to charcoal. Only her 7th-tier armor and some relatively sturdy parts had escaped complete incineration. Next was the 7th-tier powerhouse of the Black Shark squad. Unlike the 6th-tier beast-eared woman, this individual had endured 2 rounds of bombardments from the explosive flame ants and was still not entirely dead. His sinister eyes flickered with a hint of vitality. You have not died." The raspy voice of the gloomy man was filled with shock, disbelief, and a profound sense of resentment. He had clearly seen that the corrosive toxic mist he had unleashed had already corroded the armor of this individual, dissolving his body and flesh. "To wish for my demise, you must annihilate all my biological troops. Otherwise, it matters not if you are 8th tier or even 9th tier. Jiang Yuan halted, gazing down at him from a position of superiority. Ha. The gloomy man seemed to have realized something. His mouth agape in terror as his charred right hand, just raised, snapped off at the shoulder with a crack. It fell to the ground with a thud, breaking into several pieces of blackened charcoal. He deserved to die. His demise was not unjust. Summoning hundreds of biological troops and sharing damage with them was a feat that transcended mere genius. Thud. The remnants of the gloomy man's body crashed heavily to the ground, save for his head and torso, which remained relatively intact. His limbs, along with the damaged 8th-tier armor, had all been reduced to cinders by the purple flames. Only then did the tightly wound tension within Jiang Yuan finally ease. A 7th-tier practitioner. Although he had previously clashed with the principal of Zhonghai Academy in a practical training arena, that encounter had been under circumstances where the opponent had not made a move. Truly, as a 7th-tier commander-level powerhouse, that final wave of attacks had nearly cost him half of his ant troops. Jiang Yuan began to survey the battlefield. First, he assessed his ant troops. Upon inspection, he discovered that both the silverwing wind ants and bullet ants, as well as the recently summoned explosive flame ants, had suffered grievous losses in this battle. Particularly the explosive flame ants, as ground combat units, had been specifically targeted by the 7th-tier powerhouse of the Black Shark Squad, resulting in nearly 200 casualties. The bullet ants and silverwing wind ants had also incurred approximately 300 fatalities in the earlier skirmishes. Fortunately, the corpses of the ant troops could be repurposed as hatching resources. Otherwise, this would have been a tremendous loss. Jiang Yuan activated the dimensional space, collecting all the ant troops and corpses from the battlefield into the ant nest's realm. As for those ant troops who were merely injured and not dead, they could be repaired through resource expenditure. Thus, the number of 4th-tier ant troops he had cultivated barely maintained around 500. Jiang Yuan, are you injured? Wang Lei and the lean youth, along with a third companion, rushed back from the periphery of the battlefield, their faces etched with concern as they checked his physical condition. Moments ago, they had been rapidly retreating in the opposite direction, guided by the silverwing wind ants. However, upon hearing 2 consecutive, intense explosions from behind, the silverwing wind ants abruptly halted, depositing them safely on the ground. Instantly, the 3 began to worry. Biological troops ceasing to follow commands could either indicate a new directive or suggest something had gone awry with the summoner, leading to a loss of control. Thus, Wang Lei and his companions decisively turned back, silently praying that Jiang Yuan would be unharmed. Fortunately, after they cleared the area, they spotted Jiang Yuan, his armor shattered. Amidst the charred earth, in stark contrast, the 2 members of the Black Shark Squad had completely vanished. I'm fine. It's just that my armor and clothing were inadvertently damaged during the recent battle, Jiang Yuan replied, glancing down at his attire. The chest and arm areas had been entirely corroded by toxic mists, and remnants of blood and flesh clung to his skin. Well done, Junior. I never expected you to emerge unscathed from a battle with a 7th-tier commander-level powerhouse, exclaimed the lean youth, excitedly patting Jiang Yuan on the shoulder, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. A 7th-tier commander-level powerhouse. This was a figure of the same caliber as the principal, capable of commanding respect in smaller human settlements. Yet, astonishingly, he had been bested by this junior. Indeed, and our junior emerged unscathed. While the adversary retreated, the bespectacled man echoed, his eyes gleaming with admiration as they regarded Jiang Yuan. It's a pity we didn't witness such an exhilarating scene firsthand. Otherwise, I feel I could boast about it for a lifetime. Who could disagree? To confront a 7th-tier commander and not only survive but also drive them away, what an accomplishment. The lean youth nodded vigorously in agreement. It was only when Wang Lei rapped their foreheads lightly that they fell silent, allowing Jiang Yuan a moment of peace. You should all refrain from being overly animated. Our junior needs to rest. Additionally, we must depart swiftly to avoid any potential return of the Black Shark Squad. After all, he was a 7th-tier powerhouse. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yuan, who had been surrounded by the lean youth and the others, finally spoke. Senior, there is no need for concern. The Black Shark Squad has become a relic of the past. From this day forth, there shall be no more Black Shark Squad in this world. As Wang Lei and the others prepared to leave, they couldn't help but cast their gazes toward Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan refrained from idle chatter. Amidst their astonished and incredulous gazes, he gestured towards the 2 corpses not far off, which bore a striking resemblance to charred wood, and remarked, those are the remaining 2 members of the Black Shark Squad. The one sprawled on the ground, reduced to a lump of charcoal, is the 7th-tier commander you mentioned earlier. Boom. Wang Lei and the others felt a jolt reverberate through their bodies, as if struck by lightning, rendering them numb and momentarily disoriented. When they regained their composure, they found themselves standing beside the 2 bodies, resembling charcoal. As anticipated, they recognized the familiar face of the gloomy man among the dismembered remains. Dead. The esteemed 7th-tier commander had perished at the hands of a mid-tier 4th-level summoner? This was madness. Unbelievable madness. Chapter 57. The moon examination commences. Gulp. Wang Lei and his companions stared at the barely human-shaped mound of charred remains on the ground, swallowing hard. Especially notable was the set of 8th-tier armor worn by the 7th-tier powerhouse, which, although already somewhat damaged, had been nearly incinerated by Jiang Yuan's biological units, indicating the terrifying cumulative impact of their attacks. It is worth noting that prior to this, when they witnessed Jiang Yuan summon the explosive flame ants and eliminate a 6th-tier practitioner, it had already been hard to believe. Yet that was not even the limit of those biological units' capabilities. Damn it! How fortunate for this fellow to have met his demise at the hands of our junior Jiang Yuan. He would surely boast about it in the afterlife. After a moment, the lean youth finally spat out a mouthful of saliva and remarked in a half-joking tone. However, before he could finish, the communicator crackled with the voices of Wei Hong and the young boy. "Captain, how are things on your end? Why haven't you responded to us? Wang Lei, you bastard. Don't you dare die. And what about the junior? How is he faring? Please respond." Cough cough. Jiang Yuan is fine. We're safe now. Wang Lei cleared his throat and reassured Wei Hong and the others through the communicator. Several kilometers away, Wei Hong and the young boy, upon hearing his voice, could not suppress their collective sigh of relief. Though they were unaware of the specifics, as long as the members of the Hammer Squad were unharmed, that was sufficient. Good to hear. Let's hurry back to the city to avoid running into the Black Shark Squad. Wei Hong quickly typed in the chat group. Her thoughts straightforward. To leave the wilderness and enter the city, where the city guards would provide protection against any pursuit from the Black Shark Squad. No need. The Black Shark Squad has been annihilated by Junior Jiang Yuan, including their 7th-tier commander, before Wang Lei could respond. The lean youth swiftly sent a message in the chat group, leaving Wei Hong and the young boy feeling as if they had just been struck by lightning. "Skinny monkey, are you sure you're not hallucinating from drinking fake alcohol?" The young boy questioned, incredulous. "Skinny youth, you're the one drinking fake alcohol. I didn't bring any when I came out for the hunting mission. If you don't believe me, ask the captain and the bespectacled guy." Wang Lei then chimed in. "Skinny monkey speaks the truth. The Black Shark Squad is entirely dead. Although it is indeed hard to believe, it is the reality. They were incinerated by the biological units summoned by our junior, who utilized their numerical advantage. Not just the scar-faced man, nor merely the 2 corpses they currently beheld, but also the individual who had fled wielding a massive axe towards the energy crystal vein, had been completely reduced to ashes. When they passed by earlier, they had seen that man's corpse amidst a forest consumed by purple flames, alongside a giant axe that stood taller than a person. Hiss. Upon hearing Wang Lei's assertion, both Wei Hong and the young boy could not help but collectively gasp in astonishment. While they might doubt the lean youth's words, they knew Wang Lei's character well enough not to think he would jest about such matters. The entire Black Shark Squad, including the formidable 7th-tier commander, had perished at the hands of their junior? They exchanged glances, each seeing the shock and disbelief mirrored in the other's eyes. A 7th-tier commander, a being of a life tier transcending the mid-level, capable of single-handedly defending a small city, had met his end at the hands of their junior. "I have reactivated the location function. You may make your way to us. I, along with Junior Jiang Yuan and Skinny Monkey, are heading towards the energy crystal vein." Wang Lei sent another message. Subsequently, the previously disabled location device re-established the signal from Wang Lei's group, appearing as a green dot on the screen, indicating a distance of approximately 15 kilometers. Upon receiving this message, the light representing Wang Lei and his companions began to move towards the 6th-tier zone. Wei Hong and the young boy took several deep breaths before accepting the reality that Jiang Yuan had single-handedly obliterated the Black Shark Squad, including the 7th-tier commander. They swiftly traversed towards the direction indicated by the location device. After walking approximately 12 to 13 kilometers, the two encountered a vast area of charred remains. Aside from numerous craters on the ground, they also spotted a burnt, blackened corpse. Then they came across a second site, even more expansive than the first, where countless traces of cutting blades marred the ground alongside extensive burn marks. Next was a third area, even larger and more corroded than the previous two combined. Here, the corpses were the most numerous, with two human-like bodies turned to charcoal, one of which still retained the posture of crawling, reaching out a hand towards a certain direction. Upon inspection, they discovered that all four charred corpses bore a black shark insignia on their chests. However, when they arrived at the energy crystal vein, Jiang Yuan and Wang Lei appeared to be in relatively good condition, albeit somewhat disheveled, with their armor and clothing torn and stained with blood. A dozen massive biological units were diligently excavating the earth, unearthing the buried energy crystals. In the following days, as they continued their excavation, a month had passed since Jiang Yuan applied to leave the Zhonghai Academy. Beep beep. The communicator emitted a sound. Jiang Yuan took out his communicator and glanced at it. It was a message from Wu Baichuan, the president of Zhonghai Academy. He informed Jiang Yuan that the first monthly examination was about to commence, urging him to spare some time to return and participate. In addition, he was to collect the source energy crystals for the upcoming month. Along with the subsidies provided by the academy, Jiang Yuan looked over at the nearby source energy crystal mine, still actively being exploited, and decided to wait a couple more days before heading back. The fourth-tier area in that direction had been largely cleared by the ant troops he had dispatched. It was the perfect opportunity to take advantage of this monthly examination. After replenishing his supplies, he planned to part ways with Wang Lei and the others, venturing towards other fourth-tier areas to continue hunting. He aimed to elevate the life level of his ant troops' primitive genetic templates to the 5th tier as swiftly as possible. The recent battle with the 7th-tier town commander had made him acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Were it not for the damage already sustained by the armor of that individual from the Black Shark team, it would have been exceedingly difficult to defeat them solely with 4th-tier Lord-level ant troops. Chapter 58, A Gift from the Hammer Team. Wang Lei, the president has requested my return for this monthly examination. Additionally, I intend to disband from your team after this trip. 2 fleeting days passed, and Jiang Yuan seized this moment to express his intentions directly to Wang Lei. You're not staying with us? Wei Hong's eyes were tinged with reluctance. The lean young man, along with the bespectacled individual and the small boy, remained silent, yet their expressions betrayed their sentiments. They, like Wei Hong, felt a profound sense of loss at the prospect of Jiang Yuan's departure. All good things must come to an end. Since you've made your decision, we will naturally support you wholeheartedly, Wang Lei declared as he approached and patted Jiang Yuan on the shoulder. He understood well that with Jiang Yuan's prodigious talent, it was only a matter of time before he would outgrow the Hammer team. The others nodded in tacit agreement, fully aware that their team's strength could hardly provide significant assistance to Jiang Yuan. Rather, it might hinder his growth. As for the dangers ahead, after the encounter with the Black Shark team, Jiang Yuan had demonstrated his prowess, having even defeated a 7th-tier town commander. As long as he refrained from venturing too close to the boundary between the 6th and 7th tiers, he would generally be safe. After all, while higher-tier mutated creatures could occasionally appear in lower-tier zones, their numbers were typically limited. Moreover, with the vast number of biological troops at Jiang Yuan's command and his uncanny reconnaissance capabilities, avoiding high-tier mutated creatures would be a trivial task. Subsequently, the members of the Hammer team made their way towards the location where their off-road vehicle was parked, carrying the source energy crystals they had extracted during this period. The desolate city ruins around the vehicle, which they had previously cleared, had become increasingly overgrown with vegetation in just a few days. Vines had even begun to creep up the sides of their off-road vehicle. After spending nearly a day, Jiang Yuan finally drove the vehicle back to the urban district of Lynching. He first sought a place to freshen up and change into clean attire before meeting Wang Lei and the others at the Adventurers Guild to sell some biological materials. As for the source energy crystals and biological crystals, Jiang Yuan directly deposited them into the resource space of his ant nest. The confrontation with the 7th-tier powerhouse had nearly depleted his reserves. Had it not been for the ability to recycle the corpses of his ant troops and the fact that he had monopolized source energy crystals worth 200 million, he would have faced a significant loss. Additionally, after annihilating the Black Shark team, he had also earned a bounty of 100 million. Overall, he had managed to net a modest profit. Regrettably, his armor had been entirely destroyed, leaving only his weapons, which could still fetch a decent price. Otherwise, he could have gained several tens of millions more. As Jiang Yuan stared at his account, having sold the weapons from the Black Shark team, he couldn't help but murmur in slight regret upon seeing the more than 60 million he had acquired. However, the armor of the 7th-tier town commander had already sustained considerable damage prior to their battle. Even if the more vulnerable parts had not been incinerated by the purple flames, they likely wouldn't be worth much. Shaking his head slightly, Jiang Yuan left the materials sale area, heading directly towards the training room. Unlike biological materials and combat weapons, source energy crystals were classified as auxiliary training items, necessitating a purchase from the training room of the Adventurers Guild. I apologize, sir, but we do not have such a large quantity of tier source energy crystals available. Perhaps you might consider purchasing tier ones instead. The staff member's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect upon hearing Jiang Yuan's request for 200 million tier source energy crystals. A professional capable of such expenditure was either extraordinarily powerful or possessed connections that reached far and wide. Either way, they were not someone a mere service worker could afford to offend. Very well, Jiang Yuan nodded. However, I need to prioritize purchasing tier source energy crystals first. I will then use the remaining funds to acquire higher tier source energy crystals. While tier source energy crystals contained purer and more potent energy, their price was considerably higher. Of course, this higher cost did not refer to a simple comparison of individual crystals, but rather to the time saved in the ant nest and the enhancement effects on the cultivation of the ant troops. The fundamental reason lay in the scarcity of tier source energy crystals compared to tier 1s, and for mid-tier and above adventurers. Absorbing tier source energy crystals yielded superior results in enhancing their life levels and source energy intensity. Thus, the price of tier source energy crystals was significantly higher. However, this bore no relevance to Jiang Yuan, as his method of elevating life levels relied on the ant nest to facilitate the evolution of biological troops. He had no need for source energy intensity. Rather, the intensity possessed by the biological troops birthed from the ant nest was equivalent to his own. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Jiang Yuan. After completing his purchase of source energy crystals, Jiang Yuan made his way to the underground garage. He waited for approximately half an hour before Wang Lei and Wei Hong finally arrived, albeit rather late. The five of them were now clad in brand new armor. Their weapons also replaced. Compared to before, it was akin to upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon. It seems I was only a little earlier than you. Jiang Yuan shook his head, his tone devoid of any dissatisfaction. Wei Hong approached, carrying a hefty metallic briefcase, and with a hint of reluctance, handed it to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, this is a gift from all of us. You mustn't refuse. Armor. 8th tier armor. Although this is merely the most rudimentary form of physical defense, its price still exceeds 100 million. Even if the entire Thunderhammer squad pooled their resources, each member would still need to contribute at least 20 million. Thank you. Seniors. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of gratitude within. Despite the considerable gains from this venture, the equipment and weapons of the Thunderhammer squad sustained significant damage. Furthermore, as the rank of a practitioner ascends, the resources consumed during subsequent cultivation of source energy also increase. The fact that they could present him with an 8th tier armor as a parting gift is indeed something to be cherished. Jiang Yuan, I look forward to you becoming a source of pride for Zhonghai Academy, allowing more students to witness our glory, Wang Lei said, giving Jiang Yuan a hearty pat on the shoulder before turning to enter the off-road vehicle. Wei Hong and the young boy also bid him farewell before driving off. Outside the practitioner guild, they parted ways, heading in two different directions. Wang Lei and his companions were returning to the hotel to rest, adjusting their physical condition before beginning to absorb source energy crystals for training. Jiang Yuan, on the other hand, made his way toward Zhonghai Academy to participate in the upcoming monthly assessment and to collect the subsidies promised by the principal. Although 300 source energy crystals may not seem like much, even the smallest of mosquitoes is still meat, and it could at least yield several 4th-tier ant-type soldiers. Chapter 59. I, Lu Wentao, swear to reclaim the top position among the new students. What is happening? Why are there so many upperclassmen heading to the first-year students' assessment area? Huh, you really don't know? Rumor has it that this year's freshmen include an extraordinary prodigy who scored an SSS rating on the class placement evaluation on the first day of school. What? I thought the highest score for placement was only an S grade. Where did this SSS come from? Well, it's understandable since you're always focused on training and not keeping up with campus news. But let me tell you, this year's freshmen are incredibly impressive. Aside from that SSS, even those with SS ratings have reportedly reached the level of most 4th-year students. As Jiang Yuan returned to the academy, he noticed a significant gathering of upperclassmen converging toward the first-year students' monthly assessment venue. Listening closely, he realized they had come for him and that extraordinary recruit. SS. It seems the academy has also boosted the placement evaluation score for that prodigy. Otherwise, it would indeed be unreasonable for a 3rd-tier practitioner to be rated alongside those of at most 2nd-tier status. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuan deduced who the SS mentioned by the seniors was. However, he did not dwell on it. No matter how gifted that individual might be, they could not be compared to him. Although he had not elevated the life tier of his ant-type soldiers from 4th to 5th during his month away, his combat prowess had significantly increased. Even a 7th-tier commanding strongman had fallen to the onslaught of his ant-type soldiers. If he were to unleash his full power, even the academy's principal might find it challenging to gain any advantage. Of course, the principal of Zhonghai Academy, Wu Baichuan, had already reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier and was but a step away from the 8th-tier commander level, maintaining a considerable gap from the initial commanding members of the Black Shark Squad. This is why, after researching the Black Shark Squad online, Jiang Yuan chose to head toward the source energy crystal mine to rescue Wang Lei and the others, and when pursued by the 7th-tier commander codenamed Poison Mist, he summoned all his soldiers to confront the enemy directly. The results prove that his bred ant-type soldiers were exceptionally formidable, especially with a development approach centered on high characteristics, which greatly enhanced their overall combat strength. Provided the number of soldiers was sufficient, overcoming 2.5 tiers in battle would not pose a significant challenge. Unless faced with a 7th-tier commander proficient in defense, the explosive fireballs of the blazing flame ants could threaten their lives. Next time, he thought to try integrating the purple fire characteristic into the genes of his flying soldiers so that when facing airborne enemies, he would not need to bring them down to the ground first. As Jiang Yuan walked, he pondered these thoughts. Before long, he passed through the throng of upperclassmen gathered outside the assessment venue, making his way directly to the S-class assessment area. Due to the limited space, all students in the S-class were divided into 3 vertical rows. Jiang Yuan casually joined a queue, taking a position at the end. His gaze pierced through the crowd toward the assessment area. 3 metallic testing devices were positioned at the center of the venue, and those in the front row merely had to step onto the devices, which would illuminate a circular light area, to have their life tiers assessed. Student, Li Hong. Characteristic, Ice. Potential, Green Deep. Talent, Water Element Affinity. Life tier, Second Tier 2. Student, Xiao Shan. Characteristic, Body Enhancement. Potential, Green Shallow. Talent, Strength Amplification. Life tier, First Tier 99. Student, Kaijuchu. Characteristic, Telekinesis. Potential, Blue Shallow. Talent, Mental Resistance. Life tier, Second Tier 7. The life tier levels of the 3 testing students quickly appeared on the screen. 2 were at the second tier, and 1 at the first tier. However, even the first tier male student was not far from reaching the second tier. Subsequently, under the arrangement of the homeroom teacher, these 3 began testing their source energy strength. Unlike life tiers, source energy strength represents the power a practitioner can control and exert through their characteristics. This is why the Academy conducts monthly assessments to monitor and encourage students' learning progress. During his time with the Thunderhammer Squad, Jiang Yuan had heard Wang Lei mention that a sufficiently outstanding practitioner could master and exert a source energy strength that actually exceeds their life tier. Particularly for practitioners with higher potential characteristics, the power they can unleash is even greater. Only as they approach or reach the limits of their potential does this amplifying effect diminish. In other words, practitioners with green excellent potential can exert greater source energy strength at the first and second tiers compared to those with white ordinary potential. Similarly, those with blue rare potential at the third and fourth tiers would possess even more formidable source energy control and explosive power than practitioners with green excellent potential. This is akin to the differences seen in mutated organisms and the quality of source patterns. In no time, the source energy strength test for the 3 individuals concluded. Jiang Yuan glanced at the screen of the testing device. The 2 individuals with green potential exhibited a clear disparity in their ability to control and unleash source energy compared to the blue rare potential individual. In reality, the source energy they could manifest had already reached the threshold of the third tier. Were it not for the inadequacy of his life level and his talent merely enhancing mental resilience, attaining a result above the third tier would have been quite ordinary. Finally, it was my turn. Just as Jiang Yuan sighed momentarily, Lu Wentao, who regarded him as a formidable adversary, strode toward the central detection device. Under the envious and anticipatory gazes of several classmates. Accompanying him were 2 female classmates from Class S. At this moment, his face radiated with confidence. After more than a month of rigorous training, he had successfully elevated the quality limit of his summoned creatures to the 4th tier. Moreover, through his diligent accumulation and substantial offerings of resources, he had summoned a 4th tier abyss creature of pale purple quality. Although it was but a single entity, it was sufficient for him to surpass most of his classmates in this month's examination with overwhelming advantage. As for the SSS rank, which had not made an appearance since the beginning of the school year, he was confident he could outshine that individual. After all, a purple lord-level abyss creature, having emerged from the depths of the abyss, possessed a source energy intensity far beyond that of human practitioners. This time, Lu Wentao vowed to reclaim the title of top freshman. Stepping into the circular light of the detection device, an air of haughty confidence surged through Lu Wentao's visage and eyes. This was the pride of Lu family's prodigy. At least within a medium institution like Zhonghai, he would not permit anyone to surpass him in terms of talent. Chapter 60. A Genius of SSS. Is this it? Student, Lu Wentao. Traits, Abyss Summoner. Potential, Purple. Talent, Cost Exemption. Life level 4th tier. The detection device activated. A beam of red light cascaded from top to bottom, meticulously scanning Lu Wentao's entire being. Subsequently, his results appeared on the screen. Almost simultaneously, an eerie silence enveloped the entire venue of Class S for a fleeting moment. Then, the previously stifled sounds erupted. What the hell? 4th tier. This guy has only been enrolled for a month, and he has already elevated his life level to the 4th tier. Initially, it was thought that reaching the 3rd tier would be commendable. However, to think that in just 1 month, he had achieved the 4th tier. Terrifying. A 4th tier abyss summoner. Once he transforms all his summoned units into 4th tier abyss creatures, he alone could rival several teams of human practitioners of the same tier. Both his classmates and the senior students who had gathered to watch could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Even the teacher in charge of Class S could not resist slightly widening her mouth in disbelief. Achieving the 4th tier in merely 1 month of enrollment was an astonishingly swift progression. Moreover, that student Jiang, who had taken leave upon enrollment, now had 2 prodigies in her class with life levels reaching the 4th tier. Wentao, please summon your biological units for the practical source energy intensity test, the homeroom teacher announced. At this moment, Lu Wentao stepped out of the light circle, mentally communicating with his summoning space to bring forth his prized 4th tier abyss creature. Accompanied by a surge of dense abyss mist, an exceptionally towering figure emerged from the dimensional portal. It was a humanoid creature adorned with antlers, wielding a massive axe, and bearing a black horn at the center of its forehead. The horn was naturally inscribed with source patterns that glimmered with a faint purple hue. Purple source patterns. This was indeed a Lord-level biological unit. Many onlookers swallowed audibly. Even Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with a peculiar gleam. I wonder if my devouring talent can decipher the genes of this creature? Additionally, another thought sparked in his mind. If I utilize my super Devour talent to merge some human genetic samples, could I perhaps create a similar humanoid unit? If so, it would enhance the diversity and characteristics of the ant species. Boom. Just as Jiang Yuan's thoughts raced, the colossal goat-headed abyss creature in the arena swung its massive axe down upon the metallic panel of the detection device. The gray-black source energy surged along the axe, crashing down onto the metal with a heavy thud. Simultaneously, the display screen of the detection device began to rapidly escalate, indicating the source energy intensity of the practical test. 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier, 4th tier. In mere moments, it reached the early 5th tier, ultimately stabilizing at a mid-5th tier level of 55. The practical capability was astonishing, like the life-level detection earlier. The gathered senior students could not help but collectively gasp in awe. Mid-5th tier. To think it was mid-5th tier, this was simply extraordinary. How terrifying. How terrifying. Having achieved a combat power comparable to mid-5th tier after just 1 month of enrollment, and this was merely 1 biological unit. Indeed, the true horror of a summoner lies in the quantity of biological units. Should this junior summon all of his, the power he could unleash would likely rival that of a perfect 5th tier or even early 6th tier, compelling others to avoid his might. The surrounding murmurs flooded into Lu Wentao's ears. At this moment, he gazed upon the abyssal goat-headed creature he had summoned, his expression brimming with pride. Prior announcements on the campus network had not disclosed Jiang Yuan's specific information, thus he remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yuan, whom he regarded as a rival, was actually an ant hatcher. Otherwise, he would not have been so blindly arrogant. After all, a hatcher capable of reaching the 4th tier, even if merely hatching ants, indicated that the other biological units were far from ordinary. Meanwhile, the other 2 who had ascended alongside him exhibited noticeably inferior results, barely reaching 3rd tier 29. Still a distance from mid-3rd tier. However, just as the next batch of students was about to take the stage for the monthly examination, the student originally slated to go before Jiang Yuan suddenly clutched his stomach, informing the teacher before hurriedly rushing toward the restroom. Thus, Jiang Yuan inexplicably became part of the next trio to participate in the examination following Lu Wentao. The instant he stepped onto the stage, all eyes in Class S, including those of Lu Wentao and the homeroom teacher, converged upon him. Huh, do we have this person in our class? I don't recall ever seeing him. SSS Prodigy. It's the SSS Prodigy. Although it was merely the first monthly examination of the semester, my remarkable photographic memory allowed me to instantly recognize this classmate. Undoubtedly the elusive SSS Prodigy who had not shown his face since the term began. What a rare sight to behold. Yet, I found myself pondering how his source energy intensity would compare to that of Lu Wentao. Surely, Lu Wentao would come out on top, for he is the Abyss Summoner, capable of summoning formidable biological units that would undoubtedly showcase a significantly stronger source energy intensity. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Lu Wentao, too, fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Yuan. As the announcement for the commencement of the assessments echoed through the air, Jiang Yuan's life tier results soon appeared on the display screen. Student, Jiang Yuan. Traits, Ant Hatcher. Potential, green, deep. Talent, infinite swarm max. Life tier, 4th stage. With the primitive genes of the ant species continuously consuming the genetic samples of mutated organisms, Jiang Yuan's potential gradually ascended to a deep green. As for his talent, it remained solely focused on the infinite swarm, concealing the equally max-rated Super Devourer. Wow, what a remarkable individual. Another genius of the 4th stage. However, one could not help but notice his potential traits. Only reaching green? His talent may indeed be extraordinary. Yes, max level. This was the first time I have ever encountered such a thing in my life. No, I have never even heard of it before. Could this be the newcomer who allegedly achieved SSS? And yet his potential traits are even inferior to mine. Who could argue otherwise? I too possess deep green potential. And while my talent may be slightly lesser, my rate of ascension in life tier is simply not comparable. Chapter 61, Jiang Yuan, Source Energy Intensity, 5th Stage 198. How foolish of me to consider him a rival, only to find this. Upon reviewing Jiang Yuan's assessment results, Lu Wentao's previously stern expression was swiftly replaced by a look of bewilderment. Although Jiang Yuan shared the same life tier as him, his mere deep green potential was utterly incomparable to Lu's purple, a staggering difference of 2 tiers, a chasm that could never be crossed. What a pity. I had anticipated that this individual would prove to be an even more prodigious genius than Lu Wentao, only to discover that he peaked at the onset of the semester. Indeed, with a deep green talent, the growth limit is merely 4th stage. Even with potential-enhancing elixirs, he would only attain the rank of a 6th stage brigadier general, utterly incapable of rivaling Lu Wentao's potential as an 8th stage commander. Alas, I never expected this. A figure who stirred the academic landscape upon entrance, only to reveal a growth limit of a mere 4th stage ordinary practitioner. No need to look further. His moment of glory likely occurred upon admission, unless he utilizes a potential-enhancing elixir to surpass 4th stage and enter 5th stage. Nearby the examination venue for Class S, many could not help but engage in fervent discussions, lamenting that a prodigy who had the audacity to alter the Academy's rules upon entering would have such a dismally low growth limit. Even they might gradually catch up to him. Jiang Yuan, however, remained entirely indifferent, aware that his potential traits only represented the life tier of primitive ant species and did not signify the ultimate limit of ant biological units. Hence, after receiving his life tier assessment, he retreated beyond the red line to communicate with the ant nest to open a dimensional portal. From within, he summoned a bullet ant. The size of a fingertip, this summoned creature, in the midst of the raucous venue, was akin to a mere pebble cast into the ocean. Thus, even the class supervisor, whose life tier had reached 5th stage, failed to notice the bullet ant's presence, much like the others. However, even if someone had spotted the suddenly appeared bullet ant, they would merely assume it to be an ordinary life form that had not undergone mutation. Indeed, aside from mutated and atavistic organisms, this world also harbors various flora and fauna that have not evolved or mutated, remaining unchanged since the cataclysm. The source energy intensity test commenced. The class supervisor cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Yuan. As a hatcher, he should summon his biological units for the source energy intensity assessment, much like Lu Wentao. However, she dismissed the thought, assuming Jiang Yuan merely awaited her cue to initiate the test, at which point he would open the dimensional portal and summon his biological units. Yet, as soon as her words fell, a streak of aurora suddenly appeared in the sky, barreling towards the testing device with a resounding crash. That was not the crux of the issue. The most significant aspect was the palpable surge of power emanating from the testing site, surpassing even her own source energy intensity. Simultaneously, the results on the testing apparatus began to scroll at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, it skyrocketed from the 1st stage to the 5th stage, with the percentage climbing rapidly, ultimately surpassing the 5th stage 55 damage inflicted by Lu Wentao's goat-headed unit, breaking through the 100 threshold. Student, Jiang Yuan. Traits, Ant Hatcher. Potential, deep green. Talent, infinite swarm max. Life tier, 4th stage. Source energy intensity, 5th stage 198. Wow. Stunned. Everyone in the vicinity, including the class supervisor of Class S, displayed expressions of utter disbelief upon witnessing these results. 5th stage 198. What on earth is happening? Wasn't this individual's life tier 4th stage? Wasn't his potential merely green? Why on earth did he inflict such terrifying source energy intensity damage? Could it be that the instruments were malfunctioning? He had not even summoned his biological units. How could there be a testing result? Goodness. Could there be some hidden agenda at play? It was rumored that during the entrance examination, he did nothing, and the student council member responsible for class allocation conceded defeat, while the evaluator awarded him an S grade. Yes, it must be that. Otherwise, how could someone with merely green potential inflict damage close to 6th stage at 4th stage? Many nodded in agreement, convinced that Jiang Yuan's test results were erroneous. It is widely known that the higher the potential level, the greater the source energy intensity damage inflicted at lower life tiers. Yet, Jiang Yuan had already attained 4th stage life tier, and the enhancement effect of his potential traits on source energy intensity had vanished. Furthermore, the focus of his infinite swarm talent did not augment source energy intensity. Thus, this result appeared fundamentally flawed. Only the class supervisor, upon the emergence of the test results, immediately fixated her gaze on the bullet ant. Its diminutive form exhibited a metallic sheen on its exoskeleton, coupled with the source energy fluctuations she had felt earlier. It is abundantly clear that this diminutive creature has attained a remarkable level of vitality or intrinsic quality. Otherwise, It would be utterly impossible for it to unleash destruction approaching the 6th tier. Could it be latent potential? A hypothesis flickered in the mind of the homeroom teacher. And the more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, if this student named Jiang Yuan were merely an ordinary 4th-tier freshman, given his verdant potential, the Academy's higher-ups would certainly not have altered his placement evaluation score from S to SSS. Indeed, it must be so. In an instant, the teacher's gaze towards Jiang Yuan transformed, imbued with newfound intrigue. However, just as she was about to announce the results, Lu Wentao raised his hand defiantly, voicing his skepticism regarding the energy intensity test results. Teacher, there is something amiss with Jiang Yuan's test results. He did not summon any biological troops. So how could there be such test scores and outcomes? Lu Wentao, there is no issue with Jiang Yuan's results. He has indeed summoned his biological troops. The homeroom teacher clarified. Jiang, you cannot be suggesting that the biological troops summoned by Jiang Yuan possesses the ability to become invisible, can you? A senior student chimed in, stirring a commotion outside. Jiang Yuan, consider this. A genius with latent potential cannot be judged by conventional standards, particularly when the biological troops are of a retrogressive nature. Thus, even if she clarifies that Jiang Yuan's biological troop is merely a flying ant the size of a finger, many students would still suspect foul play. Reluctantly, the teacher cast a pleading glance towards Jiang Yuan, hoping he could summon additional troops to bolster the credibility of his case through sheer numbers. How about this, Teacher Jiang? I shall undergo a retest that should quell any dissent, Jiang Yuan stated, glancing at the agitated Lu Wentao before addressing the homeroom teacher. With a mere thought, he swiftly communicated with the ant nest and, through a dimensional portal, summoned a bursting flame ant that approached 7 meters in size. The skepticism surrounding his previous test results stemmed entirely from the diminutive size of the bullet ant, leading few to connect it with the act of summoning biological entities. Given this, he resolved to summon the bursting flame ant directly. The warped dimensional portal rapidly expanded, soon forming a void through which the bursting flame ant emerged. With a resounding crack, the sturdy testing ground was crushed beneath the appendage of the creature that reached forth from the dimensional rift, followed by its colossal body materializing from the void. My heavens! Is this truly an ant? How can it possibly be this large? By its size, it must surely be at least 5th tier. Not 5th tier. Look closely at the purple source patterns on its head. This is a Lord-level biological troop. Goodness, a Lord-level creature? Does that mean its life level is only 4th tier? What the devil? Is this the true prowess of a freshman's placement evaluation of SSS? A 4th tier Lord-level biological troop, larger than that grotesque sheep-headed beast summoned by Lu Wentao. The entire examination venue erupted into chaos. Whether it was Jiang Yuan's classmates, senior students, or even teacher Jiang, all were rendered momentarily speechless by the revelation. Lu Wentao, who had initially raised doubts, was now engulfed in disbelief. His expression a mixture of shock and incredulity as he shook his head, muttering, "No, this is impossible. How could he summon a Lord-level biological troop?" Observing the massive bursting flame ant, which dwarfed his own summoned sheep-headed creature and boasted even more vibrant purple patterns, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike himself in frustration. Had he kept his mouth shut earlier, this creature would never have been summoned. Even if Jiang Yuan's final test results surpassed his, he would not have endured such a humiliating loss. Teacher Jiang, may I commence the second test now? Jiang Yuan inquired after a brief pause, noting the teacher's delayed response. Why yes, you may begin. Teacher Jiang finally regained her composure, nodding in acknowledgement. In the next instant, the bursting flame ant began to coalesce a purple fireball nearly a meter in diameter and released it towards the testing target. Whoosh! Boom! Upon contact with the metallic target, the purple fireball erupted violently, sending purple flames splattering in all directions, scorching the ground around the testing equipment and creating numerous charred pits. Student, Jiang Yuan. Specialty, Ant Hatchery Master. Potential, deep green. Talent, infinite troop expansion max. Life level, 4th tier. Energy intensity, 6th tier 16. The values displayed on the monitor surged, ultimately surpassing the 5th tier limit of 200 and reaching a staggering height of 6th tier 16. The entire testing venue fell into a hushed silence, the only sound being the crackling of the lingering purple flames upon the metallic target. Gulp! Many attendees swallowed hard, their gazes fixed upon Jiang Yuan, now filled with boundless admiration, devoid of any other emotion. 6th tier 16. He actually achieved 6th tier 16. A prodigy. This is the true essence of a prodigy. My goodness, what kind of celestial being is this? In just 1 month since enrollment, he has nurtured a biological troop with destructive capabilities rivaling the early 6th tier. Haha, I told you the previous test results were dubious. While 5th tier 198 and 6th tier 16 may seem close, they represent entirely different ratings of energy intensity. I initially thought the prior results were outrageous, yet this second test is even more absurd. This freshman has thoroughly overwhelmed me. Whispers of astonishment cascaded through the crowd. Despite the even more extraordinary nature of this test result, no one dared to question its validity. After all, Jiang Yuan had openly summoned his biological troop before all. It is a well-known fact that only hatchery masters and summoners can call forth biological troops. As for why the quality of this troop's source patterns exceeded Jiang Yuan's potential by 2 substantial tiers, it left everyone perplexed. An answer has emerged, revealing the existence of latent potential, a unique phenomenon that escalates in tandem with the practitioner's life level. In simpler terms, detection devices fail to ascertain specific potential, yet the life level can ascend indefinitely within certain bounds, allowing for continuous growth until it reaches a true limit. It is no wonder that the characteristic level remains at a mere green, while the talent level has soared to its zenith. It seems his potential is an exceptional rarity. Thus, it appears that this junior named Jiang Yuan has yet to fully unveil his capabilities. After all, the probability of cultivating high-quality biological troops as an incubator, compared to a summoner, exhibits a stark contrast. Indeed, this junior possesses the remarkable talent of infinite army augmentation. With a sufficient quantity of resources for incubation and cultivation, he could likely overwhelm any summoner merely through sheer numbers. The upperclassmen gazed at Jiang Yuan with envy, especially after the initial test where they witnessed a fleeting aurora that yielded results nearing the 6th tier. That must have been a species entirely distinct from the gigantic ant summoned during the second test. In essence, Jiang Yuan seemingly harbors at least 2 entirely different biological species, each inflicting source energy damage that approaches, if not reaches, the early 6th tier. Lu Wentao, naturally, grasped this reality, which only deepened his vexation. Why must he indulge in such folly? Now, not only has it been proven that the fellow did not cheat, but he has also managed to hatch biological troops comparable to those of the early 6th tier. When he reflects on his own achievements, apart from that 4th tier lord-level sheep-headed behemoth, he is left with only a few blue leader class or green elite class 4th tier abyssal creatures, far inferior to Jiang Yuan's prodigious talents. The mere thought of Jiang Yuan's talent, especially the unlimited army augmentation, sends shivers down his spine. In terms of both species quality and quantity, he finds himself utterly outclassed. Chapter 63. The principle of Zhonghai is astonished shock. 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 A newcomer reveals a source energy intensity of the 6th tier during the first monthly exam. A post on Zhonghai Academy's campus forum rapidly ignited the entire institution. Is it true? A newcomer possesses a source energy intensity reaching the 6th tier? Could this be a deliberate stunt to attract us? No. The poster is telling the truth. I was present at the scene. And this 6th tier individual is none other than the SSS student who prompted the academy to make exceptions upon enrollment. Goodness, is that individual truly so impressive? Just over a month into their studies, and they already exhibit combat prowess comparable to the early 6th tier? Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The noteworthy detail is that this junior, Jiang Yuan, possesses a life level of merely the 4th tier, while his combat prowess has surged nearly 2 tiers to reach the early 6th tier. To unleash a source energy intensity equivalent to the 6th tier at a mere 4th tier life level is an extraordinary feat, one even a character with a purple exceptional characteristic potential might struggle to achieve. Setting aside distant comparisons, a fellow 4th tier abyssal summoner participating in the monthly exam, with a purple quality source pattern, ultimately attained a source energy intensity of only the 5th tier. While this is influenced by the growth of summoned creatures, it does not diminish the fearsome nature of this junior, Jiang Yuan. Particularly before the second test, this junior seemingly summoned a biological species capable of concealing its form. Though its source energy intensity did not breach the 5th tier ceiling, it is tantalizingly close to the 6th tier. Although Lu Wentao's potential is considerable, he is unfortunate enough to have encountered Jiang Yuan, whose biological troops have already achieved the standard of early 6th tier damage effects even before enrollment. Principal Wu Baichuan, observing Jiang Yuan's final results in the monthly exam system, felt no surprise. After all, on the day of the enrollment assessment, he personally witnessed the biological troops summoned by Jiang Yuan. In conditions of ample quantity, they managed to shatter his 7th tier source energy barrier with sheer force. From this alone, it is evident that individual biological species tests cannot accurately gauge the full extent of this young lad's capabilities. He mused to himself whether this boy could reach the 5th tier by the time he arrives at Shilling. Wu Baichuan had already been in contact with an old friend at Shilling, who had agreed to his proposal. Now, he merely awaited the recruitment of new students for the elite training camp in 2 months' time. This is the protocol of the 5 top-tier academies. As the elite training camp's enrollment occurs over 3 months after the start of the academic year. Thus, even if he incurs significant costs, he must wait for the appropriate time to send Jiang Yuan there. Should this lad ascend the various rankings within the elite training camp, he is confident that the investment he made will soon be repaid. Entry into the preparatory ranks requires a 3rd-tier qualification, while 4th-tier status grants formal membership in the elite training camp. However, given Jiang Yuan's vocational characteristics, it is evident that he will have no substantial difficulties besting other formal members, especially as the biological troops he cultivates are all at the Lord level. With this alone, the talents in the same class within the Shilin elite training camp will surely find themselves no match for Jiang Yuan. Soon, the monthly exam concluded, with Jiang Yuan securing 1st place in his class and overall within the academy. Indeed, prior to his entrance into Zhonghai Academy, the institution's graduation standard permitted applications upon reaching the 4th-tier life level. Consequently, among the upperclassmen, the highest life level achieved was merely 3rd tier. Coupled with generally inferior characteristic potentials compared to higher-tier academies, the maximum source energy intensity they could unleash barely reached the 4th tier. Even Lu Wentao, the perennial runner-up, is outdone by him. After the monthly exam, Jiang Yuan proceeded to the faculty office building, where he collected his allocated assistants. He then produced his communicator to request further leave from Wu Baichuan. His ant troop's original genome is now on the verge of breaking into the 5th tier, with only a short period remaining. Furthermore, he seeks to gather and acquire biological gene samples of higher source pattern quality to enhance the power ceiling of his ant troops. After all, within the same life level, a higher quality source pattern signifies greater combat prowess for the ant troops. Wu Baichuan did not refuse and readily approved Jiang Yuan's request for leave. However, after granting his consent, he used his communicator to send a call request to the Hammer team, instructing Wang Lei and the others to look after Jiang Yuan while he is in the wild. Wang Lei, we still rely on you regarding Jiang Yuan. With only 2 months remaining until the elite training camp in Shilin, and considering Jiang Yuan's temperament, he is undoubtedly restless within the academy. Wu Baichuan spoke candidly, revealing his intentions. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a voice filled with confusion came from the communicator. Principal, didn't Junior Jiang Yuan say he wouldn't be joining us anymore? Did he not inform you? What? That rascal said he wouldn't accompany you? Wu Baichuan was momentarily taken aback. Wang Lei, without further contemplation, nodded and recounted Jiang Yuan's earlier words. Yes. Junior Jiang Yuan mentioned that he needs to venture into other Tier 4 areas to seek opportunities for enhancing his life level, and thus he will not be traveling with us. Opportunities for enhancing his life level? Is he not being reckless? The wilderness is vastly different from the urban environment. Aside from the mutated creatures, other practitioners and environmental hazards require utmost caution. Without ample experience, even the slightest misstep could lead to peril. Wu Baichuan's voice resonated with worry and caution. After all, the wilderness is exceedingly complex. Besides mutated beings, one must also be wary of other human practitioners. Furthermore, there are several dangerous environmental factors, such as venomous creatures, toxic gases, and certain mutated plants that possess unique abilities. All of these necessitate considerable experience to navigate and avoid. Principal, you needn't fret so much. Junior Jiang Yuan's survival skills in the wilderness far surpass ours. The biological soldiers he deploys can effectively detect and resolve the issues you mentioned earlier. Moreover, his biological soldiers exhibit exceptional combat capabilities. When we unexpectedly encountered the Black Shark squad, he managed to annihilate not only them, but also a Tier 7 commander-level practitioner among the raiders. Wu Baichuan was rendered speechless, as if someone had choked him. A Tier 4 practitioner like Jiang Yuan managed to eliminate a Tier 7. He was utterly astonished. Chapter 64 Wu Baichuan. My Zhonghai may soon witness the emergence of a Tier 9 sovereign. Wang Lei, what on earth is going on? Please elaborate on the specifics of that encounter. After a moment of stunned silence, Wu Baichuan inquired through the communicator about the details. Wang Lei recounted the events without omitting a single detail. After listening, Wu Baichuan remained silent for a long while. However, beneath his calm exterior, his mind was in turmoil, akin to thunder striking and stirring up a storm. He had incinerated the Tier 7 commander, along with the damaged Tier 8 armor, reducing it to charred remnants, leaving only the more resilient parts of the armor with a glimmer of metallic sheen. Although the slain commander was merely a fledgling Tier 7, this feat was enough to demonstrate Jiang Yuan's prowess. Wu Baichuan swallowed hard. Although he was at the pinnacle of Tier 7, significantly stronger than the early-stage Tier 7 in the Black Shark squad, he knew that killing the opponent would require considerable effort, if not resulting in the opponent's escape. After all, as fellow practitioners of the same tier, defeating the other may not pose a challenge, but killing them was an entirely different matter. one that could not merely be described as difficult, unless there was a significant disparity in their potential or an absolute advantage in talent. Let him act freely then. Regarding the care for Jiang Yuan during this month, I shall provide you with some energy crystals as compensation, Wu Baichuan said to Wang Lei. He then ended the communication and, trembling slightly, reached for a cigarette from the box on his desk, lighting it up. A Tier 4 defeating a Tier 7, not only overcoming the opponent but also killing him, was no small feat. Even if it was through the sheer number of biological soldiers that this victory was secured, it undeniably showcased Jiang Yuan's immense potential. Perhaps, in the near future, Zhonghai Academy would witness the rise of an 8th-tier commander or even a 9th-tier sovereign. Wu Baichuan thought, his breathing becoming rapid. A 9th-tier sovereign had not graced Zhonghai Academy since its inception nearly 30 years ago, with the strongest among them merely reaching Tier 7. Should a 9th-tier sovereign emerge, the Academy's rating would undoubtedly elevate to a higher tier. As for the pinnacle, Wu Baichuan dared not dream. After all, the 5 premier institutions had produced more than just one 9th-tier sovereign over the years. Of course, if Jiang Yuan were to become a 9th-tier sovereign, his strength would undoubtedly place him among the elite of that tier, given his unique class as a hatcher and his terrifying talent for unlimited biological warfare. Once he fully matures, he could summon an unfathomable number of 9th-tier biological soldiers from his biological nest space, creating a vast numerical superiority over other 9th-tier sovereigns. It seems my strength can no longer safeguard his growth. I can only strive for better conditions that facilitate his development. Wu Baichuan extinguished the cigarette, a hint of resignation lacing his voice. He had initially believed he could act as Jiang Yuan's shield and guide until the latter fully matured. To his surprise, Jiang Yuan's true combat capabilities were already nearly on par with his own, if not surpassing him in certain aspects. Meanwhile, within other practitioners' academies, new student assessments were being conducted over the past few days. Jiang Che, who had entered the prestigious capital university, had successfully elevated his life level to 56% of Tier 2 after more than a month of arduous training. He was not far from reaching the late stage of Tier 2. With this progression, he was confident that he would qualify for the elite training camp reserves in no time. As Jiang Che gazed at the life level results displayed by the scanner, he brimmed with confidence. After all, from the moment he enrolled until now, he had spent just over a month, with nearly 5 months remaining until the final deadline for entering the reserves. Provided the resources from the Jiang family kept pace, he was entirely confident he could reach Tier 3 within 2 months and join the elite training camp reserves. The testing begins. Candidates participating in the monthly assessment, channel your energy towards the target metal target and unleash your strongest attack, the electronic synthesized voice announced. Jiang Che took a deep breath and began to channel his energy rapidly towards his palm. Flames swirled around his hand. Then, he forcefully slammed it against the metallic target. A dull thud echoed, and a vivid crimson handprint abruptly appeared on the surface of the metal. The red flame mountain palm. This technique inflicts a burning effect on its target and possesses formidable destructive power. First rank at 150, first rank at 200, second rank at 50, and second rank at 100. The source energy intensity displayed on the screen surged at an astonishing rate, swiftly surpassing 150 of the second rank. The upward trend showed no signs of abating, continuing to escalate until the second rank transformed into the third rank, at which point the growth rate gradually decelerated. Nevertheless, even in this scenario, his final source energy intensity, bolstered by his inherent potential, exceeded 100 of the third rank. Student, Jiang Che. Traits, Fire Elementalist. Potential, Deep Blue. Talent, Fire Element Resistance. Life level, second rank 56. Source energy intensity, third rank 147. With a third rank intensity of 147. He directly surpassed the threshold of 100 for the third rank, infinitely approaching the threshold of half-step fourth rank. A satisfied expression graced Jiang Che's face. The distinctions between source energy intensity and life level are notable. From 1 to 30 is the initial stage, 31 to 60 is the mid-stage, and 61 to 90 is the late stage. The exceptional range from 91 to 150 signifies the latter part of the progression. Unlike life levels, where 91 to 100 marks the late stage, the term half-step fourth rank refers to the recognized milestone of achieving a source energy intensity of 150 at the third rank. Of course, the factors influencing source energy intensity are considerably more complex compared to life levels, including the degree of inherent potential, the strength of innate abilities, and various other aspects. Thoughts of his younger brother, Jiang Yuan, flitted through Jiang Che's mind. Having left the Jiang family to rely on himself, did he truly believe he could thrive solely on the meager resources left by their grandfather? Upon entering the prestigious Jing University, Jiang Yuan utilized the abundant resources provided by the Jiang family, which illuminated the significance of both the academy and its resources. If resources serve as nourishment for physical growth, then the academy constitutes the essential environment for survival. At the very least, the source energy training chambers offered by Jing University significantly enhanced his efficiency in absorbing source energy, far surpassing that of the local practitioners guild. Otherwise, he could not have elevated his life level from 35 to 56 in just over a month. After all, the rate of life level advancement slows considerably over time, requiring increasingly greater resources. Chapter 65. Ascension of Primitive Genes to 5th rank. With ample resources at his disposal, it was time to fully charge towards the 5th rank and cultivate a more formidable ant species for combat. After leaving the academy, Jiang Yuan procured enough supplies for half a month and drove his off-road vehicle towards the outskirts of the city. Due to the endless spawning of soldiers, the entire ant nest space, including resource storage, now possessed no upper limit. Thus far, Jiang Yuan had deposited a plethora of mutated creature corpses, source energy crystals, and living supplies into the storage space without nearing its capacity. As he transitioned from urban streets to the wilderness, Jiang Yuan activated the dimensional passage, summoning a dozen bullet ants that scattered in all directions. Soon, the surrounding environment and circumstances were vividly projected in his mind through the ant nest. Having just departed from the city, he encountered numerous practitioner teams nearby, while the number of mutated creatures was notably scarce, primarily consisting of first-rank beings. Naturally, the even lower tiers still comprised common unmutated creatures, as ordinary beings in the wild are akin to sustenance for mutated ones, surviving only in areas adjacent to human habitation. Before long, Jiang Yuan traversed along a plant-rooted road towards the territory frequented by 4th-rank mutated creatures. He dispatched the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-rank mutated creatures encountered along the way, utilizing the bullet ants he summoned as materials for genetic synthesis. Even the smallest mosquito is flesh, and with his awakened gene fusion ability, he could amalgamate lower-quality genes into superior biological ones. This could be deemed a method for acquiring advanced genes. This location seemed to be quite suitable, positioned centrally between the 4th and 5th rank regions, with a dilapidated town available for rest. Jiang Yuan parked his vehicle directly in a recently cleared storefront. The remnants of tables and chairs had long succumbed to decay following the cataclysm. Requiring no summons of ant soldiers for cleanup, his off-road vehicle could easily crush them. For resting and settling down, Jiang Yuan chose a residential building with ample spacing between units, allowing him to collect mutated creature corpses directly from the window as the ant soldiers transported them. Without needing to descend, time swiftly passed, and soon half a month had elapsed. The mutated creatures in the vicinity had been effectively hunted by the dispersed ant soldiers. Even though the silver feather wind wing ants possessed considerable flying speed, it still took a significant amount of time to transport the corpses from the hunting grounds back to the town. Consequently, Jiang Yuan had to drive his vehicle to other areas where mutated creatures were more densely populated. The types of mutated creatures nearby were excessively homogeneous, although numerous. They predominantly belonged to the same species, which was not conducive to enhancing the original blueprint of the ant genes. As Jiang Yuan maneuvered his off-road vehicle, he pondered. Based on his previous pace, he should have advanced the ant species' original genes from the 4th rank to the 5th rank by now. However, the reality was that the original blueprint of the ant genes remained stuck between the 4th and 5th ranks, failing to complete its final metamorphosis. Nevertheless, he had not returned empty-handed. The resources and supplies lost in the encounter with the 7th rank commander had nearly been fully compensated over the past half-month. Additionally, he had gathered a substantial number of corpses and genetic samples from 5th rank mutated creatures, enabling him to directly consume resources to analyze these 5th rank biological genes and fuse them into stronger soldier types, while also reducing the time required to reach the 6th rank. This was why Jiang Yuan had not yet departed from this area, despite recognizing the limited variety of 4th rank creatures nearby. Who is this fellow, hunting alone in the wild? Is he not afraid of encountering any dangers? Having switched to a new region, Jiang Yuan retracted his off-road vehicle into the ant nest space and proceeded towards the junction of the 4th and 5th rank areas. Along the way, he encountered several 4th rank teams. Perhaps this individual possesses formidable prowess, having attained the level of a 5th-tier professional, which emboldens them to venture alone into the 4th-tier territory for hunting. In the 5th combat team that Jiang Yuan encounters, a girl observes his figure, ponders for a brief moment, and then speaks up. The others nod in agreement, recognizing that only a skilled individual or someone with a questionable mindset would dare to enter the 4th-tier area alone. Clearly, he cannot be the latter. Jiang Yuan, undeterred by their scrutiny, silently issues a directive to the bullet ants to track their target before continuing deeper into the more secluded region. This place appears to be quite promising, having successfully hunted 10 mutated creatures, 6 of which belong to different species. Compared to the previous area, this one is significantly superior. Consequently, Jiang Yuan decides to establish a base here, deploying numerous ant soldiers to scour both the 4th and 5th tier territories for hunting. In less than 4 days, the original genetic blueprint of the ant soldiers has successfully undergone its final metamorphosis. Notification: the original genes of the ant nest under your control have successfully surpassed the genetic tier limit, reaching a 5th tier gene strength. Notification: the original genes of the ant nest have, after devouring a substantial amount of genes from Lord-level mutated creatures, successfully elevated their characteristic quality to a light blue hue. These 2 notifications resonate within Jiang Yuan's consciousness. Simultaneously, the genetic library within the ant nest transforms into a pentagonal shape resembling a triangular prism, with a striking blue hue emerging amidst the original deep green, swirling and pulsating like a ribbon within the genetic samples. At long last, the transformation into a 5th tier has been achieved. The next step is to analyze the 5th tier genetic samples and create powerful 5th tier ant soldiers to bolster my catastrophe legion. A glimmer of excitement sparkles in Jiang Yuan's eyes as he begins to invest a wealth of biological resources into the analysis of the 5th tier mutated biological samples. Since the encounter with the 7th tier commander-level powerhouse from the Black Shark team, he has come to recognize the terrifying advantage of the ant soldiers' numerical superiority. With a sufficiently large number of ant soldiers, even overcoming a 3rd tier battle is not beyond the realm of possibility. Naturally, both quantity and quality must be enhanced concurrently, otherwise, if they cannot breach the opponent's defenses, no amount of ant soldiers will suffice. Setting aside other considerations, if that 7th tier commander from the Black Shark team had not been clad in basic physical defense armor, it is likely that his catastrophe legion would have been utterly incapable of breaking through the opponent's defenses. Thus, the strategy of exchanging numbers for damage would inevitably falter. Therefore, while increasing the number of soldiers, the overall quality of the ant soldiers must also be improved in tandem. This elucidates why Jiang Yuan refrains from indiscriminately utilizing all biological materials solely for the incubation and cultivation of ant soldiers. Chapter 66. Analyzing Human Genes. Species: Unknown ant. Silver-winged wind ant. Explosive flame ant. Status: Mature. Tier: 5th Lord. Potential: Purple, exceptional. Characteristics: Mighty mandibles, light blue. Exoskeleton enhancement green. Airflow manipulation, light blue. High-speed flight, light blue. Explosive fireball, light purple. Paralysis light sphere, deep blue. Description: this is a completely new species of ant, simultaneously possessing the airflow manipulation, high-speed flight, and explosive fireball abilities of the silver-winged wind ant and the explosive flame ant, and significantly influenced by their interrelated genetic characteristics, resulting in only a minor decline in the quality of its traits. Jiang Yuan directly integrated the genes of the 4th tier silver-winged wind ant and the explosive flame ant into the 5th tier original ant genes, ultimately creating a species that embodies both flight capabilities and various attributes of purple fire and lightning. However, the quality of the source patterns has diminished somewhat compared to before, with a maximum of only light purple, nearing the threshold of the Lord level. After all, the explosive flame cat gene he acquired belongs to a species with a relatively low life tier, which adversely affects the perfection of its characteristic source patterns, making them susceptible to the influences of life tier and thereby lowering its quality. Nonetheless, Jiang Yuan remains unperturbed. After attempting to create several commendable templates, he begins using the gene fusion function to elevate the purple fire characteristic of the explosive flame ant to light purple. However, beyond this point, the ant nest genetic library cannot support any further enhancements. Although he has hunted a considerable number of 5th tier mutated creatures during this period, their quantity remains incomparable to that of the hornet's nest, unless he can find another hornet's nest filled with a substantial number of 5th tier hornets. He cannot transcend life tiers to fuse genes. Species: explosive flying ant. Status: Mature. Tier: 5th Lord. Potential: Purple, exceptional. Characteristics: Mighty mandibles, light blue. Exoskeleton enhancement, green. Airflow manipulation, light blue. High-speed flight, light blue. Explosive fireball, light purple. Paralysis light sphere, light purple. Description: this is a completely new species of ant, simultaneously possessing the airflow manipulation, high-speed flight, and explosive fireball abilities of the silver-winged wind ant and the explosive flame ant, significantly influenced by their interrelated genetic characteristics, resulting in only a minor decline in the quality of its traits. Species: explosive flame ant, 4th generation. Status, mature. Tier, 5th Lord. Potential, purple, exceptional. Characteristics, mighty mandibles, thunderfire, light blue. Explosive purple flame, light purple. Power amplification, light purple. Paralysis light sphere, deep blue. Lightning strike, deep blue. Description, this is a completely new species of ant, possessing both the power of the explosive flame cat and the dual characteristics of purple fire, while also exhibiting the lightning attributes of the thunder-horned rabbit. The influence of the explosive flame cat's genetic traits has led to a favorable growth in the quality of its characteristics. As for the bullet ant, it remains uncertain whether it is due to its size, but whether integrating the genes of the explosive flame ant or the original genes of the explosive flame cat. It leads to a grotesque evolutionary aberration, falling somewhere between a primitive ancestor and a colossal beast. Moreover, its characteristic quality declines rather than improves. Ultimately, Jiang Yuan can only create a 5th-tier bullet ant based on the template of the 4th-tier bullet ant, sacrificing the quality of its traits in exchange for a controllable elevation in life tier. Although this results in a slight decrease in the source pattern quality of the bullet ant, the influence of its life tier nonetheless enhances its overall combat power. Even if it cannot surpass an entire tier as it did in the 4th tier, it has reached a level close to that of the 6th tier. Therefore, overall, it has gained considerable enhancements. Now, should I encounter that 7th tier commander again, it is likely that I would require only a fraction of my forces to decisively eliminate him. Jiang Yuan gazes upon the newly formed templates of the ant soldiers with anticipation. A boundless confidence surged within him. Furthermore, he had harnessed the recently gathered genes of 5th-tier biological entities to create a specialized ant warrior breed, designed for defense and endowed with formidable close combat capabilities. This breed remained a variant of the mantis gene, achieving a deep blue quality. Were it not for the scarcity of deep blue mutated biological genes within the 5th-tier region, coupled with his need to first enhance the purple fire attribute of the 5th tier, the genetic quality of this iron arm blade ant could easily be elevated to the Lord level. After all, mutated beings reaching the 5th tier possess a minimum quality of light blue. To elevate it to light purple, one would merely need to amalgamate 80 different biological genes. Moreover, gene amalgamation can be repeatedly analyzed and utilized. As long as sufficient biological resources and gene samples are available, it suffices. Currently, the physique of the ant warriors had nearly reached 9 meters, a commendable stature even among 6th-tier mutated beings. Jiang Yuan gazed at the 2 newly hatched and nurtured explosive flying ants, alongside the 4th generation of 5th-tier explosive flame ants. And an endless surge of confidence filled his heart. In a fleeting thought, he summoned hundreds of colossal beast warriors. Although he had yet to reach a level comparable to a beast tide, he believed that one day he could ascend to such heights. Alright, wasn't it suggested to attempt the analysis of human genes? Although I currently lack the corpses of other human professionals, I can certainly utilize my own blood for experimentation. Jiang Yuan recalled the 2 mountain-like ant warriors back into the ant space. He then remembered the thought that had surfaced in his mind during the monthly examination at the academy, to attempt the creation of a breed similar to that of a human with a sheep's head. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan drew a dagger from his waist and sliced open his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to be absorbed into the ant nest. Notification: non-ant biological gene sample 057 is currently being analyzed, with a progress rate of 0.01. Source energy crystals or resource materials can be invested to accelerate analysis. Soon, a brand new analysis slot materialized behind the lower-tier biological gene samples. Jiang Yuan pondered and decided to invest some biological resources to expedite the analysis of his gene sample. Unlike the gene samples of mutated beings, the analysis of this drop of blood would take an exceedingly long time, consuming several times more resources than that of a 5th-tier biological gene sample. Notification: non-ant biological gene sample 057 analysis complete. This organism is a rare 5th-tier intelligent species, possessing unique growth attributes. Would you like to add it to the ant gene repository? The analysis concluded swiftly. His biological gene sample evidently differed from other mutated biological gene samples. Within the pentagonal prism, aside from its pure white hue, there was a special golden thread that seemed to swim about within the sample, as if it were alive. Chapter 67. Creation of the Ant-Man species. Special growth attributes. I wonder how this attribute will influence the genetic template of the ant warriors. Gazing at the newly added gene sample in the gene repository, curiosity flickered in Jiang Yuan's mind. He then attempted to integrate the biological gene sample derived from his blood into the original genes of the ant warriors, aiming to create an entirely new breed. Notification: you have successfully integrated the ant gene as a base and added the intelligent species gene, creating a brand new ant species that possesses traits of both ants and intelligent beings. Species: unknown and intelligent species. Status, mature. Grade, 5th tier, leader. Potential, blue, rare. Traits, powerful mandibles, green. Bipedal locomotion, white. Enhanced exoskeleton, light blue. Intelligent awareness, white. Description, this is a novel ant species, possessing the exoskeleton and strength of ants, alongside the intellect and stature of intelligent beings. No decline or elevation in quality. However, this newly created ant warrior seems to possess a level of intelligence that previous breeds lacked. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Clearly, although human genes could be analyzed, the awakened traits did not integrate into the ant nest gene repository in the same manner as other biological entities. Perhaps this discrepancy stemmed from the fact that human traits awaken postnatally, while those of mutated beings are imprinted directly into their genes from birth. Humans require 18 years to awaken their vocational traits, while mutated beings possess source traits from the moment they are born or even while still gestating. This explains the differences observed after analysis. He subsequently named this new ant species Ant-Man and placed its genetic template into the hatching space, employing biological resources to accelerate its incubation. In but a few breaths, the first Ant-Man successfully hatched, standing at merely 1 meter tall. Its stature appeared more slender than the ant's birth from the original genes. Moreover, the Ant-Man's form had undergone some alterations. Primarily, its body transitioned from a crawling state to a bipedal stance. Its remaining pairs of forelimbs evolved into 2 pairs resembling human arms under the influence of human genes, adorned with a metallic sheen akin to physical defensive armor. The head also underwent changes. The previously prominent mandibles had shrunk to a size comparable to a human mouth, although the structure remained unchanged, projecting outward like 2 exceptionally sharp fangs. The head bent at a 90-degree angle toward the torso, and its eyes noticeably shrank. Yet, it retained the antennae characteristic of ants, and its head remained devoid of hair akin to humans. Jiang Yuan attempted to provide some biological resources to this newly hatched Ant-Man, hastening its growth and maturation. Soon, this 1 meter tall creature began to swell like an inflated balloon, reaching a height comparable to his own. King. A stuttering voice emerged from the Ant-Man's mouth, sounding as though metal scraped against metal. Without any command from Jiang Yuan, the Ant-Man knelt before him. Its head bowed to the ground as if it were an instinctual behavior. It had learned human language almost immediately. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Moreover, the Ant-Man's actions indicated a certain level of intelligence, unlike other ant warriors that required his directives for even the simplest tasks, their intelligence being almost non-existent aside from instinctual reactions. It is somewhat regrettable that the Ant-Man possesses rather feeble combat capabilities, aside from a commendable defensive strength. It lacks any other substantial offensive means. Jiang Yuan gazed upon the biological panel of the Ant-Man and subsequently resolved to integrate human genes into the previously created soldier template, in hopes of developing an intelligent ant species. Without delay, Jiang Yuan infused his own genes into the gene template of the explosive flying ant, endeavoring to merge and create an entirely new biological entity endowed with intelligence. Notification: you have successfully created a new species of ant based on the explosive flying ant's genes, incorporating intelligent racial genes. This creature possesses characteristics from both the explosive flying ant and the intelligent race. Species: unknown explosive flying and intelligent species. Status: mature. Tier: level 5, leader. Potential: blue, rare. Characteristics: powerful mandibles, deep green. Exoskeleton enhancement, green. Airflow manipulation, deep green. Rapid flight, deep green. Explosive fireball, blue. Paralyzing light sphere, light blue. Intelligent wisdom, white. Description: this is a novel species of ant, endowed with the explosive flying ant's abilities in airflow manipulation, rapid flight, explosive fireballs, paralyzing light spheres, as well as the wisdom of an intelligent species. However, due to gene incompatibility issues, the quality of its characteristics has significantly deteriorated. The fusion of the first gene template was completed. However, owing to the genetic repulsion, the explosive flying ant integrated with human genes experienced a notable decline in quality, dropping directly from a Lord-level entity to a leader-level status. Various characteristic abilities also exhibited varying degrees of diminishment. It appears that the endeavor to utilize human genes to create an intelligent ant species is far more complicated than originally anticipated. Unlike the pure human genes combined with primitive ant species' original genes, the explosive flying ant is itself a hybrid biological entity. Thus, the inherent conflicts with human genes are inevitable. To prevent a decline in quality, it is necessary to meticulously reintegrate those biological genes, unraveling them strand by strand to identify the fundamental causes of genetic conflicts. This process is akin to coding. The explosive flying ant is the culmination of multiple foundational codes stacked together. However, introducing a new functional module may precipitate the collapse of the entire program. To restore its original functionality, one must either reconstruct the framework of the foundational code or, as previously done, continue to layer the biological genes that represent the foundational code, effectively resolving the conflicts and repulsions through other genes. Jiang Yuan stroked his chin and opted for the simpler of the two methods. After all, he had backups of all biological genes. Even if he proceeded with gene blending, he could still reanalyze them for future foundational code reference, aiming to resolve issues such as today as conflict arising from the base genetic code. Chapter 68. Multiple overlapping states, intelligent elf species and titan species. Species, unknown explosive fire ant, 4th generation, intelligent species fire spike porcupine. Status, mature. Tier, level 5, Lord. Potential, purple, exceptional. Characteristics, powerful mandibles, deep green, exoskeleton enhancement green, airflow manipulation, deep green, rapid flight, deep green. Explosive fireball, light purple. Paralyzing light sphere, deep blue. Intelligent wisdom, white. Flame spike, light purple. Description: this is a new species of ant, possessing the explosive flying ant's airflow manipulation, rapid flight, explosive fireballs, paralyzing light spheres, and the wisdom of an intelligent species, while also incorporating the fire control traits of the fire spike porcupine, resulting in a partial alleviation of the genetic repulsion issues. Species, unknown explosive flame ant, 4th generation, intelligent species breath ancient ape. Status, mature. Tier, level 5, Lord. Potential, purple, exceptional. Characteristics, powerful mandibles thunderfire, light purple. Explosive purple flame, purple. Power amplification, light purple. Paralyzing light sphere, deep blue. Lightning impact, deep blue. Intelligent wisdom, white. Primordial fire breath, light purple. Description: this is a new species of ant, endowed with the explosive fireball and paralyzing light sphere of the explosive flame ant, as well as the wisdom of an intelligent species. Additionally, it harnesses the primordial fire control of the breath ancient ape, resulting in a partial alleviation of genetic repulsion issues and an advancement in fusion capabilities. Jiang Yuan began with the gene of a 5th-tier mutated organism, continuing to blend all samples, including those of the 1st tier. Ultimately, he procured 2 ant soldier samples that were quite satisfactory. Not only did the source patterns of their characteristics elevate to the purple lord level, but other attributes also exhibited some recovery, particularly the explosive flame ant. Under the accumulation of ancient ape genes, the defects stemming from the fusion of human genes were resolved significantly. Even the explosive purple flames were upgraded to a higher tier of pure purple through the fusion with primordial fire breath. The power amplification tier was fully retained. Moreover, this was not the entirety of his achievements. Jiang Yuan also incorporated human intelligent race genes into the failed template of the bullet ant. Through repeated trials, he ultimately birthed a soldier resembling a diminutive ant-man, yet adorned with the wings of a hornet. Species, unknown bullet ant, 3rd generation, intelligent species bone spike, bug ape. Status, mature. Tier, level 5, Lord. Potential, purple, exceptional. Characteristics, powerful mandibles, deep green. Toxic tail stinger, deep blue. Exoskeleton enhancement, purple. Intelligent wisdom, white. Bone manipulation, purple. Description: this is a new species of ant, bearing the genetic traits of the bullet ant alongside the wisdom of an intelligent species. Influenced by the characteristics of the bone spike bug ape, this soldier's exoskeleton enhancement and manipulation traits have achieved considerable positive growth. In terms of the quality of the source pattern characteristics, this version of the bullet ant surpasses the successfully fused explosive flying ant and explosive flame ant. Additionally, the 2 traits reaching pure purple are mutually complementary hybrid talents, allowing the bones to transform into various forms, utilizing a spear for bullet impacts and a shield to deflect enemy attacks. This new elfin ant soldier significantly outperforms ordinary 3rd-generation bullet ants in both offensive and defensive capabilities. Jiang Yuan nurtured it to maturity, standing approximately 5 to 6 centimeters. Its size was markedly larger than before, yet still appeared diminutive in his palm. The little elfin ant, resting within his hand, utilized its bone manipulation ability to merge its 2 forelegs into a singular, arrow-like sharp bone spear, shimmering with a faint, pale purple metallic luster. Following his command, it again softened and flowed like water, transforming into a bone shield of coin thickness, influenced by its bone manipulation capabilities. The venomous stinger of the elven ant is capable of movement and can merge into the bone spear formed by the fusion of its dual arms. Although its potency may not be particularly formidable, it can inflict significant harm on certain mutated creatures of the 5th and 6th tiers, akin to a paralyzing orb. As long as it can incapacitate an opponent for even a fleeting moment, it provides Jiang Yuan the opportunity to unleash a sweeping assault. However, the intelligent species he has cultivated, namely the explosive flying ant and the explosive flame ant, have undergone various alterations in their physical structure following the successful integration of human genes. While they remain fundamentally ant in their genetic lineage, they exhibit some humanoid characteristics, most notably in their forelimbs, which have developed structures reminiscent of human fingers at their tips. Though still encased in an exoskeleton, these limbs possess remarkable agility, allowing for gripping and grasping maneuvers. Before him, two explosive flame ants and explosive flying ants knelt in the direction of Jiang Yuan. Their massive forms loomed like small mountains, towering even while prostrated, surpassing the height of a single story. Undoubtedly, these intelligent combatants are significantly more powerful than their non-sentient predecessors, which acted solely on instinct. Earlier, Jiang Yuan had placed these two creatures into the ant nest space for practical military drills. The outcome revealed that the sentient explosive flame ants and explosive flying ants could actively evade attacks, employing tactics such as kite flying and ambush strategies to overcome multiple adversaries of the same fifth-tier ant species. As for the elven ants, their inherent traits and superior quality rendered the third-generation bullet ants akin to mere younger siblings in their presence. Thus, the intelligent ant species, aside from the Ant-Man, were collectively termed the elven species, while those of comparable size to mutated creatures were designated as Titan species. The term elven species is self-explanatory, akin to the descriptions found in numerous novels and tales, characterized by their diminutive stature and mastery of special elemental abilities. The Titan species, on the other hand, draws inspiration from ancient Greek mythology, symbolizing powerful deities and giant sentient beings, each possessing a myriad of extraordinary abilities. Soon after Jiang Yuan successfully renamed them, the elven ant was rebranded as the winged ant elven, while the integrated explosive flame ants and explosive flying ants were renamed to explosive flame ant Titan and explosive flying ant Titan. The previous fifth-tier template was securely stored in the genetic repository. With the emergence of intelligent elven and Titan species, the non-sentient ant species were naturally rendered obsolete. Furthermore, the unique effects of human genes, having surmounted genetic conflicts and rejections, seemingly enhanced the traits of the ant species, endowing the newly created elven and Titan species with greater strength than their non-human gene-integrated counterparts. Chapter 69. The Treasure Fruit and Epic Attributes. The next step involves nurturing the elven and Titan species to further augment the strength of my disaster army. Following the creation of these ant species, the templates of Jiang Yuan's forces have, for all intents and purposes, reached their zenith. To attain greater power, he must discover mutated creatures even more formidable than those of the Lord tier. However, given the current strength of the disaster army, even encountering an 8th-tier mutated creature presents a feasible opportunity for victory, provided the opponent's source pattern quality does not exceed that of a Lord. After all, the combat prowess of the ant species born from the integration of human genes significantly surpasses that of the ordinary 5th-tier Lord class. The hard-earned resources had once again been depleted, necessitating a fresh collection. Otherwise, he would lack sufficient mutated corpses to incubate and cultivate 6th-tier ant species upon his next breakthrough to the 6th tier. Observing the dwindling supply of mutated corpses and source energy crystals within the ant nest, Jiang Yuan felt acutely aware that these materials were woefully inadequate for nurturing a robust ant army. Nevertheless, with the 5th-tier Titan and elven species at his disposal, he could now venture into the boundary between the 5th and 6th tiers, enabling the disaster army to hunt higher-tier mutated creatures. The previously exhausted resources of the ant nest rapidly replenished due to the relentless hunting by the disaster army, until he had exhausted all the resources he carried and returned to the urban area. The source energy crystal vein was particularly gratifying. Within just a few days, he had amassed a considerable quantity of resource materials. The off-road vehicle traversed the gnarled asphalt roads intertwined with plant roots, while Jiang Yuan gazed through the windshield at the surrounding jungle. A few bullet ants, smaller than the elven species, flitted nearby. One 4th-tier mutated creature, startled by the vehicle's noise, charged out from the underbrush but was pierced through its body by a bullet ant before it could close within 50 meters. Jiang Yuan slowed his speed slightly, activating a dimensional passage to collect the corpse into the ant nest's resource space. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. A few more 4th-tier mutated creatures could yield a 5th-tier Titan ant species. Returning to the urban area was a welcome relief. There was no proper bathing facility in the wild, and the food was subpar. Shortly after, he arrived at the nearest hotel, parked his vehicle, and booked a room. Indulging in a relaxing bath, The fatigue of both body and mind swiftly dissipated with the warmth of the water. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan descended to the hotel lobby and sought out a buffet restaurant to enjoy a hearty meal. Have you heard? There's been a minor beast tied in Qianan, nearly breaching the outer defenses of the urban area. Is that so? Qianan is home to 5 of the top universities, and there are 9th-tier king-level powerhouses stationed there. How could they be overrun by a minor beast tied? Almost. Why don't you ever listen? After satisfying his hunger, Jiang Yuan exited the buffet restaurant and headed towards a nearby large supermarket to procure some everyday necessities, planning to continue hunting mutated creatures in the wild the following day. However, shortly after entering the supermarket, he overheard several individuals clad in 3rd-tier armor, lacking any team insignia, engaged in a discussion that included references to Qianan and the beast tide. Initially, Jiang Yuan paid little heed, intending to push his shopping cart toward the fresh produce section. Yet, he was soon drawn to an intriguing piece of news uttered by the same individuals. I heard that this beast tide was triggered by the emergence of a treasure tree in Qianan, which bore fruits radiating a rich purple glow, capable of enhancing the traits of mutated creatures and even those of professionals. It seems I have also heard of this matter. It is said that a party of 7th-tier professionals has harvested a ripe treasure fruit, the rich fragrance of which incited a riot among the mutated creatures. It is hardly surprising, for the treasure fruit is a rare find, reputed to elevate talents below the epic level by 2 minor tiers, and even grant an additional tier to those of epic caliber. Regrettably, our strength is insufficient. Otherwise, we might venture over there in hopes of fortune, perhaps even stumbling upon a treasure fruit ourselves. Indeed, each maturation of the treasure fruit yields several fruits, and since that professional team only picked one, there must be others still not fully matured. But let us be realistic. This is beyond our reach. By now, the vicinity of that treasure fruit tree is likely swarming with 7th and 8th-tier mutated creatures. Otherwise, why do you think that 7th-tier team fled? The individual who had just been waxing poetic fell silent at the mention of the 7th and 8th-tier mutated creatures. Those beings could easily be compared to human professionals, with the 7th-tier commanders and 8th-tier overlords being supreme tyrants, even among their own ranks. Human professionals of the 7th and 8th tiers must tread carefully when confronted by these mutated beings. However, this does not pose a significant challenge for Jiang Yuan. The treasure fruit, glowing with a purple radiance, has the potential to enhance the characteristics of both professionals and mutated creatures. If I could acquire one and then offer it to a mutated creature of a lower life tier, but possessing a deep purple source pattern, would that not signify that I could directly obtain a king-level biological gene capable of strengthening a 5th-tier Titan species? A purple source pattern denotes a Lord level, while an orange source pattern represents a king level, corresponding to the epic characteristics of human professionals, an absolute monarchy among mutated beings. To Jiang Yuan's knowledge, no life forms exceeding the king level have yet appeared in this world. Whether human professionals or mutated beings, the highest tier reached is only 9. Moreover, the higher the life tier of a mutated creature, the greater the likelihood of encountering Lord-level source pattern characteristics. After all, mutated beings reaching the 5th and 6th tiers possess at least leader-level source pattern traits. Thus, while locating 5th and 6th tier Lord-level beings may not be as common as the elite level among the 1st and 2nd tiers, they are certainly not rare. If only he could acquire such a treasure fruit and locate a mutated being with a deep purple source pattern, he could artificially cultivate it into a king level. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yuan hesitated not a moment longer and turned his shopping cart, making his way toward the group of individuals behind him. I apologize for the interruption, but I heard you mention the discovery of a treasure fruit tree in Qianan. Might you be aware of its precise location and circumstances? He approached the group with a polite inquiry. The professionals engaged in casual conversation turned their attention to Jiang Yuan, their expressions tinged with suspicion as they scrutinized him. Little brother, you're not contemplating a raid for the treasure fruit, are you? I advise against wading into such murky waters. That treasure fruit tree lies within a 7th tier zone, and only a 7th tier professional team could dare approach it. Among the group, an older man scrutinized Jiang Yuan before offering a well-intentioned warning. Upon returning from the wilderness and having bathed and changed, Jiang Yuan had stored the 8th tier armor gifted by the Thunder Hammer team in his resource space and was not wearing it. Thus, to these individuals, he appeared merely as a young novice professional, lacking the capability to contest for the treasure fruit in Qianan. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. I was merely curious, which is why I approached to learn more about the specifics. Jiang Yuan deftly deflected the inquiry with a casual excuse. The group, not thinking much of it, accepted his explanation as entirely normal. That's good. That place is certainly not for low-tier professionals like us. I heard from my cousin in Qianan, who serves in the city guard, that the area is teeming with 7th tier mutated creatures and even 8th tier ones. Had it not been for that 7th-tier professional team's fortunate encounter with the first ripened fruit, they would likely have had no chance to harvest anything. The older man nodded and succinctly shared what he knew with Jiang Yuan. What are the 9th-tier monarchs? I've heard that Qianan is protected by 9th-tier powerhouses. If they were to intervene, those 7th and 8th-tier mutated beings should pose no obstacle, correct? Jiang Yuan inquired with genuine curiosity. Logically, a treasure as extraordinary as the exceptional treasure fruit, capable of propelling professionals and mutated beings into epic and king levels, would surely entice even 9th-tier powerhouses. I am aware of this. The principal of Shieling and the Lord of Qianan are currently absent, having been invited to the military's genius training camp. Otherwise, do you think the small beast tide that nearly breached the outer defenses of Qianan would have pursued that 7th-tier professional team? Another individual interjected. The others nodded in agreement. Now that you mention it, I recall that most of the 9th-tier powerhouses have joined the military and periodically accept invitations to the genius training camp. Thus, with the appearance of the treasure fruit, it is no wonder that no 9th-tier powerhouses attended, leaving only some 7th and 8th-tier teams to participate. Ah, I see. Jiang Yuan acknowledged, mentally noting the information shared. The absence of 9th-tier powerhouses in Qianan was advantageous for his plans. Yet he pondered where so many 9th-tier powerhouses had been summoned by the military. Well, little brother, do not overthink it. When the sky falls, there are tall ones to hold it up. Setting aside whether those mutated beings can break through to the 9th tier after obtaining the treasure fruit. Even if they all ascend to 9th-tier monarchs, the military possesses national weapons at their disposal. The older man, seeing Jiang Yuan lost in thought, mistook his contemplation for concern about the potential disaster the mutated beings might bring to humanity after acquiring the treasure fruit, and thus offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. Jiang Yuan, however, remained noncommittal. Whether it was the cataclysm of 30 years past or the current era dominated by mutated beings, humanity's trump cards had remained unchanged. In fact, before the emergence of human 9th-tier monarchs, they had already utilized such weapons to vanquish several 9th-tier mutated beings, playing a decisive role in the survival and growth of humanity. In other words, without those formidable weapons, humanity might never have thrived to reach its current heights. The entire world would likely have remained under the dominion of monstrous beasts. Thank you for clarifying, brothers. I was simply curious about why the 9th-tier powerhouses did not intervene. Jiang Yuan offered his gratitude before steering his shopping cart back toward the fresh produce area, reflecting on the absence of Qianan's 9th-tier monarchs, which greatly benefited his plans. Nevertheless, he remained perplexed as to where so many 9th-tier powerhouses had been invited by the military. Surprisingly, even the ripening of the extraordinary treasure fruit did not attract the intervention of 9th-tier powerhouses. Only some 7th and 8th-tier teams had gathered. Before long, Jiang Yuan had completed his purchases. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, he promptly activated a dimensional portal, transferring everything into his resource space. Subsequently, he immediately purchased a plane ticket to Qianan, opting for a flight from Ling City rather than a train. The speed of the plane was markedly superior, and after takeoff, a layer of energy shield capable of withstanding 9th-tier attacks enveloped the aircraft. Hence, plane tickets were significantly more expensive than those for high-speed trains. After all, the skies were fraught with mutated creatures, and most capable of soaring to altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters were extraordinarily formidable beings. An encounter with such entities necessitated the activation of the energy shield for protection. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan's flight was quite uneventful, encountering merely an 8th-tier mutated creature that flew past the plane. The aircraft activated its 9th-tier energy barrier, but no other mutated beings approached. Through the airplane window, Jiang Yuan gazed down from his lofty perch, observing vast expanses of jungle blanketing the earth, covering over 95% of the area. Only a few regions appeared barren, where human-constructed steel cities stood amidst towering trees. In comparison to these colossal trees, some reaching hundreds of meters, the evolving mutated creatures appeared diminutive. During the flight over Qianan, Jiang Yuan spotted a solitary giant creature, its size comparable to half the jungle. It must have been a 9th-tier king-grade mutant. Resembling a small mountain, no wonder it was dubbed a mini-nuclear bomb. As for the smaller 8th-tier mutants, he noticed a dozen or so. Yet their numbers paled in comparison to the 5th and 6th-tier variants, making their rarity concerning. He could not help but feel a twinge of worry. The upper limit of his ant species' original genetic potential relied entirely on devouring the genes of other beings for enhancement. If higher-tier mutated creatures continued to dwindle, would the growth rate of his ant species not suffer as a result? Nevertheless, he thought to himself, let the soldiers confront the enemies and the water flow as it may. After all, he had just ascended to the 5th tier. With a long journey ahead before reaching the 6th tier, pondering the 8th and 9th tiers seemed premature. Jiang Yuan shook his head slightly, casting aside his concerns. Even if the disaster army he cultivated could not reach the 8th or 9th tier in life level. With his continuous fusion of diverse biological genes and the genetic blending capabilities of the ant nest, it would not be overly challenging to nurture ant species with combat power comparable to the 8th and 9th tiers. It merely required him to invest more energy and time in hunting and collecting additional lower-tier mutated creature genes. Chapter 71. The fruit is about to ripen. It is no surprise that the city housing Xiling Academy boasts such scale, which is incomparable to both Xin City and Ling City. Jiang Yuan arrived over Qianan. Looking down upon the city from the sky, numerous steel-like cities were nestled within a dense circle of jungle, connected only by a few asphalt roads extending into the boundless greenery. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at our destination, Qianan North International Airport. Please check your luggage before disembarking, and we wish you an enjoyable stay in Qianan. As the announcement echoed through the cabin, the plane from Ling City officially landed at Qianan International Airport. Jiang Yuan unfastened his seatbelt and rose, following the flow of passengers toward the exit. Since it was not very early, he decided to find a hotel near the airport, planning to venture into the city the following morning. He intended to activate the dimensional portal to retrieve the off-road vehicle stored in his resource space and drive straight into the wild to the south. The general location of the treasure fruit trees was no longer a secret in Qianan. Numerous biological companies had dispatched teams of 7th and even 8th tier warriors to investigate. As for the 9th tier, for reasons unknown, neither biological companies nor the military had sent any representatives. Jiang Yuan dispatched his winged ants and bullet ants to scatter and search for traces of the treasure fruit, simultaneously recording the locations of any mutated creatures they encountered and uploading the data to the ant nest. The Titan species of his ant army was too massive to scatter for reconnaissance. Following the king's command, all winged ants knelt before Jiang Yuan in the void before rising to disperse with the bullet ants, leaving a small contingent to remain nearby for his protection. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan did not remain idle. He drove his off-road vehicle toward the regions inhabited by 5th and 6th tier mutated creatures, intending to hunt them to enrich the gene bank of his ant nest. He was uncertain how many 5th tier gene samples would be necessary to elevate his ant species' original genes to the 6th tier life level. Days swiftly passed as he lingered at the border between the 5th and 6th tier regions, not rushing into the 7th tier area. Firstly, he had yet to receive any information regarding the treasure fruit tree from the winged ants and bullet ants. Secondly, the genetic makeup of his current ant species was still far from reaching the 6th tier. According to his analysis of 6th tier biological genes, the original genes of the ant species must successfully transition from a pentagon to a hexagon, meaning they needed to take on a cubic form. Moreover, a critical factor was that after he had hatched and cultivated the elf and titan species, the resources and materials in his resource space had dwindled significantly. Therefore, to ensure the success of this operation, it was imperative to collect as many mutated creature corpses as possible. This way, even if he encountered unforeseen troubles later, he could swiftly hatch and cultivate a substantial number of ant species, preventing significant losses from adversely affecting his military strength. The 7th treasure fruit was nearing ripeness. Of the previous 6, 3 had been claimed by mutated creatures, leaving only 3 in the hands of human professionals. Indeed, I wonder to whom this one will belong. I believe as long as it isn't taken by mutated creatures, we should be fine. After all, we are only at the 6th tier and cannot participate in this contention. I think our chances as humans are greater. I have heard that those biological companies have dispatched even more teams. Amidst a certain jungle in the 6th tier region, a team of professionals composed of 6th tier practitioners was taking a brief respite. Meanwhile, the winged ants and bullet ants released by Jiang Yuan were stealthily concealed among the nearby trees, relaying their conversation verbatim back to the ant nest. The 7th treasure fruit is about to ripen? Jiang Yuan's eyes glimmered with intrigue. The tidings he gleaned in the city were not dissimilar to what these individuals had shared. Yet the precise timing of the ripening of the treasure fruit remained elusive, as if shrouded in secrecy. It was known that of the initial 6 treasure fruits, 1 had been claimed by a standard 7th tier combat team, while 3 had succumbed to the jaws of mutated creatures. The remaining 2 were seized by a subsequent biological corporation. The military had yet to achieve any success. Alas, our capabilities are woefully inadequate. Otherwise, we might have dared to venture forth and test our luck. Should we secure even 1 treasure fruit, our team would reap substantial rewards. Potions that enhance potential and treasures have perpetually commanded exorbitant prices, particularly this treasure fruit. However, it does offer some benefit to those with orange potential. Moreover, within our squad, there exists a member with deep purple potential who, upon consuming this treasure fruit, might elevate their purple potential to a higher orange tier, thus holding the possibility of evolving into a king-level powerhouse. Alas, our small team lacks even a single 7th-tier member. And even if all were to attain that level, we would likely still fall short against those biological corporations or the mutated creatures. Indeed, these corporations dispatch even 8th-tier teams. And similarly, the mutated beings possess their own 8th-tier entities. Fortunately, the treasure fruit tree resides within a 7th-tier zone, and the number of 9th-tier mutated beings is limited. Otherwise, attracting the attention of a 9th-tier king-level mutant would spell true disaster. Indeed, all 9th-tier king-level powerhouses among humanity are affiliated with the military's War King Hall. And even those tied to biological corporations operate under military consent, rendering them unable to act freely. Jiang Yuan listened intently through the ant nest, absorbing information regarding the War King Hall and the 9th-tier powerhouses, something he had not encountered before. It appears that those of king-level status above the 8th tier are indeed subjected to certain restrictions. Otherwise, given the quality of the treasure fruit, one would expect even a 9th-tier king-level powerhouse to be tempted. Just then, a brief message surged through the ant nest, rapidly infiltrating his consciousness. King, we have discovered the whereabouts of the treasure fruit tree. The transmission was succinct, accompanied by an image, a tree scarcely a dozen meters tall, nestled among towering jungles, appearing diminutive and still in its infancy. 1, 2, 3 fruits, colored green, yellow, and red, each the size of a basketball, dangled from its trunk. Several massive mutated creatures, resembling small mountains, lay sprawled in a protective formation around the tree. Beyond them, a number of slightly smaller 7th-tier mutated beings stood watch, maintaining a careful distance from the 8th-tier leaders. Jiang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly as he beheld the scene relayed by the honey-winged ants. Setting aside the formidable 8th-tier creatures, the presence of over 100 7th-tier beings alone was daunting. After all, even with the enhanced capabilities of the ant species, now fused with stronger spirit and titan strains, they would struggle against 7th-tier stalwarts like the Black Shark team, while they might stand their ground against 8th-tier adversaries. Confronting such a multitude of mutated beings simultaneously was far beyond their means. However, the human occupational teams were stirring with intent. Perhaps I could leverage their chaos to stealthily approach the treasure fruit tree and seize a ripe treasure fruit. Jiang Yuan pondered briefly, quickly devising a strategy. According to the visuals transmitted by the honey-winged ants and bullet ants, the human teams, though not encroaching upon the treasure fruit tree's core area, were not positioned too far away. Like the mutated beings, they were currently inactive, gathered in clusters, awaiting the complete ripening of the fruit that still bore a hint of redness. Transport me to the vicinity of the treasure fruit tree. With this thought, Jiang Yuan activated the dimensional portal, summoning a 3rd-tier silverwing wind ant from the ant nest's realm. Its size was modest, and its energy fluctuations were not overwhelmingly strong, making it an ideal candidate for stealthily approaching the treasure fruit tree. His personal safety would remain in the capable hands of the 5th-tier spirit breed honey-winged ants, whose combat prowess exceeded that of 6th-tier mutated beings significantly. In sufficient numbers, they could even hunt 7th-tier creatures. Jiang Yuan had not been idle in recent days. He had summoned spirit and 2 titan strains of ant species to engage in cross-tier combat testing within the 6th and 7th-tier zones. The results indicated that with a sufficient quantity of 20 to 30 ants, even the larger 7th-tier mutated beings could be severely injured or even defeated. Naturally, against defensive mutated beings, a greater number of ants would be necessary to breach their defenses. Soon, under the guidance of the silverwing wind ant, Jiang Yuan found himself in close proximity to the treasure fruit tree, positioned behind the human combat teams and on elevated terrain that afforded a clear view of the ripening fruits. The perceptive 7th and 8th-tier mutated beings would undoubtedly sense any attempt by the spirit breed honey-winged ants to harvest the treasure fruit. Before approaching, the intelligent honey-winged ant flapped its wings, trying to edge closer to the treasure fruit tree. However, as it neared within 100 meters, the 8th-tier beings, towering over 25 meters, along with the nearby 7th-tier mutated creatures, simultaneously lifted their heads and fixated their gazes upon the ant. Even from a distance, Jiang Yuan could feel the oppressive aura emanating from these mutated beings through the ant nest. Should the honey-winged ant dare to advance even a fraction further, it would likely be met with a tempest of attacks from the mutated beings. Prepare yourselves. The treasure fruit is nearly ripe. This time, I shall obtain one. No matter what. Indeed, we cannot allow the Thunder Biological Company to claim it. Otherwise, what face would we have left as the Lava Biological Company? A team, adorned with a fiery emblem upon their chests, was also keenly observing the ripening of the treasure fruit. From their words, it was evident that they belonged to the Lava Biological Company, which had previously found itself at a disadvantage in the competition for the treasure fruit, losing to a rival faction known as the Thunder Biological Company. To seize a precious fruit, it is evident that the Thunder Beast team possesses formidable strength. Jiang Yuan silently noted this. Simultaneously, he issued a reconnaissance command to the bee-winged ant of the sprite species, instructing it to lead and direct the bullet ants to locate the Thunder Beast team as referenced by the Lava Beast squad. After a few minutes, Jiang Yuan received a report from the bee-winged ant. They had spotted a team adorned with the Thunder emblem approximately 300 meters from the Lava Beast squad. This gathering comprised 15 individuals, indicating that at least 3 teams had converged, surpassing the Lava Beast's number by 5. At that moment, a rich and enticing fragrance wafted from the treasure fruit tree, and the last vestige of yellow on the red fruit vanished entirely. The mutated creatures resting on the ground, regardless of whether they were of the 7th or 8th tier, all raised their heads in unison, their gazes fixated on the treasure fruit. With a thunderous roar that proclaimed its dominance, a towering brown bear rose up, its stature magnified several times. The previously restless 7th tier mutated creatures, especially those closest to it, recoiled several steps in fright at the sound. However, the other 8th tier beings displayed fierce gazes directed toward the bear, particularly a massive serpent in close proximity, its tongue flicking menacingly. Not far away, a giant ape, though slightly shorter, matched the bear's imposing aura. SSS. Oh! The serpent and the giant ape, seemingly in collusion, charged toward the bear, which was significantly larger than themselves. In an instant, the 3 colossal creatures were locked in a fierce struggle near the treasure fruit tree. Some 7th-tier mutated beings seized the opportunity to rush toward the fruit tree amidst the chaos of the 8th-tier melee, hoping to claim this chance for themselves. Swish! Just as a 7th-tier mutated creature approached the treasure fruit tree, a massive tail lashed out with ferocious force. The hardened scales struck like a whip, sending the 7th-tier creature flying backward, crashing through several large trees in its wake. It is clear that once the outcome of the battle between the 8th-tier mutated beings is decided, our chances of harvesting the treasure fruit will dwindle significantly. Meanwhile, the Thunder Beast members began to mobilize. The 15 individuals moved as one cohesive unit, charging directly toward the treasure fruit tree. Along their path, the mutated creatures engaged in combat were severely injured by the powers and abilities they unleashed. We must act swiftly. We cannot allow the Thunder Beasts to snatch away another precious fruit. Observing this, the Lava Beast team swiftly gathered 10 professionals from their ranks, rising from their resting spots and racing toward the treasure fruit with utmost speed. The 8th-tier professionals among them were exceptionally powerful, capable of inflicting heavy damage on the 7th-tier mutated beings that obstructed their path with ease.